I am Qin Yun, one of those ordinary, unremarkable humans. One day, 8 billion people on Earth were suddenly pulled into a bizarre world called Urban Survival Game for All by a mysterious force. Whether you were once a high-ranking official or an ordinary worker on the street, whether you were a wealthy tycoon or a wage slave, here, everyone stands on the same starting line. To survive, you have to go out and collect supplies to survive. While others fight tooth and nail for a pack of instant noodles, and some even sell their wives for a few cookies. My little house is home to all sorts of beautiful women, who feast on seafood, steak, and wine every day. All of this stems from my awakening of the daily life system. Every day, I can unlock a new survival resource. On the first day, the system unlocked Waishishi mineral water, with a daily supply of 1,000 bottles, which can be accumulated. The next day, Kengshui for Old Altar pickled cabbage beef noodles arrived, 1,000 bowls per day, which could also be accumulated. On the third day, outdoor baby care products were launched, 1,000 pads per day, which could also be accumulated. Today is the fourth day. In apartment 304, building 8 of Sunshine Community, I'm sitting inside, munching on a Kengshui for flatbread while chugging my child's CC mineral water. My bottom is propped up on a sofa made of baby wipes, and I'm leisurely swinging my legs, waiting for the system to unlock today's new supplies. You ask why I don't eat instant noodles? Boiled water? No. Boiling water? No electricity. Electric water heater? Don't dream about it. Gas stove? There's no such thing. Even if there were a gas stove, there's no gas, no pot. Even if you gave me a pot, there was no fuel. Even if you gave me fuel, there was no lighter. In short, there was nothing. So I could only force myself to eat dry flatbread with bottled water. The premise of this urban survival game for everyone is as follows. Men start with 1 pair of underwear. Women? 1 pair of underwear and 2 cups. Each person also has a temporary dwelling. Even assigned rooms? It's ridiculous. I was assigned a tiny, old, rundown room, 40 square meters, with 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and 1 balcony. It was completely empty, truly bare. The worst part is, you only get 4 days of free accommodation, just like a VIP experience on some video streaming sites. You'll have to pay starting tomorrow at noon. Don't have the money? Then you can exchange it for supplies. For example, I have to hand over 40 bottles of Waha mineral water. Otherwise, I'll be forcibly kicked out by the rules of the game and become a homeless person on the streets. I did the math. At the previous price, a 450 milliliters bottle of Waxaki only cost 2 yuan, which means this shabby house would cost 80 yuan a day, and 2,400 yuan a month. He. In a word, absolutely amazing. I was truly speechless. So I waited and waited. Finally, noon arrived, the moment the system unlocked new supplies. I started chanting a prayer. Bless me, bless me, bless me. Let me unlock some useful resources today. I'll definitely build you a grand temple with the best incense and worship you in the future. Suddenly, a box popped up. Today's unlocked item: titanium crystal frying pan. Daily supply: 1,000 pans, accumulates. Already stored in portable inventory space. Aya! I jumped up excitedly from the baby protector sofa, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Yay! Yay! I hopped and danced with joy. Finally, I have a pot. With a pot, I can boil water. With hot water, I can make instant noodles. Wah! I finally don't have to eat flatbread anymore. After calming down, I immediately realized, no, just having a pot isn't enough, we also need fire and fuel. But I have nothing right now, what should I do? Slap! I slapped myself on the forehead. Why think so much? Just do it! First, gather some wood, then find some stones and bricks to build a simple stove. Let's get started. Today's goal is singular: to eat a piping hot bowl of Kengshui for pickled cabbage and beef noodles. Dry, crumbly noodles? Whoever wants them can eat them. I'd rather starve to death, jump off a building, than eat that. I wore slippers made from a baby bottle, along with the white shorts I was given at the start of the game, and went down the stairs. 2.5 hours later, I gathered a pile of dry branches and leaves, as well as stones and bricks. During this process, I also encountered other Urban survival players. Some of us just exchanged glances without speaking. Others asked me, "Hey bro, got any food?" I replied, "No, I'm looking for some too." By the way, I've noticed that there don't seem to be any NPCs in this urban survival game for everyone. All I encounter are other players, who, like me, were forced into this world. Maybe there are NPCs, but I just haven't met them yet. Back at my lodgings, I started making fire by rubbing sticks together. I'd watched Edward and Bear Grylls before, so I understood the theory. But the reality was, my brain could do it, but my hands couldn't. I struggled for 2 hours, my palms were blistered and my joints ached terribly. But perseverance pays off. After a series of failures, I finally got the fire drill working. The flames leaped up, I cried. Not just from the smoke, but from sheer emotion. I was so overwhelmed that I knelt down and kowtowed before the flames. I placed the titanium crystal frying pan on the stove and poured in 2 bottles of mineral water, while muttering, "Boiled noodles, boiled noodles, boiled noodles!" After a long wait, the water finally boiled. I quickly poured boiling water into the instant noodle cup. The seasoning packet and pickled cabbage packet were already prepared. As soon as I poured it in, the aroma of the pickled cabbage instantly filled the entire room. The moment I lifted the lid of the instant noodles, the aroma was absolutely irresistible. I ate 2 bowls of pickled cabbage and beef noodles in one go, until I was stuffed and completely full. Even my burps smelled of pickled cabbage. I sprawled out on the baby protector sofa, completely relaxed, feeling incredibly comfortable. If a beautiful woman were to appear at this moment, oh well, I'll just go to sleep. You can dream about anything. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Who is it? Disturbing my sleep. I grumbled as I walked to the door and peeked through the peephole, and that one look instantly woke me up. Standing outside the door was a stunningly beautiful woman. Through the peephole, I saw a woman standing outside the door. An extremely beautiful woman. She looked to be in her early 30s. Her long, black hair was slightly disheveled, yet it possessed a delicate and helpless charm that evoked pity. Her face was a classic oval shape, exuding a gentle and serene air of peace and prosperity. Although her skin appeared somewhat pale and dry due to dehydration and hunger, I could still imagine her original radiant appearance. Her features were exquisitely delicate, as if meticulously sculpted. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly from her weakness. Beneath her pert nose were a pair of full lips, but they were chapped and cracked from lack of moisture. What I find most hard to ignore is her stunning figure, absolutely gorgeous. But at this moment, she was in terrible shape. One hand rested weakly on the doorframe, her body swaying slightly, her eyes filled with exhaustion and anxiety. That originally composed and elegant demeanor had long been shattered by the hardships of life. But it was precisely this fragility and vulnerability, coupled with her mature and charming allure, that aroused an even stronger and more captivating allure. Gulp, I swallowed hard. I opened the door a crack. The safety chain was still on. "Is something wrong?" I asked. As soon as the door opened, the rich aroma of pickled cabbage and beef noodles wafted out. Her nostrils twitched involuntarily. A gleam of intense longing instantly flashed in her previously somewhat dim eyes. It smelled so good. It really smelled so good. Her already dry mouth began to salivate profusely, and her empty stomach rumbled loudly, as if beating a war drum. She swallowed hard, her throat so dry it felt like it could spark. 3 days. 3 whole days she hadn't eaten a single grain of rice or drunk a drop of water. She was starving and thirsty. And now, smelling the aroma of the instant noodles in my hand, even though it was usually considered junk food, it now seemed like a heavenly delicacy. I'm sorry to bother you," she said in a hoarse voice. "My surname is Zhou, my name is Zhou Yaji, and I live right across from you. Excuse me, do you have instant noodles or water? Could you lend me some? I promise I'll repay you double later." She clasped her hands together, making a pleading gesture. This action caused a breathtaking ripple to appear on the scenery in front of her. "Please, sir. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. Please have mercy on me. I promise I'll repay you in the future." Looking at her like this, it would be hard for any normal man to be heartless. I looked at her intently and said, "I don't have much food or water either. But sharing some with you wouldn't be entirely impossible. She immediately became very grateful and thanked me profusely. Thank you. Thank you. You're such a kind person. I will definitely. I waved my hand, interrupting her. Madam, times have changed. I think you understand better than I do what food and water mean. There's no such thing as getting something for nothing. You think you can get food and drink just by talking. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You say you'll pay me back double later, but that's all empty talk. Who knows what the future holds, to put it bluntly? What's the difference between this and freeloading? She stared at me blankly, speechless for a moment. I said calmly, Madam, we're both adults. You should understand what I mean, right? She froze, perhaps not quite understanding, or perhaps her subconscious refused to accept the implication. Hesitantly, she asked, What do you mean by that? My gaze swept over her alluring figure without any hesitation, then I looked her straight in the eye. You really don't understand what I mean, Having said all that, how could she not understand? Her face flushed instantly, not from shyness, but from extreme humiliation and anger. Her chest heaved violently, and her voice trembled with emotion. You're shameless! How could you do this? You're taking advantage of me in my vulnerable state. It's despicable. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such humiliation. With her looks, demeanor, and family background, she had always been the one flattered and fawned over. Whatever she asked for, people would vie to give it to her. And now, she was being treated like this by me, especially in such a difficult time. I wasn't surprised by her reaction, I just shrugged. You're exaggerating, ma'am. How can something consensual be considered shameless? You could have chosen to refuse. I didn't force you, did I? My tone remained calm, but every word struck her heart like a hammer blow. She suddenly understood. This world of urban survival game had already shattered the rules of civilized society. Now, the most primitive laws were followed. She had thought she could still maintain a shred of dignity in the city. But now, she fully experienced the cruelty of this survival game. Her beauty in this world seemed to have become a commodity, with a price tag. And the price I offered was merely instant noodles and water. She broke down and shouted, Don't even think about it. I'd rather starve to death, die of thirst, or jump off this building than agree to such a despicable and shameless demand. She glared at me fiercely, her eyes filled with shame, indignation, and contempt. What does it mean to look at scum? Now I know it for myself. She uttered those harsh words, turned abruptly, and staggered back to the apartment across the hall. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, almost making my eardrums ring. I shrugged and gently closed the door behind me. To be honest, I don't think I did anything wrong. I don't feel much guilt either. I already said it was all voluntary, and there was no deception. I didn't force anyone. Ultimately, isn't this how the world operates now? You buy, I sell, we exchange goods, it's a fair trade. Morality? Conscience? Can these buy food? Can they buy water? I lay back down on the baby protector sofa. The sun was gradually setting, and night was about to envelop the city. I had eaten and drunk my fill, and added some dry firewood to the stove to keep the fire warm. With a fire, there's always warmth and light. It's definitely cold at night. I yawned and prepared for bed. No phone, no computer, no woman, what else can I do but sleep? Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded again. I was startled. Who could it be so late? Had Mrs. Zhou come to her senses? At this thought, I was suddenly wide awake. I opened the door a crack, and the safety chain was still hanging. In the last rays of the setting sun, I saw standing outside, not Mrs. Zhou. Although they looked very similar and had equally voluptuous figures, this was a short-haired girl who looked younger. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and she looked utterly pitiful. Big brother, do you have any instant noodles or water? Could you give me just a little bit? Just a little bit, just a tiny bit would be enough. She looked like a big cat begging for food. I squinted and asked, Are you Zhou Yaji's? She replied, She's my mother. Big brother, did my mom upset you? I apologize on her behalf. Please don't be angry with her, okay? Please, please. I stroked my chin, my eyes flickering. So, they're mother and daughter? Big brother, please have mercy. My mom, my sister, and I are dying of thirst and hunger. Please! You're so handsome, you look like a really good person, you wouldn't just leave us to die, right? My heart skipped a beat. What? You have a younger sister? I shrugged and said, Has your mom ever told you about my rules? The girl, Bai Jiexin, froze instantly. Of course she knew why her mother had failed, but she thought that as long as she acted cute, charming, and pitiful, I would soften. She continued her pitiful offensive. Big brother, please have some kindness, okay? Good people will always be rewarded. I rolled my eyes. I said, just business. If you want food or drink, trade me what I need. Playing the victim, feigning helplessness, or using moral blackmail, none of that works on me. I really didn't expect her to keep pretending. She never expected me to be so heartless and so despicable. She's already humbled herself so much, and I still won't give in. She was both angry and anxious, but she had to maintain that pitiful expression on her face. Big brother. I really couldn't listen to her anymore. Shutting your voice won't work. If you want to shut up my waist. Bang! I slammed the door shut. Outside the door, through the peephole, I could see her face, which had just moments before looked innocent and helpless, instantly change. The pitiful look vanished, replaced by anger and shame. She stomped her foot, gritting her teeth and muttering, Cold-blooded animal! Scum! Pervert! I heard everything clearly. When she returned to 303, I heard her complaining to her mother inside. That guy is a complete bastard who won't listen to reason. Heartless! I begged him like that, and he didn't even react. Despicable! Shameless! Vulgar! Beast! Scum! Another woman said weakly, I told you, that man has no morals whatsoever. He's just taking advantage of people in distress. Bai Jie's chest heaved with anger, and she roared. Even if I starve or die of thirst, I will never let him succeed. Then, in frustration, he exclaimed a few more times. Why am I so unlucky? I have to live next to a neighbor who lives in such a stinky place. There was another girl in their room. Bai Jiexin's twin sister, Bai Jingxin. The two sisters looked almost identical. Both were top-tier beauties, each with a stunning figure. However, they have completely different personalities. The older sister, Bai Jiexin, is outgoing and lively, while the younger sister, Bai Jingxin, is much quieter. I could hear the mother and daughter cursing and yelling inside the house, but Bai Jingxin didn't say a word. Gurgle, gurgle. I heard the girl's stomach growl again. She was probably starving. Then she slowly stood up, swaying slightly. Her movements caught the attention of the two men. Jingxin, what are you doing? Mrs. Zhou asked. Bai Jingxin licked her chapped lips, her voice hoarse but calm. I'll go try. Bai Jiexin immediately exclaimed. Try what? It's useless. That pervert only has those rotten ideas in his head. He won't give us instant noodles or water. Bai Jingxin didn't reply to her, and leaned against the wall as she went out the door. Knock, knock, knock. The third knock sounded. I muttered to myself, could it be that she's finally come to her senses? I walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Huh? It wasn't Mrs. Zhou, nor the one who had been feigning helplessness and acting coquettishly. The face was almost identical, and the figure was undeniably stunning, but the aura was completely different, cold and serene. Even the long, flowing hair was different. Could this be the younger sister? I opened the door, but left the safety chain on. I got straight to the point. Trying to get instant noodles and water for free? No way. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, understand? Bai Jingxin looked up at me calmly and said, I'm willing. I was taken aback and asked, Have you thought it through? She nodded calmly. Yes. This girl is interesting. First time, I asked again. She nodded gently again. I unfastened the safety chain and opened the door. Come in, I said. She walked in, her steps a little unsteady. As soon as she entered, she glanced at the pile of instant noodle containers and mineral water bottles in the corner, and her throat tightened involuntarily. I closed the door. She looked away, turned to me, and said calmly, I need to eat now. I'm very hungry and thirsty. Before doing anything, I need to have some energy, right? I thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, wait a minute. I soaked half a flatbread for her, without the pickled cabbage packet. The flavor was too strong. If she ate it, the taste of pickled cabbage would be too much of a turn-off. The noodles were ready, and she took them, not caring that they were hot, blowing on them as she slurped them down. The way she wolfed them down, honestly, it made me hungry just watching. She probably never dreamed that instant noodles could taste so good. She swallowed that small piece in just a few bites. Not even a drop of soup was left. A satisfied and happy expression appeared on her face. I looked her up and down. She was undeniably beautiful, but having not showered or had water for the past few days, she inevitably had some sweat, grease, and dust on her body. I handed him 5 bottles of water, saying, "Go clean yourself in the bathroom." Then I found a few new baby wipes. "Use them as towels." She silently took the water and the towel, and went into the toilet. The toilet was actually empty, with only 2 drains and no door. The last rays of the setting sun shone through the window, illuminating her slender figure. She began cleaning. The dim light reflected the water droplets, making her fair skin seem to glow. I sat on my baby-protecting sofa, suppressing my impatience and waiting patiently. Damn it! It's infuriating. After graduating from university, my ex-girlfriend dumped me because I was poor and powerless, and I've been living like a monk ever since. Wait a minute! At least monks have a few female admirers. I don't even have a penny! Today, I've finally made it through. When she came out, she looked much refreshed. Her skin was fair and radiant, and her wet hair clung to her cheeks, making her even more charming. "I'm done washing," she said softly, her voice trembling slightly. I stood up. The last rays of the setting sun fell on my back. Outside the window, the crimson sun disappeared completely between the skyscrapers. Night fell. The once burning fire in the stove seemed to have lost its strength, occasionally crackling. I placed the instant noodles I had prepared in front of her. "Eat up, I'll add 2 more salt-baked eggs." She immediately sat down, picked up the bowl of pickled cabbage and beef noodles, and started slurping them down without even looking up. "Wait, where did I get these salt-baked eggs?" "Oh right, I just unlocked them recently. Today's unlocked item, abundant salt-baked eggs. Daily supply, 1,000 eggs, accumulate. Already stored in your personal inventory." I was stunned when I received the notification. Why were there salt-baked eggs again? The more I thought about it, the more something felt off, and then it dawned on me. Could it be that my understanding of the daily life system has always been too narrow? Make bold conjectures, verify carefully. These 8 words suddenly came to mind. In order to verify this bold conjecture, I felt that a rigorous scientific experiment was necessary. So I sat down next to Bai Jingxin, putting on what I thought was a very friendly smile. "How are you? Are you full?" She swallowed the noodles in her mouth, nodded, and said, "Yes, I'm full. Thank you." I waved my hand. "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Like I said, just business. We're mutually benefiting, exchanging what we need." Then I went straight to the point. "I'd like to ask you for a small favor, is that all right?" She hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "Okay." The next day, my eyes sparkled as I looked at the supplies unlocked that day. Today's unlocked supplies: A5 grade top-tier Wagyu beef 500g pack. 1,000 servings available daily, can be accumulated. Already stored in my inventory. Ha! Sure enough. I burst into laughter as if I had discovered a new continent, but as I laughed, I suddenly felt weak, as if my whole body had been hollowed out. He immediately grimaced. "Damn it! Looks like I'll have to start working out from tomorrow." Bai Jingxin rested for a while, then propped herself up and looked at me, asking, "Could I take some instant noodles, water, and eggs back with me?" Without thinking, I replied, "No. You can come over and eat if you're hungry. All you can eat." I had no intention of letting her stay overnight. You can never be too careful. What if I fell asleep and she grabbed a rock, a brick, or even a frying pan and hit me? Who could I complain to then? She looked at me and asked in a low voice, "I did everything you asked me to do, and you did everything I told you not to do." I clicked my tongue and said, "Didn't I tell you? You can come and eat if you're hungry. It's not like I won't give you any, but we only serve dine-in here, no takeout." I added, "You're not thinking of taking it back to those 2, are you? If so, that's even worse." She asked. "Why?" I countered. "If you take the food and water back, Will your mom and sister be grateful or resentful? She was speechless. I rubbed my fingers together. If only I had a cigarette right now, that would be perfect. I wondered when I could unlock the cigarette. Actually, whether they hate me or not, I really don't care. But the problem is, if I don't give anything, they hate me. If I do give something, they still hate me. So wouldn't all this food and water be wasted? What am I getting out of this? Am I being a fool? You give something and you get your share. They don't give anything, so they get nothing. Is there anything in this world that you can get without working for it? She fell silent, head bowed. After a while, she looked up, her gaze falling on the empty instant noodle cups and mineral water bottles. Then, those trash, the lids of the instant noodle cups, the plastic wrappers from the mineral water bottles, and the baby wipes, could I have some of them? I was stunned for a moment. What do you need all this trash for? She said. I can use it to make a dress. Then it dawned on me. Right. This blank slate outfit was indeed a bit too revealing. Men might not care, but for women, the vast majority of women couldn't accept going out in just their underwear. I waved my hand generously. Okay, take whatever trash and baby protectors you like, she whispered. Thank you. And then, by the light of the fire, she began to make things by hand. She crumpled the plastic wrapping from a mineral water bottle into plastic thread, punched holes in the lid of an instant noodle container with a fork, and then sealed it with the plastic thread. One side of the baby shower gel was sticky and could be used as adhesive tape. She worked for over 2 hours straight, managing to make herself a set of clothes. I couldn't help but praise her. You're really skillful. Come over tomorrow and make one for me too. I'll pay you, a cup of instant noodles, 2 bottles of water, plus some extra high-quality protein. She nodded. Okay. The door opened, and it was pitch black outside. Without light, darkness reigned supreme. She instinctively resisted the darkness, and a strange urge to stay in room 304 rose within her. But she gritted her teeth and ultimately walked out of room 304. Inside room 303, Zhou Yaji and Bai Jiexing were starving and their lips were cracked from thirst. They felt they couldn't hold on any longer. They were so hungry. So thirsty. The only hope now is Bai Jingxing. She's been gone for so long. If she could bring back some food and drink, it would save her life. As for what happened, we're all adults. No need to say more. Hearing the knock, Zhou Yaji immediately looked towards the door. Bai Jiexing, with a sudden burst of strength, rushed over and opened it. But the room was pitch black, completely devoid of light. They couldn't see a thing. Bai Jiexing asked into the darkness. Jingxing, how are you? Bai Jingxing replied. I'm fine. Bai Jiexing licked her chapped lips and swallowed a mouthful of non-existent saliva. Did that beastly bastard bully you? Bai Jingxing didn't respond, but instead sat down against the wall, feeling her way. She was dressed, and had something under her bottom, so she no longer had to sit directly on the hard, uneven floor. Bai Jiexing was so hungry she was going crazy. She didn't care about anything else and asked directly. Did you bring any food back? Her tired voice echoed in the dark room. He said I am me, and you are you. If I am hungry or thirsty, I can go to him for food and drink. He also said, if he doesn't give me food and water, you will hate him. If he does give me food and water, you will still hate him. So why should he ask me to bring food back? He said he wanted to eat and drink, and told you to find him yourselves. I'm tired, don't bother me. After saying these words, a deathly silence fell over room 303. The expressions on Zhou Yaji and Bai Jiexing's faces froze instantly. Anger, humiliation, helplessness, despair, a flood of emotions overwhelmed them. Rumble. The growling of her stomach was particularly jarring in the deathly silence. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Bai Jiexing screamed, like a trapped wild beast making its last struggle. She rushed out of the room and knocked on my door again. When the firelight illuminated my face, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing. I rolled my eyes. You're willing, but I'm not. Do you think I'm made of iron? Don't I need to rest? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Oh, by the way, what do you mean by saying I do through gritted teeth? Don't make it sound like I'm some heinous criminal forcing you. How many times do I have to say it? It's mutually beneficial and entirely voluntary. Just business, okay? Bang. With that, I slammed the door shut. In the darkness, Baijiu stared, dumbfounded. The next morning, I woke up just as dawn was breaking. Although I had only been 18 for a few years, I had slept quite well the night before, and my strength and energy had recovered considerably. Unfortunately, my legs and feet were still sore, especially my hands. They were truly aching to the bone. Thinking back to yesterday, I first desperately tried to start a fire by rubbing sticks together, and then desperately tried to put it out. The aches and pains are truly etched into my bones. Indeed, health is the foundation of everything. I couldn't help but sigh. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Naturally, I, a young man, should also get some exercise in the morning sun. Without further ado, I started with a few squats and stand-ups. 1, 2, 3. I had just finished the third one when my legs gave way and I collapsed onto the baby protector sofa, because I really didn't want to move anymore. Speaking of which, I've already entered this urban survival game world, I muttered. Isn't this game all about adding stat points to get stronger? So why am I even bothering to level up? What's the point? On a whim, I brought up my attribute panel. A semi-transparent blue light immediately appeared before my eyes. Personal Attributes, Task Panel. I clicked the Personal Attributes button, and a new subpage popped up. Player, Qin Yun. Level, LV.0, 25/100, Health, 110/110. Constitution, 1.1. Strength, 1.0. Speed, 0.9. Spirit, 1.2. Talent, none. Class, none. Skills, driving LV.2, 342/10,000. Pipe unclogging LV.1, 454/1000. Air conditioner repair LV.1, 523/1000. Shooting LV.1, 289/1000. Chicken killing LV.1, 867/1000. Acupuncture and massage LV.1, 513/1000. Rice planting and sowing LV.1, 178/1000. Coin insertion, likes, and bullet comments LV.2, 103/1000. Fire starting by friction LV.0, 2/100. Looking at this panel, I only have two words to say: mediocre. There are a few more skills, but that's unavoidable. As a lowly laborer at the bottom of society, isn't it reasonable to have more skills? I remember the Monkey King saying, "Seeking immortality or Buddha is not as good as having skills of your own." This is true, having more skills is never a burden. Of course, life mainly forced me to this point. How do I gain a lot of experience? I muttered to myself, frowning. You only get enhancement points after leveling up, right? And where do I get quests? I had a ton of questions, but no answers. I couldn't help but curse. This game is trash. It ruined my youth. There are no hints at all. You have to figure everything out on your own. The gameplay is 0. 2 stars, that's the most I can give. I grumbled as I closed the attribute panel, muttering, Fine, I'm hungry, I'll eat something first. I immediately took out a top-grade A5 Wagyu beef from my personal storage space. This steak is amazing. Thick chunks of meat with evenly distributed, delicate marbling, it's like a work of art. Just looking at it makes you imagine its melt-in-your-mouth texture. Even the air seemed to be filled with a faint, milky aroma. I added some firewood to make the fire burn brightly, then placed the frying pan on the stove. Once the pan was hot, I grabbed a steak and gently rubbed it against the bottom of the pan, and instantly a rich aroma of meat burst forth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The oil in the pan was quickly rendered, and the sound was so pleasant it gave me goosebumps. The surface of the steak visibly began the Maillard reaction, gradually turning from bright red to golden brown, with the oil seeping out and jumping around in the pan, as if cheering. Once one side was almost done searing, I casually tossed it over and flipped it over. Another sizzling sound followed, and the other side was quickly conquered by the heat, becoming crispy and fragrant. Finally, I seared the steak vertically, a technique I learned from a short video. Then I sprinkled on a little seasoning packet I'd salvaged from a Lao Tan pickled cabbage and beef bread roll. The aroma was simply irresistible. Ah! I couldn't help but yell. Ignoring the heat, I grabbed the steak and took a big bite. Instantly, the tender meat, the fragrant oil, the rich juices, and the slightly salty seasoning exploded in my mouth. Holy crap! I almost cried with emotion. This is so damn delicious! Back then, I could only watch those rich content creators on short videos eating steaks that cost hundreds or thousands of dollars and drooling over them. I never thought I'd have the chance to experience it for myself today. Tore into the tender, juicy beef, my mouth dripping with oil. This is life. So satisfying. But just as I was reveling in the bliss of the top-quality Wagyu beef, knock knock knock. The knocking on the door started again. I went to the door and looked out through the peephole. I immediately recognized the person who came in. It was Bai Jiexin. I opened the door, and instantly, the rich, almost murderous aroma of meat wafted out and rushed into her nose. Her eyes widened instantly, fixed on the remaining steak in my hand. Her throat bobbed wildly, saliva practically dripping down her face. The look in her eyes for the steak was 100 times more intense than when she'd seen instant noodles yesterday. It was meat. It smelled so good. As I ate my steak, I asked her, "You're here early. Is something the matter?" She snapped out of her daze, her body still trembling slightly, and tried to force a flattering smile. "Big brother, I'm willing. I'll do anything you say." Her voice trembled with tears, her eyes filled with longing. "Could you give me just a little bit to eat? I'll do anything you ask." I took a bite of my steak and said, "It depends on your performance. If you can get me to give you a 5-star review, I guarantee you'll have plenty of meat to eat, enough to fill you up." She nodded frantically. "Yes, yes. I'll definitely try my best. I'll definitely make you happy." I nodded. "Come in." She practically stumbled into the house, her eyes glued to the half-eaten steak. But I first gave her a salt-baked egg and 5 bottles of water. "Eat the egg to tide you over, then wash up. You can drink 2 bottles of this water to replenish your energy." Her lips were cracked from not drinking water for 3 days. She nodded obediently and quickly went into the bathroom. The first thing she did was unscrew the mineral water bottle, gulp it down, and drink the whole bottle in one go, not letting a single drop go to waste. For the first time, she found waxy mineral water incredibly sweet. Indeed, water is the source of life. After drinking a bottle, she felt rejuvenated, as if parched land had finally received rain. Then, she violently tore open a salted egg, stuffed the whole thing into her mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. She choked, so she had to open another bottle of water to rinse it down. Still hungry? She gritted her teeth, looked up, and poured the water directly over herself to wash. And I, at that moment, was lying on the baby protector mat, waiting. A short while later, Bai Jiexin emerged from the bathroom. Her short, wet hair exuded a unique and captivating charm. Just then, I received a notification. Today's unlocked resource, Star Jade Fruit. Daily supply of 1,000 fruits, can be accumulated. Already stored in my personal inventory. Note, consuming 100 fruits will increase your constitution by 1. The effect will then greatly decrease until it expires. With a thought, a small, jade green fruit instantly appeared in my palm. This Star Jade Fruit's appearance was comparable to, or even surpassed, the finest Shine Muscat grapes I could remember. Although small in size, they are round and plump, with a lustrous, jade-like sheen. Their emerald green color is extremely pleasing to the eye, translucent and crystalline, as if a halo of light is slowly flowing within the fruit. They resemble a tiny, twinkling star in the night sky. I leaned closer and took a sniff. A burst of incredibly fresh fruity aroma, mixed with a subtle floral scent and sweetness, instantly invigorated me. Wow, look at that presentation! If this were before, it would have sold for hundreds of dollars a skewer. I muttered to myself, already impatiently popping the fruit into my mouth. With a gentle bite. Crunch! The peel, as thin as a cicada's wing, crumbled instantly. In that instant, an indescribable sweetness seemed to explode in my mouth. The sweetness is exquisite, yet not cloying at all. A rich, vibrant fruity aroma, mingled with a hint of rose, washes over the taste buds like a tidal wave. The flesh is firm and crisp, seedless, and offers a wonderfully satisfying texture. There is absolutely no sourness. Even after swallowing, a sweet aftertaste lingered on my lips and teeth, leaving a lingering and unforgettable impression. Holy crap! It's delicious! My eyes lit up, and I immediately took out several more, stuffed them into my mouth, and chewed them heartily. Crunch, crunch! The sweet and juicy taste made it impossible for me to stop. I ate more than a dozen in one go before I was even slightly satisfied. I smacked my lips and licked them, still wanting more. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but after eating these dozen or so star jade fruits, I felt a slight warm current flowing through my body. The fatigue from my morning exercise was quickly dispelled, and even the soreness in my hands and back from yesterday's overwork seemed to have eased considerably. The effect of improving physical fitness is truly immediate, I thought excitedly, filled with joy. This is truly a good product. Even the finest 5A grade Wagyu beef is just a matter of satisfying one's appetite. But this fruit is a true miracle for improving my survival. I must eat more of it. Just then, Bai Jiexin, who had just finished her morning exercise, was almost exhausted. But her eyes were bright and full of expectation as she looked at me. I was in a good mood and wasn't stingy. I took a whole bucket of instant noodles, 2 bottles of water, 2 salted eggs, and a small piece of pan-fried A5 Wagyu beef from the supplies and handed them to her. Here's your reward. I gave you a 5-star review. Bai Jiexin was overjoyed and almost pounced on the food to take it. Thank you. Thank you, big brother. She ate the small piece of steak while boiling water to make instant noodles. Once the instant noodles were ready, she didn't care about the heat or her appearance. She slurped down the noodles and soup together. The way she ate was absolutely swift and satisfying. A moment later, she let out a satisfied burp, a smile finally appearing on her face. Her stomach felt warm and full, all the hunger and weakness dispelled, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, happiness, and security welled up inside her. At that moment, nothing else in the world seemed to matter. She was willing to do anything to be fed and avoid hunger. She looked at me cautiously, hesitated for a moment, and then timidly pleaded. Big brother, could you please have some mercy and give me just a little bit? Just a little bit? My mom hasn't eaten or drunk anything for days, please, please. I was enjoying my star jade fruit without even looking up. No! I still stand by what I said, to gain, you must first give. A fair trade, each getting what they need. My tone was flat, leaving no room for negotiation. Bai Jiexin's face paled, and she dared not press the matter further. She lowered her voice and offered a compromise. I was just covered in sweat. Could you get me a bottle of water so I can wash up? I currently have over 4,000 bottles of water in my portable supplies space, which is more than enough, so I don't think her request is unreasonable. I casually waved my hand and said, All right. Thank you. Thank you. A hint of slyness flashed in her eyes. Then she picked up an unopened bottle of Waxishi mineral water and went back into the restroom. After a while, she came out. She was still wet from washing. She looked at me and said, Big brother, shall I go back now? I replied lazily. Inside room 303. Zhou Yaji was so hungry she didn't even have the strength to sit up. She lay slumped on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her lips were cracked and chapped, and her throat felt like it was on fire. She felt like she was about to die. Hearing the noise, she struggled to turn her eyes and saw Bai Jiexin return. Seeing that Bai Jiexin's face was rosy, and she looked like she had eaten and drunk her fill, she felt a sense of relief, but also couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness. Bai Jiexin quickly walked to her side and took off her wet underwear. Mom, open your mouth and drink water. She twisted her hands tightly to squeeze out the water droplets from her clothes. Those precious drops of clear water were carefully and forcefully squeezed into her mother's cracked, open mouth. Each drop was like a gentle rain from heaven, nourishing Zhou Yaji's nearly despairing heart. Although the amount of water was small, it was enough to temporarily alleviate her severe dehydration. Bai Jiexin watched her mother greedily lick the remaining water droplets from the corner of her lips, feeling both pain and guilt. Mom, are you feeling better? Zhou Yaji licked her lips weakly and said, Much better. After resting for a while, she seemed to have regained some strength and tried to get up. Bai Jiexin quickly helped her. She leaned against the wall, took a few breaths, and looked at Bai Jingxin, who had been silent in the corner. Jingxin, that dress you made, could Mom borrow it for a bit? Bai Jingxin looked up and quietly gazed at her mother, saying nothing. She simply took off the clothes pieced together from various scrap materials and handed it to her. Zhou Yaji took it and put it on, covering up the thin, unfurnished outfit. She straightened her hair and collar. Despite still looking disheveled, she tried to straighten her back. Her eyes burned with an almost obsessive pride and stubbornness. I believe there are still more good people in this world. Not everyone is like that guy across the street, taking advantage of others in their time of need. I'm going to find someone else to help me. I will never bow down to that guy. You wait for my good news. Absolutely not. At that moment, she was so stubborn and resolute. After saying that, she took a deep breath, leaned against the wall, and walked out the door step by step, difficult yet determined. Bai Jingxin quietly watched her retreating figure. Bai Jiexin opened her mouth several times, wanting to dissuade her, but in the end, she could only utter one sentence. Mom, be careful! Be safe! Of course, she wanted to go out with her mother. But she only had one trash dress. She didn't want to go out in her underwear. Just then, Bai Jingxin stood up and walked towards the door. Bai Jiexin asked her, Where are you going? Bai Jingxin replied, Across the street, I'm going to make another piece of clothing. I'll make one for him too, so we can exchange it for some food and water. After saying that, she left 303, knocked on the door of 304, and went inside. I was in room 304, watching the door close again, a slight smirk playing on my lips. Bai Jiexin, on the other hand, stood there blankly in room 303, lost in thought. Inside room 304. I noticed that Bai Jingxin was only wearing 2 cups and 3 corners, so I couldn't help but ask. Where are your clothes? She calmly replied. I lent them to my mother. She said she was going to find something to eat elsewhere. Her expression was calm, and her tone was indifferent, revealing no emotional fluctuation. But when her gaze fell on the stove and she saw the steak sizzling and emitting a fragrant aroma in the pan, her throat still moved slightly. Rumble! Her stomach growled loudly, much to her dismay. She was hungry again. Food is essential for life. You can't go hungry without eating. You have to eat every day, every meal. You can't go hungry. Going off to find something to eat? I shrugged, a hint of mockery in my voice. Good luck to her then. Fine, if she doesn't want to do business with me, then so be it. My mind involuntarily conjured up Zhou Jiaji's voluptuous figure, like a ripe peach, and I couldn't help but smack my lips inwardly. What a pity, but it's just a thought. I'm not exactly a saint, but since we agreed on a fair trade and that it was voluntary and free, I won't force anyone. I believe I do have some principles. Of course, I also understand that the so-called bottom line only exists as long as we're not pushed to the brink. When that happens, the bottom line? It's nothing. At that point, the bottom line is something to be relentlessly breached and repeatedly broken through. Besides, even if Zhou Jiaji is gone, there are still Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin, right? It's like doing business. If there are substitutes, why cling to one batch? I pointed to the stove and said to Bai Jingxin, Breakfast is ready for you. Eat something first. You can get back to work after you've eaten. I made you steak and some fruit. I knew all along that Bai Jiexin's sister would definitely come over as soon as she left. So I prepared breakfast well in advance. I wasn't stingy with the first person willing to make the deal. Bai Jingxin softly said, Thank you. Looking at the sizzling steak, its aroma irresistible, and the several glistening, clearly exceptional grapes, she felt her entire body ignite with a surge of appetite. She sat down and first picked up a grape and put it in her mouth. With a gentle bite. Crunch! The sweet, juicy taste made her eyes widen slightly. She was clearly shocked by the flavor. But she ate with great restraint, chewing slowly and savoring each bite. She only began to tackle the steak after finishing a single star-jade grape. Although she was very hungry, her eating manners were far more elegant than yesterday's wolfing down of food or her sister's ravenous devouring of food earlier. Even when eating with her hands, she only took small bites and chewed slowly. The steak was tender and juicy, and as she ate, Bai Jingxin was secretly surprised. It's even better than the 5A grade Wagyu I had in Kobe. She hadn't thought much of it before, but now she couldn't help but wonder. How did this man get all this food? Has he figured out the rules of this urban survival game? I watched her eat. The way she ate clearly indicated she came from a well-mannered family. But she was just from a humble background. After Bai Jingxin finished eating, she tidied up a bit. Then, she consciously sat down in front of the garbage heap, in the corner, and started making clothes. The materials were all trash such as instant noodle lids, mineral water wrappers, and baby wipes. Her fingers were very nimble, and despite the simple materials, she did it meticulously and with great care and order. I was just idling around anyway, too lazy to exercise, and currently feeling a bit cooled down, so I simply went over and squatted down next to her to help her. We didn't talk much, but the atmosphere was strangely harmonious. Meanwhile, in the equally dilapidated old apartment building next door, Zhou Yaji, supporting herself against the wall, struggled to climb to the second floor. She was wearing a clothes pieced together from an instant noodle bucket lid and a baby protector. Although it looked strange, it covered her body and was barely enough to get her out. Knock, 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 she knocked on another door. She knocked on several before, but no one had answered. This time, the door opened. Someone was home. Zhou Yaji perked up and quickly said, "Hello? I'm sorry to bother you." A young man with a sallow complexion, sunken eyes, and a listless appearance peeked out and eyed her warily. But when his gaze fell upon Zhou Yaji's beautiful face and mature, voluptuous figure, his previously lifeless eyes instantly lit up with an astonishing light, and his throat bobbed violently. A woman! A stunning woman! Zhou Yaji felt uneasy under his gaze and forced a smile. "Do you have any extra food or water? Could you lend me a little? Just a little, I'll definitely pay you back later." It was the same old line. Wang Chan licked his chapped lips, his eyes greedily scanning her body, finally settling on the alluring curves outlined by her simple clothes, where he remained motionless. He forced a smile onto his face, his voice hoarse and urgent. "Yes. Of course. Come in quickly, I have food in my room, come in and get it." As he spoke, he reached out to grab her arm. Zhou Yaji immediately became alert. The possessiveness and eagerness in his eyes were more terrifying than even my direct approach of discussing fair trade. She instantly understood. This person was a thoroughly evil individual. I don't need it." She abruptly dodged his hand, taking several steps back. Fear and instinct spurred her on with a burst of strength, and she turned and ran downstairs. Seeing the tempting prey, Wang Chan was eager to seize it. "Don't run away! There's food!" He hadn't eaten anything decent for 3 or 4 days and was starving. Now that this beautiful woman had delivered herself to his doorstep, he couldn't possibly think straight anymore. Starved to death? I'd rather have some fun first. If all else fails, I'll eat people, as long as I can survive. He flung open the door and rushed out. His legs were already weak, and he staggered as he ran, but the way he pounced was like a ravenous wolf. Zhou Yaji was terrified and, disregarding her weakness, scrambled down the stairs. She lost her footing and tumbled to the ground. But as if numb to pain, she ignored it, struggled to her feet, and continued running outside. "Damn it! Stop right there!" Wang Chan was furious. Although he was also starving, he wasn't about to let the meat in his mouth slip away. "Why are you running? I'm not going to eat you! Come back here!" Zhou Yaji ignored him, her mind filled with fear and regret. She desperately ran out of the dilapidated apartment building and stumbled into the open space outside. But days of hunger had exhausted her, her legs gave way, and a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to fall to the ground again. The excruciating pain rendered her unable to stand. Wang Chan was also nearly exhausted, leaning on his knees and panting heavily. She, on the ground, mustered her last strength and cried out for help. "Help! Help!" Wang Chan grinned, a sinister smile on his face. "Shout! Shout as loudly as you can! Let's see who comes to save you! Ha ha! I'm exhausted!" He approached step by step, like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey, closing in little by little. Room 304. "Help! Help!" This shrill cry for help suddenly rang out, as sharp as the scream of a cat being choked. I saw Bai Jingxin tremble. Was that her mother's voice? "Mom!" She shouted almost reflexively, jumped up, and rushed to the balcony to look down. She watched helplessly as Zhou Yaji collapsed to the ground, her hair disheveled. A man was approaching her step by step, as vicious and terrifying as a wolf. Bai Jingxin's eyes were almost bloodshot with rage. She was visibly agitated and shouted downstairs. "Don't you dare hurt my mom!" Her usual calm demeanor vanished instantly. Without bothering to explain herself, she turned and rushed out the door. I reached the balcony a step later than her and looked down to see Zhou Yaji struggling to her feet, staggering as she tried to run forward. She nearly tripped after only a few steps. The young man was still closing in, his eyes fierce, as if he wanted to devour her alive. The situation was clearly dire. My mind raced, and I made a decision in an instant, shouting, "What are you doing? Don't move!" But in my mind I silently added, "If anyone's going to move, it'll be me." Ultimately, out of respect for the monk, I must also consider the Buddha's sake. Bai Jingxin is so sensible, and Bai Jiexin has already given her first blood. In order to unlock resources every day in the future, I really can't stand idly by now. After shouting that, I left the balcony and rushed out the door. As if by magic, a titanium crystal frying pan appeared in my hand. Downstairs, Wang Chang was so excited that he didn't care about anything else. Suddenly, he pounced on Zhou Yaji like a hungry tiger. Zhou Yaji was terrified and rolled to the side. Wang Chang missed and reached out to grab her. Rip! The clothes she was wearing, pieced together from a ramen noodle lid and baby wipes, were torn to shreds, leaving her in only a revealing, blank outfit. His alabaster skin and perfect curves were exposed to the air. The flames in Wang Chang's eyes intensified as he roared, "I'm going to get you today! Even Jesus couldn't have saved you!" She crawled on the ground, using both her hands and feet. The rough cement scraped her skin, leaving it bloody, but she dared not stop, only desperately pushing forward. Wang Chang got up, ready to pounce again. Just at this critical moment, "Mom!" Bai Jingxin rushed out, and seeing her mother's disheveled appearance and Wang Chang's fierce face, her eyes instantly reddened. She spotted a fist-sized rock on the ground, bent down without hesitation, picked it up, and hurled it at Wang Chang with all her might. Bang! The stone struck Wang Chang squarely on the back of the head. Incidentally, she was the gold medal pitcher for the women's baseball team at a prestigious private university. Ouch! That hurts like hell! Wang Chang felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. His vision went black, and he almost fainted. He touched the back of his head. His hands were covered in blood. Seeing the blood, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he became even more ferocious, turning around to glare fiercely at Bai Jingxin. "You bitch! I'm going to kill you all!" With that, he charged forward like a mad dog. Although Bai Jingxin was frightened, she did not back down and shouted, "Mom, run!" Suddenly, I leaped out and rushed past her. I raised the titanium crystal frying pan high with both hands and smashed it down on Wang Chang. Bang! Wang Chang was hungry and tired, and his head had just been hit. How could he withstand my well-fed and watered blow? He fell to the ground with a thud, cursing, "Damn it!" and tried to get up. But as soon as he propped himself up, I strode forward, raised the frying pan, and mercilessly smashed it down again. Crash! This time, he didn't even utter a sound. His eyes rolled back, and he lay flat on the ground. Bai Jingxin rushed to Zhou Yaji's side and helped her up. I kicked Wang Chang on the ground, walked up to the mother and daughter, looked at Zhou Yaji, and said with a half-smile, "Mrs. Zhou, now you know how treacherous people can be, don't you?" She looked up at me, her face pale and her lips trembling. I chuckled and said, "You think everyone outside is a good person? You think people will talk to you about morality and manners? Look at this guy, not only will he not give you food, he wants to eat you up. Compared to people like that, I'm practically a saint. I'm full and energetic. If I really wanted to use force against you, could you resist? I could kick open your lousy door in 2 or 3 kicks. Getting inside would be a piece of cake." She was still pale, her lips trembling, staring blankly at me. Bai Jingxin supported her, looked at me, and whispered, "Brother Yun, thank you." I waved my hand and said, "I don't want words of thanks. If you really want to thank me, show me with something." Bai Jingxin nodded. "Brother Yun, I understand. I will." I glanced at her mother again, said nothing more, and turned to leave. She just silently watched my departing figure. Bai Jingxin helped her mother back to room 303. After a while, she knocked on room 304 again, knelt in front of me, and begged me for a bottle of water to clean her mother's wounds. After all, Zhou Yaji had just been rolling and crawling on the ground, with several scrapes and cuts on her body, bleeding profusely, and her wounds covered in dust, which needed to be cleaned as soon as possible. I'm not a devil after all. Seeing that she had knelt down, I softened. I gave her 2 bottles of water and a cup of instant noodles. "Sigh, I'm always too soft-hearted," I sighed and said, Next time you can kneel, but don't kneel with your head facing me. Turn 180 degrees, understand? She thanked me profusely and went back to 303 with her instant noodles and water. I returned to my baby protector sofa and continued stuffing my mouth with star jade grapes. Crunchy, sweet, and refreshing. Today, I'm going to eat 100 grapes and boost my health by 1 point. Room 303. Sisters Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin were using baby wipes as towels, wetting them with water, to clean Zhou Yaji's wounds. She was also munching on a dry flatbread, eating it with gusto, moistening each bite with the water. Bai Jiexin cried as she cleaned her wounds, saying, "Mom, it's so dangerous outside, please don't go out, okay? If it weren't for him, you might have." She was in room 303 and hadn't heard the cries for help. She had just heard her sister talk about it, and she was pale with fear. Hearing her daughter's words, Zhou Yaji, who was chewing, paused, a sorrowful look appearing on her face. "Do you think I wanted this? Wasn't I forced into it?" After hesitating for a long time, Bai Jiexin finally spoke with difficulty. "Mom, actually, what I want to say is, living is the most important thing. If you die, all dignity and face are empty, then he will still have meat to eat." Zhou Yaji fell silent. She could deceive others, but she couldn't deceive herself. She knew that her inner stubbornness and perseverance had shattered. Room 304. I sat there, trembling, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive, waiting for today's supplies to unlock. At exactly 12 o'clock noon, the system notification sounded on time. Today's unlocked item, Adachi Ken Sports Shoes. 1,000 pairs supplied daily, all sizes available, can be accumulated. Already stored in your personal inventory. Shoes? My heart leaped with joy. Only those who have truly walked barefoot understand the preciousness of shoes. It's no exaggeration to say that without protection, if your feet are injured, you're practically crippled. I couldn't wait to take out a pair of shoes from my personal supplies space. These Adachi Ken sneakers looked quite trendy, all black with white stripes, made of soft and breathable material, and with a thick and durable sole. Most importantly, they had all sizes. I quickly found a size 43 pair, shed my uncomfortable slippers made from recycled water bottles, and immediately put on the new shoes. I tied the shoelaces, stood up and stepped on them, and felt that the fit, support, and softness were just right. They were fucking comfortable. I walked back and forth a few steps, and even jumped a little. Finally, I don't have to endure the torment of those tattered slippers anymore. System, you're my godfather! I jumped for joy, almost floating on air. Meanwhile, the mother and her 2 daughters in apartment 303 were in for a terrible time. As soon as midnight struck, a cold and merciless notification appeared in the minds of Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin. Free stay ends. Please pay today's room fee. Otherwise, you will be forcibly evicted from the room. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. They were stunned, then panicked. Where would they get the money to pay the room fee? Countdown complete. Warning, player has not paid today's lodging fee. Forced eviction procedure initiated. The 3 were ruthlessly pushed out of the house. The power of the game rules is irresistible. Bang! The door to room 303 slammed shut. The mother and her 2 daughters stood frozen in the doorway, their expressions blank and astonished, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. They tried with all their might to push the door, but it was as if it were welded shut. They couldn't open it no matter what they did. We're homeless? Bai Jiexin asked, bewildered. Mom, what do we do? Zhou Yaji stared at the tightly closed door, silent. What to do? She probably didn't know either. Bai Jingxin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly ran to the door of room 304 and knocked. Bai Jiexin also reacted immediately. When I opened the door, the 2 sisters grabbed my arms tightly, one on each side, as if they were grasping at a last straw. The older sister pleaded, Brother Yun, could you help us pay the rent? We'll definitely work harder to repay you. My younger sister pleaded, Brother Yun, please, please. Their eyes were filled with tears, and their voices were pleading desperately. I knew they truly couldn't imagine what would happen if they didn't even have a place to live. Zhou Yaji stood behind, watching helplessly as her 2 daughters pleaded with her so humbly. Her eyes glazed over, her heart filled with confusion, heaviness, heartache, and desolation. I didn't respond immediately. Instead, I stroked my chin and frowned as I looked at them. The clean sisters. Pleading deepened. Even Zhou Yaji stared at me nervously. They seemed to be awaiting their fate. Hey, of course I did it on purpose. I was counting on them to help me unlock more daily supplies. Why would I actually let them end up on the streets? As for letting them live in 304, that's even more impossible. The reason I didn't agree immediately was because things that are too easily obtained are never truly valued. Just as Bai Jiexing was about to kneel down, I finally spoke. Sai, what can I do? I'm just too soft-hearted. Considering our deep friendship, I'll help you out. Bai Jiexing and Bai Jingxin were immediately moved to tears, thanking me profusely. Even Zhou Yaji, after hearing that I had agreed to help, finally relaxed, leaning against the wall, feeling utterly exhausted. I smiled and said, I've already said it, true gratitude isn't just about words, it's about actions, understand? Then I brought out 2 cases of Waxishi mineral water from the house. Each case contained 20 bottles, making a total of 40 bottles. The 2 sisters used the water to pay their rent. The door to room 303 reopened. I said calmly, Today's rent's paid, but what about tomorrow? The day after? Think about it carefully. With that, I closed the door to 304. The 3 of them fell silent. Around the same time, throughout the entire neighborhood, and even the entire city, echoed with terrified and helpless cries and angry, desperate curses. The rules of the game, fair, but also incredibly cruel. People unable to pay rent are being evicted from their temporary homes in droves. Countless people are left homeless and bewildered. Some break down in tears. Some stand frozen in shock. Some glance around furtively, their eyes filled with malice. The once peaceful atmosphere of our old neighborhood was instantly shattered by chaos and panic. What do? We have nowhere to live. Does anyone have food? Please share some with me. I'll do anything, men or women, it's all fine. This dog-eat-dog game. Mommy, I'm hungry, I'm so hungry, wah. I'm so hungry I want to eat people. Now we don't even have a place to stay. Is this some kind of life or death situation? What are you doing? Robbery! Help! Give me back my cookies! In the crowd, a man with a leader-like demeanor stood on a broken flower bed and shouted, Everyone! We must unite! Unity is strength! I know a construction site nearby that needs a lot of laborers. If we work together, we're sure to earn money or supplies. Anyone willing, come with me, let's find a way to make a living together. After these past few days, people have figured out some of the tricks to playing these urban survival games. For example, there are missions available at abandoned construction sites. There are missions at parked trucks. And you can even get missions at schools. Just go out, explore, and if you're lucky, you might get a quest and earn a reward. Of course, not everyone is qualified to take on quests. But it's better than staying home and waiting to die. But I'm an exception, because I have the daily life system. While others are starving and reduced to homeless dogs, I'm enjoying a delicious 5A grade Wagyu beef, my mouth oozing with grease. As the sun set and darkness fell, the old, rundown neighborhood finally returned to a brief moment of tranquility. Just then, there was a knock on the door of apartment 304. I peeked through the peephole and thought to myself, so big, so white. Then I opened the door, smiled, and asked, Got it all figured out? The person outside the door trembled slightly, lowered their head, and dared not look at me, only responding with an almost inaudible, I stepped aside to let them in. Come in, go wash up first. As the enormous setting sun completely sank below the distant horizon, Zhou Yaji's furrowed brows finally relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and she felt much lighter. Stand up. I twisted my ankle and can't stand. Okay, I'll massage it for you in a bit. I used to be a pro at a blind massage parlor. I have some tips on acupressure. Before you know it, it's time for the daily supply unlock. Today's unlock supply, Desert Eagle Pistol, full magazine. 1,000 pistols supplied daily, can be accumulated. Already stored in your personal supply space. Holy crap! Desert Eagle. Isn't that the famous palm cannon? The supplies I unlocked today are this powerful? I quickly took out the Desert Eagle pistol from my personal inventory. When I looked at the heavy, cold metallic weapon that had appeared out of nowhere in my hand, my eyes widened in disbelief. The design, the texture, the sheer weight. Holding it in my hand, I felt an overwhelming sense of power and security instantly surge from my palm throughout my body. Isn't this the legendary artifact of freedom, artifact of peace, and artifact of order? As the saying goes, only when everyone has a gun can there be no chaos. I was so excited I was trembling. With this thing, who am I afraid of? I suddenly raised the Desert Eagle, got into aiming position, and roared excitedly. I'm the king! Wahahaha! Zhou Yaji, who had been slumped over, tensed up the moment she saw the Desert Eagle in my hand, her eyes filled with terror and shock. A gun! I actually have a gun? She clearly knew her stuff. She recognized at a glance that this wasn't a toy gun, but a real one. She had handled guns up close in America before, and even fired a few shots. I noticed the fear in her eyes and triumphantly brandished the Desert Eagle in my hand. What are you afraid of? This gun isn't meant to be used against you. If you behave well, it can even protect you, understand? I got too excited just now and lost control, flashing the gun. But it doesn't matter now that she saw it, it'll just instill a sense of awe in her. When people have a sense of awe, they'll be more obedient and compliant in the future. She nodded timidly, her voice trembling. I understand, I understand. I nodded in satisfaction. Then, true to my word, I took out instant noodles, salted eggs, and 3 bottles of water, and pushed them in front of her. Here, this is your reward. Boil some water and make your own noodles. Looking at the food in front of her, hunger instantly overwhelmed everything. Forget about manners and concealment. She quickly boiled water and made instant noodles. When she took her first sip of the pickled cabbage and beef noodles, I could see she was practically floating on air with pure bliss. She slurped her food down her throat, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her cry while eating, I raised an eyebrow. Why are you crying? Don't you feel wronged? Don't you hate me? She swallowed the instant noodles in one gulp, shook her head, and choked out. No. I'm just finally full. I never knew being full was such a happy thing, that's why I cried. She looked up at me through her tear-filled eyes, her expression calm and her gaze serene. Whether you believe it or not, I don't hold a grudge against you. I've figured things out on my own, and I came to you of my own accord. Like you said, it was just a transaction, each of us got what we needed, there's no resentment involved. I'm even grateful to you. If you hadn't saved me today, I would have been in a terrible situation. Looking at her, I smiled and said, It's good that you've figured it out. She nodded silently and continued eating. After she had finished eating, she whispered to me, I'm going back now. I waved my hand and said, Go on, go on. Come back when you're hungry, I'll make sure you're full. She leaned against the wall, dragged her tired body, and walked unsteadily out of room 304, gently closing the door behind her. Room 303 across the hall. It was pitch black inside, with only a sliver of cold moonlight filtering through the window, barely outlining the room. Deathly silence reigned. Only the faint sound of 2 breaths could be heard. Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin were both awake, waiting quietly in the darkness. The door opened, and 2 pairs of eyes immediately turned towards them. She groped her way to the corner, and slowly sat down. No one spoke. Even with another person present, the room remained deathly silent. How much time had passed was unknown. In the darkness, Bai Jingxin moved to her side first and silently reached out to hug her. Then, Bai Jiexin also moved closer and hugged her from the other side, her voice trembling with tears. Mom! She reached out and hugged her 2 daughters tightly. The 3 of them remained embracing in the darkness, silent and sobbing. A long time passed. She took a deep breath, forcefully wiped away her tears, and broke the silence. All right, it's all over now, everything will be all right. From now on, the 3 of us must live well and work hard to live. Not only must we live, but we must live well. We must make good use of our strengths. People, once their bottom line is crossed, will actually let go of all their burdens and completely let go. Bai Jiexin sniffed and muttered softly. I wonder how Dad is doing now. Shut up! She snapped sharply in a low voice, her tone more stern than ever before. Don't mention him again, understand? Just pretend he never existed. Bai Jingxin chimed in. Sister, Mom's right. Especially, don't mention it in front of Brother Yun. Bai Jiexin was startled and whispered. I know. After thinking for a moment, she also felt that perhaps she really should forget about that man. Especially, don't mention him in front of me. What if I get upset? Room 303 fell silent again. Meanwhile, in room 304, I was still excitedly fiddling with that desert eagle, practicing my aiming posture repeatedly, and lightly pulling the trigger with my finger. I was making bang 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 sounds to simulate firing. That was so exhilarating. Several times I almost pulled the trigger and fired a few live rounds. But I ultimately held back. Shooting in a room is too dangerous. I was afraid of ricochets injuring myself. Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run, right? I do follow quite a few shooting-related content creators on certain platforms. As for running up to the balcony to fire a few shots? It's pitch black outside. You wouldn't even know if you hit anything. Shooting is fun when you're hitting your target accurately. What's the point of firing randomly in the dark? Wait until dawn. As soon as it's light, we'll find a place to have some fun. I forced down my impulse and put the Desert Eagle back into my spatial storage. But I was probably too excited, because I couldn't fall asleep no matter how much I tossed and turned. TSK. Maybe. I should ask the guy across the hall for a favor? Maybe we can unlock something new. The thought popped into my head. But after thinking about it, I suppressed it. I need to control myself. Do you think I'm made of iron? I'll just keep lying there. Maybe I'll fall asleep eventually. At one point, just as I was drifting off to sleep, suddenly, a very faint rustling sound came from the doorway. What was that sound? I snapped awake, sat bolt upright, and stared sharply at the door. Then, a soft click. My door, which I had clearly locked from the inside, was opened from the outside. A low, smug voice came through the crack in the door. How about that? I wasn't bragging, was I? I told you I'm a lock-picking master, didn't I? This is the value of lock-picking skill LV2. This old, beat-up lock, I can fix it in a minute. A thief? My pupils contracted sharply. In a flash, the cold, heavy Desert Eagle reappeared in my hand. Fuck! I paid for a room with 40 bottles of mineral water, and they don't even have the most basic security. What a piece of trash game. Rewind a moment. In another dark corner of the old, dilapidated neighborhood, my head, still throbbing from being hit by the pot, was buzzing, while Wang Chang was talking to 5 men who looked just as emaciated and extremely thirsty as him. Having nowhere to stay, they huddled together. Wang Chang and his gang were constantly complaining and cursing. Damn it! I'm starving! I'm starving! I really miss my mom's braised pork. I'm not kidding, I really am a rich kid. I was hanging out with a female celebrity the other day, and it was almost the last minute when I suddenly ended up here. Damn it! They were talking excitedly. One of them suddenly mentioned that he had seen a place with lights at night. The other 2 agreed, saying it was on the 3rd floor of Building 8. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang immediately thought of what happened between us earlier that day. He lowered his voice and said, Brothers, our chance has come. That kid on the 3rd floor of Building 8 you mentioned has a pot. He's the one who smashed my head with that pot. You said you saw a pot and a fire, so he must have food. Let's go and rob him. We'll split the food and drink. Also, let me tell you, there are 2 stunning beauties in there, a mother and daughter. They're really beautiful, practically goddess-level beauties. The 5 men's eyes lit up. Food? Women? What were they waiting for? So they came to my house, the door of apartment 304 in Building 8. Facing the locked door, a guy named Li Feihao grinned smugly and pulled a bent wire from his pocket. Heh, leave the opening to me. My nickname Lockpicking King isn't for nothing. Someone skeptically asked. You're just bragging? Li Feihao scoffed. Just wait and see what I've got. He inserted the wire into the keyhole and twisted it around. Click. The lock opened. He lowered his voice and said smugly, See? I wasn't bragging, was I? The 5 men gave him a thumbs up. The door was pushed open. The 6 men held their breath and filed in, greedily scanning the room by the faint light from the stove. When they saw the conspicuous pile of instant noodle containers and mineral water bottles in the corner, everyone's breathing became heavy. Instant noodles! Water! They rushed over like hungry wolves, grabbing the empty bottles and containers, licking the remaining water droplets and crumbs. Wang Chang was also starving, but he still retained some semblance of rationality. He warily scanned the room, not seeing me or my mother and daughter. "Where are they?" he growled. "Quiet down! Something's wrong!" But the others wouldn't listen. Just then, I was already behind the balcony door frame, silently aiming the massive muzzle of my desert eagle at Wang Chang. Bang! A deafening gunshot ripped through the night sky. Wang Chang felt as if he had been struck in the right chest by a giant hammer, and he fell backward. Looking down, he saw a large, bloody hole gushing blood from his right chest, near his shoulder. A sharp pain swept through his body a second later. "Ah!" Wang Chang screamed in agony. The other 5 men were stunned by the gunshot and the horrific scene. They saw me walk out from the balcony with a gun. Their expressions changed instantly. I suppressed the immense recoil of the Desert Eagle, my eyes cold, and raised the gun again. Bang! Bang! 2 more loud explosions. 2 men fell to the ground. Li Fei Hao, who called himself the lockpicking king, was the second person I killed. Although it was my first time killing someone, my heart was as cold as ice, completely devoid of any emotion. They broke into my house in the middle of the night. If I were a sound sleeper, I might not wake up tomorrow. So when I pulled the trigger, I didn't hesitate for a second. The remaining 3 people completely collapsed. "Oh my God! Have mercy!" They were terrified and tried to run away. I roared, "Anyone who dares to run, I'll kill them!" The 3 men immediately stopped, then knelt down and kowtowed. "Big brother! Boss, spare our lives! It was Wang Chang! He forced us! It has nothing to do with me! Please don't kill me! I'll do anything for you!" I cursed inwardly. Damn it, the recoil of this Desert Eagle is no joke. It took only 3 shots to cripple them. I yelled. "Shut up!" The 3 of them immediately fell silent. I pointed my gun at Wang Chang and the other 2 corpses. "Throw them off the balcony." The 3 men froze for a moment, then scrambled to their feet, frantically dragging the bodies away. Wang Chang was still alive and kicking. He glared at me and gritted his teeth. "I'll haunt you even as a ghost!" I scoffed. "Even as a ghost, I'll kill you again!" Thump, thump, thump. 3 heavy thuds came from downstairs. The night fell silent again. The 3 people slumped on the balcony, trembling and retching. I walked to the balcony and said coldly, "Slap each other! Slap hard! Slap each other 20 times and get out!" The 3 of them immediately faced each other and swung their arms, slapping each other's faces. The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the night. 20 lashes were quickly finished. The 3 men's faces were swollen like pigs' heads, their mouths split open, blood streaming down their faces. I said, "Get out!" They immediately kowtowed. "Thank you for sparing our lives, boss!" Then they stumbled and fled from 304. I closed the door, then kicked it angrily. The security chain was on. How could it still be open from the outside? What a lousy door! I pay rent and it can't even guarantee my safety. What's the point of paying rent? I cursed a few times. I didn't kill the remaining 3 on purpose. Taking them out would have been easy, just 3 shots. But I needed them alive, to spread my fearsome reputation through their mouths. To let others know I have a gun, and I don't hesitate to use it. A fearsome reputation is a guarantee of safety. I can't exactly go around shouting, "I have a gun, I'm fierce, don't mess with me, or I'll kill you." That would be stupid, wouldn't it? This incident today really served as a wake-up call. That was close. Thank goodness I didn't sleep tonight. If I had been sound asleep, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How can I finally get a good night's sleep? The next day, just as dawn was breaking, I knocked on the door of 303. Bai Jiexing opened the door. Before she could speak, I grabbed her arm and dragged her straight into 304. Inside room 303, Zhou Yaji and Bai Jingxin looked at each other, speechless. Zhou Yaji closed the door, a bitter smile appearing on her face, which had regained some of its radiance. "What does he take us for?" Bai Jingxin seemed calmer and said, "Mom, it must be related to the gunshots last night. Something must have happened last night that made him very unhappy." Zhou Yaji nodded and fell silent. The gunshots were so loud last night, they naturally heard them too. However, they didn't dare open the door to see what had happened. Zhou Yaji took a deep breath and said, Jingxin, we have to learn to be self-reliant. As long as we can support ourselves, we don't need to depend on him. Bai Jingxin didn't say anything. Meanwhile, in room 304, it's time to unlock supplies. Today's unlock supplies: tactical flashlight, fully charged. Daily supply of 1,000 flashlights can be accumulated. Already stored in personal supply space. A flashlight? Great, at least I won't have to fumble in the dark at night anymore. I'm quite satisfied with this reward. Bai Jiexing was drenched in sweat, lying in my arms like a limp rag. She cautiously asked me, Brother Yun, are you in a bad mood? I heard gunshots last night. Mom said it might have been you. Did something happen last night? I replied. A few clueless idiots broke in, trying to steal my supplies. I killed 3 of them on the spot and threw them downstairs. Damn, my hands and mouth were itching. If only I had a cigarette right now. I'm not a big smoker, but I just wanted that feeling. Upon hearing that I had killed someone, Bai Jiexing visibly tensed up and then asked, Did someone escape? I casually said, I let them go on purpose. Let them run back and spread my fame. Let's see who's not afraid of death. I'll make sure there's plenty of my seaweed and egg drop soup, except there's no seaweed or soup. She continued, Then why aren't you happy, Brother Yun? I pinched her and said in an annoyed tone, Damn it, my house was almost burgled, and I didn't sleep well for the rest of the night. I paid the rent, and I can't even get a good night's sleep. How can I be happy? Bai Jiexing said softly. Then what should we do? We can't just not sleep, can we? I had already thought of 2 solutions. First, find a safer and more secure place. Second, hire people. Hire a few people to be my security guards, taking turns on guard duty. Her eyes darted around, and she suggested, Brother Yun, you can't be too careful. If you're going to hire people, I suggest you hire young people with families. Their children and families are their weaknesses, and only when they have weaknesses can you trust them to work with. I looked at her with some surprise and nodded. That makes sense. However, they might also turn against me because of these weaknesses. But there's no way around it. There's no perfect solution in this world. Those without weaknesses act without restraint. Those with weaknesses, however, may have those weaknesses exploited by others. Seeing that I agreed with her suggestion, Bai Jiexing was secretly pleased and said, Brother Yun, then take me with you? I also want to help you with something. I don't want to just be a pretty face forever. Without thinking much, I readily agreed. She washed off the sweat, put on the adachi ken I had given her, and returned to 303. She grabbed 2 servings of instant noodles and bottled water, and said to Zhou Yaji and Bai Jingxin, Mom, Jingxin, Brother Yun is going downstairs to recruit people. I'm going to help him. Jingxin, can I borrow the clothes you made? Could you make me another one when you have time? Thanks. After speaking, without waiting for their response, she grabbed the piece of clothing pieced together from scrap materials, slipped it on, and hurried out the door. Bai Jingxin watched her departing figure, her eyes filled with complex emotions, a bittersweet feeling welling up inside her for some reason. I took Bai Jiexing to the small square in the center of the community. We found a slightly elevated spot, and I took out 2 brand new titanium crystal frying pans and started banging them against each other. The ear-piercing metallic clanging instantly broke the morning silence. Come here, everyone! Look at me! I have an announcement to make. We're hiring. We'll provide meals every day. Young and middle-aged people with families will be given priority. I shouted at the top of my lungs, my voice echoing across the square. The survivors huddled in the nearby corners, starving and filled with despair, lit up at the mention of food provided. At this moment, the words, food provided, were as devastating as a nuclear bomb. The men didn't even bother to look at the beautiful woman beside me. After a brief silence, a crowd emerged from all directions. Really? Free meals? You're not kidding, are you? Families really given priority? Me! I have a wife and kids. Big brother! Look at me! I'm strong, I can do anything. The crowd immediately surged forward, chattering and creating chaos. Bai Jiexing had never seen anything like this before. Surrounded by a group of people whose eyes were practically glowing with hunger, she was so frightened that she hid behind me. Bang! I banged the pot again to silence the commotion. Quiet down! I yelled, my gaze sweeping over the group of emaciated men. Believe it or not, if you don't, get out now! I added. Also, those with military or security experience will be given priority. Now, those who meet the requirements and want to do this, line up. The crowd paused for a moment after I said this, then quickly sprang into action. These people are incredibly obedient these days, all for the sake of making a living. In no time, a crooked line formed. Although some people cut in line and pushed, and there were occasional arguments, it was generally orderly. Like an interviewer, I asked them one by one. What's your name? What did you do before? Who did you work with? Who else was there? Hello boss, my name is Zhao Yang. I used to be a clerk. I have a wife and children, but we've separated now. Next. Zhao Yang pleaded with me. Boss, please give me a chance. I promise I'll work hard and never let you down. Bai Jiexin then called out in a sweet voice, her voice commanding. Don't waste the time of the people behind you. Next. Zhao Yang was pushed aside by the crowd. A middle-aged woman approached him and said, Boss, my name is Li Wan. I used to be a cashier at the supermarket. Please take me in, I'll do any job. Next. Li Wan was also pushed aside. Boss, my name is Zhou Daming. I used to be a security guard. I even worked in a high-end residential area for 3 years. This is my son, he's only 8 years old. Boss, please take me in, just give my son something to eat. Okay, wait over there. Next. Zhou Daming was moved to tears. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The line continued to move slowly forward. I screened them quickly. I simply waved away the vast majority of people. Only a few who looked honest, indeed had families with them, and weren't very old remained. Just then, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. Brother, you say you'll provide meals, then show everyone what you've got. Without proof, why should anyone believe you? Don't you agree? Chapter 13 Big Brother. I was wrong. Spare me. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A young man wearing a tattered curtain walked over with 5 other people. The one who spoke was the young man who was leading the group. This man's name is Zhang Yang. He used to be the vice president of a large online game guild, and his best skills were forming cliques, acquiring resources, and stealing bosses. With his rich gaming experience and strategic thinking, he quickly grasped the basics of urban survival games in just a few days. For example, accepting tasks. For example, opening dungeons. He also plans to recruit a group of people today, targeting a nearby, small supermarket instance. Once you clear the path, you'll obtain a large amount of survival supplies. In his eyes, young adults who have families to support and are vulnerable are the best quality and easiest to control. Natural cattle and horses. He was furious when Qin Yun snatched the girl away from him as soon as he finished planning. Of course I'm going to cause trouble. Exactly. Show us the food. You're not trying to trick people into doing dangerous missions so you can pocket the profits yourself, are you? Everyone, keep your eyes open and don't get scammed. They're meddling. The job applicants immediately looked uneasy. Whispers arose from the crowd. Some people even dared to shout to Qin Yun. Boss, why don't you show us the food first? Faced with Zhang Yang's boasting and the doubts of some of the applicants, Qin Yun shrugged indifferently. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. Anyone who doesn't believe it is free to leave now. I believe in mutual consent when I do things. Then she chuckled and said, But then again, when you applied for jobs before, did any of you ask the boss to show you your bank account balance to prove he could pay you? These words left many people speechless. Can those be the same? One of Zhang Yang's underlings stuck out his neck and started yelling. When was it before? When is it now? Times have changed. At least we wouldn't starve to death before. What about now? You're just making empty promises. You're tricking everyone into risking their lives for you, while others take the risks and you pocket all the profits. Bai Jiexin was immediately displeased when she saw someone dare to question her brother Yun. She snapped in a coquettish voice. What's going on with you? We're recruiting people here, what's it to you? Are you here to cause trouble? Seeing Bai Jiexin's beautiful appearance, sweet voice, and perfect figure, Zhang Yang felt an intense itch in his heart and secretly plotted how to get his hands on her. Miss, that's not quite right. I can't bear to see everyone being scammed. Everyone is already in such a miserable state. If they are tricked into becoming cannon fodder by some unscrupulous people, that would be too pitiful. He stared intently at Bai Jiexin. Beautiful lady, as the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not their heart. The world is a dangerous place, so you must be careful. Don't be foolish enough to be sold out and still help them count the money. One of his underlings immediately chimed in. That's right. Our brother Zhang meant well. Bai Jiexin snorted and said, My experience tells me that people who claim to have good intentions are often full of bad intentions. Zhang Yang's face darkened, and his tone became somewhat unfriendly. Beautiful lady, don't think I won't get angry at you just because you're pretty. Heaven and earth can attest to my good intentions. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, you don't appreciate a kind heart. Bai Jiexin immediately feigned surprise and exclaimed, Oh dear! While covering her mouth, saying, You admit you're a dog? You! Zhang Yang almost choked and passed out, his face turning red instantly. I kindly reminded you, and you dared to call me a dog? Do you really think I have no temper? Seeing his exasperated look, Bai Jiexin said, You're getting anxious, you're getting anxious. Damn it! You shameless bitch! Zhang Yang was completely enraged. He cursed and rushed forward, ready to teach her a lesson. When Lao Tzu gets angry, he'll beat women too. Bai Jiexin quickly hid behind Qin Yun. Qin Yun's eyes turned cold. As the saying goes, he who possesses a sharp weapon will naturally harbor murderous intent. He wanted to pull out his gun and fire at Zhang Yang right then and there. In that very instant, a tall figure darted out from the side with the speed of a cheetah. The movement was as fast as lightning. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and then they saw that the figure had already gotten close to Zhang Yang. With her left hand, she precisely grabbed Zhang Yang's wrist and twisted it downwards, while at the same time, she cleverly tripped him with her right foot. Zhang Yang felt a sharp pain in his wrist, his lower body went limp, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Before he could struggle, a knee was firmly planted on his lower back, and his other arm was twisted behind his back, forming a standard grappling and locking position. It hurts! It hurts so much! Let go! Zhang Yang screamed in pain, completely losing the ability to resist. Su Lanqing coldly and sternly shouted, Don't move! She remained in a locked position, wrapped in simple clothes made of leaves and vines, her wheat-colored skin glowing healthily in the sunlight. His eyes, in particular, were as sharp as an eagle's, and his aura was extremely fierce. Her shout of, Don't move! Wasn't just directed at Zhang Yang, but also at his underlings. Those henchmen were completely intimidated by her aura and skills. Seeing Zhang Yang being pinned to the ground like a dead dog, he didn't dare to step forward for a moment. To be honest, they only started following Zhang Yang these past couple of days because Zhang Yang could indeed get them food. But in terms of loyalty, it exists, but not much. Zhang Yang was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. He begged for mercy. Don't move! Don't be gentle! My hand is going to break! Don't move! Su Lan snorted coldly. Take your men and get out of here! Zhang Yang hurriedly agreed. Get out! Get out right now! Su Lan then released her grip, stood up, but still kept a sharp look in her eyes, watching them warily. Zhang Yang scrambled to his feet, clutching his arm, suppressing the urge to utter harsh words, and prepared to flee with his men. Etc. Did I tell you to leave? Qin Yun had already drawn his Desert Eagle and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Zhang Yang was about to get angry when he heard Qin Yun say, Did I tell you to leave? Upon hearing the gunshot, he immediately knelt down with a thud instantly. So he was the one who caused the gunshots last night. At that moment, Zhang Yang wished he could slap himself hard. Brother, big brother! I was wrong! Spare me! Su Lan was stunned when she heard the gunshot. She never expected Qin Yun to have a pistol. The others were also stunned when they heard the loud gunshot. More than half of the people, after realizing what had happened, shouted, Murder! in fright and then scattered in panic. The scene was in complete chaos. Su Lan rushed to her daughter's side immediately and protected her. Zhang Yang's henchmen also took advantage of the chaos to run away. Qin Yun curled her lips and looked at Zhang Yang with a look of disgust. Your little brother is such a traitor, he actually abandoned you and ran away. The younger brother is like the older brother. Looks like you, the boss, aren't exactly loyal either. Zhang Yang quickly denied it. No, that's not true. Brother, I'm a very loyal person. Everyone who knows me knows that I'm the most loyal person. I also have a tattoo of the words loyalty on my back. Would you like to take a look? Seeing that he was really going to expose his back, Qin Yun cursed. I don't want to see your back. Do you think you're a beauty? Kneel down. I'll deal with you when I'm done with my work. Zhang Yang obediently replied. Yes. I'll kneel here and not go anywhere else. Qin Yun ignored him and looked at those who hadn't been scared away yet, or perhaps they were too scared to run, and said, Recruiting continues. Next. Chapter 14. Heading to the mini-supermarket dungeon. Su Lan took a deep breath, held her daughter Zhongguoxin's hand tightly, and walked up to Qin Yun. Zhongguoxin seemed frightened and hid behind Su Lan's legs. Su Lan's gaze swept over the desert eagle in Qin Yun's hand, which gleamed with a cold metallic luster, her expression complex. Hello, my name is Su Lan, Shan Feng Lan. I served in a certain military unit for 5 years and won the runner-up title in a women's competition. I have already retired. This is my daughter, Zhongguoxin, who is 7 years old. Do you like it or not? Qin Yun smiled broadly. I like it. Of course I like it. If I can't even find someone like you attractive, then who could I possibly find attractive? From now on, you'll work for me. If you do a good job, I guarantee you and your daughter will never have to worry about food and drink again. He never expected that his first recruitment would result in an SR card. In his eyes, Su Lan was an SR card. He had already witnessed Su Lan's skills. She's beautiful and has a great figure. There are also weaknesses. They're practically the chosen working class. Su Lan said. Thank you. She breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, with her skills, she would never starve. The key issue is that she has a 7-year-old daughter with her, which makes it impossible for her to do many tasks. Now things are much better. She's found a boss willing to hire someone like her who has a family to support. She was confident that with her own abilities, she could definitely give her daughter a good life. Qin Yun shouted again. Next! With the intimidating presence of the gun in Qin Yun's hand, the situation completely changed. The line was perfectly straight, and no one was whispering anymore. The scene was orderly like never before. Even those who weren't chosen just left dejectedly, not daring to utter a single word. Clearly, Qin Yun has established a strong deterrent effect. Final. Qin Yun selected 10 young and strong men. Apart from Su Lan, the others are all men. Including their spouses, parents, and children, there are a total of 28 people. Qin Yun exclaimed. 28 people, that used to be the size of a small company, right? I never would have imagined that. Even those of us who were once lowly laborers can one day rise up and become bosses. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat. Listen up, everyone. If you follow me, I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as you're obedient and hardworking, you'll have no problem getting enough to eat. But let me make this clear from the start. If you don't work hard, get out of here. If you can't do it well, there are plenty of people who can. Everyone immediately chimed in. Boss, we'll definitely work hard. Qin Yun told them to wait a moment. He then slowly walked up to Zhang Yang, who was still kneeling obediently on the ground. Zhang Yang immediately cowed out again, begging for mercy. Big brother boss, please forgive me. I really know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Qin Yun gripped his gun and said, You came here to provoke me. If I don't kill you, people will think I, Qin Yun, am easy to bully. If everyone jumps out to mess with me from now on, how will I ever be able to live a peaceful life? Zhang Yang said, I'm useful. Big brother, I used to be the vice president of a large gaming guild. I'm best at uncovering game mechanics and analyzing dungeon strategies. Really? Also, I've discovered a dungeon that's like a mini supermarket. Once I clear it, I'm sure I'll get a lot of supplies. I'm willing to offer that dungeon to you, big brother. I just beg you to spare my life." Qin Yun scoffed. "Do you think I'm some clueless newbie? Is that dungeon yours? You're giving it back to me?" Startled, Zhang Yang quickly changed his tune. Yes. No. I mean, you're right, brother. The dungeon is unclaimed. I mean, I can lead the way. I can help you analyze how to fight. Don't kill me, I'm really useful. I have experience managing large guilds, and in the future, when your power grows, I can help you manage it." Qin Yun kicked him and cursed. "You really dare to dream? I'll build up my own power base and then have you in charge? You wish." Zhang Yang was kicked and fell to the ground, but he quickly got up and knelt down, crying and wailing. "I'm innocent, brother. That's not what I meant. I meant that I would be your dog, and I would do whatever you asked me to do. I would be absolutely obedient and loyal." Seeing his cowardly appearance, Qin Yun said, "Come with me." He had actually thought about it. Although I have a daily life system, the resources that are unlocked are ultimately random. Eating instant noodles, steak, and salt-baked eggs every day is just too disgusting. Sigh, people crave instant noodles when they don't have them, but eating them every day makes them feel nauseous. After eating pickled cabbage and beef noodles for a few days, Qin Yun felt like he was turning into pickled cabbage himself. We still need to eat. Let's stir-fry a few more side dishes. This is what life is all about. So he was quite interested in the copy that Zhang Yang mentioned. Qin Yun led a team of 28 plus 1 to Building 8. In the open space in front of the 8 buildings, flies had already begun to buzz around the 3 corpses. Vomit! Upon seeing the corpse, some people immediately began to gag. Only Sulan remained calm, though she frowned slightly. Zhang Yang, in particular, was so frightened that his legs trembled. He knew he had almost ended up like those 3 dead men. Qin Yun remained expressionless and pointed at the 3 people. "These 3 guys broke into my room last night, so they're dead. But I'm actually a pretty kind-hearted person. As long as you don't mess with me, my gun won't fire. But if anyone messes with me, I'll have plenty of bullets." Then he said, "You all wait here for a while." He turned around and quickly walked into the corridor of Building 8. He reappeared a few minutes later. This time, he was carrying a case of Waxishi mineral water in each hand, and a plastic bag slung over his shoulder, filled with salt-baked eggs. He did not take supplies directly from his personal supplies space in front of everyone. Upon seeing so much real food and water, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. I instantly forgot the fear I had just felt. He was frantically swallowing saliva. Actually, it was completely dry. Qin Yun had everyone line up, each person with a bottle of water and 2 eggs. Everyone lined up obediently, and when they received their water and salted eggs, they were all extremely grateful to Qin Yun. Those who received the water and eggs couldn't wait to unscrew the bottle caps and gulp it down, tear open the packaging of the salted eggs, and wolf down the eggs. Each of them wore a happy and satisfied smile. Although I wasn't full, at least I had something in my stomach. After Qin Yun saw that they had finished eating, he began to give them instructions. "You guys throw these 3 deadbeats a little further away first. Then go around and collect as much dry firewood as you can." Previously, Qin Yun had to go through the trouble and time to collect firewood and fuel himself, but now that he had hired someone, he was naturally too lazy to do it himself. The group began to disperse and act separately. Gathering firewood. Those who deal with the dead have no choice but to endure their fear and disgust as they work, they dare not refuse. Qin Yun beckoned to Zhang Yang with his finger. Zhang Yang quickly bent down and walked up, bowing and scraping as he called out, "Big brother." Qin Yun said, "Let's go, take me to that dungeon you mentioned." Zhang Yang said, Okay. At this moment, Sulan said, "Boss, I'll go with you." Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. Dabai, you take care of Sulan's daughter." Dabai is a name that means pure and white-hearted, and it is both big and white. Bai Jingxin is Xiao Bai, small in size but big in spirit. Bai Jia thought to herself, "Okay, brother Yun." Su Lan told her daughter that she was going to work. Although Zhong Guixin was very reluctant to be separated from her mother, she was still very obedient. So Qin Yun, accompanied by Su Lan and led by Zhang Yang, headed towards the so-called mini-supermarket instance. Chapter 15: The Ice Cream Assassin. A disheveled escape. Zhang Yang led the way, carefully attending to everyone. Qin Yun and Su Lan followed behind. Su Lan held a brand new titanium crystal frying pan in her hand. Qin Yun had given it to her on the way. At least it could be used as a weapon, right? On the way here, Qin Yun had already fed Su Lan a full meal of dry noodles and eggs to help her regain her strength. At this moment, her eyes were sharp, her steps were steady, and she was fully in battle mode. I didn't see anyone else along the way. Once outside the residential area, I found the streets to be very quiet. There was no one there. There wasn't a single car. The buildings on either side were also tightly closed. Qin Yun tried to open the door, but a screen popped up saying, "You are not authorized to enter this building." After trying several times with the same result, Qin Yun gave up and stopped trying. The three walked through the quiet, deserted streets. Soon they arrived at the entrance of a small supermarket called Wanjiaxing. The supermarket doors were tightly shut. Zhang Yang said, "Brother, this is it." He touched the door, and a holographic screen popped up. Copy, Wanjiaxing Supermarket. Difficulty F. Recommended level, LV.2. Recommended group size, 10 or more people. Summary: greed breeds the bizarre. The original goods seem to have been infused with an evil life. Beware, your shopping trip may turn into a thrilling, absurd adventure. Status: romanceable. Enter or not, yes/no. Since we're already here. Qin Yun decisively clicked yes. The tightly closed doors of Wanjiaxing Supermarket were opened. Su Lan took the initiative to clear the way. Qin Yun thought to himself, "The road ahead is widening. If things go smoothly this time, I'll reward you with a big steak when we get back." Then he turned to look at Zhang Yang. How stupid must he be to expose the back of his head to Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang forced an awkward smile, and could only grit his teeth and follow behind Su Lan. Qin Yun was the last to enter. Upon entering the supermarket, it felt as if I had passed through an invisible film of water, and the surrounding air instantly became cold and viscous. The shelves are clearly not in their original positions. 2 rows of shelves and freezers create a passageway 3 to 4 meters wide. At the end of the passage is a T-junction. Could it be a maze? On the shelves, various goods are neatly arranged. The 3 of them advanced cautiously and warily. Suddenly, a strange sound came from inside. On the left shelf, a bottle of Pepsi suddenly started moving on its own, shaking violently from side to side. Then, pfft! The Pepsi bottle suddenly unscrewed itself, the nozzle aimed at Su Lan, and the white cola shot out like a high-pressure water gun. "Careful!" Su Lan reacted quickly, taking a side step to block Qin Yun's path, and standing the titanium crystal frying pan upright in her hand. Bang! The jet of cola was precisely blocked by the frying pan, producing a dull metallic clang, and the brown liquid splattered everywhere. A sweet, cloying aroma characteristic of cola filled the air. Qin Yun exclaimed in surprise. "Holy crap! Has the cola come to life?" Feeling the numbness in her hand, Su Lan said, "The impact was strong, be careful." The words had barely left his mouth. Wah! A remote-controlled off-road vehicle model on the toy shelf in front of him suddenly started on its own, its wheels spinning wildly in the air, and then it rushed off the shelf and crashed straight into Zhang Yang's leg. Zhang Yang jumped up in fright, narrowly avoiding being hit by the toy off-road vehicle. The toy off-road vehicle crashed into a load-bearing pillar and smashed to pieces. Zhang Yang's face turned deathly pale. With such a powerful impact, if it hit my leg, it would break, right? On the other side, a bag of Kobe potato chips swelled up and then burst open with a bang, sending the chips flying in all directions like projectiles. Qin Yun and the other 2 were covered in broken potato chips, and only instinctively protected their heads. Hiss! It hurts. Potato chips have such power? He's only taken a few steps. Fortunately, not all the products on the shelves launched an attack. Otherwise, Qin Yun felt he would have to slink away in disgrace. This supermarket dungeon mechanic is clearly about turning the supermarket's merchandise into monsters, and their attack methods are actually quite in line with their own characteristics. Continue proceeding cautiously. As I pass by a shelf of women's baby care products, several octaves spun and sliced towards us like flying saucers, their edges incredibly sharp. Su Lan used a frying pan to knock several pieces away. Zhang Yan was both lucky and unlucky. A patch of hair on the top of his head was shaved off, revealing his white scalp. At this point, Zhang Yan had already given up. But seeing Qin Yun, he could only muster his courage and grit his teeth to continue forward. Moving forward doesn't necessarily mean you'll be killed by sentient products. Later, Qin Yun will definitely treat me to seaweed and egg drop soup, the kind without cauliflower soup. The three of them continued on their way. Su Lan, the pioneer, deserves immense credit. Qin Yun truly felt like he had struck gold. Finally, the three of them walked out of the shelf maze and came to an open space. In this area, which is over 100 meters long, there are several large freezers placed in the middle. The large freezer was simmering, and the cold air was particularly intense. Sudden. The lights here flickered. Yes, the supermarket has electricity, lights, and light. Suddenly, a huge pile of various brands of ice cream appeared in the large freezer. In the blink of an eye, they gathered and pieced together to form a monster. It largely retains a human shape, with a slender body. He held a short sword made of countless tiny popsicle sticks in his hand. It was covered with a layer of clear ice, which looked very sharp. A holographic screen popped up in front of it. Ice Cream Assassin Boss. Level LV. Life? Constitution? Strength? Speed? Talent? Skill? Qin Yun rolled his eyes and said, "It's all question marks. What's the point of showing anything?" Hiss! The ice cream assassin let out a strange cry, brandished his ice cream stick short sword, and charged towards Qin Yun and his two companions at an extremely fast speed. Qin Yun raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The Desert Eagle's immense power shattered a large chunk of the ice cream assassin's arm. The intended target was the chest, but it missed. Clearly, Qin Yun's shooting skills need further practice. Ice cream crumbs and chocolate chips of various colors splattered everywhere. But strangely, a bunch of ice cream popped up in the freezer, and the arm that was missing a large piece was replaced. Qin Yun cursed. Damn it! The ice cream assassin suddenly spat out a dozen sharp, frozen hard popsicles that shot towards the three of them like bullets. Su Lan swung her frying pan, knocking away the old popsicle bullets. Qin Yun and Zhang Yang quickly dodged. Fortunately, those popsicle bullets weren't real bullets, and they didn't travel as fast as bullets. Otherwise, there's no way to avoid it. Qin Yun fired another shot, hitting it and creating a large hole, but ice cream immediately flew out of the freezer to fill the hole, and it was instantly restored to its original state. The Desert Eagle is Qin Yun's greatest asset. Now even the Desert Eagle is useless. How are we supposed to fight? The ice cream assassin was shot twice and became completely enraged. Its attacks became even more frenzied, slashing wildly with short swords and shooting ice pops, forcing the three to retreat repeatedly, leaving them in a sorry state. Su Lan, in particular, faced numerous dangers during her close-quarters battle with the ice cream assassin. Qin Yun made a decisive decision. Retreat! Retreat first! The three of them tumbled and scrambled into the shelf maze. The ice cream assassin didn't give chase. Seeing that the ice cream assassin hadn't caught up, Qin Yun quickly shouted, "Stop!" Zhang Yang, panting and with a mournful face, said, "Big brother, that ice cream assassin is impossible to kill. What should we do?" Qin Yun was so angry that she kicked him. "Aren't you the vice president of the Game Guild? Didn't you say you were best at clearing dungeons? Why are you asking me? Think quickly. If you can't handle the ice cream assassin, I'll take care of you." Of course, he was thinking about it himself. Chapter 16 cleared. Leveled up twice. John Yang was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. In that life or death moment, his brain was working frantically. I thought and thought. It spins and spins. I thought and thought. Qin Yun frowned and asked, "Are you even capable of this?" He had barely finished speaking. John Yang suddenly slapped his thigh. "Got it, the plug. Unplug the freezer. If the freezer stops cooling and the temperature rises, the ice cream will melt, and maybe that will kill it." Qin Yun frowned and said, "That simple? Simple? Why didn't you think of that?" Of course, John Yang only dared to think these words in his mind. He wouldn't dare to say them even if he had 1,000 lives, unless he wanted to have a wild idea. "Brother, dungeon mechanics can be very complicated at times, but sometimes they're just that simple." After saying that, he became less confident and said, "But I'm just guessing, I don't know if it will really work." Qin Yun said, "We'll only know if it works after we try." The three rested for a while. "Head back to where the ice cream assassin is." As soon as they arrived, the ice cream assassin boss reappeared. Sulan, holding a frying pan, said, "I'll entangle it. You guys unplug it." She once again took the initiative to meet the ice cream assassin. Qin Yun and Zhang Yang quickly ran to the corner of the wall and unplugged the power cord. Sizzle! A plug was unplugged, and a spark appeared in the socket. Then he pulled hard, unplugging all the plugs. The humming sound of the freezer compressor immediately stopped. Bang! Sulan was slashed down by the ice cream assassin and crashed into the shelf. Luckily, she used the frying pan as a shield, otherwise she would have been dead. A slit was cut into the frying pan. However, the short sword made of popsicle sticks in the ice cream assassin's hand also broke. Ice cream sticks were scattered all over the floor. Bang! Gunshots rang out again, and a large crater exploded in the ice cream assassin's chest. However, no new ice cream flew out of the freezer this time to fill the gap. Qin Yun was overjoyed. "Haha! I guessed right." Zhang Yang was secretly pleased with himself. He was quite confident and proud of his professional field. Bang! Qin Yun fired another shot. But the shot missed. The Desert Eagle's recoil was terrifying. Qin Yun's hands were numb, and he lost all feeling in them, causing him to lose his aim drastically. Qin Yun tossed the brand new frying pan to Zhang Yang and said, "You go! Fight the hell!" Zhang Yang had no time to think about where Qin Yun had pulled out the frying pan. He grabbed the frying pan and charged forward, yelling. Seeing a glimmer of hope in killing the boss, he became determined. Su Lan also stood up, and together with Zhang Yang, they attacked the ice cream assassin from both sides. The ice cream assassin roared angrily, but its attacks became weak and feeble, lacking both speed and power. Ice cream even started falling off it. Su Lan could smash more than a dozen ice creams with a single swipe of her frying pan. As a result, its size rapidly decreased. Finally, with a reluctant, scraping sound like plastic wrapping, the ice cream assassin was completely scattered on the ground. Zhang Yang shouted excitedly, "Yes! We won! Ha!" A blue light screen popped up. Dungeon cleared. Customs clearance rating A. Completion rewards, 500 experience points, 50% of the goods in Wanjiaxing supermarket retained, 1,000 copper coins. As the notification sound rang, the entire supermarket underwent a dramatic transformation. The shelf maze has disappeared, and all the shelves are now properly placed inside the supermarket. Rice, flour, cooking oil, various snacks, beverages, clothes, shoes and socks, daily necessities. Although it's only 50% of the original amount, the quantity is still quite considerable. The key is that it has a wide variety of products. At the same time, a pile of bronze coins appeared on the ground. Qin Yun went over and picked one up. It's quite heavy. One side features exquisite and intricate patterns, while the other side depicts the silhouette of a city's skyscrapers. This is the money in the urban survival game. A pop-up window appears. Deposit into your cryptocurrency account? Yes/no. Qin Hu selected yes. In an instant, 1,000 copper coins disappeared. Of course, all that money belongs to him. He will give Su Lan a separate reward. As for being flamboyant, what business is it of his? Zhang Yang watched as the 1,000 copper coins disappeared, swallowed hard, but dared not show any dissatisfaction. He hadn't forgotten that his life was still in Qin Yun's hands. Qin Yun opened his personal attributes. Level LV.0 for 65/100 upgrade. The experience gained from killing the boss and clearing the dungeon should be distributed among the 3 people according to some kind of mechanism. Qin Yun was too lazy to figure out exactly how the money was divided. Simply click on Upgrade. A tingling, numb sensation immediately swept through my entire body. Cool. It feels even better than that. Qin Yun was promoted twice and enjoyed himself twice. He also gained 0.2 enhancement points after the upgrade. Of course, max out the power. Therefore, the upgraded data is as follows. Level LV.2 65/800. Life 230/230. Physical condition 2.3. Strength 1.3. Speed 1.1. Spirit 1.4. After upgrading, Qin Yun felt refreshed and full of energy. He felt like he could finally grab the desert eagle and shoot it all he wanted this time, right? At this moment, Zhang Yang, who had also leveled up, came to Qin Yun's side, looking at him expectantly and pleadingly. Big brother, what do you think? Qin Yun suddenly raised the desert eagle and pointed it at him. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Zhang Yang let out a scream and curled up into a ball. But after a while, he realized that he was not dead. He looked at Qin Yun in a daze. Qin Yun tried out the feel of firing the gun after the upgrade, and yes, it was indeed much better. His hand wasn't as numb anymore. He looked at Zhang Yang and said, I'll spare your life since you're actually somewhat useful. But I won't be happy if I don't shoot you. From now on, you'll work diligently for me and figure out the game mechanics. If you do well, you'll get your share of the rewards. If you don't, I'll bring up the old scores from today. Understand? Having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Yang burst into tears of joy. I understand. Boss, from now on I, Zhang Yang, will be your most loyal dog. If anyone harbors disloyalty, may they be struck by lightning and thunderbolts from the heavens. Qin Yun said. Why didn't you say thank you? Zhang Yang repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you? Thank you, boss. Qin Yun said. You all go out. Wait for me at the supermarket entrance. Su Lan and Zhang Yang obediently left. Qin Yun started walking around the supermarket. In an instant, every shelf he touched, along with all the dazzling array of goods on it, vanished. The personal supplies space can be used to store supplies that are not unlocked by the system. Soon enough, Qin Yun had looted the remaining 50% of the supplies in the entire supermarket. The entire supermarket was empty. Qin Yun walked out of the supermarket while eating a bag of extra spicy snacks. He casually tossed Su Ling a salt-baked chicken leg and Zhang Yang a bag of QQ candies. Let's go back. The 3 of them left less than half an hour later. Another group of 16 people, led by a burly young man in a leather jacket with fierce eyes, also arrived at the entrance of Wanjiaxing's supermarket. The supermarket doors were wide open. The young man in the leather jacket's expression changed slightly, and he pointed to one of his underlings, saying, Go in and take a look. One of the henchmen rushed in, then rushed out again, shouting, Boss, it's terrible! It's empty! What? The young man in the leather jacket's expression changed drastically. He shoved the underling aside and rushed into the supermarket. The power went out and the lights went out, leaving the supermarket in complete darkness. But you can clearly see that it is completely clean and empty inside. Fuck! 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 The young man in the leather jacket was furious. Who is it? Which son of a bitch stole my King Zhao's supplies? I'm not finished with you! His angry roar echoed through the empty supermarket. Chapter 17 unlocks 4 types of supplies in one day. So awesome! Qin Yun and his 2 companions returned to the old, dilapidated neighborhood. During the journey, neither Su Lan nor Zhang Yang asked Qin Yun about the supplies in the supermarket. Su Lan is clear about her own position. Zhang Yang dared not ask. Walking along the old and dilapidated streets, Qin Yun looked at the old and dilapidated houses around him and thought to himself, "I'll find a new place to live tomorrow." He wants to find a house with a better living environment. I have even less interest in being a neighborhood war god in this old, dilapidated apartment. Downstairs at Building 8. Those chosen workers have already gathered a pile of firewood, enough to last them for a while. The 3 bodies were also dragged away. Upon seeing Qin Yun return, they all respectfully greeted him as boss. Qin Yun looked at the huge pile of firewood and was in a great mood. He then had someone move the firewood to room 304. Inside room 304, Qin Yun took out fresh vegetables, fresh meat, rice, cooking oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar from his personal supplies space. There are also woks, steamers, bowls and chopsticks, and a set of seasonings, and so on. He set up 2 new stoves on the balcony and made the fire burn brightly. What's going on? He needs to cook. He wants to cook. Finally, I don't have to eat pickled cabbage beef noodles, salt-baked eggs, and pan-fried steak anymore. I'm so tired of them. All he wants to eat right now is white rice and stir-fried vegetables. Washing vegetables. Chopping vegetables. Cutting meat. The kitchen knife was also obtained from Wanjiaxing's supermarket. After ransacking a supermarket, supplies suddenly became plentiful. Once all the dishes are prepared, the aroma of steamed rice is already wafting through the air. Qin Yun took a deep breath of the rice's aroma. Wow, it smells so good. Next, let's start cooking. Soon, the sizzling and hissing sounds of stir-frying could be heard from the balcony of apartment 304. The fumes from the cooking oil drifted away in wisps. Before long, the enticing aroma of stir-fried dishes filled the air. In the end, Qin Yun single-handedly prepared 5 dishes and a soup. Braised pork belly, with a bright red color and a rich aroma. Stir-fried bok choy is crisp and delicious. Stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, golden and tender, with a delicious sour, salty and savory flavor. Ham sausage stir-fried with chili peppers, spicy and delicious, perfect with rice. Smashed cucumber, tangy and spicy, is appetizing. In addition, there's a genuine seaweed and egg drop soup, a real seaweed and egg drop soup with both seaweed and egg. The meal consisted of 5 dishes and a soup. Although the cooking conditions were simple, the aroma was irresistible. Qin Yun prepared so many dishes. Of course, it wasn't just for one person. He summoned Zhou Yaji and her 2 children, as well as Su Lan and her mother. When Zhou Yaji and the others saw the table full of stir-fried dishes, their dark, beautiful eyes widened, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. The folding tables and chairs were all scavenged from the supermarket. Bai Jia thought to herself, "Brother Yun, you did all of this by yourself? That's amazing." Qin Yun smiled and said, "It's just SOSO, nothing special, just average home-style cooking." Bai Jia thought to herself, "I think this is definitely at the level of a master chef." Yes, she knows how to provide emotional value. Qin Yun said, "Come on, everyone, sit down, let's eat." Su Lan hesitated for a moment and said, "Boss, is it inappropriate for me to be here?" Her daughter, Zhong Guixin, was so hungry she almost cried when she saw the table full of food. Qin Yun said, "You contributed the most in the dungeon, so this meal is a reward for you. I've said before that as long as you work hard, I'll make sure you have enough to eat and drink." Su Lan said, "Thank you, boss." Zhong Guixin also said, "Thank you, uncle." Qin Yun smiled at Zhong Guixin. Then, without saying a word, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Wow! This is heavenly food, a delicacy from the heavens. Bliss. Supreme happiness. Seeing Qin Yun start eating, Zhou Yaji and Su Lan also began to eat. Everyone ate with immense happiness. It's not that Qin Yun's cooking skills are particularly good. It's been so long since I've had proper white rice and stir-fried dishes. The meal left everyone satisfied, their stomachs warm, and their hearts at ease. I'm so incredibly happy. 12 noon. The notification sound of the daily life system rang in Qin Yun's mind right on time. Today's unlocked item, Luei Sanbian Dihuang pills. 1,000 capsules supplied daily, can be accumulated. Personal supplies have been stored. Luei Sandihuang pill? Qin Yun's expression turned strange, and he subconsciously touched his lower back. Lunch break. Qin Yun took out a brand new mattress and mat from the supermarket from his spatial storage and laid them out in the corner. He laid down and tested the springiness, exclaiming, "So comfortable! Sleeping in a bed is definitely the most comfortable thing." Then Qin Yun called Bai Jingxin over and explained some important matters to her in detail. Time flies by unnoticed. It's time to unlock the supplies again. Today's unlocked item, refined steel tang sword. 1,000 units supplied daily, can be accumulated. Personal supplies have been stored. Wow! This is a real weapon of mass destruction. It can be used by the people we hire today. It's impossible for them to have the Desert Eagle. Qin Yun isn't out of his mind. But they can be equipped with knives. Especially Sulan. Give her a tang sword, and her fighting power will definitely double. After the surprise, Qin Yun asked, "Why are you working so hard this time?" Bai Jingxin said, "I'm no worse than my sister. I can do even more for you, and I'm sure I can do it better than my sister." Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Oh ho, could this be the legendary competition for favor? I can't believe this kind of thing could happen to me. Cool." As a man, especially one who was once a lowly, pathetic guy, his vanity was greatly satisfied. A thought suddenly occurred to him. He took out a yellow 63 pill and swallowed it. The pill was small and had a faint smell of Chinese medicine. Before long, a distinct warm current rose from my stomach. Qin Yun felt full of energy, as if he had inexhaustible strength. Qin Yun lifted Bai Jingxin's chin and said with a smile, "I don't care what you say, I only care what you do." After a while, it's time to unlock the daily content again. Today's unlocked item, mountain bike. 1,000 vehicles supplied daily, can be accumulated. Personal supplies have been stored. Mountain bike? Qin Yun was overjoyed again. A bicycle is a vehicle too. From now on, I won't have to walk to get anywhere anymore. Perfect timing, wasn't I planning to look for a new place to stay tomorrow? You can ride a bicycle there. Afternoon. Qin Yun began to settle the chosen workers. We can't keep letting them stay in the open space downstairs forever. He rented 4 empty rooms in Building 8, and paid for them directly with the game currency he had just earned that day. One room costs 10 copper coins per day. Without a doubt, Qin Yun lost out by paying with bottled water, a huge loss. 26 people share 3 rooms. Su Lan and her daughter Zhong Huixin shared a room. This is recognition and preferential treatment for Su Lan's personal abilities and performance today. Qin Yun was too lazy to prepare dinner like she had at noon. He cooked a big pot of noodles. As for the working class, a bottle of water, a few packs of biscuits and bread are enough to keep them from going hungry or thirsty. After finishing the noodles Qin Yun finished tidying up. Qin Yun stopped Zhou Yaji, who was about to return to 303, and said that she had something important to tell her. Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin exchanged a glance and silently replied to 303. Not long after. It's time to unlock daily supplies again. This time it's camouflage combat uniform. 1,000 sets supplied daily, can be accumulated. Personal supplies have been stored. Chapter 18 Jia and Jingxin, it's good to follow Brother Yun. Today's unlocked item, iPhone 18 Pro Max Plus. 1,000 units supplied daily, can be accumulated. Personal supplies have been stored. Qin Yun has unlocked another type of resource today. But this time, it was unlocked as a phone 18 Pro Max Plus. Cell phone? Are mobile phones still useful now? He pressed the power button and turned on the phone. The familiar yet unfamiliar startup animation lights up, a banana is peeled, and then an unseen mouth takes a bite out of it. B stands for banana. However, after turning it on, There was nothing inside. No time is displayed. There is no app. There is no carrier signal. There's only one wallpaper, a bursted half banana. Qin Yun muttered. What can this thing do? Do you expect me to figure out how to use it? Qin Yun pursed his lips. Who has the time to figure out how to use this phone? I'd rather spend this time and energy figuring it out myself. Qin Yun thought to himself. Alright, I'll just toss the phone to John Yang tomorrow and let him figure it out. Isn't that kid bragging about being the best at figuring out game mechanics? At this moment, a weak voice came from the side. I'm so tired. His voice was weak and hoarse, as if he had a sore throat. You still need to be more moderate. Otherwise, it's bad for your health. Qin Yun said. Are you teaching me how to do things? The person next to him froze. Qin Yun laughed and said, I was just kidding. Then he waved his hand and said, Go back and rest. She breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if she had been granted a pardon, and said, You should get some rest too. She managed to get through 304. Outside the door, the two young men on night duty immediately bowed respectfully and said, Boss lady. Zhou Yaji opened her mouth, wanting to refute the address, but in the end she didn't, and said in a low voice, Thank you for your hard work. The two lowered their heads and repeatedly said, It's not hard work. They dared not look at the boss's wife's stunning face. That was something only the boss could enjoy, and they dared not show the slightest offense or disrespect. Zhou Yaji didn't say anything more and slowly moved back to 303. 303 has 2 more new mattresses that were looted from the supermarket. Finally, I don't have to sleep on the cold, hard, rough, and uneven floor anymore. Bai Jiexing was still awake. She sat up and asked, You're back. Zhou Yaji gave a weak, and then collapsed onto the mattress. Bai Jiexing asked, You still want to pay? Zhou Yaji did not answer. Suddenly, she remembered something, immediately opened her eyes and looked at Bai Jiexing, asking, Are there any safety measures? Bai Jiexing blushed and shook her head. Zhou Yaji's face paled, and she pressed, Outside? Bai Jiexing shook her head again. Zhou Yaji's heart sank to the bottom, and she looked flustered, saying, What should we do? Bai Jiexing, who had been silent and seemed to be asleep, suddenly spoke, her tone frighteningly calm. What else can we do? We'll just have to do what needs to be done. Zhou Yaji was so choked by her words that she almost couldn't breathe, her face turning red and white in turns. Bai Jiexing comforted him instead, saying, It's okay, just think more positively. That's life. If you can't fight it, just enjoy the present moment. I think being with Brother Yun is actually quite good. She paused, her tone even carrying a hint of longing. Moreover, I feel more and more that following Brother Yun will be a promising career path. He has guns, food, and now he's recruited more people. He'll definitely become more and more powerful and influential in the future. Following him, we can survive, and even live better than others. Why not? Bai Jiexing sat up and looked at Zhou Yaji. Give up the idea of self-reliance. With your beauty, even if you were to support yourself, you would still attract the covetous eyes of other men. It's hard to say what we'll encounter then, but we can certainly imagine it. We might not have the same good life we have now. Isn't it good to just follow him like this? Zhou Yaji fell completely silent. After a long while, she sighed softly and said, Sleep. Sleep. Soon silence fell over room 303. The next day, Qin Yun slept until the sun was high in the sky. I didn't wake up until almost 9 o'clock. The first feeling I had when I woke up was lower back pain, leg cramps, and a feeling of being completely drained. Even my pee is splitting. Damn it. After breakfast, Qin Yun called Su Lan and Zhang Yang over. He handed 10 gleaming, tempered steel tang swords to Su Lan. Take these knives. Train the other 9 men. Su Lan took the heavy tang sword and said earnestly, Understood, boss. Leave it to me, I will definitely train them into qualified warriors. Zhang Yang, standing to the side, was extremely envious, licking his lips with longing. Tang sword. He wanted it too. Where did this guy get his Tang sword? Qin Yun then pulled out a brand new phone 18 Pro Max Plus and tossed it to Zhang Yang. You should investigate what this thing is actually used for in this game world. Zhang Yang accepted it with both hands and said, Don't worry, brother. Leave it to me. I'll definitely study it thoroughly. After he finished speaking, he asked, Brother, could you give me a knife too? Qin Yun kicked him and said, I can give it to you, but you can't take it, understand? Zhang Yang repeatedly said, Yes, I'm sorry, brother, I'll never do it again. Qin Yun patted him on the shoulder, then pushed out a brand new bicycle, got on, and rode away. He planned to go out for a walk and find a safer, more comfortable place to stay. I really don't want to stay in this old, rundown place any longer. Putting everything else aside, the house doesn't even have window glass, just window frames, and the wind howls in at night. Riding his bicycle, Qin Yun whistled as he left the old, dilapidated apartment. The streets remained empty and desolate. The doors and windows of the shops on both sides were tightly closed. Qin Yun tried pushing the doors of several shops along the street, but all of them displayed a blue screen saying, You are not authorized to enter this building. In addition, this huge city is really sparsely populated. I rode for over an hour and barely encountered any people. When Qin Yun met people, he would ask them if there were any decent-looking residential areas nearby. Then, guided by a middle-aged man, he arrived at the entrance of the Yuhai residential complex. This neighborhood looks completely different from those old, dilapidated apartments. A grand gate. Towering buildings. It's obviously a high-end residential area. Qin Yun was overjoyed and was about to ride in. As a result, an invisible force blocked him. A pale gold holographic screen popped up. Yuhai Residential Community. Positioning, high-end. You are not entitled to reside in this upscale residential community. Requirements for entry: citizen level reaches bronze, character level reaches LV.15, total assets reach 100,000 silver coins. Meeting 2 of these requirements is sufficient. No conditions required for move-in, must have a property ownership certificate. Depend on. Qin Yun cursed out loud. What are the citizen levels? Your character level is too low. Not enough money. This game is garbage. The gaming experience is absolutely terrible. He could only turn around and leave, cursing under his breath. If I can't afford to live in a high-end neighborhood, can I look for a mid-range or low-end neighborhood? On the other side, Qin Yun is temporarily staying in a dilapidated old residential area. A group of people arrived here in a menacing manner. The young man in the leather jacket leading the group was none other than Zhao Wang, who had come up empty-handed at Wanjiaxing supermarket yesterday. He suddenly grabbed a boy by the collar and asked viciously, I'm asking you, who emptied the Wanjiaxing supermarket yesterday? Tell me, or I'll beat you to death. The boy trembled with fear and stammered, I don't know. Chapter 19 Sunny Little Monkey. A cute and adorable female baker. King Zhao, like a mad dog hunting in the old, dilapidated house, grabbed one person after another and interrogated them. If you can't get the information, beat them up. The people nearby were so frightened that they all moved away. Finally, one of the unlucky guys said, It might be someone who lives in Building 8. Building 8, right? After asking about the location of Building 8, King Zhao led his men straight to Building 8. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw 9 men practicing swordsmanship under the guidance of a tall, handsome, and beautiful woman. Each person held a gleaming, cold Tang sword in their hand. King Zhao's eyes instantly turned red. Tang sword? Is this some kind of good stuff that dropped in the Wanjiaxing supermarket instance? King Zhao, seemingly a superhuman, pointed at Su Lan and the others and roared angrily. Is it you bunch of bastards who emptied my supermarket? Hand over my supplies right now! How dare you! You dare to steal from King Zhao? You're tired of living! Zhang Yang, who was engrossed in studying the phone nearby, was displeased upon hearing this. He was timid in front of Qin Yun. He remains flamboyant even when interacting with others, and flamboyant is an adjective. He put away his phone, tilted his chin up, and tilted his head to the side. What are you yelling about? What are you arguing about? Just because you say it's yours doesn't mean it's yours. Do you own Wan Jiaxing Supermarket? Is it registered in your name? In dungeons, whoever gets the loot keeps it. Don't you even know this basic rule? King Zhao laughed. It really is you. You want to talk to me about rules, huh? My words are the rules. Everyone else's rules are bullshit. Enough nonsense. Hand over your knives and all your supplies. Relying on his superior numbers and the fact that his underlings were also armed, he completely disregarded Su Lan and her group, who were carrying knives. Zhang Yang scoffed. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I'm easily frightened? King Zhao lost all patience and grinned maliciously. Go! Take back the sword and the supplies! Upon hearing the order, his men immediately roared and charged forward, brandishing wrenches, steel pipes, and wooden sticks. They were all fierce-looking. Although Qin Yun's men were armed with sharper tang swords, they were outnumbered and had only recently acquired the swords. They had never seen anything like this before. They all instinctively shrank back a little. No refunds allowed. Su Lan gave a stern but sharp rebuke. Have you forgotten who provides you with food and drink? If you lose this job, what will you and your families eat and drink? She took a step forward, her tang sword flashing a sharp, cold light as it slashed directly at the steel pipe in the hand of the man charging at the front. With a crisp clang, the steel pipe was split open, causing the man's arm to go numb and forcing him to stagger backward. Her words struck the hearts of the other 9 men like a hammer blow. That's right. If I don't perform well, I'll lose this hard-earned job. My wife and kids will go hungry. Damn it! Let's fight them! For my wife and children! Charge! After a brief moment of panic, the 9 men unleashed an astonishing display of ferocity. They roared and swung their tang swords wildly at the people charging at them. Pft! Pft! The sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. Although King Zhao had many men, they were still being hacked down and screaming in pain. The momentum brought by a large number of people was immediately suppressed. King Zhao never expected that the other party would dare to resist. Damn it! He cursed angrily, grabbed a large wrench, rushed forward, and smashed it down on Su Lan's head. This blow was powerful and heavy. If it had hit, Su Lan would have been dead. Su Lan was fearless and swung her sword to meet the attack. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The immense force caused both of their arms to go numb. Almost simultaneously, the two raised their feet and kicked each other hard in the chest. Bang! The two of them stumbled back several steps before regaining their balance. In an instant, the same thought flashed through their minds. They've trained! King Zhao clutched his chest, which ached and felt stuffy, knowing he had met his match today. He gritted his teeth in anger, pointed at Su Lan, and said, Fine. Very well. You just wait. This isn't over. Let's go. After uttering those harsh words, King Zhao glared at them fiercely, then led his wounded and battered underlings away in a sorry state. Qin Yun's side also had some injured. One person even had a head injury and was bleeding. Although they won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The unexpected conflict has come to a temporary end. Pooh! Zhang Yang cursed. If my brother were here, he'd treat you to peanuts. On the other side, Qin Yun rode his bicycle, weaving through the deserted streets. After leaving your high royal mansion, his expectations for finding a new place to live were lowered considerably. Just as he was pondering whether he should go back first, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils. This is the taste of toast? Why does this smell like baked bread? Qin Yun followed the aroma into a small alley and saw a sign that read, Sunny Monkey Bakery. Well, this is the first time I've ever seen a shop with its doors open. Qin Yun was suddenly a little unaccustomed to it. There was a girl squatting in front of a small stove made of a few bricks, working intently. The stove was burning scraps of wood that had been collected, and an iron plate was placed on top of it. Several flatbreads on the iron plate emitted an enticing aroma. The girl sensed someone approaching and suddenly looked up, her expression like that of a frightened little bunny. Qin Yun then got a clear look at her face. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a round and soft face, large and bright eyes, and fair skin. She should have been the sweet and lovely type, but now she looks like a frightened little bunny, even cuter. She was still clutching a small metal shovel tightly in her hand, looking at Qin Yun warily, and asked, "What are you doing?" Qin Yun smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I was just passing by. I came here because of the smell. I wanted to ask you something. Do you know if there are any residential areas around here?" The round-faced girl looked him up and down suspiciously, hesitated for a moment, and then pointed in a direction. "Go past 3 intersections over there, turn left, and there's a warm garden dot." After saying that, she asked, "Would you like to buy the cookies I just baked? Only 3, 2, 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin for 3 cookies." The way she quoted a price made Qin Yun laugh. On a sudden impulse, he took out 3 copper coins, tossed them to her, and asked, "Is this the shop you own?" The girl took the 3 copper coins, her eyes sparkling. "Eek. The first sale of the day is a success," she said. "Yes. You should try it. Although the ingredients are simple, I guarantee it will be delicious." Qin Yun said, "I'm not hungry now, I'll eat later. And another question, how did you start this shop?" The girl said, "I used to work in a bakery and have some baking skills, so I'm qualified to open a small shop." Then she gave an embarrassed, sweet smile and said, "But I just opened it myself. You're my first customer." Qin Yun said, "Then I'm quite honored. What's your name?" The girl smiled and said, "My name is Ho Qing. What's yours?" Qin Yun suddenly realized and laughed. "So that's why you're called Sunny Little Monkey, right? My name is Qin Yun. I have to go now. I wish you a prosperous business." "Business is booming, my foot." Such a remote place. And there were already few people. Who would buy here? Ho Qing smiled and said, "Thank you. Then I'll take your good wishes with me." Her smile is quite sweet. Qin Yun didn't say anything more. I picked up my bicycle and rode towards the warm garden. Honestly, although Ho Qing wasn't as stunningly beautiful as Zhou Jiaji and her 2 mothers, but its charm lies in its sweetness and adorable cuteness. It just so happens to fit his aesthetic preferences. But I'm busy right now and don't have time to chase girls. Let's settle on a new place first. Chapter 20, New Residence. Cozy Garden Community. Qin Yun rode his bicycle, following the directions Ho Qing pointed out, making several turns until he finally found the so-called warm garden residential area. This neighborhood is definitely a whole level better than those old, dilapidated apartments. Although the building looks a bit old and the exterior walls are somewhat mottled and peeling, at least the windows are all fitted with intact glass. The residential area is surrounded by a fence. The entrance gate is the old-fashioned automatic retractable gate. There was a small guardhouse nearby, but of course, it was empty. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the residential area, a light blue holographic screen popped up. Warm Garden Community. Positioning, low end. A fee of 10 copper coins is required for first-time entry. Enter or not? Qin Yun muttered. It costs money, but at least I can get in. He readily chose, yes. Payment successful. The retractable gate slowly moved open a crack. Qin Yun rode in and slowed down slightly to take a look around inside. The interior of the community looks better than the exterior. The buildings are spaced quite far apart, with some small flower beds and lawns in between. However, the plants are poorly maintained, some are withered and messy, and look rather lifeless. Needless to say, the neighborhood was deserted, except for Qin Yun. He went straight to Building 1, which was closest to the main gate, and arrived at the door of Room 101. The door was an old-fashioned security door, which looked quite sturdy. This kind of door shouldn't be so easy to pry open, right? The memory of how easily someone pried open the door of his old, dilapidated apartment filled Qin Yun with lingering fear and resentment. Touch the door and a blue pop-up window appears. Unit 101, Building 1, Warm Garden. Status: unused. Action: buying/renting a house. Qin Yun wondered to himself. I wonder how much it would cost to buy it. Curious, he clicked on Buy a house. A red pop-up window appears. Unofficial city citizens are not entitled to purchase real estate. Qin Yun frowned and muttered. Unofficial city citizen? What does that mean? Does that mean I'm still an unregistered resident? His only option was to rent a place. A subscreen pops up. Room 101, Building 1, Warm Garden. Apartment type, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom. Area, approximately 65. Renovation basic. Rent, 50 copper coins/day, utilities not included. 5 minutes of free viewing time. After that, you will be automatically charged. Would you like to view the property? Qin Yun clicked, yes, and pushed the door open to enter. The house is not big, but it has a square layout, good ventilation from north to south, and good natural light. The floor was covered with old-fashioned tiles, some of which were damaged, but it was still relatively clean. The living room has an old coffee table and 2 old sofas. The 2 bedrooms have bed frames, tables, stools, and wardrobes, all of which are a bit old. A wooden table with peeling paint and 2 wobbly chairs. The floor is old-fashioned linoleum, somewhat damaged, but still relatively clean. The toilet is small, with a squat toilet and a sink, but no shower. He tried pressing the switch on the wall, and the ceiling light flickered twice before turning on. There was power. Then I turned on the tap, and water gushed out. There was water again. Holy crap! Electricity and water, that's great! What more could you want? Qin Yun was quite satisfied with these conditions. This is it! Let's stay here for now. Having chosen a new place to live, Qin Yun was in high spirits, and got on his bike to return to his old, run-down apartment. All the newly recruited subordinates will be moved here. On the way back, Qin Yun rode rather fast. I didn't go into Sunny Monkey Bakery. When I passed by, I just rushed past. I rode through a few more streets. A figure darted out of the roadside bushes. Hand over the food, the drinks, and the car. Hand it all over, now! Or I'll stab you to death. The man looked to be in his 30s, pale and thin, with sunken eyes. But his eyes were filled with ferocity and panic. He gripped a wooden stick tightly in his hand, the tip of which had been sharpened and was pointed at Qin Yun. Qin Yun braked suddenly and stopped the car. He was amused by the unexpected robbery. That's it? A broken wooden stick? His first instinct was to draw his tang sword and stab him. A thought suddenly struck him. He remembered the baked cookies he had bought from Ho Chin. As the saying goes, one should always be wary of others. That girl looks sweet and cute, like a little bunny, but you can't judge a book by its cover. In this world, who can guarantee that the food given by others is absolutely safe? This stupid robber is perfect to be a free guinea pig for testing drugs. Qin Yun said. All right, don't get excited, I'll give it to you. He took out some cookies and a bottle of water and tossed them over. The robber's eyes lit up the moment he saw the cookies and water, and he frantically grabbed them. He immediately stuffed the biscuit into his mouth, chewed it haphazardly a couple of times, and swallowed it whole. He unscrewed the water bottle cap again, tilted his head back, and gulped down several mouthfuls. He wasn't even on guard against Qin Yun during this process. Vegetable. That's terrible. This is robbery? Qin Yun shook his head inwardly. Soon. I swallowed a biscuit and a few mouthfuls of saliva. The robber seemed to feel something in his stomach, which emboldened him, and he continued to point the sharp wooden stick at Qin Yun. Any more? Hand them all over. Don't try anything funny. Qin Yun sneered inwardly. You're so greedy. Let me tell you a secret. I added a special ingredient to those cookies. If you don't believe me, take a look at your own personal attributes. The robber's expression suddenly changed. What do you mean? Did you poison me? He hurriedly pulled up his personal attributes to check. After checking, he exclaimed excitedly. You're talking nonsense. My personal attributes don't show any poisoning at all. And my strength has clearly increased by 0.2. Qin Yun was taken aback. Strength increased by 0.2? Then he deliberately gave a sinister look and said, Yeah, I'll add 0.2 power first, And then I'll make sure your intestines are ripped out. Just wait to die. You're beyond saving. After saying that, he ignored the rookie robber who was frantically trying to vomit by gagging himself, got on his bicycle, and sped away. Qin Yun rode a long way before finally stopping on the side of the road. He took out another cookie from Ho Qing's spatial storage and examined it carefully. The cookies were baked to a golden brown color and emitted a warm aroma that blended the scent of roasted grains with a hint of floral fragrance. He took a bite. Click! So crispy. The taste is surprisingly good. Crispy and crumbly, with the unique aroma of whole grains and a touch of just the right amount of sweetness, it becomes more and more fragrant the more you chew. I don't know what Ho Qing used to bake it. Eat the cookie slowly. Not long after, Qin Yun indeed clearly felt a subtle warm current spreading from his stomach and flowing into his limbs. My arms and legs seemed to have become stronger. He immediately brought up his attribute panel. Strength, 1.3, plus 0.2. TSK TSK TSK. Qin Yun couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. That's awesome! These biscuits can actually temporarily increase strength attributes. That Ho Qing isn't just some junior baker, she's practically a walking stat booster, a real treasure. This type of food, which can directly increase attributes, is far more valuable than ordinary food and has great strategic significance. Having won during a battle might just turn the tide of the war, turning defeat into victory or even death into triumph. In an instant, Qin Yun made a decision. I absolutely must seduce Ho Qing. No, I mean bring her under my wing. No, I mean seduce her. They can make a pancake that temporarily increases strength by 0.2 using such rough and simple materials. If you give her better materials, I wonder what amazing things she could come up with. It's practically a human-shaped self-propelled buff machine. Then, Qin Yun rode his bicycle to the old, dilapidated house. Result. As Qin Yun rode along, he came to a crossroads. He looked left, right, in front, and behind. Where did I end up? Damn it! I feel like I'm lost at a crossroads in my life. Simply put, he got lost. Chapter 21 Moving to a New Home. Special event for the Ghost Festival. Just as Qin Yun was staring blankly at the crossroads. 12 noon. The system notification sounded on time. They pulled him out of his dazed and speechless state of being lost. Today's unlocked item, Peachwood Sword. 1,000 units supplied daily, can be accumulated. Personal supplies have been stored. What is that? A Peachwood Sword? Qin Yun was taken aback. He subconsciously took one out of his storage space to examine it. It feels slightly heavy in the hand. The blade is made of dark wood with clear grain and a faint woody fragrance. The blade is not sharpened, making it look more like a work of art. What's the use of this thing? Is it for kids to play with? He pursed his lips and stuffed the Peachwood Sword back into his spatial storage. After that, he wandered around like a headless fly for nearly half an hour. Finally, I spotted a familiar empty billboard. These are the road signs he just chose. Qin Yun was overjoyed. Now he finally knew which way to go, and quickly pedaled furiously back the way he came. An hour later, he finally returned to his old, dilapidated apartment without any major incidents. As soon as they returned to Building 8, Zhang Yang and Su Lan immediately came to greet them. Zhang Yang, quick to speak, embellished the story of how King Zhao led his men to provoke them, demand supermarket supplies, and were eventually driven away. Finally, he said angrily, "Brother, those bastards are too arrogant. They tried to steal our knives and supplies just because they outnumbered us. We must avenge this." Qin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze turning cold, and asked, "Do you know where those people live?" Zhang Yang quickly shook his head. "I don't know exactly where. But I asked around, and it's not in our neighborhood. I guess it's in some neighborhood near Wanjiaxing supermarket." After thinking it over, Qin Yun decided to put revenge aside. "Of course we must avenge our grievances, but not now. Our top priority today is moving. I don't want to stay in this awful place for another day. We'll come back and settle accounts with them slowly once we're settled." Immediately, he went to visit the injured who were resting. 5 people sustained injuries of varying degrees. Zhou Daming was the most seriously injured. He was hit on the head, and was wrapped in a white cloth. There were traces of blood seeping from his left forehead, but fortunately, his life was not in danger. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Zhou Daming was about to stand up, his face filled with trepidation and panic. "I'm sorry, boss. I've let you down." Qin Yun patted him on the shoulder. "It was my first time fighting someone in real combat. I didn't back down or run away, and I even managed to cut down one of their men. That's pretty good." Then he said to everyone, "As a reward for your pretty good performance today, everyone will have white rice and meat to eat after we move into the new house." Zhou Daming and the others were taken aback. Moving to a new house? Qin Yun gave a brief explanation. "Let everyone start tidying up." Everyone immediately sprang into action. "Moving to a new house again, and eating white rice and meat again, I can't wait." Zhou Daming and the others even felt that their injuries had lessened considerably. Qin Yun found Zhou Jiaji and her 2 mothers and told them about the move. The 3 of them looked happy and excited when they heard that they were going to move to a better place. Even Zhou Jiaji, who had been somewhat depressed, brightened up. Bai Jiexin whispered in her mother's ear, "Mom, I told you, following Brother Yun was definitely the right thing to do. Our lives will only get better and better." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiaji's mature and beautiful face fell silent, with a hint of bewilderment. "We'll move right away." There wasn't much to pack. Soon, the group of more than 30 people assembled and set off in a grand procession on bicycles. The other survivors in the dilapidated old house looked on with curiosity at the spectacle. Someone couldn't help but ask loudly, "What are you all doing?" Zhang Yang, riding on his bike with his chin held high, said smugly, "Moving to a new place. The boss is taking us to a nice place." Moving to a new house. These 3 words exploded like a bomb in the crowd. They looked at the people in Qin Yun's group, their emotions a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward, blocking Qin Yun's car, pleading, "Boss! Please take me with you. I can do any kind of work." Once someone took the lead, several others immediately surrounded them, pleading and begging all at once. Qin Yun smiled warmly and said, "Everyone, I really can't afford to support any more people right now. Maybe next time. I'll definitely come back to recruit next time I have the chance." He calmed everyone down with a few words, then left without lingering, leading them away from the old, dilapidated house. Less than half an hour after Qin Yun and the others left, King Zhao led even more men and stormed back to the old, dilapidated number 8 building. He brought nearly 40 people with him this time. But more than half of the people came empty-handed. Some people were even holding bricks. This time, King Zhao intends to completely subdue Qin Yun and his men, and seize all the supplies and weapons. He rushed to the door of room 304, kicked it open, and found the room empty. "Hold! Where are they?" King Zhao stared blankly at the empty room for a few seconds, then flew into a rage. This super male creature suddenly kicked the earthen stove hard. Bricks and stones flew everywhere, and the earthen stove collapsed completely. He roared, "Damn it! You ran fast! Take everything usable! Take the mattress back too! I can't have come all this way for nothing!" His hatred for Qin Yun and his group deepened. On the other side, Qin Yun led a large group of people to the warm garden. This time, he rented 3 rooms directly. 101, 102 and 202 upstairs. 202 is also a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Qin Yun occupies 1 bedroom by himself, while Zhou Jiaji and her 2 daughters share another room. 101 and 102 were assigned to Su Lan, Zhang Yang, and other subordinates with families. It's a bit cramped, but much better than an old, dilapidated apartment. After settling in, it was still early. Qin Yun took out rice, cured meat, canned meat, and some vegetables that he had scavenged from the supermarket. Everyone was actually quite surprised, wondering where the boss got all these things from, but no one dared to ask. Zhang Yang had a guess in his mind, but dared not say it. Together, they built several stoves in the open space in front of building 1 using the bricks and stones they had collected, and started cooking. Everyone's enthusiasm and energy have skyrocketed. Soon, the long-lost aroma of rice and meat filled the air. 4 old square tables were pushed together and piled high with platters of various sizes: stir-fried cured pork with greens, stewed canned meat with potatoes, smashed cucumber, tomato and egg soup. Although simple, the food was a perfect combination of meat and vegetables, steaming hot, and at that moment it was like a Manchu Han imperial feast for everyone. When it was time to eat, Zhang Yang jokingly said, "Big brother, why don't you say a few words?" The crowd joined in the commotion. Qin Yun smiled, did not refuse, stood up, and cleared his throat. "Then I'll say a few words. First sentence, follow me, work hard, and I'll make sure you have enough to eat. Second sentence, eat your fill, let's dig in." The crowd cheered, "Thank you, boss!" and "Long live the boss!" and immediately began to eat. Everyone ate with gusto, their mouths glistening with oil, their laughter echoing throughout, creating a lively atmosphere as if it were Chinese New Year. In this lively atmosphere, everyone ate until they were stuffed. The sun is setting. The sky was dyed a brilliant fiery red. The red color was somewhat eerie. Sudden. A holographic screen, so red it was almost black, suddenly popped up and appeared in front of everyone. It wasn't just Qin Yun and his group. At this moment, all players in this urban survival game, no matter where they are, see the same interface. Game announcement. A limited time special event for the Ghost Festival is coming soon. Event period, today's sunset 1800 hours, to tomorrow's sunrise 6 o'clock. The event rules. I won't tell you. Figure them out yourself. May everyone see the sun rise tomorrow. Chapter 22 Peachwood Sword. Boys urine. Burning paper money. After a moment of silence. The Ghost Festival activities? A trembling voice broke the silence. Could it be related to that? Everyone knows what he meant by that. Everyone instinctively shivered. Even the children seemed to understand something, and they all showed signs of fear. Joan Wishing asked softly, "Mom, does that really exist in this world?" Sulan was once a staunch materialist. But now she's wavering. Sulan hugged her daughter tightly and said, "Mom doesn't know either." Immediately, her expression and tone became incredibly firm, and she said, "Whether it's true or not, Mom will never let you get hurt in the slightest." Qin Yun's gaze fell on Zhang Yang. "It's time for you to make a difference." Zhang Yang quickly put his brain to work. "Brother, in my opinion, this Ghost Festival activity is almost certainly related to that. According to folklore, on this day, the boundary between the realms of the living and the dead becomes blurred, and those things will come to the world of the living." Qin Yun interrupted him impatiently. "Tell me something I don't know. I'm not a foreigner." Zhang Yang said with a bitter face. "Brother, I don't know what you know or don't know." Qin Yun thought about it and agreed, saying, "You can continue." Zhang Yang continued. "Generally speaking, some of them might just be visiting relatives or accepting offerings, so they're harmless. But others are different. They carry resentment and malevolent energy, and can harm people. If you encounter such a person, you'll need special tools, like a peachwood sword or a coin sword. If you can soak it in a child's urine, the effect will be even stronger." A peachwood sword? Qin Yun remembered that the supplies would be unlocked at noon. Isn't that a coincidence? To everyone's astonishment, Qin Yun conjured up dozens of brand new peachwood swords as if by magic and piled them on the ground. He's becoming increasingly open about his personal space. Qin Yun said, "I happen to have a peachwood sword here." Everyone was stunned. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Holy crap! Bro! You're amazing! How did you even prepare this in advance?" Qin Yun ignored him and glanced at the 3 boys in the group, saying, "You 3 come over here and pee on the sword. Those who haven't peed yet, hurry up and drink some water." Urged by their parents, the 3 boys urinated on the peachwood sword. Zhang Yang said, "Brother, this is all the preparations we can make for now. We'll probably have to deal with whatever comes our way from here on out." Qin Yun said sternly, "Don't sleep tonight. Be on your toes. Stick together. Rest only after tomorrow's sun rises." The crowd replied, Yes, boss. Following Qin Yun's orders, everyone gathered in room 101. The doors and windows were tightly closed, and more than 30 people were crammed together, creating a lively atmosphere. The lights were on, giving people a sense of security. Time passed second by second. When the time came to 1800 hours, night fell instantly. A cold wind blew in from somewhere, howling and whistling, and the indoor temperature plummeted. Because there were no curtains, people could vaguely see shadows drifting past the window. Everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding with fear. Time passed slowly in an atmosphere of extreme tension and oppression. 2 hours passed peacefully like that. Sudden! Sizzle, sizzle! All the light bulbs in room 101 suddenly began to flicker violently, their brightness fluctuating as if the voltage were extremely unstable. Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from the crowd. Everyone was startled. A middle-aged woman suddenly sprang to her feet, her eyes rolled back, her face twisted in a grotesque grimace, and she let out a guttural scream. Kill you! Kill you! She lunged at her husband beside her, grabbing his neck tightly with both hands. The man's eyes bulged out from being choked, his face turned purple, and he struggled desperately but couldn't break free at all. The people around were terrified and panicked. Su Lan was the first to react, shouting, "Hold her down!" Several men rushed forward to try and pull her away. But the woman was incredibly strong, even 4 or 5 people couldn't pull her up. Zhang Yang, his face pale, cried out, "She's possessed! Boy's urine! Quick! Splash her with boy's urine!" The 3 boys were already terrified. Zhou Daming shouted, "Xiaoming, hurry up and pee!" The other 2 parents also urged their children to urinate. The 3 boys quickly urinated into the basin. Zhang Yang grabbed the basin and poured the liquid inside onto the middle-aged woman. Laugh! It was as if cold water had been poured onto a red-hot iron plate, and a puff of white smoke rose up. Howl! The woman let out a shrill, piercing scream, her body convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Almost simultaneously, a faint, distorted red shadow floated out from her body, hovering in midair, its long black hair floating around. Qin Yun rushed forward, wielding a peachwood sword smeared with boy's urine, and unleashed a furious slash with all his might. Puff! The red shadow let out an extremely sharp scream, and then vanished into thin air in an instant. However, it is unclear whether this was due to the sharp howl of the red shadow. The shadows that were still floating outside the window began to wail even more intensely, frantically bursting through the walls, doors, and windows and flooding into room 101. In an instant, large swaths of translucent, distorted shadows weaved through the crowd and hovered in the air, bringing with them a chilling sensation. Damn it! I didn't provoke you, but you're the ones who are looking to die first, aren't you? Qin Yun cursed and pulled out his desert eagle. The bullets inside were soaked in children's urine and enchanted. Bang, 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 bang. At this point, Qin Yun was no longer afraid of the desert eagle's recoil. He fired repeatedly at the dense shadows. The enchanted bullets, with each shot, shattered a string of shadows, causing them to shriek in agony before vanishing into thin air. Then, 3 people froze one after another, their eyes becoming vacant, clearly indicating they had been possessed. Although she was not as directly aggressive as the previous woman, she also began to behave abnormally. A trembling, incoherent voice. A silly, chuckling laugh. There was another one that was jumping around in place. The situation instantly became extremely chaotic and critical. Zhang Yang, you better think of something right now! As soon as Qin Yun finished shouting, he came up with a solution. I immediately took out several packs of A4 printing paper and a few pairs of scissors. I got them from the stationery and office area of Wanjiaxing's supermarket. Fold white paper into the shape of ingots, or cut paper money into the shape of copper coins, and burn it for them, to ward off misfortune by losing money. Quickly! The will to survive overcame everything. 3 elderly women, who had burned paper money for Qingming and winter solstice in the past, immediately followed suit. The others picked up scissors and frantically cut the white paper into rough coin shapes. Qin Yun then took out several iron basins and lit the ingots and paper money with a lighter. Orange flames rose. The paper money and ingots burned quickly and turned to ashes. A smell of burning paper money filled the air. Something amazing happened. Those shadows that were originally rampaging, darting, and circling around were now noticeably slowing down. The three middle-aged women were also muttering things like, "Don't be offended if you're wrong, no offense intended," and "Everyone who sees this gets a share." The shadows darted and hovered around the burning brazier, the agitated and angry atmosphere gradually subsiding before scattering and flying away. The three possessed people also went limp one after another, collapsed to the ground, and were unable to move. The crisis seems to have been temporarily averted. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sudden! Su Lan's daughter, Zhong Guixin, pointed to the corner of the wall and said, "There's another one over there." Chapter 23 triggers a hidden quest. A ghost market? Zhong Guixin's small, delicate finger pointed to a corner of the wall. All eyes turned to them, their hearts leaped into their throats, and their scalps tingled. Because it's completely empty. At this moment, in this situation, how could everyone not feel a chill run down their spines? Sudden! Ah! Zhong Guixin let out a short scream, then her small body stiffened abruptly, and her eyes became empty and blank. Su Lan turned pale with fright, grabbed Zhong Guixin's shoulders, and said anxiously, "Guixin? Guixin, what's wrong? Guixin, don't scare your mother." Zhong Guixin's eyes were unfocused, but the voice that came out was a completely unfamiliar, childish voice, repeatedly saying, "Mommy, looking for mommy, looking for mommy." As he spoke, she actually pushed Su Lan aside and mechanically walked towards the door. "Guixin! Don't go out!" Su Lan quickly stopped her and reached out to hug her. Little did anyone know that Zhong Guixin simply waved her hand casually. Su Lan was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Zhang Yang said, "She's possessed by something even more powerful. Quick! Splash her with more boys' urine." Before he could finish speaking, Zhong Guixin didn't even turn around, but just waved at him. Zhang Yang was sent flying as if he had been hit by a 100-ton king, crashing into the wall and immediately losing consciousness. At this moment, Zhong Guixin actually displayed a powerful and strange force. Su Lan forced herself to sit up despite the excruciating pain and rushed towards her daughter again, calling out, "Guixin!" Qin Yun grabbed Su Lan, who was on the verge of losing her temper, and said in a deep voice, "Don't be impulsive. You can't stop her by force. Didn't she say she wanted to find her mother? Let's go with her to find her." Su Lan instantly understood Qin Yun's meaning. She could only soften her voice and say, Okay. I'll go with you to find your mother. I beg you, please don't hurt my daughter." This seemingly indestructible female warrior appeared incredibly fragile at this moment. Qin Yun immediately said to the others, "Su Lan and I will go with her to find her mother. You all stay inside and continue folding paper ingots, cutting paper money, and making offerings to the things that pass by. Those three boys, drink as much water as you can and try to pee." Seeing Qin Yun about to leave, Bai Jiexin's sense of security vanished instantly. She instinctively grabbed Qin Yun's arm, her voice trembling with tears, and said, "Brother Yun, I'll go with you, okay? I don't want to leave you. I'm scared." Bai Jingxin and Zhou Yaji also stared at him expectantly, their eyes filled with fear and dependence. Qin Yun frowned and said, "You all stay here. Nobody knows what's going on outside, and I might not be able to take care of you. This place is actually the safest." He couldn't possibly bring along these three almost useless burdens. After saying that, Qin Yun looked at Zhou Daming and the other men who were still relatively calm. "I'm leaving this place to you. Keep an eye on the house." Zhou Daming and the others replied, "Yes, boss." Bai Jia thought to herself, "Brother Yun, be careful. I will wait for you to come back. Please come back safely." Qin Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to get into trouble with." He stopped talking nonsense, and together with Su Lan, accompanied the possessed Zhong Guixin as they left room 101. As they stepped out of the building, Qin Yun and Su Lan were both taken aback. It wasn't pitch black outside. "You know, just now when we looked out from inside, It was pitch black outside. Qin Yun even turned on his tactical flashlight. But when I came out, I found that the sky was in a strange, hazy state. There is no moon. There are no stars. The surrounding buildings were also deathly silent and dark. But there was a hazy, uniformly distributed light of unknown origin. Visibility wasn't high, but it was enough to make out the outlines of roads and buildings. Everything had lost its color, leaving only a monotonous range of gray, black, and white. The wind howled, colder than indoors, seeping straight into your bones. You can still vaguely see white shadows drifting by. Looking at her daughter in front of her, Sulan felt as if her heart was being torn apart, and even breathing was painful. She took a deep breath of the cold air and whispered to Qin Yun, "Boss, you really didn't need to come out on this adventure with me." Qin Yun glanced around warily, holding a peachwood sword in one hand and a desert eagle in the other, and said, "There's no point in talking about this now. Xian's safety is the most important thing." Upon hearing this, Sulan felt a surge of gratitude and warmth in her heart, and said, "Boss, thank you. If there is a loyalty, value." At this moment, Sulan's loyalty to Qin Yun has definitely soared to 99. The last point will definitely be added after Zhong Guixin is safe. She was unaware that Qin Yun had a more direct reason for risking following her. Just now, when Zhong Guixin kept repeating, "Find her mother," a very special holographic screen, framed with a dark gold border, silently appeared before his eyes. Meet the basic requirements to trigger the hidden quest. Where did Mom go? Task description: a deep longing for family ties clings to her pure form. Her yearning transcends worlds. Her desire drives her on a relentless search. Mission objective: escort the possessed entity to find the person obsessed with the matter. Quest rewards: skill spirit power, 2,000 silver coins, ENTJ pendant. Warning: mission failure may have unforeseen consequences. Yes/no? Qin Yun's true feelings were that he absolutely did not want to go out at a time like this. But, damn, they gave us way too much. Both the skill and the 2,000 silver coins were enough to entice Qin Yun. As for what the Incha Jade pendant is, it must be an extremely valuable item. In short, it's a risk worth taking. Looking for mommy. Despite being possessed, Zhong Guixin continued walking forward, oblivious to everything around her. Qin Yun tried to communicate with her. "Little sister, what does your mother look like? What are her features? Or do you know where she might be?" Zhong Guixin didn't react at all, only repeating those 3 words. "Looking for mommy." Qin Yun and Sulan could only helplessly follow behind. As Qin Yun passed the alleyway where Sunny Monkey Bakery was located, he remembered the cute and cuddly baker and glanced into the alley. That glance nearly made his jaw drop. Ho Qin, the adorable baker, was carefully placing a plate of freshly baked, steaming cookies on the ground by the door. A bunch of blurry, translucent white shadows were surrounding them. They didn't attack Ho Qin, they just darted around the plate of cookies. Qin Yun was secretly shocked. Damn! Does this girl even like that part of her cookies? It seems we don't need to worry about her safety for now. They continued to follow Zhong Guixin forward. I don't know if it was just good luck. Surprisingly, I wasn't attacked by that along the way. We walked for almost 2 hours. Suddenly, a strange and chaotic noise came from ahead, completely out of place with the surrounding silence. The further you walk, the brighter the light seems to become, and you can also see colorful lights. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of a park. The sight before them astonished Qin Yun and Sulan. The entire park was brightly lit. Countless lanterns, white, red, or green, floated in the air, emitting a soft glow. The park was filled with people, or rather, shadows. Various indistinct figures, dressed in different styles and from unknown eras, move about, talk, and trade among them. A lively yet eerie atmosphere permeated the air, like a bizarre night market. An ancient-style archway stands at the entrance to the park. The words written on it looked like scribbles. Strange Market. Chapter 24. Entering the Ghost Market. Crisis suddenly descends. With stiff steps, Zhong Guixin walked towards the bizarre and chaotic ghost market. Qin Yun frowned. he whispered to Sulan. Go and pick her up. It's too messy inside, don't let her get lost. Just ask her to show us where we need to go. Sulan quickly stepped forward and said softly to her daughter. How about I hold you? You can point the way and tell us which way to go. If we get separated inside, we won't be able to help you find your mother, right? The possessed, Zhong Guixin, stopped walking, still muttering. Looking for mommy, looking for mommy. Sulan picked her up. I could only feel that the little guy's body was cold, but it was almost weightless. It was as if he was holding a paper doll that had just been taken out of the freezer. Qin Yun and Sulan walked towards the noisy and eerie entrance to the ghost market. However, just as they were about to pass through the archway, two blurry black figures appeared and blocked their way. These are two figures dressed in ancient official robes, with blurry long swords at their waists. His face was shrouded in shadow and could not be seen clearly. One could only feel two cold, merciless gazes fixed upon him. The shadowy figure of the constable on the left said, Strange people, do stay away. The shadowy figure on the right said, Put on the mask. The one on the left said again, Discard peach wood sword. The one on the right shouted again, Boy pea stinks. Well, when you're on someone else's turf, you have to follow their rules. With a thought, Qin Yun put his and Sulan's peachwood swords back into his personal supplies space. As for masks, where are you going to get one at this point? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me. Qin Yun immediately pulled out 3 brand new, black stockings from his spatial storage. He picked up a pair himself and skillfully slipped them over his head. Suddenly, his head was tightly wrapped in black stockings, blurring and distorting his facial features, making him look both comical and exuding a fierce and eerie bandit-like aura. Sulan put it on as well, and also put it on Zhong Guixin. 3 stocking toes were born. The 2 ancient messenger shadows remained silent, or speechless, for a few seconds before slowly drifting to the sides and disappearing. The 3 of them entered successfully. Upon entering the archway area, it felt as if one had passed through a layer of icy water, and the surrounding noise instantly amplified several times over. Various indistinct sounds of conversation, bargaining, and even eerie laughter and crying were mixed together. The interior is more prosperous than the exterior appears. There are all kinds of stalls on both sides of the road. Some were just a tattered cloth spread on the ground. Some of them have luminous crystals or lanterns suspended in the air. The goods displayed on it are even more bizarre and unusual. There are stones that exude a cold, eerie aura. There was a black, slimy substance inside a transparent bottle, slowly wriggling. There were old, worn-out leather drums with images of suffering people painted on them. More bizarre and strange things whose shapes and uses are completely indescribable. In addition, it also contained a lot of things that Qin Yun recognized. Paper cars, game consoles, mansions, mountains of gold and silver, young boys and girls. It's practically a wholesale market for sacrificial offerings. Various blurry figures, dressed in clothing from different eras, moved, lingered, and traded among the stalls. A thought suddenly popped into Qin Yun's mind. Could these things be offerings that were just received from the living and then brought here to be consumed? Since they were all from the underworld, Qin Yun naturally had no desire to buy them. Zhong Guixin held up one finger, pointing in one direction. Looking for mommy. Qin Yun and Sulan immediately followed the direction she pointed, carefully avoiding the elusive shadows. Guided by Zhong Guixin, after several twists and turns, they stopped in front of a relatively spacious stall. The stall owner was an extremely obese figure, almost a bloated, slumped shadow. A forced, exaggerated smile, yet tinged with an eeriness, hung on his deathly pale face. The stall was filled with a variety of miscellaneous items. Zhong Guixin's finger pointed precisely to a white jade hairpin. The hairpin had an antique design and a smooth, translucent texture. Amidst the surrounding dark and eerie atmosphere, it emitted a faint, soft white light. It's actually from the living world? Qin Yun guessed that the hairpin was likely an item once used by the mother of the one who possessed Zhong Guixin. He pointed to the jade hairpin and asked the portly shopkeeper, "How much is this?" The fat boss's fake smile widened, and he slowly extended a short, carrot-like finger, saying, "Cheng Hui. Sure rang." "How many?" Qin Yun didn't hear clearly. Or perhaps you heard it but didn't understand the unit. The fat boss repeated. 10 rang. Qin Yun and Su Lan looked at each other, completely bewildered. Rang? What the heck? Of course they didn't know. In modern society, ordinary people almost never use units of 100 million. In traditional counting units, rang is a terrifying unit that far surpasses jiao, jing, gai, and zi. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100 million, trillion, Beijing, gai, zi, rang. 1 means 1 followed by 28 zeros. 10 is 1 followed by 29 zeros. If Qin Yun understood, he would definitely complain. How severe is the inflation in this underworld? Every year during Qingming and Zhongyuan festivals, the paper money burned can easily have a face value of hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars per piece. It would be strange if there wasn't inflation and currency devaluation in the underworld. What if you don't have money? Qin Yun thought for a moment, then tried taking out 100 copper coins and handing them over. Will this be all right? The fat boss's fake smile instantly turned into anger, and his fat head shook like a rattle. Qin Yun added another 100 coins. The fat boss's anger subsided slightly, but he was still very dissatisfied. Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat. This is promising. Game currency can be used here too. He patiently continued to raise the price. 300 copper coins. 400 copper coins. When the amount reached 600 copper coins, the fat boss's angry expression disappeared, replaced by a fake smile, but he still shook his head, giving off a "Add some more. Look." Qin Yun was furious, cursing under his breath. Damn it, do they really think I'm a sucker? If they push me too far, I'll just rob them. He smiled at the fat boss, and then took back the 100 copper coins. The fat boss's fake smile froze, and a hint of struggle flashed in his small eyes. Seeing this, Qin Yun sneered inwardly and took back the 100 copper coins. The fat boss immediately panicked. He angrily grabbed the white jade hairpin and practically threw it at Qin Yun. At the same time, another large, chubby hand swiftly snatched the 400 copper coins. Transaction complete. Qin Yun took the smooth, warm white jade hairpin, cursing inwardly. As expected, no merchant is without guile. Even businessmen are this cunning. After paying 400 game coins, I finally got the key quest item. Qin Yun handed the jade hairpin to Zhong Guixing. Zhong Guixing took the jade hairpin, held it tightly in her palm, and then closed her eyes, as if sensing something. A moment later, she opened her eyes again. A barely perceptible flicker seemed to appear in her empty eyes. Her little finger pointed in another direction, and she repeated, "Looking for mommy." Qin Yun and Su Lan prepared to continue their journey. Sudden! 4 figures appeared on each side of the street without anyone noticing. They were 8 figures dressed in ancient armor, wielding blurry weapons, their bodies much more solid and robust than ordinary shadows, exuding a cold and murderous aura. The other shadows scattered, not daring to approach. The portly shop owner quickly packed up his stall. The 8 shadowy warriors strode forward without a word, completely blocking Qin Yun and his companions' paths. Qin Yun and Su Lan's expressions changed drastically. They've come looking for us? Chapter 25 A Night of 100 Ghosts? A Night of 1,000,000,000 Ghosts. 8 burly, menacing warriors slowly approached from the front and back of the street. The overwhelming sense of oppression almost suffocated Qin Yun and Su Lan. We can't beat them. We absolutely cannot win. Hold! Qin Yun cursed under his breath. A desert eagle and a peachwood sword instantly appeared in his hands. He handed a gun and a sword to Su Lan, and quickly said, "Give me the man, you take the lead, I'll support you." Su Lan immediately handed the cool and light, Zhong Guixing, in her arms to Qin Yun, and at the same time took a gun and a sword. Qin Yun caught the little guy with his left hand, and another thought flashed through his mind. So light! At the same time, he also took out a desert eagle with his right hand. The bullets in both desert eagles had already been carefully enchanted with boy's urine. Bang! 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 Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yun held Zhong Guixing tightly with his left hand, raised the desert eagle with his right hand, and fired wildly at the surrounding area. Bullets soaked in children's urine whistled out. The unfortunate shadow that was hit was as if it had been branded with a hot iron, emitting puffs of black smoke, writhing and dissipating in agony. The gunshot was like cold water being poured into boiling oil, instantly igniting chaos in the surrounding area. Various piercing screams erupted. The shadows rushed and darted about like headless flies. The 8 soldiers' shadows were disrupted in their movements and vision by the chaotic shadows. This is exactly the effect Qin Yun wanted. Walk! He roared and fired 2 more shots at the shadowy soldier, then smashed open a nearby stall and rushed out with Su Lan in his arms. The 2 shots struck the soldier's breastplate with precision, but only produced 2 faint sparks and 2 crisp, clang sounds, completely blocked by the solid armor. The 8 shadowy warriors were clearly enraged, letting out low, metallic roars as they forcefully pushed aside the chaotic shadows blocking their path and strode after them. They rampaged through the area, causing chaos and disorder wherever they went. Qin Yun ran while his eyes and hands moved swiftly. As he passed by the goods scattered on the ground, he took the opportunity to steal them. Since things are already in such a mess, might as well take it. Many shadowy figures are also taking advantage of the opportunity to buy for free. As expected, 0 yuan purchases are something that people and non-people alike enjoy doing, regardless of time, place, or even gender. The 2 of them dashed around in the chaotic ghost market. 8 shadowy soldiers relentlessly pursued him, smashing away anything that stood in their way. The ghost market seemed endless. After running for a long time, I couldn't see the boundary and couldn't get out at all. Is it a case of being trapped in a maze? Or is the ghost market really that big? The little girl in my arms raised her hand again and pointed in the direction. Looking for mommy. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and immediately charged in the direction she pointed. After turning a few more corners, the familiar archway finally appeared ahead. The 2 immediately went at full speed, like 2 arrows released from a bow, and burst through the archway. It was as if I had passed through a layer of icy water, and the noise behind me instantly subsided. But the 8 warrior shadows also rushed out, their chilling killing intent locked onto them. Zhong Guixin pointed in another direction, still saying, "Looking for mommy." Qin Yun and Su Lan ran for their lives. The footsteps behind me were like a shadow, getting closer and closer. Without the chaotic shadows hindering them, the 8 soldiers were able to pursue even faster. The 2 men ran while firing their guns backward, but the bullets soaked in boy's urine couldn't hurt them at all. The yin energy is too strong, and the yang energy in the boy's urine is not enough. Just when the distance between the 2 sides had shrunk to about 10 meters, Zhong Guixin's finger suddenly pointed to a side road. Qin Yun glanced at it, and was surprised to see a small Taoist temple at the end of the fork in the road. Without a second thought, the 2 plunged into the side path and rushed to the steps of the tightly closed gate of the Taoist temple. But the 8 warrior shadows actually stopped. They paced restlessly at the fork in the road, emitting low, resentful roars. Qin Yun said, "They seem to be afraid of this place." Su Lan, panting heavily, nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yun surveyed the quiet Taoist temple. An old plaque hangs above the door, its inscription blurred, making it impossible to discern which deity is being worshipped. However, regardless of which deity they were, they at least temporarily protected them. Qin Yun thought to himself, "I'll come and offer incense to you when it's light." They tried to leave from other directions. It turned out that all 4 escape routes were already guarded by 2 soldiers. In other words, they were trapped inside the Taoist temple. Just then, Zhong Guixin started urging them on, clearly not wanting to be trapped here. Qin Yun thought for a moment, his face hardening, and said, "They dare not come in, but they can't move either if they block the road. Damn it, we have no choice but to do it." He placed Zhong Guixin at the entrance of the Taoist temple and said to Su Lan, "You take the lead, and I'll support you." Su Lan said, "Okay." Bang! Qin Yun raised his hand and fired a shot. Even when the enchanted bullets hit its shoulder armor, sparks still flew everywhere. But this time, a bullet hole appeared on the armor. Qin Yun exclaimed excitedly. Sure enough! Their strength was weakened after they got closer to the Taoist temple. But this shot also thoroughly enraged them. The two shadowy figures of soldiers blocking the fork in the road let out a deafening roar, seemingly temporarily overcoming their fear of the Taoist temple, and suddenly rushed into the alley. But as soon as they entered the alley, they immediately began to hiss and emit white smoke, and their movements became noticeably slower and stiffer, as if they were carrying a heavy burden. Su Lan let out a sharp cry, wielding a peachwood sword made from boy's urine, and took the initiative to meet the attack. Qin Yun stood inside the threshold of the Taoist temple, continuously firing short bursts of gunfire. He had shooting skills, and with the two soldiers being burly and large targets, his accuracy was also quite good. Just be careful not to hurt your teammates. Bullets whistled through the air. Slash with a wooden sword. In an instant, black smoke billowed through the alley, and the sounds of metal clashing, bullets whistling, and soldiers roaring angrily and in pain filled the air. Finally, a soldier's shadow was pierced through the throat by Su Lan's sharp sword. The other one had his head blown off by Qin Yun's shot, completely disintegrating into black smoke and disappearing. The shadowy figures of the soldiers blocking the other intersections also rushed over. With the Taoist temple behind them, Qin Yun and Su Lan worked together to eliminate the warrior shadows one by one. Su Lan leaned on her sword, panting heavily, her combat uniform soaked with sweat. Although she doesn't have any visible wounds, she is actually injured, but she can only endure the pain for now. After resting for a while, the two left the alley and returned to the gray, desolate street. Following the directions given by Zhong Guixin, they proceeded cautiously. After walking for about an hour and minutes, we arrived at a main road. As we reached the middle of the road, a deep, suppressed yet incredibly powerful sound suddenly came from the end of the road ahead. It looked as if a vast army was marching forward. At the end of the street ahead, a gray fog swirled and a chilling wind howled. A massive team that defies description is advancing silently. Countless shadows, densely packed, in various shapes and wearing clothing from different eras. They converged into a silent white torrent, filling the entire wide main street of the city, a vast expanse of white, stretching as far as the eye could see. Four phrases popped into Qin Yun's mind. Night parade of 100 ghosts? No! What kind of strange creature is this? This is absolutely bizarre. Just then, suddenly, Zhong Guixin, in his arms, became excited, her little finger pointing straight at the terrifying, vast, and indistinguishable torrent of shadowy figures. Looking for mommy, looking for mommy. Qin Yun looked at the countless, densely packed, eerie shadows and felt a chill run down his spine. Damn! This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. How are we supposed to find it? Chapter 26. Live as a hero, die as a ghost. Just as Qin Yun and Su Lan were feeling the overwhelming, silent torrent of the night of a billion ghosts, and their scalps tingling with fear. Boom 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 boom. A heavier, more orderly, and menacing roar, carrying the aura of metal and death, came from the direction of the street they had come from. The earth seemed to tremble. Qin Yun and Su Lan turned around abruptly, their faces instantly blank. At the other end of the street, a chilling aura and a cold wind were blowing. A truly formidable and menacing ancient army was marching in with perfectly synchronized, heavy steps, like a tsunami pushing towards them. This army was equipped with almost the same equipment as the previous 8 shadow soldiers, only their numbers were far more terrifying. Densely packed, stretching as far as the eye can see. They moved forward in silence, the only sounds being the rumble of their armor rubbing together, and their heavy footsteps, which exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. In the center of the rear of the army, there was an extremely large, luxurious, and majestic carriage. They were led slowly forward by 16 tall, strong black war horses with eyes blazing with dark blue flames. It's like a mobile palace. The chariot was made entirely of black metal and unknown dark wood, and was carved with hideous ghost faces and mysterious runes. Pale white lanterns and fluttering black banners floated all around. The beaded curtain hung low, obscuring the figure seated inside. Only a vast, cold, and all-encompassing aura of oppressive power, like an abyss, emanated from within. Qin Yun couldn't help but blurt out 3 words. Holy shit! Su Lan felt the almost tangible pressure, and even though she was not afraid in her heart, her body trembled slightly instinctively. Zhong Guixin seemed to sense something. Suddenly breaking free from Qin Yun's embrace, she rushed towards the Night Walk of a Billion Ghosts group, excitedly shouting, "Find Mommy! Find Mommy!" She was incredibly fast, running dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Just then, the sound of iron hooves was frantic. A general, clad in heavy black armor and riding a tall warhorse, charged out like lightning. Holding a long-handled, demon-headed broadsword, it charged straight at Zhong Guixin, with a ferocious aura that seemed to tear everything apart. "Guixin!" Sulan's maternal instincts instantly overwhelmed her fear of the general. Without hesitation, she rushed to the middle of the road, resolutely blocking the galloping warhorse, and fired her Desert Eagle. Qin Yun didn't think too much at that moment, and fired repeatedly at the front legs of the Netherworld warhorse. Shoot the horse before shooting the man. However, when the bullets soaked in boy's urine hit the illusory horse's leg, they created ripples as if they were hitting water. Just as the warhorse, burning with eerie blue flames, was about to trample Sulan into mud. "Mother!" A desperate scream suddenly rang out. It was Zhong Guixin's own voice. Zhong Guixin's concern and anxiety for her mother allowed her to briefly break free from the possession's control and regain control of her body. She stretched out her small hands and pushed forward forcefully towards the charging ghost general and his warhorse. Bang! The imposing general, along with his ghostly warhorse, seemed to have crashed head-on into an invisible, indestructible steel barrier. The man and his horse fell to the ground. The general's armor shattered, and black mist billowed out. The warhorse let out a mournful neigh and instantly vanished into a cloud of black smoke. Sulan stood there stunned. Qin Yun was also dumbfounded, exclaiming in surprise, "So fierce?" Zhong Guixin suddenly shouted, "No! I want to be with my mom! You've already found your mom! Go away!" But the next second, Zhong Guixin turned pale and dazed again. Clearly she had been controlled once more. Immediately afterwards, Zhong Guixin, threw the jade hairpin she had been clutching in her hand in front of Sulan. "Use this!" Then he turned around and quickly rushed into the Billion Ghosts Night Walk team. At this moment, the white, misty torrent of the Night of a Billion Ghosts continued to slowly advance forward. The general who had fallen to the ground actually struggled to his feet. Black flames roared atop its grotesque, over 3-meter tall body. As it removed its shattered armor, the murderous aura and fury it exuded became even more terrifying. Roar! It let out a low growl, like that of a wounded beast. Unable to see Zhong Guixin, the general roared at Qin Yun and charged at him with his ghost-headed broadsword. Qin Yun felt a chill run down his spine and immediately raised his gun to fire. This time it's dual pistols. Bang 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 bang, click! Out of bullets? If you run out of bullets, just switch to another gun. Qin Yun tossed aside the 2 Desert Eagles, then took out another and continued firing. He had prepared a considerable number of enchanted bullets. Bullets rained down on the general's dark, bulging chest muscles, creating craters, but they could not stop his charge. The effect of enchanted bullets is negligible. The general swung his enormous ghost-headed broadsword, whistling through the air, and cleaved it down at Qin Yun's head. Qin Yun dodged the attack with a clumsy roll, narrowly avoiding the danger. Boom! The demon-headed broadsword slashed at the ground, sending shards of stone flying and leaving a long, deep gash. Qin Yun broke out in a cold sweat. If you get hit by this, you'll definitely be split in 2. Soon, another slash swept across. Qin Yun lay down completely and felt a chill on the back of his head. The ghost-head broadsword unleashed its blade energy, cleaving a long gash in the facade of a row of shops. The only saving grace was that the general's movement and attack speeds were rather slow. At least it wasn't to the point where Qin Yun couldn't avoid it at all. But one thing is certain, if Qin Yun makes even one mistake, he will surely die. He couldn't withstand a single blow from the opponent. At this moment, Sulan had already picked up the jade hairpin and rushed towards the general like a cheetah. She channeled all her strength into her legs, leaped up like a slam dunk, and plunged the white jade hairpin in her hand into the back of the general's neck with deadly precision. Pfft! Awuh! The general let out a blood-curdling scream. Bang! The general turned and swung his arm, sending Su Lan flying and crashing to the ground. But then, its magnificent body completely disintegrated, turning into a large cloud of billowing black smoke that quickly dissipated into the air. The giant halberd with the ghost-shaped head fell to the ground with a clang. It was at this moment. Roll! A thunderous roar, imbued with supreme majesty, suddenly erupted from the stationary carriage behind. The roar was like a tangible sound wave, instantly sweeping across the entire street. The glass on the facades of the buildings on both sides shattered almost simultaneously, and a shower of glass shards fell. The once vast and boundless night parade of 100 million ghosts was as if it had been violently shattered by an invisible giant hand, and countless shadows let out terrified screams and scattered in all directions in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the crowded streets became empty and desolate. In the middle of the street, in the distance, Zhong Guixin and another woman are embracing. Xin, Xin! Upon seeing her daughter, Su Lan immediately rushed over without hesitation. Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief, put away his dual pistols, and thought to himself, "That should be the mission target I'm looking for, right? This hidden mission is complete, isn't it?" But then, a tall, imposing figure shrouded in a thick black and red mist slowly stepped out of the carriage. Instantly, the entire army knelt down. This scene can be summed up in 2 words: stunning. The figure treads on the void, as if walking on an invisible ground, step by step towards Zhong Guixin and the woman's illusory figure. The immense, unfathomable pressure sent a chill down Qin Yun's spine. As he gazed at that figure, a phrase involuntarily popped into his mind. To live, be a hero; to die, be a ghost among heroes. This was followed by another line. A true man should be like this. Chapter 27, the limited-time special event for the Ghost Festival, has ended. The tall, majestic figure, shrouded in black and red mist, strode through the void, step by step toward Zhong Guixin and the elegant female phantom. The immense, ocean-like pressure almost froze the air. The kingly figure stopped in front of them, looking down at them. His deep, unquestionable voice rang out. "Have you had enough of this nonsense? Come back with me." The woman's illusory figure raised her head. She wore an elegant ancient-style long dress, her figure was slender, and her face was blurred, but one could still vaguely see that she was extremely beautiful. Faced with the powerful and domineering command of the king's shadow, she slowly but firmly shook her head. "No! I won't go back." The mist surrounding the king's figure churned slightly, and his voice grew even colder. "I will say it one last time, come back with me, it is my royal command." Zhong Guixin also raised her head, pleading in a tearful voice. "Mommy, let's go back." The woman's blurry face twisted and flickered for a moment, as if she was hesitating. But only a few seconds later she shook her head again. "Stubborn to the end." The king's figure seemed genuinely enraged, saying, "Disobeying the king's command is a crime punishable by death." He raised his hand, ready to severely punish the illusory woman. Zhong Guixin immediately spread her arms, shielding the illusory woman in front of her. "Father, no!" The king's figure remained silent for a moment, and the murderous aura around him suddenly subsided. "However, if you don't want to go back, then never go back. You want freedom? I'll make sure you don't get it." He suddenly raised a hand shrouded in black and red mist and grabbed at the woman's illusory figure in midair. "No!" The female phantom let out an angry and panicked scream. Her body was uncontrollably pulled and twisted, turning into a streak of light that shot toward Su Lan, who was not far away. Puff! The stream of light instantly entered Su Lan's body. "I hereby imprison you within this mortal body. You shall not be free. You will then experience the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death once more." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Lan's body trembled violently, she let out a painful groan, her eyes rolled back, and she went completely limp and motionless, losing all consciousness. The king's figure turned his gaze to Zhong Guixin. "Come back with your father." The words fell. A phantom image of a little girl in a red dress with pigtails slowly floated out of Zhong Guixin's body. Zhong Guixin closed her eyes, collapsed softly to the ground, and fell into a coma. The little girl's illusory figure floated in the air and respectfully bowed to the king's figure. Yes, father. Her voice sounded timid, clearly indicating that she dared not disobey her father. She turned around, looked at Qin Yun in the air, and a hint of gratitude appeared on her little face. She said, "Thank you for finding my mother." As she spoke, she gently waved her small hand, and an ancient wooden box, exuding a faint sandalwood fragrance, appeared out of thin air and slowly flew to Qin Yun's front. Remuneration. Then, she glanced at the unconscious Su Lan with a complicated expression, and finally turned and floated towards the kingly figure. The king's figure took the little girl's illusory hand, turned around, and took a step back, returning to the luxurious and majestic royal carriage. It never once looked at Qin Yun. It was as if Qin Yun was just a speck of dust on the roadside, not worthy of his utmost attention. Qin Yun didn't care at all. On the contrary, he breathed a sigh of relief. The greatest safety is to ignore this terrifying existence. But we still need to become stronger. He looked at the wooden box in his hand and thought to himself, as long as I got the mission reward, that's enough. Let's set off. A cold, hard command came from the royal carriage. The silent, kneeling army instantly rose and rearranged its ranks. Boom! 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 The heavy yet perfectly synchronized footsteps sounded once again. The army, like a raging torrent, along with the royal carriage, remained as still as a mountain, yet moved with the force of fire, and began its continued surging charge forward. Qin Yun's scalp instantly tingled. Is this guy trying to crush me? But the next second, something strange happened. The mighty, menacing army began to fade rapidly and become blurred when it charged to within about 100 meters of Qin Yun, as if it were merging into the air. In the blink of an eye, it completely vanished and disappeared without leaving any trace. It was as if all the suffocating pressure and terrifying army from just now were merely an illusion. The streets fell silent again, leaving only the cold air and the mess on the ground. Call! Qin Yun let out a long, long breath. Damn, that scared me. I thought I was going to be crushed to dust. Is this the end of the matter? Qin Yun did not open the wooden box immediately. No rush, no rush. I'll check it when I get back. He first checked on Zhong Guixin. The little girl was breathing steadily and was just asleep. He then checked Su Lan. Her breathing and heartbeat were normal, but her brows were furrowed, as if she were trapped in some painful dream and could not be woken up no matter how he called her. He looked around. He couldn't stay in this godforsaken place any longer. However, it would be difficult for him to handle Su Lan and her daughter Zhong Guixin on his own. Whether you carry it on your back, hug it, or lift it up, it will exhaust you. What should we do? After thinking for a while, a light bulb suddenly lit up in my head. I've got it. He then put his hands on skills to use 2 bicycles and a few planks to assemble a simple yet sturdy 4-wheeled cart. Then lift Su Lan and her daughter Zhong Guixin up and put them in the cart, and you can push them around like that, saving time and effort. They were just about to leave. His gaze fell upon the giant guan dao, a type of halberd, with a ghost-shaped head on the ground. Huh! This thing is still here? Could it be equipment dropped by a monster? Qin Yun's eyes lit up, and he walked over to tentatively take it. He had expected this big thing to be incredibly heavy, but when he picked it up, it was surprisingly light, as if it were made of paper. But when you touch it or tap it, it clearly has a metallic texture. The sharp blade gleamed with a cold light, clearly indicating that it was extremely hard and sharp. Wow! This is great stuff! A major weapon upgrade! Qin Yun waved it twice with a happy expression. This thing looks scary, but it's lightweight and easy to swing. As for its power, he had already experienced it firsthand. Wouldn't it be so much more fun to chop people up with this? He then saw the white jade hairpin that had killed the ghost general with a single thrust, and quickly picked it up. I spent 400 copper coins to buy this. So Qin Yun placed the giant cleaver on the 4-wheeled bicycle cart, pushed the homemade cart, and prepared to return to the warm garden. Result: he got lost again. Qin Yun said, I'm really not bad at directions. It's simply because I'm too unfamiliar with this urban world. After wandering around along the way we came for a long time, I finally found a familiar sign and quickly pushed the cart back. Qin Yun noticed that the few shadows he encountered along the way avoided him like the plague, and some even drifted away in fear from a great distance. After thinking about it, he guessed that it must be the credit of that ghost-headed halberd. The malevolent aura emanating from this thing is so terrifying that even ghosts would be afraid of it. As we walked, before we knew it, the first ray of golden sunlight finally tore through the darkness on the eastern horizon and burst forth. A warm, dazzling, and even sacred light instantly bathed the earth. In an instant, it dispelled all the gloom, and gave the whole world a fresh new color. The chilling atmosphere that had enveloped the city, and its streets and alleys melted away as quickly as ice and snow. Call out! Qin Yun whistled, looking relaxed. It's dawn! It should be over by now, right? As soon as the words were spoken, a dazzling golden holographic screen popped up. The limited-time special event for the Ghost Festival has ended. Survival performance evaluation in progress. Evaluation complete. Your rating is SSS. Based on your rating, you will receive the following rewards. Chapter 28 Generous Rewards. 6 levels up in a row. Instant wealth. On the brilliant golden holographic screen, lines of reward information popped up one after another. Real estate. Permanent ownership of the shop at number 168 Xiangyang Road. Personal assets. Interface unlocked. Reward 3,000 silver coins. Experience points 10,000. Status. Your citizen level has been upgraded to Iron. Please complete the formal registration at any citizen center for your citizen level and benefits to take effect. Qin Yun couldn't help but let out a low growl. Damn! I'm rich now! Shops. It's still freehold property. We actually own shops now. You can open your own shop. You can also be a landlord. Cool. Then there's a bonus of 3,000 silver coins. Based on Zhang Yang's exploration, 100 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 silver coin. 3,000 silver coins is equivalent to 300,000 copper coins. This is absolutely a huge sum of money. Maybe you could just buy a house with that money. Oh right, I also have a 2,000 silver coin reward from the Where Did Mom Go? Quest. Now our total assets have reached 500,000 copper coins. Ha ha ha, we've finally escaped poverty and become rich, right? Then comes experience. Looking at the upgrade button next to his level and his personal attributes, he clicked it frantically. Upgrade! 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 Instantly, a familiar warm current swept through my body. The feeling of pleasure surpassing even the pleasure of doing it came like a tidal wave. So refreshing. Level up LV.3. Level up LV.4. Level up LV.5. Level up LV.6. Level up LV.7. Level up LV.8. He leveled up 6 times in a row. I had sex a total of 6 times. Next, look at the personal attributes panel. Name, Qin Yun. Level, LV.8 1865/4500. Life, 290/290. Constitution, 2.9. Strength, 1.9. Speed, 1.7. Spirit, 2.0. Free reinforcement points, 0.5. Qin Yun thought for a moment. I allocated 0.5 enhancement points to strength and speed, raising both to over 2.0. After adding points. Strength, 2.1. Speed, 2.0. In an instant, Qin Yun felt a slight swelling sensation in his muscles. The bones made a faint crackling sound. The 5 senses become more acute. I have more energy than ever before, and it feels like a surge of power is flowing through my body. Could it be that some kind of qualitative change occurred after all attributes were upgraded to version 2.0? At last! It is the Iron Level Citizen. However, according to the prompt, it seems that you need to go to the Citizen Center to register as a formal urban citizen first. Without any instructions, how would anyone know where to go to register at some citizen center? And where is the Civic Center? Forget about that for now. Let's talk about it when we get home. After the upgrade, Qin Yun felt full of energy. Pushing the cart carrying 2 people felt incredibly light. When passing the entrance of the alley where Sunny Monkey Bakery is located, Ho Qing emerged from inside, her hair a mess, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and yawning widely. When she saw Qin Yun and the 2 people lying on his cart, her eyes widened in surprise. Qin Yun greeted her, saying, "Hey! Good morning!" Ho Qing said, "Good morning. Oh, what's this?" She pointed at Su Lan and Zhong Huixin on the cart, her little face full of confusion. Qin Yun said, "This is my teammate and her daughter. They had an accident and are unconscious." After giving a brief explanation, I asked her curiously, "By the way, I think I saw you entertaining that last night. What happened?" Upon hearing this, Ho Qing immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pride. "Yes. I've received a mission called Entertaining Starving Ghosts. They were actually quite nice. There was one that was particularly aggressive and tried to hurt me, but it was chased away by the other guests." The 2 exchanged a few words and then said their goodbyes. They soon discovered that they were going the same way. Qin Yun said, "So you also live in Warm Garden?" Ho Qing smiled sweetly and said, "That's right. I used to live in a nearby urban village, which had nothing there, so I moved to Warm Garden. The 2 chatted as they walked, and parted ways after entering the Warm Garden. Just as Qin Yun reached the entrance of Building 1, 2 slender, graceful, and alluring figures pounced on him. "Brother Yun! You're back! Brother Yun! Are you alright?" The faces of Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin were filled with surprise and worry. Seeing this, Qin Yun felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. "It's alright. How was things on your end last night? Nothing happened, right?" Bai Jiexin quickly shook her head. No. I was just really worried about you." Bai Jingxin also said, "My mother, everyone, and I were all very worried about you. Although we were all quite frightened, overall it turned out alright." Qin Yun nodded and said, "It's good that everything is alright. Go and call everyone down to the open space downstairs. I have something to announce." Soon, Zhou Daming, Zhang Yang, and the others all gathered downstairs. Everyone looked tired and frightened, but seeing Qin Yun return safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief and called him boss. Zhang Yang, with a bump on his forehead, asked, "Big brother, are you alright?" Qin Yun said, "What, do you want something to happen to me?" Zhang Yang quickly waved his hand and said, No, I've been praying to Mazu for my brother's safety. Mazu is the most efficacious." Qin Yun ignored him, glanced at everyone, and spoke loudly. "Everyone performed very well last night. I'm very satisfied. So as a reward I've decided to rent a room for each of your families." Whoosh! The crowd erupted in cheers. "Thank you, boss! Long live the boss!" Cheers and shouts of gratitude filled the air. Everyone's face was beaming with surprise. Zhang Yang, shamelessly rubbing his hands, leaned close to Qin Yun and said, "Big brother, did I have one?" Qin Yun glanced at him and said, "I don't have it." Zhang Yang's face immediately fell. After the rooms were rented, Qin Yun told everyone to go and rest. They even said that once we wake up, we'll have a big dinner party tonight to celebrate. Everyone responded excitedly and chattered away, eager to head to their new home. Qin Yun asked Bai Jingxin and her sister for help to carefully carry the still unconscious Su Lan and the still sleeping Zhong Huixin upstairs and settle them in the newly rented room 201. After finishing all of this, Qin Yun led Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin back to room 202. As soon as he entered the door, Qin Yun said to his mother and her 2 children, "Alright, you've been up all night, you should get some rest too." At this moment, the mother and her 2 children possessed a unique beauty that appeared haggard and weary. Bai Jingxin and Bai Jiexin said at the same time, "Brother Yun, I want to be with you." Both of them were stunned for a moment. The way they looked at each other became somewhat subtle. Qin Yun smiled meaningfully. "What's the rush? Get a good night's sleep and recharge. If there are things that need to be done, do them after you wake up. 1 person, 2 people, or even 3 people are fine, ha ha ha." After the upgrade, Qin Yun became more confident in certain aspects. If even this little thing can't be improved, then what's the point of upgrading and becoming stronger? Zhou Yaji's expression immediately became extremely complicated and awkward. Qin Yun laughed loudly, gave the three of them a meaningful look, turned around and walked into his master bedroom, closing the door behind him. In the living room, Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin exchanged strange glances. Qin Yun's bedroom. He took out the wooden box and checked the rewards for the hidden quest. Chapter 29, Record Broken. 7 types of resources unlocked in one day. Qin Yun returned to his master bedroom, closed the door, and took out the wooden box from his personal storage space. He opened the box. There were 3 items inside. A scroll of jade-like bamboo slips, warm and translucent. A delicate embroidered money bag, bulging and adorned with auspicious cloud patterns. A milky white jade pendant, with a delicate texture like solidified fat, and cool to the touch. Qin Yun first picked up the embroidered money pouch. It feels heavy in your hand, and when you pick it up, you can hear a dull, pleasant metallic scraping sound. He untied the rope and emptied the contents. A flash of silver light appeared, accompanied by a rustling sound. Soon, the glittering coins piled up into a small, shimmering mountain. The money bag didn't look big, but it contained 2,000 silver coins. It's actually a spatial storage bag. Qin Yun happily added all 2,000 silver coins to his game account. Looking at the balance displayed on the digital account, 4,989 silver coins and 437 copper coins. That's a huge sum of nearly 500,000 copper coins. Then, Qin Yun picked up the milky white jade pendant. This is clearly the so-called Icha jade pendant. The jade pendant felt cool to the touch, and its naturally formed pattern seemed to contain some profound meaning. After studying it for a long time, I couldn't find any special functions. It just seemed to be a very high-quality decorative item. There was no hint, absolutely no hint. I had no idea what it was for. Damn it! This game experience is absolutely terrible. Qin Yun grumbled unhappily and put away the Ent jade pendant. At last, he picked up the jade bamboo scroll. The bamboo slips felt cool to the touch. When unfolded, it is engraved with 2 languages. On one side are strange symbols that are crooked and completely incomprehensible, like scribbles. There are neat and tidy Chinese characters next to it. Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and said thankfully, "Thank goodness for the Chinese annotations. Otherwise, this thing would be like a foreign language, and I would have been cursing again." The opening line consists of 3 words, spiritual power. What remains should be the mental techniques and formulas. Qin Yun chanted. Focus your mind on the ancestral aperture, concentrate your spirit on the spiritual platform. Thoughts arise from the heart, power follows the thoughts, formless and intangible, overcome calamities and expel evil. He read it aloud in a low voice. It felt mysterious and profound, something I only vaguely understood. There's a vague, hazy feeling. Depend on. You have to practice on your own to master this skill? This is fucking troublesome. Qin Yun couldn't help but complain. If only it were like playing a video game, where you could just click on a skill book and learn it. He guessed that the little girl, who possessed Zhong Guixin before, who could easily knock down the general with a wave of her hand, was the effect of this spiritual thought technique. That's a really powerful skill. Qin Yun sighed and said, "Be patient and study hard." Although he found it troublesome, he decided to dedicate time each day to comprehend and cultivate in order to gain greater power. After putting the bamboo slips back into his spatial storage, Qin Yun let out a big yawn. A wave of intense fatigue washed over me. He collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep instantly. I slept soundly until sunset. When he woke up naturally, he felt refreshed and full of energy. He immediately checked the supplies that had been unlocked that day. Today's unlocked item, KFC Family Bucket. 1,000 barrels supplied daily, can be accumulated. Personal supplies have been stored. Note, includes 5 pieces of original recipe chicken, 3 pairs of spicy chicken wings, 1 serving of mashed potatoes, and 1 king-sized iced cola. KFC Family Bucket? Is this considered A type of material? Okay. System, how did you know I like to eat Kentucky Fried Chicken? Now we don't have to worry about dinner, we can just eat the Kenda Chicken Family Bucket. When everyone gathered together and saw the table full of Kendall Chicken Family Bucket, their eyes widened and they swallowed hard. In the current environment, a Kendall Chicken Family Bucket is simply a dream feast. The boss is absolutely amazing. Where did you get it from? As soon as Qin Yun shouted, "Let's eat!" everyone immediately started gnawing on chicken legs, drinking beer and eating fried chicken. The atmosphere was lively and cheerful, as if they were really having a celebration party. After a hearty meal and drinks, night quietly fell. Qin Yun arranged for 4 people to take turns keeping watch at night. Safety is always the top priority. Room 202. Qin Yun was the first to take a comfortable hot shower. The water was heated using an induction cooker. Since we don't have a water heater for the time being, this is the only way we can manage. After Qin Yun finished washing, Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin, mother and daughters, went into the bathroom together to wash. The misty steam blurred the glass door. After washing, the 3 of them were wrapped in bath towels, their skin flushed pink, exuding a fresh fragrance and warmth after their bath. Bai Jiexin suddenly leaned close to Zhou Yaji's ear and whispered something. Zhou Yaji was taken aback at first. Her pretty face instantly flushed red, both ashamed and angry, and she whispered angrily, "Don't you want to listen to what you're saying?" Bai Jiexin blushed as well, but she pretended to be calm and said with a shrug, "What's wrong with that? Everyone does it." Zhou Yaji said coldly, "Others are others." As she spoke, she hurriedly dried herself off, wanting to leave as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Bai Jingxin, who was usually quiet, suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Bai Jiexin immediately pulled Zhou Yaji from the other side. Zhou Yaji was shocked, panicked, and angry. She struggled violently and said, "What are you doing? Let go! I don't care if you're messing around. Let go!" But Jia and Jing were unusually resolute at this moment, one on each side, almost dragging Zhou Yaji towards the bedroom. Bang! The door was closed. Tonight, for some, is destined to be another sleepless night. That's right, I'm talking about those 4 people on the night shift. The 4 of them not only had to patrol up and down each level. They also need to be vigilant, circling around the building as they go in and out. The boss provided them with good accommodations and food, and having experienced hunger and homelessness, they cherished everything they had now. You can't let your boss down no matter what. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to the boss. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Qin Yun got out of bed. Then checked the resources unlocked in the daily life system. So much water! The first thing I saw was a 20L bottle of Sans Hanquin bottled purified water, with 1,000 bottles supplied daily. Although it overlaps with Wax 60 mineral water. But who would complain about having too much water? Then comes 1,000 servings of egg and ham sandwiches, Sanyuan skim pure milk, 1,000 boxes, 1,000 3 yellow fresh chickens, Trident electric mopeds, 1,000 units, Trident electric mopeds. Does this brand of electric scooter exist? Sanjin tablets, 1,000 boxes. In total, 7 types of supplies were unlocked yesterday. Qin Yun exclaimed, "It feels so good to reap the rewards of hard work." When releasing water, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, it's branched again? Chapter 30. Mrs. Zhou, taking Qin Yun's bowl and eating Qin Yun's food. Qin Yun took out an egg and ham sandwich from his personal storage space and finished his breakfast with a bottle of mineral water. Not drinking Sanyuan skim milk? He is lactose intolerant. Drinking pure milk once will cause diarrhea, even more effective than laxatives. Strangely enough, drinking Ili or Mengyo brand pure milk doesn't cause any problems. Why? That's so hard to guess. Qin Yun sighed. If the milk reward this time had been from Eli or Mingyo, it would have been so much better. It had to be Sanyuan. After showing off the 3 egg and ham sandwiches, Qin Yun went out. He had barely left when Zhou Yaji, supporting herself on the doorframe, walked out with unsteady steps. She was wearing loose pajamas. Even in loose-fitting pajamas, her stunning figure was still undeniable. What should stand out will still stand out. Her long hair was disheveled and loose, her eyes sparkling with a captivating charm. Zhou Yaji was slightly taken aback when she saw the 3 sandwiches and milk neatly arranged on the table. The 2 morning daughters were still sleeping in the bedroom. That breakfast could only be made by Qin Yun. Can he really be this considerate? The thought involuntarily popped into Zhou Yaji's mind. She looked at the 3 breakfasts prepared for her and her mother with complicated emotions, and sighed softly. Let go of the past. Live in the present, live well in the present. Now we have food and drink, and a safe place to live. We don't have to worry about danger all the time. What more could I ask for? She seemed to have finally unloaded some kind of burden, and she exuded a sense of relaxation. He picked up a sandwich and started eating, then took a deep sip of milk, enjoying his meal immensely. After taking Qin Yun's bowl and eating Qin Yun's food, that was it. Qin Yun went to room 201 next door and knocked on the door. For the past day and night, Su Lan and her daughter had remained unconscious, which worried him. Fortunately, the door opened from the inside shortly after the knocking. Su Lan stood behind the door, her face and lips still pale, and her eyes tired, but she had finally regained her senses. When she saw Qin Yun, she forced herself to be cheerful and said, "Boss." Qin Yun asked, "Awake? How are you feeling?" Su Lan gave a wry smile, stepped aside, and said, "It's all right. I just feel weak all over. Please come in." Qin Yun entered the house. Zhong Guixin was sitting on the sofa, taking small bites of a vacuum-packed bread and drinking some cool boiled water. Upon seeing Qin Yun, she greeted him politely and obediently. "Hello, Uncle Yun." Qin Yun smiled at her, took out a box of Sanyuan milk from his spatial storage and handed it to her, saying, "Children should drink more milk." Zhong Guixin happily accepted it and said, "Thank you, Uncle Yun." Qin Yun then looked at Su Lan, his expression becoming more serious, and said, "That very strong guy sealed the mother of the little girl who possessed Xian into your body." Su Lan frowned, but a look of realization appeared on her face. "So that's how it is. No wonder I feel like I have a lot of unfamiliar, fragmented, and chaotic memory fragments. Aside from being tired and having a messy mind, I don't feel any other discomfort right now. But don't worry, boss, I won't let it interfere with business." Qin Yun said, "You should rest well. If anything seems wrong, tell me immediately. Although I may not have a solution, we can always try to think of something together." Su Lan wasn't one to be sentimental, and nodded emphatically. "I will, boss." After saying that, she pulled her daughter Zhong Guixin over, and the two of them bowed deeply to Qin Yun. Su Lan's voice was filled with sincere gratitude as she said, "Boss, thank you for saving my life." Zhong Guixin followed suit. "Thank you, Uncle Yun." Qin Yun reached out and helped them up, saying frankly, "I won't say any more empty words. If you really want to thank me, then work hard for me from now on." Su Lan replied firmly, "Yes, boss." "Good. This is exactly the attitude Qin Yun wants. Today I'm taking men to settle accounts with that King Zhao. You stay home and rest well, and also take care of the house." Qin Yun left Unit 201 and gathered Zhou Daming, Zhang Yang, and 4 others together. Zhou Daming's head injury has healed because he was promoted. His gaze swept over the group, and he said, "Let's go find that bastard Zhao Wang's lair now. Enough talk, let's go." 7 people mounted Trident brand electric scooters and sped out of the Warm Garden residential area at a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour. About half an hour after Qin Yun and the others left, another group of people arrived at Warm Garden in a grand procession. The group consisted of about 40 people, almost all of whom were young and middle-aged men. Holding various weapons, the group was well organized, with fierce eyes. It was clear at a glance that they were not a rabble. Leading the group were a pair of middle-aged, handsome men, a mature and beautiful woman, and a young man around 20 years old. The middle-aged man's name was Zhang Wuchao. He was tall and robust, with a heroic face, sharp eyes, and a powerful aura, exuding authority without anger. The woman beside him was named Lin Yalan, and she was his wife. Lin Yalan looked to be in her mid-30s, with a graceful and mature beauty. She was dressed in outdoor sportswear, which accentuated her voluptuous and alluring curves. In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, she is surprisingly on par with Zhou Yaji. The young man was their son, Zhang Tianchen, who looked to be in his early 20s. He inherited the best features of his parents, and was quite handsome, but his brows were filled with the arrogance and swagger typical of spoiled brats. Zhang Tianchen looked at Warm Garden, with a look of disgust and said, "Dad, Mom, are we really moving to this shabby neighborhood?" "Shut up!" Zhang Wuchao, protecting his square face, said. "If you think this place is shabby, then you should be more ambitious and get a place to stay at Yahai Royal Mansion so I can enjoy your good fortune too." Zhang Tianchen shrugged, looking unconvinced. "What I was thinking was, are you the father or am I the father? Shouldn't you, as the father, create better conditions for me?" Lin Yalan gently advised. "Tianchen, please bear with it for now. Your father will find a better place as soon as possible." Zhang Wuchao said. "Just spoil him." Lin Yalan said. If I don't spoil my son, who will?" With his mother backing him up, Zhang Tianchen also snorted. As the group entered the residential area, Zhang Wuchao's gaze fell on the building closest to the gate. He led his men straight over there. As soon as they arrived at Building 1, they were stopped by Zhao Long and Zhang Hu, who were on guard duty. Zhao Long, with a tang sword slung at his waist, asked, "May I ask what brings you here?" Zhang Tianchen stepped forward and arrogantly said, "Who do you think you are? What do we need to report to you? Get out of the way!" Zhang Wuchao pulled his son back, looked at Zhao Long, and said in a calm yet authoritative tone, "Young man, my surname is Zhang, and we want to rent this building." Zhao Long shook his head and said, "This building has already been rented by my boss. There are other vacant buildings in the complex. You can go and take a look." Zhang Tianchen pointed at Zhao Long's nose and said, "You just rent it like that? Who's your boss? Tell him to come out here." Zhang Hu saw Zhang Tianchen's arrogant attitude, as if he were the most important person in the world. Recalling the time he was bullied by a rich kid, his face filled with anger, he said, "Watch your mouth." Zhang Tianchen said, "I've been very polite. If I hadn't, you would be lying down by now." Just then, a woman's voice, filled with disbelief, surprise, and excitement, suddenly came from the second-floor balcony. "Yalan? Is that you?" Hearing the sound, Lin Yalan downstairs suddenly looked up. When she saw the stunningly beautiful woman leaning out from behind the railing on the balcony, her eyes widened instantly. His initial astonishment turned into immense joy. "Sister Yaji? How is it you? What are you doing here?" Chapter 31. Zhou Yaji and Lin Yalan, two exceptional beauties. Zhou Yaji was standing on the second-floor balcony hanging clothes to dry. However, she never expected to see that face that was all too familiar, her best friend, Lin Yalan. The two have known each other since their university days. Equally beautiful and outstanding. Both have exceptional figures and outstanding temperament. Their friendship, spanning over a decade or two, is like that of sisters. The two girls, Yaji and Yalan, formed a band in college called Nji Ting Lan, and were the dream goddesses of countless boys. During their school years, they were known as the two beauties of Shanghai and Shenzhen. After graduation, the two were hailed as the two beauties of Shanghai and Shenzhen, and became the objects of countless men's fantasies. At this moment, reunited in the urban world, the two were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. Zhou Yaji was so excited that she didn't care about anything else. She rushed downstairs, rushed out the door, and hugged Lin Yalan, who was also coming to greet her, tightly. That scene of him charging into someone with the ball was absolutely amazing. "Yalan! Sister Yaji!" The two stunning beauties embraced each other, jumping and skipping, tears of joy welling up in their eyes, oblivious to everyone else. Zhang Wuchao and his son Zhang Tianchen watched the two women excitedly embracing and expressing their joy at their reunion, and they were also overjoyed, each with their own thoughts. Zhang Wuchao had always secretly loved Zhou Yaji. However, out of consideration for Lin Yalan, he dared not reveal it, much less take any action. He even knew a secret about the Bai family, Zhou Yaji's husband, Bai Wenxiong, had been having affairs for a long time, and not just one. Zhang Wuchao harbored a secret thought. He hoped that Bai Wenxiong's affair would be exposed one day. When Zhou Yaji and Bai Wenxiong have a complete falling out, perhaps I can take advantage of the situation. If it wasn't exposed, he planned to expose it himself. Now that they've reunited in this urban world, Zhang Wuchao finds that his feelings for Zhou Yaji are stronger than ever before. Zhang Tianchen looked at Zhou Yaji, his heart filled with equally excitement and fervor. Zhou Yaji is so beautiful and has such a great figure, like a ripe, juicy peach. She has a fatal attraction for a young man like him who is full of vigor. How could he not want to take a bite? He not only had designs on Zhou Yaji, but also coveted Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin. In short, his thought was, I want them all! Zhang Tianxin couldn't contain himself and stepped forward, beaming with joy. And gee! I never expected to meet you here. What a wonderful coincidence! Where are Jiexin and Jingxin? Lin Yaoan was immersed in the joy of reunion with her best friend when her son interrupted her. She was a little displeased and waved her hand, saying, Go away, go away. Your Aunt Ji and I have a lot to talk about. We don't have time to talk to you right now. Zhang Tianchen was immediately put in his place, and could only retreat to the side, feeling extremely frustrated. But his eyes were secretly and dishonestly scanning Zhou Yaji, indulging in a bit of eye candy. At this moment, Su Lan, who had heard the commotion downstairs, came out. Her face was still somewhat pale, but her eyes were sharp as she asked Zhao Long and Zhang Hu what had happened. Zhao Long and Zhang Hu gave a brief report on the situation. Su Lan nodded and turned her gaze to Zhang Wuchao. Zhang Wuchao also looked at her at the same time. In an instant, both of them sensed a familiar aura from each other's posture, eyes, and demeanor, the aura unique to soldiers. Su Lan spoke first, her tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Mr. Zhang, this building has already been rented by our boss. There are many vacant buildings in the complex. There's no need for us to compete for this one, is there? Zhang Wuchao asked. Is your boss brother Bai Wenxiong? Since Zhou Yaji is here, the leader here should naturally be her husband, Bai Wenxiong. Su Lan shook her head and said, No. Our boss's surname is Qin. Zhang Wuchao was taken aback. Not brother Bai. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaji, who was standing to the side, showed a fleeting hint of embarrassment and shame on her face. She released Lin Yaoan, turned to Zhang Wuchao, and greeted him politely. Mr. Zhang, it's been a long time. Zhang Wuchao immediately put on a warm smile, but a hint of burning passion lurked deep in his eyes. Ms. Zhou, you're too kind. I've told you so many times, just call me Brother Zhang. Calling me boss is too formal. Seeing you safe and sound, your brother Zhang is relieved. I don't know, Brother Bai. Lin Yaoan took Zhou Yaji's arm, interrupting Zhang Wuchao. Honey, why don't you take some people to rent that building number 2 next door? I have so much to say to Sister Yaji. I'll come see later. Seeing his wife and his dream girl holding hands, Zhang Wuchao could only nod helplessly. All right, you two talk. Tianchen, come with me. He led the reluctant Zhang Tianchen and his men, then turned and walked towards building 2. As he turned around, Zhang Wuchao couldn't help but look back and gaze deeply at Zhou Yaji's graceful and charming back, his heart inexplicably racing. Zhang Tianchen kept turning back to look at Zhou Yaji's back, swallowing hard. A thought popped into my head. If only I could do it from behind. On the other side. After much effort and time, Qin Yun and his group successfully located the old, dilapidated neighborhood where King Zhao was based. They entered through the back gate of the residential area. Qin Yun grabbed one of his henchmen and whispered, Where is the king of Zhao? Tell me, or I'll kill you. The young man was so frightened that he immediately pointed to an old 5-story building in the center of the neighborhood. The 7 people headed straight for Building 5 in the center of the residential area. Qin Yun stood downstairs, looked up and roared, King Zhao! Get out here right now! He was too lazy to play any tricks. Those who lack strength must resort to strategy. I have guns, knives, and even a giant guan dao, a type of halberd. I refuse to believe it. A window on the 4th floor was suddenly pushed open. King Zhao poked his head out and roared, Who? Which blind bastard is shouting like that? Are you looking for death? He cursed and swore, and soon led more than 20 henchmen armed with sticks and machetes, rushing out of the building entrance with a menacing air. Zhang Yang pointed at King Zhao and said, You, surnamed Zhao. Do you still recognize your grandfather? King Zhao squinted and recognized Zhang Yang, then immediately sneered. Who do we have here? It's you, you little rascal! What? You think you can come looking for me with just a few people? You bastard! Qin Yun was too lazy to waste words with him. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The moment King Zhao saw the gun, his survival instinct made him lunge to the side. The bullet missed its target and hit the wall behind him. Holy crap! King Zhao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly pulled one of his henchmen over to act as a human shield. Qin Yun's eyes were icy cold, and he fired another shot without stopping. The henchman who was used as a human shield screamed as a bullet pierced his chest, blood splattered, and he died on the spot. The other henchmen were terrified by the sudden gunfire and bloodshed, and their formation immediately fell into disarray. Their morale collapsed. King Zhao was both shocked and furious. He roared, You attacked me! Despicable! Shameless! What kind of hero uses a gun? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one! Qin Yun sneered. You think I'm stupid for having a gun and not using it to fight you hand-to-hand? King Zhao was so angry that his face turned red, and he cursed loudly. Fuck your mother! He roared at his henchmen who were starting to back down. What are you afraid of? He only has one gun! And his bullets are limited. There are so many of us, we can overwhelm him. Blow the whistle and gather everyone here. Whoever fucking kills him, I'll make him second in command. I'll reward him with women. I'll give him meat to eat. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. Some people were actually tempted. Qin Yun smiled. There are a lot of people, right? He suddenly raised his left hand, and there appeared another desert eagle that was exactly the same. 2 guns in hand. Sorry, I have more guns and even more bullets. I'm guaranteeing you'll all have plenty of bullet holes today. 2 guns fired simultaneously. Bang 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 dash. Chapter 32 The Death of King Zhao. Strategy Notebook. Run! Mommy! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Screams, cries, and pleas for mercy filled the air. The group scattered like birds and beasts in an instant. The others didn't even dare to show their heads. King Zhao was both shocked and furious. Although he had grabbed an unfortunate man as a human shield, the bullet still penetrated the shield and hit him. It hurts like hell. This is a bunch of useless trash. Qin Yun emptied 2 magazines, his hand trembled, and he switched to 2 new Desert Eagles. Why bother with bullets? Nothing beats switching guns. Fuck your mother! What kind of skill is it if you don't uphold martial ethics? I'll haunt you even as a ghost. King Zhao, this supermale creature, felt no fear whatsoever, only anger, hatred, and rage. Qin Yun scoffed. I've killed people during the Ghost Festival before, haven't I? King Zhao's expression froze for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind. Oh yeah. I've killed people during the Ghost Festival too. Bang! A bullet struck King Zhao precisely in the forehead. The watermelon burst open. Bang 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 bang. Qin Yun emptied the magazine on the corpse of King Zhao and said, Look, you have a lot of bullet holes now, that's impressive. Zhang Yang, Zhou Daming, and the others felt their scalps tingle, but at the same time, they felt incredibly relieved. Qin Yun said, The king of Zhao is dead. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without exception. After saying that, he waved to Zhang Yang and the others. Go! Bring out all the supplies. Yes, boss. Zhang Yang, Zhou Daming, and others immediately rushed into building number 5 with excitement. Soon, bags of rice and flour, barrels of cooking oil and bottled water, as well as canned goods, compressed biscuits, cigarettes, liquor and other supplies were gradually moved out. Although Qin Yun had no shortage of supplies, he would never complain about having too many. At this moment, a thin, middle-aged woman in her 50s, wearing an ill-fitting floral shirt, ran over with a dozen or so pale and emaciated people. The middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, pointed at Qin Yun, and started shouting. Hey! What are you doing? We painstakingly gathered all this food and water. That damned King Zhao stole it. Now that you've killed him, we thank you. But these things belong to us, you can't take them away. What will we do if you take them? You can't be so selfish and heartless. When she saw Qin Yun and his men kill the king of Zhao, she subconsciously assumed they were good people. She was afraid of evil people like the king of Zhao, but not of good people. Qin Yun coldly said, Get lost! The woman was startled by his gaze, but taking advantage of the fact that there were many of them, she straightened her back and started wailing and crying. Oh no! This is outrageous! Murder and robbery! You're all just like that damned King Zhao, you're all bandits! How are we all supposed to survive without food? I can't live anymore! Those who came with her were also in an uproar. An old man even said, Young man, heaven is watching what people do, you can't do this! Qin Yun didn't bother with any more words, and fired a shot at the ground in front of her feet. Bang! The bullets hit the concrete, sending up a trail of sparks and debris. The woman's cries stopped abruptly, and she froze on the spot. The people behind her were so frightened that they ran away as fast as they could. This person was no good, he was a villain like King Zhao, and they couldn't afford to mess with him. People are just strange sometimes. When they encounter good people, they think of bullying them and trying to gain benefits from them. But when they encounter bad people, they become incredibly obedient, docile, and compliant. Qin Yun's voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion. I'll say it one last time, get out! The woman plopped down on the ground and started crying and screaming. Murder! Murder! God, what's wrong with this world? There isn't a single good person. You're all Satan. Just kill me! Kill me! I'm not going to live anyway! She was just acting out of control, habitually throwing a tantrum. Bang! Another shot. This time it didn't miss. The world is finally quiet. Just then, Zhang Yang ran over excitedly, holding a hardcover notebook in his hand. Big brother! Look! We found something good in Zhao Wang's room! Qin Yun took the notebook, opened it, and his eyes immediately lit up. This is actually a strategy guide for an urban survival game. It was written above in crooked but clear handwriting. Key point 1. Most important, the game world is just like real life. Don't treat it like a game. You'll die. Key point 2. Supplies are crucial. Food, water, medicine, and weapons. Key point 3. Stay indoors as much as possible, and especially avoid going out at night. Key point 4. Explore the map. Special locations may contain quests or treasures. The following pages even include a hand-drawn simplified city map. Although rough, the main roads and landmarks are marked. On one of the simplified maps, a location was marked with a red circle, the Civic Center. Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that the place where you register to become a formal citizen? The last few pages of the notebook contained 3 sketches resembling dungeon entrances, each labeled with a name. The sewers on Fanhua Road. Wanda Mall. Special amusement park. Zhang Yang said. Brother, this must be something that King Zhao came up with. I didn't expect that guy to actually have some brains. Qin Yun glanced at Zhang Yang and said, Zhang Yang, it seems that King Zhao knows how to play this game better than you. If I had known, should I have spared his life and made him my strategist? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Yun patted his shoulder, his tone calm yet carrying pressure. Don't forget why I spared your life back then. Zhang Yang quickly replied. I won't forget, I won't forget. I'll always remember you, brother. I'll definitely show my worth. After Qin Yun stored all the supplies in his personal storage space, he led his people to the old, dilapidated neighborhood where they had first arrived, the starting point of the newbie village. Having witnessed the overwhelming power and majesty of that kingly figure, leading an army like a torrent of steel, standing tall in the void and looking down on everything, a fire seemed to be ignited deep within him. This is what a man should do. A thought began to grow wildly in his mind, if that were him, if he also possessed such a powerful army. Ambition and desire are growing wildly. He used to be just a lowly laborer, struggling to make ends meet every day. But now, many things that we dared to think about but not do before, we not only dare to think about, but also dare to do. He now wants to recruit more soldiers and expand his team. This time, he wasn't just looking for people with families, weaknesses, or who were easy to control. Qin Yun had thought it through. In his team, there could be a group with weaknesses, and there also needed to be a group without weaknesses. He didn't understand this kind of thing before. After all, he used to be a lowly laborer who delivered food, repaired air conditioners, unclogged sewers, and pretended to be a blind masser. How could he know anything about human resources management? But now that he's sitting in the boss's seat, he seems to have suddenly understood. It's not that I understand it, but I've definitely got some ideas about human resource management. He thought. Maybe this is what they call your position determines your perspective. Qin Yun recruited 20 able-bodied young men in the newbie village starting area. Immediately afterwards, the group of 7 electric scooters, plus 20 henchmen on foot, returned to Warm Garden in a grand procession. When Qin Yun returned to the ground floor of Building 1. Just then, Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin, mother and daughter, saw a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in fitted outdoor sportswear walking out of the building. That beautiful woman's looks, figure, and temperament were comparable to Zhou Yaji's, and each had her own unique charm. Upon seeing her, Qin Yun's eyes involuntarily lit up. Chapter 33 Madam, I want your best friend. Zhou Yaji is like a ripe peach, alluring to the bone, seemingly with 1,000 layers of charm. The beautiful woman was like a thorny red rose, bright and capable, with an air of nobility. With just one glance, Qin Yun had a thought. This woman. I want her. When Zhou Yaji saw Qin Yun, her eyes flickered, her beautiful face changed slightly, and a hint of tension, embarrassment, and panic flashed through her subconscious. What she fears most now is that her unspeakable relationship with Qin Yun will be discovered by her best friend, Lin Yalan. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin immediately flew over like 2 little birds, naturally grabbing his arms on either side. Brother Yun, you're back! Is everything going well, Brother Yun? Lin Yalan took in the whole scene. A glint of tears welled up in her bright, beautiful eyes as she thought to herself. It seems they really do have that kind of relationship. Lin Yalan is quick-witted and shrewd. When Boss Qin was mentioned in casual conversation, the reactions of the Jia and Jing sisters aroused her suspicions. Seeing it with my own eyes now, my inner suspicions seemed to have been confirmed. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at Qin Yun. His appearance was decent and clean-cut, not particularly handsome. He was a little over 1.8 meters tall, wearing a well-fitting camouflage combat uniform. He stood tall and looked exceptionally energetic. What is most striking is the unique aura he exudes, a confidence and aura of dominance that only a person in a position of power who controls the fate of others can naturally display. Lin Yalan was no stranger to this kind of imposing manner. Her husband, Zhang Wuchao, and her father both exude this kind of aura. Lin Yalan wondered to herself. I wonder if he was always this good, or if he only rose to prominence after coming to this urban game world. If it's the former, she would think this person is young and promising. If it's the latter, then she just thinks Qin Yun is really lucky. Zhou Yaji suppressed her panic and began to introduce herself. Qin Yun, this is Lin Yalan, my best friend. We've known each other since college. Yalan, this is the Qin Yun I told you about, Boss Qin. Lin Yalan immediately displayed the elegance and intellect of a socialite and noblewoman, revealing an impeccable, bright yet not overly enthusiastic smile. Mr. Qin, I've long admired your name. I didn't expect you to be so young and to have built your own career so quickly. You are truly young and accomplished, which is admirable. Her voice was clear and melodious. It didn't sound like a mature woman's voice at all, it sounded more like an 18 or 19-year-old girl's. Qin Yun smiled and said, Ms. Lin, you flatter me. I'm just a little bit luckier than most people, barely making ends meet, and I can't really talk about having a career. But what he was really thinking was, a woman like that is clearly from high society. In the past, someone like me who delivers food and unclogs sewers probably wouldn't even have the right to talk to her. But then the thought changed. The past is the past, the present is the present. Upper class? Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexing, Bai Jingxing, weren't they all upper class? And now? Both upper class and lower class. He looked at Zhou Yaji and said, Madam, I never expected you to have such a beautiful and elegant best friend. The term, tai meaning, wife, can be used as a polite and respectful term for someone else's wife, or as an intimate term of address for a man to his own woman. It all depends on how the listener interprets it. Zhou Yaji, for some reason, blushed, her eyes darted away, and she gave a vague, hesitant response. Lin Yalan exchanged a few polite words and then said, Mr. Qin has just returned, so I won't bother you any longer. From now on, we'll be neighbors. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. I hope Mr. Qin will take good care of me in the future, and we can visit each other often. Qin Yun nodded and said, No problem, it's my pleasure. Lin Yalan gave Zhou Yaji another tight hug, her voice filled with genuine emotion. Yaji, it's so good to see you here again. Zhou Yaji hugged her back, her eyes slightly red. Yes, it's so good to be reunited with you. As Qin Yun gazed at the two stunningly beautiful mature women embracing tightly, their curves fully revealed and indistinguishable, a daring thought uncontrollably popped into his mind. If they were hugging each other, what would that be like? He didn't think there was anything wrong with having this thought. For men, what most ignites their most primal desires are beauty, wealth, and power. He doesn't consider himself a person of high moral character or devoted love. His past struggles to survive at the bottom of society had long since destroyed his unrealistic romantic ideals. What he's pursuing now is the most direct and primal physical pleasure and sense of conquest. After seeing Lin Yalan off, Qin Yun immediately summoned Sulan and handed over the 20 newly recruited people to her. Sulan needs to train these new recruits first. If it doesn't meet the requirements, he will definitely reject it. Lin Yalan arrived at room 302 in the adjacent building number 2. When Zhang Wuchao saw her enter, he said, What have you been talking about for so long? It's been almost 2 hours. Lin Yalan said, What's wrong? Women naturally have a lot to talk about. Not to mention that Yaji and I have been best friends for 20 years. Reuniting in a godforsaken place like this, we naturally have endless things to say. Between us, we can share everything except our husbands. Zhang Wuchao muttered to herself. Why can't my husband share? He didn't say those words. However, a thought had already formed in his mind. Now that I'm here, I don't need to worry about Lin Yalan anymore. Zhang Wuchao asked. How is Zhou Meizi? What about Brother Bai? Isn't he with her? Lin Yalan said. She's fine. As for Bai Wanxiong, I don't know. I don't know why, but they weren't separated as a family like us. Zhang Wuchao had a suspicion in his mind. Perhaps in Bai Wanxiong's heart, he doesn't really consider Zhou Yaji and the others as family. At this moment, her son, Zhang Tianchen, rushed over eagerly and asked, Mom, have you seen Jiexin and Jingxin? How are they? Lin Yalan nodded. I saw them, they are all fine. Zhang Tianchen immediately became excited and shared his thoughts. Mom and Dad, you should go and propose to Aunt Ji right away. Tell her I want to marry Jingxin. Of course. I like Jiexin very much too. He added in his mind. It would be even better if we could marry them both. After I married them, we became a family. When our two sides combine, it will be a powerful alliance, right? Zhang Wuchao frowned slightly, but did not immediately object. He would be very happy if a powerful alliance could be formed. Of course, it would be even better if they could become a family, with her son paired with Bai Jiexin or Bai Jingxin, and herself with Zhou Yaji. Lin Yalan poured cold water on the idea without any mercy. Son, I advise you to give up on that idea as soon as possible. Zhang Tianchen immediately asked. Why? Lin Yalan was too lazy to say more to him, and only said lightly. If I'm not mistaken, the relationship between Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin and that boss Qin should be unusual. Zhang Tianchen asked. What do you mean? Mom, you don't mean to say that they have that kind of relationship with that boss Qin? An idea popped into his head. But he immediately rejected it. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! However, Lin Yalan said, 9 times out of 10, they've all followed that boss Qin now. Zhang Tianqin's face flushed instantly, and he shouted excitedly. No way! Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin are mine! Dad, I'm going to kill that damn Qin bastard! Chapter 34 Zhou Jiaji and Lin Yalan. This is so difficult. Why don't you just open the window now and shout towards building 1, so he can hear you? It would be best if the whole world could hear you. Zhang Wuchao pointed at Zhang Tianqin's nose, looking at him with a disappointed expression. Do you know what rank he is? Do you know how many people he has under his command? Do you know what his trump card is? You know nothing! And you're already yelling about killing him? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Tianqin flicked his hand in a very domineering manner. I don't care about this or that, I'm going to kill him. He dares to touch the woman I, Zhang Tianqin, have my eye on? Even Jesus couldn't save him, I'm telling you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuchao gave Zhang Tianqin a thumbs up. Fine, you're capable, you're competent. Go now. If you can take him down, I'll admit you're better than me, his father. Zhang Tianqin said. Dad, that Qin guy stole your daughter-in-law and your grandson's future mother. I can't tolerate this kind of thing, can you? Zhang Wuchao was so angry he laughed. So after all this talk, you want me to take action? Zhang Tianqin said matter-of-factly. Dad, I'll wait until you've brought him to low health before I go up and finish him off. That way it's safer. Zhang Wuchao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Yalan beside him. Did you hear that? Listen to the utter nonsense your good son is spouting? He wants to steal women from other men, but he only talks the talk, he leaves the physical labor to me. Is he stealing a woman from someone else, or am I stealing a woman from another man? Zhang Tianqin, however, did not see anything wrong with it at all, and instead looked completely self-righteous. Dad, you're wrong. I'm your own son, and it's your job to worry about my marriage. As I just said, Jiexin and Jingxin are your future daughters-in-law, and they are meant to carry on the Zhang family line. This concerns the continuation of our Zhang family line and its future. If you don't step up, who will? Zhang Wuchao was so angry that the veins on his forehead throbbed. So you're not even going to act anymore? You're just saying you want both of them? Zhang Tianqin steeled his resolve, raised his head, and declared. That's right. I'm not acting anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. I want both Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin. What man doesn't want to have multiple women? Zhang Wuchao was so angry he was speechless. He turned to his wife and said, You've spoiled your son. Lin Yalan rolled her eyes and said, Tianqin is my son, but isn't he your son too? Zhang Tianqin immediately looked at Lin Yalan, his face full of pleading, coaxing, and determination. Mom, you have to help me. You have to help me. I must attain a pure and clean heart. Lin Yalan frowned, her face showing a conflicted expression. On one side is her best friend. On one hand there's the good son. What to do? This is so difficult. At the same time. Room 202, Building 1. Zhou Jiaji's delicate eyebrows were also tightly furrowed. The beautiful face, radiating peace and prosperity, was etched with worry and unease. Just now, Qin Yun hit her right on the head. I've got my eye on Lin Yalan, and I'm going to have her. Zhou Jiaji felt very conflicted and had a difficult time dealing with the situation. On one side is her best friend, whom she considers like a sister. On the other side is the man she now depends on. What to do? This is really difficult. Qin Yun pinched her round, delicate, and tender chin. I think you could deepen your friendship with her best friend a bit more. The three most important bonds for men are classmates, sharing spoils, and carrying guns. Women are the same. You two have been classmates, fought side by side, and shared the spoils together, which is why you can become true sisters. Look, aren't you two like sisters now? Zhou Jiaji remained silent. Bai Jiexin, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but interject. Brother Yun, Aunt Lan's son, Zhang Tianqin, is a notorious spoiled brat in Shanghai and Shenzhen. Who is this Chen from the 5 young masters of Shanghai and Shenzhen, tiger hunted this morning? He's done countless disgusting and messy things just because his family has power and influence. He's always had those filthy and despicable thoughts about my sister and me. If he knew we were here, he would definitely come and harass us. Bai Jingxin added coldly. Zhang Tianxin is capable of anything. I heard that he once pushed a woman's boyfriend off a rooftop to steal her away, and nothing happened to him. Bai Jiexing pouted and said, I know of several other things that are even worse than this. After listening, Qin Yun said, Is that so? In that case, we have no choice but to strike first. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaji quickly said, Yalan spoils her son rotten, almost to the point of having no principles. Yalan bears a large part of the responsibility for Zhang Tianxin becoming what he is today. If you lay a hand on Zhang Tianxin, she will definitely hate you to death and would rather die than submit. Oh? A playful smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. According to you, if I control Zhang Tianxin, then I can do whatever I want to her? Zhou Yaji was silent for a while before stammering. Maybe, probably, perhaps. Qin Yun grinned, then abruptly changed the subject. All right, let's ignore Lin Yalan and Zhang Tianxin for now. Let's do something more important together first. Zhou Yaji's delicate body trembled violently, her pretty face turned deathly pale, and her legs went weak. She cried out in her heart. Again? Bai Jiexing and Bai Jingxin also felt a tightness in their chests. To everyone's surprise, Qin Yun's next words were, Let's go cook. To cook. Oh, so you were talking about cooking. Zhou Yaji's pretty face turned bright red in an instant. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Jiexing and Bai Jingxin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at each other, but if you looked closely, you could still see a faint blush. So the four of them worked like tigers in the kitchen. A rather sumptuous lunch was prepared quickly. Braised pork belly, spicy chicken, stir-fried vegetables, stir-fried beef with chili peppers. In the current circumstances, this lunch can definitely be described as luxurious and sumptuous. The four of them sat around the dining table, picked up their chopsticks, and started eating. Qin Yun was eating. Then that familiar resource unlocking prompt popped up. Today's unlocked item, compound bow set. Daily supply, 1000 sets. Automatically saved to personal supplies space. Note, the set includes 1 compound bow, 20 carbon fiber arrows, and 1 simple quiver. Composite bow? Qin Yun's eyes lit up. This is great stuff. Where did he get his shooting skills from? He had worked at an archery range for a year, and he learned to shoot by playing around in his spare time. Compound bows are less strenuous, more accurate, more powerful, and quieter than recurve bows. He almost immediately realized its purpose, to equip his men with it and form an archery squad. In this way, he could make up for the lack of ranged combat personnel under his command. After all, he would never give away a weapon like the Desert Eagle, which could threaten him. It's impossible, at least for now. The previous Ghost Festival was only given to Sulan temporarily because the enemy was too strong. But he had already taken it back. Now that we have compound bows, we can finally equip our men with them. In terms of lethality, composite bows are no less effective than firearms. However, it is much more difficult to operate than firearms. If one of my men were to lose their mind and try to use a compound bow against me, the time it would take to draw the arrow, string it, pull the bowstring, and aim would be enough for me to empty 2 magazines. While eating, Qin Yun suddenly remembered something and said, Let's take a nap after dinner. We'll go out this afternoon. The Mother and Her 2 Children. Chapter 35 Strike First. A Trap Set Up. After waking up from their afternoon nap, Qin Yun and her 2 daughters, Yeji and her mother, were all full of energy. Qin Yun took out 3 brand new camouflage combat suits from his personal storage space and threw them to Zhou Yaji and her 2 daughters, telling them to change into them. It wasn't that he wanted to engage in any special kind of play. If you're just going out, this outfit makes it easier to move around. When the 3 of them changed their clothes and came out again, Qin Yun's eyes lit up. This camouflage combat uniform is a slim-fit tactical style. The durable and abrasion-resistant technical fabric perfectly conforms to the body's curves, highlighting the 3 women's already enviable figures. The soft lines and the rugged military style create a strong contrast, bursting out with a unique charm that is extremely eye-catching. Zhou Yaji's mature and charming style was not concealed, but rather highlighted even more by the camouflage fabric. She exudes a unique allure, both dignified and sensual, making it impossible to look away. The buttons on the chest, in particular, were almost bursting open. There's no way around it, this is already the largest women's size. You can only say that even with a great figure, you still have to be picky about clothes. The twins, Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin, exuded a different kind of youthful and spirited charm. The same clothes, but they exuded different charms on them. Bai Jiexin is lively and agile, like a clever little deer in the jungle. Her pure white heart is serene and tranquil, like a proud and independent snow lotus. The two stood together, with identical faces and attire, yet possessing vastly different auras, creating an incredibly pleasing sight. Add Zhou Yaji to the mix. This combination of mother, and two others is truly, in a word, absolutely brilliant. One more word, awesome. Two words, absolutely amazing. Let's go. Qin Yun suppressed his anger with great willpower. Well, it turns out that we still control the body with the head on top. Zhou Yaji and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. They had clearly seen the fire in Qin Yun's eyes just now, and they were truly afraid it would be like yesterday. Soon, the four people rode two electric scooters out of the warm garden residential area. Building number 2. Behind a window in room 302. Zhang Tianchen stared intently at the two electric scooters that had driven away. Seeing Bai Jingxin tightly hugging Qin Yun's waist, her chest pressed against his back, his eyes turned red, his mind filled with jealousy and resentment. He was grinding his teeth and clenching his fists. You bastard, you dare touch my woman? You just wait. I've already thought of 9 ways to kill you, 9. Each one will make you regret being born. However, his expression changed as soon as he finished speaking. Because he saw another woman in camouflage combat uniform walk out of Building 1, it was Su Lan. Behind her were 10 strong young men. What made Zhang Tianchen's pupils shrink the most was that each of these 10 people was carrying a compound bow. Under Su Lan's command, they began practicing archery in the open space in front of the building. Composite bows? Where did they get so many composite bows? Zhang Wuchao quickly learned from his subordinates that the people in Building 1 had compound bows, and he personally went to the window to check. When he saw the archery team training downstairs in Building 1, his expression instantly became extremely serious. There was apprehension in his eyes. But more often than not, it's the uncontrollable greed. These 10 compound bows are incredibly intimidating and lethal. If these compound bows could fall into my hands, my power would expand instantly. An idea began to grow wildly in his mind and quickly became firm. He murmured under his breath, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. How can I allow someone else to snore beside my bed? Either annex them or destroy them. As the saying goes, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. We must seize the initiative. We must strike when they are completely unprepared. Zhang Wuchao found Lin Yalan and said, Yalan, I plan to host a banquet here tonight and invite your best friend and her family, as well as that Mr. Qin, to have a meal together. It will be a formal introduction and a chance to strengthen the neighborhood relationship. Lin Yalan was incredibly clever. Seeing her husband's expression, she knew things weren't simple. She frowned slightly and asked, Just a meal? Zhang Wuchao briefly explained the situation and concluded, How can we allow others to snore beside our bed? We must strike first and capture the kingpin first. He quickly added, Don't worry, I would never hurt your best friend or her 2 daughters. After all, we'll be family someday. Zhang Wuchao had a very clever plan. It's not just about annexing the other side's territory. They also want to take in Zhou Yaji and her 2 mothers, Zhou Yaji herself, and Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin their sons. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, Qin Yun and his 3 companions rode 2 small electric scooters, weaving through the desolate, steel jungle-like city. An hour later they arrived at their destination, a modern building that looked quite grand and solemn. This is the civic center for this area. At this moment, a not-so-long queue had already formed at the main entrance of the civic center. It seems that quite a few survivors already know they need to register as official citizens. Qin Yun saw several men with messy clothes, fierce eyes, and sticks standing at the entrance of the civic center. Anyone wishing to enter the civic center must pay a certain number of copper coins to be allowed entry. As a civilized person, Qin Yun chose to queue. After queuing for about half an hour, it was finally their turn. The thugs guarding the door were initially collecting money with a bored and yawning expression. But when their gazes fell on Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin behind Qin Yun, their eyes instantly blazed with undisguised, beast-like desire. One of the guys, who had a shaved head and a face full of scars, said to the three girls, "Hey! 3 little sisters, why don't you come live with your brothers? We promise you'll eat and drink well every day and live a happy and comfortable life." As he spoke, he reached out to pinch Zhou Yaji's face. They were truly unscrupulous. The muzzle of the Desert Eagle pistol was pressed firmly against the bald thug's forehead. The cold, hard metallic touch instantly froze the bald thug's expression. Qin Yun said, "What the hell did you just say? Say it again for me." The bald thug started shouting, all bluster and no substance. "Damn! So what if you have a gun? Do you even know who I am? Do you even know who my boss is? Try touching me if you dare." Qin Yun grinned and said, "Let's give it a try." Bang! The bald thug's head looked like a rotten watermelon that had been smashed by a hammer. The ferocity on the faces of those accomplices who had been so arrogant just moments before was instantly replaced by fear and horror. The next second, the instinct for survival instantly overwhelmed everything, and they scattered and fled in all directions. However, bang, 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 bang. With a volley of shots from both guns, they were all sent away. Times have changed. In the past, there was a legal order, and everyone was very restrained. Of course, there were also those who were not. Since a conflict has already broken out and enmity has been formed, let's send them all away. If you're not ruthless, others will think you're easy to bully and will try to steal your resources, sleep with your women, and even take your life. Qin Yun walked to the headless corpse and picked up the copper coins that had been dropped. A total of 2,020 copper coins. He transferred the money bag to his digital account. After doing all this, he acted as if nothing had happened and led Zhou Yaji and her 2 daughters into the civic center. People outside began to whisper among themselves. "That's too cruel. They just killed him without hesitation, without even blinking. It scared me to death. Didn't they say it cost 20 copper coins to enter the civic center? How come he got in without paying? Are you really stupid? You actually thought you had to pay to get in? That's clearly a bunch of thugs setting up a checkpoint and charging fees. Serves you right. Good riddance. Now we don't have to pay copper coins." However, Bald Bear's gang seems to be quite powerful. I heard that on the night of the Ghost Festival, they killed a lot of that thing. Chapter 36, Registering as a Full-Fledged Citizen. Yuya Couple. Qin Yun led Zhou Yaji and her 2 daughters into the lobby of the civic center. The lobby is spacious and bright. Only a few people were registering at the empty counter, making it seem rather deserted. The 4 people each went to an empty counter. A soft beam of light emanated from the instrument on the counter, scanning their bodies. Identity confirmed. Player, Qin Yun. Level, LV.8. Please select your registration level, common, 50 copper coins, iron, 10 silver coins, bronze, 1,000 silver coins. Insufficient qualifications will result in your application not being displayed. Do I have to spend more money? Qin Yun's lips twitched, and he chose iron grade. Balance, -10 silver coins. Congratulations on officially becoming a black iron level citizen of this city. Citizen privileges have been unlocked. 1. Consumer discounts. Enjoy a 10% discount on all expenses. 2. Information priority. Announcements for major events will be sent to you 12 hours in advance. 3. Freedom of access. Permission to enter mid-range and lower-end public buildings and facilities. 4. Communication and interaction. After obtaining a smart communication device, enable the online social networking function. 5. Bonus points for exams. Bonus points are available for applying for public service positions. Enjoy the game. A glimmer of light flashed by. Qin Yun felt as if some invisible mark had been branded onto his body, and he vaguely felt that his connection with this urban world had become even closer. At the same time, a new black iron icon has appeared on his personal panel. Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin also completed their registration in turn. But they are just ordinary citizens. So you need official status to get into many places. Yes, I didn't expect I'd have to register at the Citizen Service Center. We were actually unregistered before. Zhou Yaji and the other two whispered among themselves. You are not unregistered residents. Qin Yun grinned and looked at them meaningfully. Even Bai Shui isn't as fair-skinned as you guys. The three of them were taken aback at first, and then their pretty faces turned red. After completing the registration, the four chatted as they walked out of the civic center. As soon as I stepped out the door, I heard a loud shout and a commotion. Not far away, a group of people were aggressively surrounding several people who had just been queuing. The leader was a woman. She was wearing tight leather pants and high-heeled boots, and had a stunning figure. But that face, however, exuded a strong sense of technology and ruthless skill. Her towering nose, sharp chin that could kill, overly full cheeks, and pouty lips are clearly the result of extensive plastic surgery. There must have been something stuffed in her chest as well. Her face was now contorted with murderous intent as she demanded sharply, "Speak! Who killed the people of our prosperous dynasty? If you don't tell me, I'll slaughter you all!" The people being interrogated trembled with fear, their eyes instinctively glancing at Qin Yun and his group of four who had just emerged. One of them even pointed directly at them, saying, "It was them! It was that man who did it!" The tech-savvy beauty immediately glared at him fiercely. However, the first thing she saw was not Qin Yun, but the three women, Zhou Jiaji and her daughter, who were wearing camouflage uniforms behind him. Seeing Zhou Jiaji's natural mature charm and the Bai sisters' pure and beautiful faces, an extremely vicious jealousy and resentment instantly surged into his heart, rushing straight to the top of his head. She shrieked, "So! You dare kill people from our prosperous dynasty? You're all tired of living! Seize them!" At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Slash those three bitches' faces! Qin Yun frowned and muttered, "Annoying." He couldn't be bothered to waste words on such a person, and with lightning speed, he drew two guns from his waist. Bang 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 dash. When you're too lazy to speak, just use words. The 0.5 caliber Desert Eagle can not only intimidate the enemy, but also kill them. The first few prosperous dynasty thugs who charged at the front had their chests burst open with blood, and they fell to the ground screaming in agony. The remaining people were terrified by the sudden bloodshed. They let out a scream and turned to flee for their lives. The tech-savvy beauty was shot, but she didn't die. The two large silicone implants on his chest unexpectedly acted as a buffer, preventing him from being killed in the first wave of shots. The ferocity on her face was replaced by fear. She crawled backward, tears streaming down her face, crying and begging for mercy incoherently. "No! No! Don't kill me! Please! Don't kill me! If you kill me, the entire prosperous dynasty will not let you get away with it. Our boss has a gun too. He will avenge me." Threatening me? They also have guns? Is the caliber of his gun bigger than mine? Do they have as many bullets as I do? Qin Yun remained completely unmoved. Bang! The world is quiet now. Qin Yun put away his gun, glanced at the pale-faced people queuing around him, and asked in a cold voice, "Does any of you know anything about this prosperous dynasty she just mentioned?" The crowd looked at each other, speechless, no one daring to speak first. Qin Yun revealed a benevolent smile and said, "She asks you questions and you answer? I asked you questions and you don't answer. Damn, do you think I'm easier to bully?" Someone cried out, I really don't know. I've never even heard of it." Some people anxiously urged, "If anyone knows, please tell us quickly. Don't get us all into trouble." Qin Yun began counting down. "I'll count to 3. If no one says anything by then, you all need to be silent. 3, 2. Before the word 1 could even be uttered, someone finally couldn't withstand the pressure and rushed to speak first. I'll tell you. The boss of Prosperous Dynasty is called Huang Chao. He's a ruthless character. There are a lot of them. I heard there are several hundred. They seem to have killed a lot of ghosts that night during the Ghost Festival. I heard they accomplished a great mission and got a lot of good stuff. Their base seems to be near Linjiang Huafu. Yes. Huang Chao has guns. And it seems like he has more than one. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Qin Yun obtained the information he sought. He ignored these people and, with Zhou Yaji and her 2 daughters, rode away from the civic center on a small electric scooter. On the way back, Zhou Yaji asked with some worry, Qin Yun, that Prosperous Dynasty sounds quite powerful. We killed their people, they definitely won't let it go. What do you plan to do? Qin Yun smiled nonchalantly, looking relaxed. What can we do? We'll just have to deal with it. Instead of returning directly to Warm Garden, he rode his electric scooter and began wandering aimlessly through the desolate city. Qin Yun Avenue, Wutong Road, Xiufu Street, Wufu North Road. The streets, large and small, long and short, were deserted and lifeless. He also tried to enter the shops on both sides of the road. He was able to get in this time, but he came out as soon as he went in. The shop was completely empty. As they passed a medium-sized shopping mall called Bubu Sheng, Qin Yun slammed on the brakes and said, Let's go in and take a look. The 4 people entered the mall. The mall has a large interior space, and all the shops are kept clean, brightly lit, and full of a wide variety of goods. Finally, it's not empty anymore. Qin Yun laughed and said, What are you standing there for? Let's start the shopping spree. Buy whatever you like, it's on me. The eyes of Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin, mother and daughter, lit up instantly. Sure enough, no woman can resist the temptation of shopping. They immediately threw themselves into the shopping spree with excitement. Qin Yun hummed along. Soon, Zhou Yaji and her 2 companions had large and small bags in their hands. By the way, there are no salespeople here, it's all self-service shopping. As Qin Yun walked, he saw the 3 characters, Yiku. A thought struck him, and he licked his lips, saying, Let's go to that store and buy you some nice clothes to change into. Upon hearing this, the 3 women happily rushed into Yiku. The store is filled with all kinds of fashionable women's clothing, unique lingerie, black and white stockings, a complete range of products. The 3 women immediately began to happily pick out their clothes, and soon each had chosen their favorite outfit. I'll try this one on. I'll give it a try too. The 3 of them, carrying the clothes they had chosen, went into 3 adjacent fitting rooms. Qin Yun looked at the swaying curtain at the door of the fitting room and a smile appeared on her lips. He also grabbed a piece of clothing, quietly slipped to the door of one of the fitting rooms, then lifted the curtain and darted inside like lightning. He wants to try on clothes too. Chapter 37, The Prosperous Dynasty 2 brothers. A mother and her 3 daughters, all of utmost beauty. Damn! He's dead? Holy crap! They're all dead? Linjiang Huafu Residential Community. Inside an old villa. Huan Yang, with his dyed yellow hair and a fierce expression, was shouting and yelling, venting his anger. His subordinate Lu Chang stood nervously, his heart pounding with anxiety, fearing that he would be beaten up by the enraged Vice President Huang in a fit of rage. At this moment, Huan Yang's older brother, Huang Chao, the president of Prosperous Dynasty, entered the room looking exhausted. He had just returned from outside, looking exhausted, with abrasions and swelling on his body, and appeared somewhat disheveled. His failure to conquer the abandoned ironworks instance resulted in significant losses, leaving him in a very bad mood. Upon seeing his brother return, Huan Yang excitedly exclaimed, "Brother! It's just in time you're back. My men have been killed. Bald Bear and Snake Demon have all been slaughtered. Right in front of the civic center. Damn it! They even dared to touch our Prosperous Dynasty people. I'm going to blow their dog heads off." Huang Chao was already irritable, and upon hearing this, his brows furrowed even more, and he asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Huan Yang yelled at a trembling underling next to him, "Xiangzi, you tell my brother!" Lu Chang trembled with fright, and hurriedly gave a stammering report. Chairman, here's what happened. Brother Yang told us to go to the civic center to collect some entrance fee, but we ran into a tough nut to crack. He opened fire before we could even exchange a few words. Brother Xiong, Sister Snake, and several other brothers were all killed by that guy. Yes, he has a gun. It looks like a desert eagle, exactly like in the movies. He has 2 desert eagles. Huang Chao's face turned even uglier after hearing this. Huang Yang was so angry that he jumped up and down. Did you hear that, bro? We have to take some guys and kill that bastard. So what if you have guns? We have guns too. Everyone is equal before a shotgun. I'll just blast you to smithereens with 1 shotgun. Xiangzi also said that bastard is with 3 stunning beauties. After we kill that guy, we can bring the women back, hee. Huang Chao was furious upon hearing this. He kicked Huang Yang hard in the stomach, sending him flying backward and crashing into the wall. Woman! Woman! I'm risking my life out there, and all you think about is women and fighting. Can't you fucking fill your head with something else? Career! Ambition! Lofty goals! Aren't these more meaningful than women? If you don't use your brain when you're out in the world, you'll never amount to anything. Once our prosperous dynasty grows strong and becomes a true dynasty, will we still have to worry about not having women? Huang Yang clutched his stomach, wincing in pain. But his eyes still held resentment. So my men died for nothing? Where does that leave the face of our prosperous dynasty? Huang Chao took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Those who killed us deserve to die, of course. But this is not a time for revenge. I'm destined for great things and to achieve great things. Now is a critical period for development. Accumulating resources and expanding our team are our top priorities. Once we're truly strong and well-equipped, what kind of opponent can't we crush? Get out of here and calm down, and don't you dare cause any more trouble. Huang Yang dared not argue back, got up dejectedly, and slunk out the door. But he had nowhere to vent his anger, and he was in pain. He arrived at a large tree in the neighborhood, pulled out a shotgun, and started firing. The poor tree was immediately subjected to a barrage of spray. Step-by-step shopping mall. Inside the restroom. Qin Yun was also bombarded with criticism. Damn! The infrastructure in this mall is absolutely terrible. The faucet broke with the slightest touch, spraying water all over me. Qin Yun wiped the water off his face. Zhou Yaji got off the sink, lowered her head, and picked up the towel on the sink to help wipe herself. Qin Yun enjoyed the moment, while checking the new supplies unlocked that day. 1,000 Diyu Hang drones. 2. 1,000 Xinjiang brand 3-wheeled motorcycles. 3. Iced Coca-Cola, 1,000 cans. Drones? Tricycle? Cola? The system unlocking is still as arbitrary as ever. He took out a can of chilled Coca-Cola and deliberately shook it vigorously several times. Zhou Yaji couldn't help but remind you. Don't shake it so hard, or the cola will spray out when you open it. Qin Yun grinned and said meaningfully, I like it this way, it feels great. Zhou Yaji was stunned. With a click, the pull tab on the Coke can was pulled open. The characteristic foam of carbonated drinks, mixed with cola, instantly gushed violently out of the can. After the foam finished spraying, Qin Yun tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful of water. Ah, burp! He let out a long burp and tossed the empty can precisely into a distant trash can. Let's go, let's keep the shopping spree going. As he spoke, he came out of the restroom wearing only his underwear. Zhou Yaji quickly dressed and chased after him. With money and resources, of course you should enjoy the pleasure of shopping. Qin Yun herself also started shopping. I walked into a men's clothing store called Neptune's House, and selected a few slim-fit suits. At a FIDA watch counter, I picked out a few simple and elegant men's watches. Then he added several jinlalai belts and several pairs of kinkingding, soft-soled leather shoes. Finally, I picked up a few pairs of cool, dinosaur, sunglasses at an eyewear counter. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. When he changed into a brand new outfit, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. His sharp suit accentuated his tall and imposing figure, while his watch and belt added a touch of sophistication. His gleaming leather shoes and cool sunglasses further enhanced his commanding presence. He transformed from a ruthless bandit in camouflage combat gear, just kidding, into a charismatic, handsome, and stylish urban man in an instant. Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Even Zhou Yaji's bright eyes were momentarily dazed. The three women also changed into their newly bought clothes. Zhou Yaji wore a champagne-colored silk dress that perfectly accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure, making her both elegant and charming, and incredibly attractive. Bai Jiexin changed into a vibrant sportswear outfit, looking youthful and beautiful, like a sunny school beauty. Bai Jingxin chose a light blue chiffon dress, which made her look aloof and refined, like a fairy who doesn't eat the food of the mortal world. The three women had distinct styles, yet they were all equally radiant and stunningly beautiful, guaranteeing a 100% head-turning rate. It was just a pity that there was no one else in the entire mall. Qin Yun looked at the three men with their new skins, and thought to himself, "Damn! This is really testing the cadre's ability to get things done. The shopping spree is over, and I've got a lot of great stuff." Upon arriving outside the mall, Qin Yun immediately took out a brand new Xinjiang brand tricycle. This three-wheeled vehicle looks very practical and durable. Qin Yun climbed into the driver's seat, patted the cargo bed, and smiled at the three women. "Get in! I like driving a tricycle. With three wheels together, it's both stable and exhilarating." Zhou Yaji and her two daughters climbed into the truck bed and sat down. The tricycle started and headed towards Warm Garden. If this were in the past, people on the street would probably have thought, "Holy crap!" countless times if they saw a handsome man in a suit carrying three stunningly beautiful women in a tricycle. Stunning beauties and supercars are the perfect match. How did it end up being paired with a three-wheeled motorcycle? That's so jarring. The three-wheeled vehicle sped along, much faster than a small electric scooter. Just as I was passing by the alley where Sunny Monkey Bakery was located, a woman's voice, trembling with sobs, filled with anxiety and anger, suddenly rang out. "What are you doing? Don't touch me. I've already told you I'm not your girlfriend. What's wrong with you? Can't you understand human language? Please leave, I'm not doing business with you anymore." It's the voice of Ho Qing, the adorable baker. Qin Yun frowned and squeezed the brake lever. Chapter 38. The arrogant and rampant Zhang Tianqin, knocked unconscious with a single blow. In the alley, at the entrance of Sunny Monkey Bakery, Zhang Tianqin's handsome face was filled with a mixture of embarrassment and fierceness at being rejected. He took a sudden step closer, a cold smile on his face, his tone full of threat. "Do you know what happened to the last woman who rejected my confession? I stabbed her 13 times in the street. In the end, nothing happened to me. I just got a mental illness certificate, paid some money, and that was it." His face revealed an extreme arrogance and conceit. "I was fine when there were government officials and laws. The world has changed. There's no law anymore. I can kill whoever I want and sleep with whoever I want. Even the emperor himself can't control me." That arrogant and rampant aura seemed to pierce the sky. Zhang Tianqin raised a finger, as if issuing a verdict, and said, "I'm giving you one last chance. Either you obediently become my woman, or I'll fucking stab you to death right now." Ho Qing was so frightened by his words that her face turned pale and her delicate body trembled slightly. But her inherent stubbornness prevented her from giving in. Instead, she raised her head and declared, "I won't." "Great! Excellent!" Zhang Tianqin was so angry that he laughed, his expression instantly becoming extremely ferocious. "You're asking for it? Then go die." He suddenly pulled out a gleaming fruit knife and stabbed it forcefully at Ho Qing. Ho Qing closed her eyes in terror, only one thought in her mind: "I'm going to die." In that very instant, a powerful hand gripped Zhang Tianqin's wrist, which was holding the knife, like an iron clamp. Zhang Tianqin felt like his wrist was about to be crushed. He grimaced in pain and cursed. "Damn it! Who? Let go! It hurts like hell!" He turned around abruptly, and saw Qin Yun with a blank expression. And behind Qin Yun were Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin, a mother and daughter. Zhang Tianchen was taken aback at first, a look of surprise and embarrassment flashing across his face. He subconsciously said, Aunt Ji? Aunt Ji? Sister Jiexin? Sister Jingxin? What are you doing here? Zhou Jiaji and Bai Jingxin looked at him with furrowed brows, and did not respond to him at all. Bai Jiexin made no attempt to hide the disgust and revulsion on her face, saying, Who's your sister? Don't call me that. Disgusting. Qin Yun suddenly exerted force and pulled outwards. Zhang Tianchen was pulled away by a tremendous force and staggered, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a stop. His anger exploded in an instant. He no longer cared that Zhou Yaji and the others were still there. He roared furiously at the 4 henchmen who stood motionless. Are you fucking dead? Kill him! Damn it! This year's lackeys are really terrible. The 4 henchmen then realized what was happening and rushed towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun raised his hand, and a brand new baseball bat appeared out of thin air. I just bought this at the sporting goods store in Bubisheng shopping mall. Box, 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 box. There were several clean, dull thuds as the baseball bat smashed directly onto his head. The 4 henchmen who rushed up didn't even utter a sound, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed limply. Zhang Tianchen had just gotten up, clutching his aching wrists, when he saw his 4 men being instantly knocked down, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Then, in a fit of anger, he cursed, They're all fucking trash. He glared at Qin Yun with anger and resentment, pointing at him and saying, Fine. You're so great. You're so capable. Let me tell you, this isn't over. He had made up his mind that once he got back, he would make his father immediately mobilize all available manpower and kill this guy surnamed Qin at all costs. They stole my pure heart and clean mind, and they even dare to ruin my good deed. Do they really think I, Zhang Tianchen, am some kind of vegetarian monk? Zhang Tianchen made a harsh statement and turned to leave. Before he could take 2 steps, a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. Bang! Zhang Tianchen's body stiffened abruptly. He slowly turned around, pointed at Qin Yun, and stammered, You attacked me from behind. Before he could finish speaking, he rolled his eyes and fainted. The world is quiet now. Qin Yun walked up to Ho Qing, who was quite frightened, and asked, Are you all right? Ho Qing, still shaken, patted her chest and quickly said, I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Qin, thank you so much, she said with lingering fear and indignation. I had only ever seen stories about lawless and arrogant rich kids on TV and the internet before. I never thought I would actually encounter one in real life. I can't believe my luck. Qin Yun smiled and said, He might have been a so-called rich second generation before. But times have changed, he's nothing now. Then he comforted her, saying, Don't worry. I'll handle this. He'll definitely never bother you again. Ho Qing was extremely grateful and said, Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you enough. Qin Yun wasn't the kind of person who would do good deeds without expecting anything in return. He smiled and said, If you really want to thank me, just give me a 30% discount next time I buy bread from you. Ho Qing nodded repeatedly. Sure. I'll give you a 30% discount. No, a 40% discount. A 50% discount. Qin Yun remembered the way she quoted prices when she bought cookies from her before, and it was exactly the same as now. So cute. He waved his hand and said, How about a 30% discount? I can't let you work for free. After saying that, he said, You go ahead and do your thing. I'll go throw this trash somewhere far away. He took out a rope, tied up the 5 people on the ground, and then dragged them away like dead dogs. Zhou Yaji and the other 2 waited for him at the entrance of the bakery. About 10 minutes later, Qin Yun slowly walked back, his hands empty. He said goodbye to Ho Qing, and then, together with Zhou Yaji and the other 2, rode away on a tricycle. On the way back, Zhou Yaji hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help asking in a low voice, You didn't kill Zhang Tianchen, did you? After all, he was the only son of her best friend, Lin Yalan. Qin Yun smiled and said, Don't worry. Didn't you say that if I killed him, your best friend would fight me to the death? I found an empty shop nearby and threw him inside. As for those 4 lackeys, he then thoroughly cleaned up it. When Zhou Yaji heard that Zhang Tianchen was still alive, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how despicable that kid is, he is still Yalan's son, and it's good that he's alive. The four returned to the Warm Garden residential complex. Before they could even step into the entrance of Building 1, a woman's voice, filled with urgency and worry, came from the balcony of the neighboring Building 2. Yaji! Yaji! Lin Yalan was standing on the balcony of apartment 302 in Building 2, waving in this direction. Soon. She hurriedly ran downstairs and came to Zhou Yaji. Sister Yaji, Wu Chao and I are planning to host a family dinner tonight and would like to invite you all over to celebrate our reunion as sisters. In addition, Wu Chao would also like to formally get to know Mr. Qin and make friends. Her gaze was mainly fixed on Zhou Yaji and Qin Yun, filled with sincere and enthusiastic anticipation. Faced with her best friend's enthusiastic invitation, Zhou Yaji looked at Qin Yun and asked for his opinion. Qin Yun smiled knowingly, nodded and said, "All right. Neighbors should get to know each other and visit each other more often." Seeing Qin Yun agree, Lin Yalan's smile widened even more. "Great! It's a deal then. Our family will be waiting for Mr. Qin at 7 o'clock tonight." She exchanged a few more pleasantries with Zhou Yaji before turning back to prepare for tonight's family dinner. As Zhou Yaji watched Lin Yalan's departing figure, she thought of Qin Yun's covetousness towards her, and then of Zhang Wuchao being kidnapped by Qin Yun. Her heart was filled with complex emotions and immense guilt. Qin Yun was also watching Lin Yalan's retreating figure, his eyes flickering. However, they were unaware that tonight's family dinner was actually a trap. Chapter 39 Regional Activities. The rule is that lying is prohibited. Lin Yalan returned to room 302, Building 2. She said to Zhang Wuchao, who was sitting on the sofa wiping a samurai sword. "Honey," they agreed. Zhang Wuchao's eyes lit up, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Good. Very good. Honey, now it's up to you to do your job, prepare a decent meal." Lin Yalan smiled and said, "Okay, leave it to me." She naturally gave her full support to her husband's career. Immediately, Zhang Wuchao frowned and asked, "Where's Tianchen? I haven't seen him all afternoon. Where did he go?" Lin Yalan had already tied on her apron and was preparing to enter the kitchen to show off her cooking skills. Her culinary skills are exceptional. She has actually received a national level certificate. In this urban game, you start with a level 3 cooking skill. Like Ho Qing, the food she makes can also add attributes. Zhang Wuchao's success is partly due to her efforts. Hearing her husband's question, she replied without turning her head. "I don't know. He said he had to go out for a while. He should be back soon." Zhang Wuchao snorted coldly, his tone dissatisfied. "Humph. What could he possibly be up to? He's probably out looking for women again." Lin Yalan, however, didn't take it to heart. While skillfully preparing the ingredients, she retorted, "What's wrong with a big boy likes to find women? Do you want him to find men?" Her doting on her son was almost to the point of being completely unprincipled. Zhang Wuchao opened his mouth as if to say something. But I kept quiet. The most important thing now is to deal with that boss Qin. He didn't want to argue with his wife again because of his son. As the sun sank below the horizon, the sky quickly darkened. It was nearly 7 p.m. Qin Yun led Zhou Yaji, Bai Jieqin, and Bai Jingxin, mother and daughter, away from Building 1 and headed towards Building 2 next door. He had no idea that the other party had set up a trap. But he had already made up his mind to strike first. The plan was simple, or rather, there was no plan at all. As soon as they met, he would pull out his Desert Eagle and shoot Zhang Wuchao dead. Since they had already made up their minds to steal his wife and kidnap his son, there was no point in hesitating. Send him on his way. He also wanted to take advantage of the situation to recruit and absorb Zhang Wuchao's men. During the day, they had made an enemy of the seemingly powerful, prosperous dynasty, which appeared to have a large and powerful force. They also needed to strengthen their own forces as soon as possible. Otherwise, if a conflict were to occur in the future, the numerical disadvantage would certainly lead to a great loss. The four arrived at the foot of building number 2. Zhang Wuchao and Lin Yalan were already standing at the entrance of the building to greet them. The two had warm smiles on their faces, and seemed very sincere. Zhang Wuchao took a few steps forward and extended his hand with a smile. Mr. Qin, welcome, welcome! Your presence is an honor to our humble abode. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be so young. He's truly a promising young man with a handsome appearance. It has to be said. Zhang Wuchao's expressions, tone of voice, and actions were all very approachable, giving people the feeling of longtime friends reuniting. Lin Yalan stepped forward and affectionately took Zhou Yaji's arm. The two stunning beauties stood together, like a pair of twin lotus flowers, vying for attention and radiating brilliance. Lin Yalan had clearly dressed up carefully. She changed out of her previous sportswear and put on a burgundy silk shirt and a black pencil skirt, along with a pair of black high heels, which perfectly accentuated her voluptuous and alluring figure. Her face was adorned with delicate, light makeup, which made her appear even more mature and charming. Qin Yun smiled and said to Zhang Wuchao, "You're too kind." Just as he was about to take out his Desert Eagle and shoot Zhang Wuchao, a semi-transparent, golden holographic screen was forcibly ejected and hovered directly in front of Qin Yun. Game announcement. Regional event. Let's see who's lying? Let's begin. You are located within this event area. Event time, 1900 hours to midnight. The event rules. I won't tell you. Figure them out yourself. A friendly reminder, during the event, all attacks between players will be disabled. Players, are you ready to confront your truest selves? Qin Yun was stunned. Huh! Zhang Wuchao was shocked. Lin Yalan and Zhou Yaji were stunned and bewildered. Everyone was stunned by the sudden announcement, and their movements froze instantly. Qin Yun cursed inwardly. Damn it! Why did it have to be now? Even a second or two later would have been better. He abandoned the idea of drawing his gun and sending Zhang Wuchao away. It has already been stated that all attacks between players will be ineffective during the event period, so to take action now would be foolish. Zhang Wuchao's enthusiastic smile also froze. All player-to-player attacks are now ineffective? Does all attacks also include poisoning? Zhang Wuchao and Lin Yalan exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise and annoyance flashing deep in their eyes. Why did this event have to come out at this crucial moment? Qin Yun quickly calmed down, his mind racing. The event is called Let Me See Who's Lying. And then there's the question. Are you ready to face your truest self? A guess instantly popped into his mind. Could the core rule of this event be that lying is prohibited? During the event, no one is allowed to lie. What happens if I lie? Will they be punished? What kind of punishment will they suffer? Bai Jiexin's pleasant voice broke the silence, asking, Mom, Brother Yun, did you also receive the game announcement? Qin Yun said, Yes, I received it. I didn't expect this to happen so suddenly. It really startled me. Bai Jie thought to herself. Yes, I was also startled. It was so sudden, I wasn't prepared at all. Lin Yalan looked at Zhang Wuchao, her eyes asking him, Should we cancel the plan? Zhang Wuchao and Lin Yalan exchanged a glance. Although his wife didn't say anything, he understood her expression and nodded almost imperceptibly. Is there even a question? Game rules, it has been stated that all attacks are null and void. Zhang Wuchao laughed heartily, appearing very generous and bold. Ignore this event. Let's just eat our food. This event has absolutely no impact on us. Bug high. He suddenly convulsed and trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and screamed in a shudder. At the same time, a red number appeared above his head, 1. Lin Yalan immediately helped Zhang Wuchao up, exclaiming in surprise, Honey, what's wrong? Zhang Wuchao instinctively said, I'm fine. Ah! He screamed in agony as if he had been electrocuted. The number above their heads changed from 1 to 2. Without a doubt, Zhang Wuchao lied. He was given an electric shock as punishment for lying. As for the red numbers above their heads, no one knows what they represent. Qin Yun's eyes flickered, and he said, You're not planning to attack us at dinner, are you? He's judging others by his own standards. Because he had just intended to shoot Zhang Wuchao dead. Zhang Wuchao just said, It has no impact on us at all. And he was immediately punished, which means he lied, which means this activity actually had a great impact on him. Qin Yun immediately realized that Zhang Wuchao was planning to attack him at the dinner table. A trap? Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Lin Yalan immediately exclaimed, "What did you say? How could we possibly?" "Ah!" She trembled and screamed as if she had been electrocuted. A red number appeared above their heads. 1. Qin Yun laughed and said, "Well, great minds think alike. We've come to the same conclusion. To be honest, that's exactly what I was planning." The words had barely left his mouth. A green number appeared above his head. 1. Qin Yun looked up and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Couldn't they have changed the color? Who the hell wants to have a green hat on their head? Chapter 40. The True Horror and Insidious Aspects of Rules. Qin Yun looked at the glaring green 1 above his head. After glancing at the red 2 and 1 above Zhang Wuchao and Lin Yalan's heads, he had a rough idea of what was going on. It seems that lying will get you an electric shock, with red letters appearing above your head. Tell the truth and you'll get green text. What exactly this number means is still unclear at the moment. Qin Yun quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Zhang Wuchao grimaced from the electric shock. But he quickly recovered, took a deep breath, and burst into laughter. I knew it! I knew it! How can I tolerate someone else snoring beside my bed? The ancients were right. If I don't make a move against you, you'll make a move against me sooner or later. It's a pity that this sudden ghostly activity ruined my good plan. He also laid his cards on the table. Qin Yun chuckled and said, Actually, you should be grateful for this event. Otherwise, you would be a corpse by now. As soon as he finished speaking, the green number 1 above his head instantly changed to 2. Truth plus 1. Zhang Wuchao's face darkened, and he sneered. Young man, don't be so arrogant. It's not certain who will live or die yet. Qin Yun pointed at him and retorted without any politeness. If you don't have a big talk, can you even call yourself a young person? Let me tell you, not only is my talk big, but my gun is just as big. Mrs. Lin will soon experience this for herself. The words had barely left his mouth. The green number 2 above his head instantly jumped and turned into 3. Truth plus 1. These words made Lin Yalan's face instantly turn red, filled with shame and anger. She pointed at Qin Yun and cursed. You are shameless, despicable, filthy, and vile. Instead of being angry, Qin Yun smiled. Don't put it so harshly. We're both equally bad, either of us is more noble than the other. You scheme against me, trying to annex me. I'll scheme against you too, trying to steal your people and resources. If I lose, I'll die, and my woman will become your spoils. If you lose, your Mrs. Lin will also be my spoils, at my mercy. It's fair, isn't it? Lin Yalan trembled with rage, screaming. You're dreaming. I'd rather die than submit to someone like you. Ah! Before he could finish speaking, another violent electric shock struck. She screamed and collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing. The red number above their heads jumped from 1 to 2. Lie plus 1. Qin Yun laughed heartily, teasingly saying, You lied. It seems you'll eventually give in. I'm relieved then. Zhang Wuchao's face was ashen, and his fists were clenched so tightly they cracked. Lin Yalan struggled to her feet, and said to Zhang Wuchao with a mixture of anxiety and anger. Husband, believe me. I'd rather die than. Ah! An even stronger electric shock struck again. She was so shocked by the electric shock that she collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. The red number above their heads turned into a shocking 3. Lie plus 1. And the severity of the punishment has been significantly increased. Zhang Wuchao looked at the bright red 3 above his wife's head with a complex expression. There is anger that his wife would yield out of fear of death. He also felt sorry for her. After all, she was his wife, and they had a relationship of 20 years. He suddenly turned his head sharply, looked at Zhou Jiaji with a sharp gaze, and asked an extremely pointed question. Zhou Meizi, tell me honestly, do you truly love Bai Wanxiong? Zhang Wuchao is also testing the rules. Of course, he also wanted to know the answer. Zhou Yaji trembled at the sudden question, her face paling slightly, her lips quivering as she stammered. She let out a painful groan, her body trembled slightly, and a red one instantly appeared above her head. Qin Yun cursed inwardly. Damn! These rules are really tricky. It seems that once asked a question, unless you immediately give a completely truthful answer, even the slightest thought of lying or concealing anything will be considered lying and you will be punished. He instantly understood the truly terrifying and insidious aspect of this game of rules. It was destroying the most basic trust between people. Husbands and wives, fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, friends, even superiors and subordinates, all relationships will be subjected to a cruel test under these rules. Trust is the hardest thing to build, yet the easiest thing to destroy. What happens when trust is lost between people? This is the real apocalypse. Zhang Wuchao burst into laughter. Let me tell you the truth, Zhou, Bai Wanxiong has been having affairs for a long time. And not just one. He's even had a son. He stopped loving you a long time ago. He has absolutely no feelings for you and your two daughters anymore. Otherwise, when he came into this world, he should have tried to be with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a green one appeared above his head. Truth plus one. These words struck Zhou Jiaji like a bolt from the blue. Her face paled even more. Bai Jiexing, who was standing next to him, immediately retorted excitedly. You're talking nonsense. Dad isn't that kind of person, As soon as she spoke, Bai Jiexing cried out in pain, her body trembled, and a red one appeared above her head. Zhou Jiaji suddenly looked at her daughter, her voice trembling as she asked. Jiexing, you knew all along? Qin Yun immediately warned sternly. Tell the truth. Don't even think about lying. Otherwise you'll be punished. Bai Jiexing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, but finally nodded with difficulty and whispered. Yes. I know. A green one also appeared above her head. Truth plus one. After hearing this, Zhou Yaji gave a bitter laugh. Forget it. What right do I have to hate him? I'm not a good woman either. A green one also appeared above her head. Seeing this, Zhang Wuchao immediately said, Zhou Meizi, forget about that scumbag Bai Wanxiong. Follow me from now on. I promise I'll treat you and your two daughters well, and I'll never let you down, The red number has changed to 3. He lied. Zhang Wuchao cursed under his breath. Beside her, Lin Yalan coldly watched her husband. Zhou Jiaji also looked at him coldly, her eyes filled with contempt and disgust. I already have a man. Even if I didn't, I wouldn't even look at someone like you. The green number above her head has changed to 2. Truth plus one. Zhang Wuchao's face turned pale and then red, but he quickly grinned maliciously again. If you don't like him, so be it. After I kill this kid and then your man, you'll be mine in the end. The green number above his head jumped to 2. Truth plus one. But just then, Zhou Jiaji took a deep breath and walked straight to Qin Yun's side. Under the incredulous gazes of Zhang Wuchao and Lin Yalan, she reached out and tightly grasped Qin Yun's arm. He's the man I love now. The green number above Zhou Jiaji's head jumped from 2 to 3 in an instant. Truth plus one. Zhang Wuchao stared wide-eyed. Lin Yalan stared wide-eyed. Qin Yun was in a great mood as he looked at Zhang Wuchao and Lin Yalan's expressions. All right, now that we've completely torn off all pretenses, there's nothing more to say. Let's settle this once this hellish event is over. He paused, a smug smile spreading across his face. Oh, let me tell you a little secret. Your precious son, Zhang Tianchen, is in my hands now. Zhang Wuchao and Lin Yalan exclaimed. What did you say? Chapter 41 Mrs. Lin, I hope your cooking won't disappoint me. Then, Zhang Wuchao and Lin Yalan saw the green number above Qin Yun's head jump from 3 to 4 in an instant. Truth plus one. Was he telling the truth? Is his son really in his hands? This news was like a bombshell, instantly exploding in the minds of Zhang Wuchao and Lin Yalan. Lin Yalan suddenly struggled to get up from the ground. Ignoring the numbness and pain in her body, Her face filled with horror and anger, she screamed. What have you done to him? Where is he? Tell me! She rushed forward almost instinctively, and reached out to grab Qin Yun's clothes. Result: an invisible force shoved her away, sending her flying 2 or 3 meters away. Qin Yun did nothing. Although he has already learned the basics of telekinesis, he can only manipulate a piece of paper at present. Clearly, the game rules have taken effect. Lin Yalan fully demonstrated what it means to be strong when you are a mother. She actually got up again, rushed in front of Qin Yun, and blocked his way. Give me back my son! Her emotions were almost out of control. Zhang Wuchao's face also turned as red-hot as iron from anger. He also blocked Qin Yun's path. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to devour Qin Yun alive right now. You surnamed Qin, hand over my son! If you release him, I swear I'll spare your life, Aya! Before he could finish speaking, the electric shock punishment came again. His whole body was convulsing violently. The red number above their heads jumped from 3 to 4. Lie +1. Clearly, the so-called I'll spare your life is utter nonsense. Lin Yalan screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zhang Wuchao, get out! Get out of here! Are you trying to kill my son? Get out! Then he looked at Qin Yun with a mixture of hatred and fear, and said, Qin Yun, as long as you release Tian Qin, I promise I will never lay a hand on you again, and we will call it even. A green 1 appeared above her head. Truth +1. Lin Yalan pointed to the green 1 above her head and said, See that? It's green! It's green! I wasn't lying! Zhang Wuchao was panting heavily, like a caged wild beast. His fists were clenched tightly. His teeth were clenched so hard they made a crackling sound. Qin Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter as he watched the couple, who were completely flustered and behaving utterly ridiculous because of their son. Interesting. Wonderful! This rule-based game is fucking so much fun, ha ha ha! He couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to Lin Yalan, who was on the verge of going crazy, and Zhang Wuchao, who seemed about to explode. He put his arm around Zhou Jiaji and his arm around Bai Jiexin, and said, Let's go. Lin Yalan was completely desperate for her son, and said to Qin Yun, As long as you release my son, I'll agree to any condition. Any condition. I'll agree to it. The words had barely left his mouth. The green number 1 above her head jumped up and turned into 2. Truth +1. It seems that her promise at this moment is sincere. Qin Yun quickly gave him a knowing look and asked, Oh? You really agree to any conditions? Lin Yalan's body trembled visibly, her face turned even paler, and her eyes were filled with struggle and humiliation. It seemed she understood Qin Yun's unspoken meaning. The thought of my son being in their hands. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced out a few words through gritted teeth. Yes. Any conditions? The green number above their heads jumped from 2 to 3. It seemed she was indeed mentally prepared to sacrifice everything. However, Lin Yalan did not completely lose her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes, stared intently at Qin Yun, and demanded, If I agree to your conditions, will you immediately release my son? Answer me. Qin Yun smiled and said frankly, Yes, as long as you agree to my conditions, I will release him. I keep my word. The green number above his head jumped from 4 to 5. Qin Yun was not lying. If Lin Yalan truly tolerates and meets his demanding conditions, he will definitely release them. As for whether they'll be caught again after they're released, well, that's another matter. Seeing the change in the numbers above Qin Yun's head, Lin Yalan confirmed that he wasn't lying and said, Okay. I promise you. Zhang Wuchao, who was standing to the side, was so angry he was about to explode. He could no longer contain himself. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared at Lin Yalan. Lin Yalan! Do you think I don't exist? Lin Yalan's mind was entirely focused on saving her son. Hearing her husband's angry roar, she turned her head sharply and screamed in a fit of emotion. I can't care about anything else anymore. My son is in his hands. All I want now is to save my son. I don't care about anything else. Zhang Wuqiu, if you're so capable, rescue your son right now. If not, shut up. Zhang Wuqiu was so angry at his wife's words that he trembled all over. He pointed at her and yelled, You agreed to his conditions. Where will I, Zhang Wuqiu, put my face now? Lin Yaolan laughed, then cried, and said, Face? Ha ha! Zhang Wuqiu, is your face more important, or your son's life? Zhang Wuqiu roared, Of course it's my son's life. Ah! Before he could finish speaking, another violent electric shock struck. This time, he was electrocuted and fell to the ground, unable to get up. The red number above their heads jumped from 4 to 5 in an instant. Lie +1. Wow, it seems he doesn't really think so. Extreme anger and humiliation, coupled with the pain of being punished for lying, caused Zhang Wuqiu to completely lose his mind. Fuck your mother! He lay on the ground, roaring at Lin Yaolan. Of course my face is more important. I can have another son if I lose him, but if I lose my face and dignity as a man, how can I live? Green number +1. Lin Yaolan stared coldly at Zhang Wuqiu. Zhang Wuqiu's words extinguished the affection in her heart like ice water. Cough, cough. Qin Yun coughed twice and said, If you two want to argue, then close the door and argue slowly. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Yaolan calmed down at this moment, a calm that came from the depths of despair. She stopped looking at the crazed Zhang Wuqiu, turned to Qin Yun, and said, I'll go with you. As long as you keep your promise and release my son, you can do whatever you want. Qin Yun smiled and said, Then let's go. He put his arm around Zhou Yaji, gestured for Bai Jiexin and her sister to follow, and then waved to Lin Yaolan. Lin Yaolan took a deep breath, followed Qin Yun, and headed towards Building 1. Zhang Wuqiu went completely mad as he watched Lin Yaolan's retreating figure. Lin Yaolan, come back here! I won't let you go! I command you to come back, ah! Guards! Guards! Stop them all! However, no one came. His men seemed to have vanished. Of course they didn't disappear, but they were infighting due to the "Let me see who's lying" campaign. Seeing that no one came, Zhang Wuqiu could only writhe in a helpless rage, roaring, You Qin bastard! I'll kill you! I'll tear you to pieces and grind your bones to ashes! The green 2, above his head also turned into a 3. This was clearly his truest and strongest thought at that moment. Qin Yun acted as if he hadn't heard anything. As he walked, he let out a sigh of feigned regret. Sigh, I haven't even had dinner yet. Oh well, I'll just go home and grab something to eat. After saying that, a smile appeared on his lips. However, even though we didn't get to eat dinner, it's still okay to have something else to eat. Mrs. Lin, I hope your cooking won't disappoint me. Chapter 42 Stabilizing the Team. The titanium-level best friendship between the two wives. Rooftop of Building 1. Qin Yun summoned all his subordinates. This includes Su Lan, Zhou Daming, Zhan Yang and their respective families, as well as 20 newly recruited young adults. His gaze swept over the crowd. Many people had red or green numbers above their heads. The most outrageous one is a newcomer named Gao Qianxing, who has a bright red 6 on his head. This guy has already lied 6 times. Would you rather be electrocuted 6 times than not lie? What a weirdo! He pointed directly at Gao Qianxing and said, Your name is Gao Qianxing, right? You're fired. Pack your things and get out. Gao Qianxing was taken aback. He immediately exclaimed, Boss, I was wrong. I'll definitely change. I swear I'll change. Ah. The electric shock punishment came instantly. Gao Qianxing screamed and convulsed. The glaring red number, 6, above their heads has turned into a 7. Lie +1. He's still lying. Despite the excruciating pain, Gao Qianxing cried out, Boss, you have to believe me. This number is completely inaccurate. Everything I said is true. Ah! The red number, 7, mercilessly jumped to 8. One more lie added. Qin Yun waved his hand impatiently and said, Get him out of here. 2 henchmen immediately stepped forward and reached out to grab Gao Qianxing's arm. Before the two could even touch Gao Qiangxing, they were suddenly repelled by an invisible force. The game rules are now in effect. Gao Qiangxing knew he couldn't stay any longer, so he decided to throw caution to the wind and started shouting. So what if I lied? What's wrong with me lying? Who in this world doesn't lie? Who says you can't lie? As a child, I lied to my parents and teachers. As an adult, I lied to my boss, colleagues, and subordinates. I lied to my partner in a relationship. I lied to my wife in marriage. I lied to my clients in business. This world is a world woven from lies. What's wrong with lying? What's wrong with it? Many people at the scene fell silent. Some people even nodded subconsciously, as if they thought what he said made some sense. Gao Qiangxing became even more enthusiastic when he saw that others agreed with him. He pointed at Qin Yun and roared, "Boss Qin, do you dare to put your hand on your heart and say that you've never lied?" Qin Yun said, "Of course I've lied. I've told countless lies. From childhood to adulthood, I can't even count them all." The green number, 5, above his head instantly turned into a 6. Gao Qiangxing immediately exclaimed, "Look! You yourself have admitted to telling so many lies. Why can't I lie?" Qin Yun looked at him as if he were an idiot. "I'm the boss, and you're just working for me. You'd rather be electrocuted 8 times than lie so much. I can't afford to hire a liar like you. Get lost." Gao Qiangxing shouted, "Why can you lie just because you're the boss? Why can't I, an employee, lie? Am I not a human being? Don't I have the right to lie?" He took a deep breath and continued to yell, "Boss Qin, what are we people to you? Are we pigs, dogs, cattle, horses, or slaves? Or just tools or objects?" A slight commotion arose in the crowd. His words were clearly intended to undermine the trust between Qin Yun and his subordinates. He felt that as long as Qin Yun's answer disheartened everyone, morale would crumble, and once morale was low, the team would be difficult to lead. However, Qin Yun smiled. His gaze swept across the entire room. "In my eyes, you are just people who do my work. You provide the labor, I pay you. It's that simple, just a fair exchange. Apart from that, there is no other relationship between us, let alone any affection." The green number, 6, above his head immediately jumped and turned into 7. Truth +1. Qin Yun's voice continued to echo throughout the entire rooftop. "I have gathered you here to tell you this clearly. I will not use this rules event to test your trust and loyalty to me. At the same time, I forbid any of you from using these rules to probe or test other people's humanity, privacy, and secrets. Human nature cannot withstand the test. You don't have to listen to me. But from now until the end of the event, whoever's number changes, whether it's red or green. If things have changed, it proves you don't listen to me. Since you don't listen, get out. No boss likes disobedient employees." Hearing this, Zhang Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Boss Qin would use this opportunity to test his loyalty. The others also visibly breathed a sigh of relief. But some people showed signs of resentment. It mainly involved several married women, since this is a good opportunity to test their husband's loyalty. The plan to sow discord failed? Gao Qiangxing panicked. He could only make a final struggle. Lying is human nature. Your attempt to forcibly suppress your nature is doomed to failure. You can suppress it for a while, but can you suppress it forever? Qin Yun rolled her eyes and said, "I've said so much, but you haven't listened to a single word." He was too lazy to waste any more words on this kind of person. "I'll say it one last time, you work for me, and I'll pay you and protect you. Our relationship is that simple." The green number, 7, above my head instantly turned into an 8. After saying that, he turned to look at Sulan. "As soon as the event ends, you immediately take your men and secure Building 2 for me. Those inside who didn't surrender were all killed. I won't give you any specific instructions on how to fight, you're in full charge." Sulan replied sternly, "Yes, boss." At the same time, inside room 202 downstairs, the green numbers above Lin Yaolin's and Zhou Jiaji's heads have reached 8 and 9 respectively. "Good heavens! What are you doing? Let's test our sisterly bond. You ask a question, I ask a question, and as a result, the green number above our heads increases by 1, 1, and then 1 again. I thought they were just fake best friends. The result was a titanium best friend. Bai Jiexing couldn't help but say, Mom, Aunt Lan, why don't you two get together? Bai Jingxi nodded repeatedly. Zhou Yaji glared at her and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yalan grabbed Zhou Yaji's hand, her face full of pleading, and said, Yaji, can you help me? Save my son! He's my lifeline! Zhou Yaji sighed helplessly and said, I want to help you too. But if you want to save your son, you have no choice but to listen to him. That's the only way. The green number 9 above her head changed to 10. Lin Yalan was dejected. Zhou Yaji sighed again, patted Lin Yalan's hand, and said, How about you go with him from now on? Anyway, you can't go back to Zhang Wuchao. Lin Yalan exclaimed excitedly. Don't mention his name in front of me. Zhou Yaji said, Okay, I won't mention it, I won't mention it. Then, she continued the conversation. Yalan, you have to think about the future, don't you? You have to think about your son too, don't you? I'm not saying this to badmouth your son, but with his temper, if no one protects him, he really could be beaten to death. Following Qin Yun is your best choice. I'm only saying this for your own good. These words were actually spoken on her own initiative. Lin Yalan looked at the green number above Zhou Yaji's head turning into 11, her heart filled with mixed emotions, and said, It was at this moment. There was a knock on the door. Lin Yalan felt a jolt in her heart, and her heart leaped into her throat. He's here. Chapter 43. Today's unlocked item, Electric Speed Power Fruit. Qin Yun stared at the tightly closed door. Feeling the invisible force of repulsion originating from the rules of the game, he helplessly shrugged. He had a "this is a difficult situation" expression on his face. Madam, I can't even get through the door. You're putting me in a very difficult position. Lin Yalan was both ashamed and furious, cursing inwardly. Bastard! You're the one who threatened me, and now you expect me to do it willingly? What do you take me for? She was trembling with anger, yet there was nothing she could do. Qin Yun shrugged and said, If you really don't want to, then forget it. I won't force you. Don't! Lin Yalan became anxious upon hearing this. Wait a minute, just a minute! She closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, and forcibly suppressed her turbulent emotions before saying, Come in. This time, Qin Yun successfully made his visit. At the same time, 2 buildings next door. Zhang Wuchao also walked through the door and returned to 302. His face was ashen. As the saying goes, where there are extraordinary people, there is a world of its own. Where there is a world of its own, there are conflicts. Not to mention, Zhang Wuchao habitually used the art of ruling one's subjects as an emperor, causing discord among his subordinates. After all, if his subordinates are all in harmony, he, as the boss, won't be able to sleep soundly. Then, because of this, let me see who's lying campaign, infighting broke out among his subordinates. Although attacks on each other are ineffective due to the rules of the game, mutual trust has been completely shattered. One can imagine that once the event is over, his subordinates might beat him senseless. It took Zhang Wuchao a lot of effort to calm down the 3 teams under his command. Looking up, Zhang Wuchao saw the green number 3 above his head and felt that it was glowing green. Just thinking about what's happening right now in a room in Building 1. Zhang Wuchao let out a loud, "Ah," and channeled his desktop cleaning master powers, sweeping all the food off the table. It's okay, it's alright. He tried his best to convince himself to make peace with himself. I'm still young, 50 is the age to strive. I can find another woman, Lin Yalan can't help me anymore. We can have another son, after all, Zhang Tianqin's account is already ruined. You surname Qin, if I don't avenge this, I, Zhang Wuchao, swear I'm not a man. Then, he packed up his things, took his men, and secretly left. Just like that you left? Right. Walk. The Qin family has a compound bow, a long-range weapon, while we have no long-range weapons at all. A direct confrontation would be unwise. Of course, the most important thing is that morale within the team is currently low. I'm afraid that if they suffer even the slightest setback, they'll all scatter. If he loses his subordinates, he'll have to start from scratch again, which is definitely not what he wants. At times like these, one should first make a strategic retreat, grow stronger, and then seek revenge. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Heaven helps those who help themselves. 3,000 you soldiers can conquer Wu. At this moment, Zhang Wuchao's mind was filled with the wisdom of the ancients. In the darkness of night, Zhang Wuchao led all his men and slipped out silently from the other side of Building 2. Under the cover of shadows, they quickly made their way to the back gate of the Warm Garden residential complex. After leaving the Warm Garden residential complex, he glanced back at the silent, dark neighborhood and gritted his teeth, saying, "You just wait, you surnamed Qin. I'll be back." However, Zhang Wuchao was unaware that above him, a great domain sword drone that blended almost seamlessly into the night sky was silently hovering. The infrared thermal imaging camera under the fuselage kept a close eye on them. On the other side, Su Lan stared at the screen on the drone remote control, then followed with Zhou Daming, Zhao Long, Zhang Hu, and others. There are 13 people in total. The participants were a mix of newcomers and veterans. Su Lan is proactive and not so rigid. Since the boss sees them as enemies, then of course he has to eliminate them. You can't stop those people from leaving if they want to. The rules of the game are laid out there. But with drones, they won't be able to escape. We'll act as soon as the event ends at midnight and the rules expire, then we'll take action immediately. Anyone who doesn't surrender. Room 202, Building 1. Lin Yaoan lied again, and was once again subjected to the merciless shock of the game rules. Screams erupted again from the room, making the already unsettling atmosphere even noisier. In the room separated by a wall, Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin looked at each other, speechless and trembling with fear. The red number above Lin Yaoan's head jumped from 7 to a shocking 8. Next to the red number, 8, is the green number, 8. Both red and green are 888. Doesn't that mean prosperity? It looks especially auspicious. Qin Yun said speechlessly. Madam, you know you'll get an electric shock for lying, yet you still lie. You don't have some special fetish, do you? Lin Yaoan remained silent. Seeing that the person had no reaction at all, Qin Yun curled his lip. He leaned back comfortably, took out a pack of cigarettes from his personal supplies space, shook one out, lit it, took a deep drag, and then slowly exhaled the swirling smoke. By the way, it's time to unlock supplies in the daily life system, again. Today's unlocked item, electric speed fruit. 1,000 available daily, can be accumulated. Personal supplies have been stored. Note, after consumption, there is a very low probability of awakening supernatural abilities related to lightning, or speed. Multiple consumption may slightly increase the probability of awakening. Electric speed fruit? Qin Yun sat up straight as soon as he saw the newly unlocked supplies. Can eating it awaken superpowers? Is it that amazing? What are we waiting for? Take it out and eat it. Qin Yun immediately took out the electric speed fruit. The fruit is about the size of a plump strawberry, and its entire body is a strange deep blue-purple color. The surface is covered with an extremely fine layer of silver velvet. The pulp is not a solid substance, but rather a translucent, gelatinous substance. Inside, faint, fragmented, bright blue veins resembling lightning bolt patterns are visible. These veins give the impression of a slow, pulsating life. Holding it in your hand will give you a very slight numbing and tingling sensation, and when you get close to smell it, it has a unique fresh scent. Qin Yun threw it directly into his mouth. Sizzle! It's bursting with juice. Qin Yun was truly shocked, his whole body trembling. After swallowing it, I immediately felt the tingling, numb sensation all over my body. Oh my God! This feeling is so exciting! Then he took out another one, popped it into his mouth, and immediately started shaking again. Cool! Superpowers. Superpowers. Awaken your superpowers now. Chapter 44. Mrs. Zhou, Yalan, you can help me share the burden. Qin Yun popped the electric speed ability fruit into his mouth one after another. Each time he dropped one, the tiny electric current released as it burst into juice sent shivers of pleasure through his body. The strange, pleasurable sensation made him almost unable to stop. When the 21st superpowered fruit was eaten, and I was already stuffed, a current 100 times stronger than before suddenly erupted from his body. Crackle! A blinding blue-white electric light instantly enveloped his entire body. It lasted for several seconds. The electric light suddenly receded and completely merged into his body. A faint flash of lightning seemed to pass through the depths of Qin Yun's pupils. My mind has a few more things on it. View your personal attributes. Superpower, lightning flash LV.00/1000. Intensity E. Effects, stimulates the body's electrical energy, stimulates cells, and increases movement speed and nerve reflexes by 3 times. He has superpowers. It also increases movement speed and reaction speed by 3 times. Qin Yun excitedly punched the air. As the fire cloud evil god once said, of all martial arts techniques in the world, none are invincible except for speed. This shows how important speed is. Well, of course, for men, some things aren't better the faster they are. The best is both fast and long. That's right, I'm talking about marathons. Qin Yun immediately got up and dressed. He couldn't wait to try out this lightning flash ability. But a delicate, sweaty hand grabbed his wrist. Lin Yalan stared with her large, watery, dark eyes and said, "Release them." Qin Yun laughed and said, "What's the rush? I promised I'd release you, and I will. I'll release you when I get back after I've finished my business." Whoosh! The green number above his head changed from 19 to 20. So much? God knows how many truths he spoke during their previous conversations. As for the specific truths he spoke, don't pry into other people's business. Lin Yalan saw the change in the numbers and knew he wasn't lying, but she still held onto his wrist tightly. Qin Yun grinned. "What? Madam, do you still want to fight me?" Lin Yalan abruptly pulled her hand back, as if Qin Yun's hand was electrified. Qin Yun laughed and said, "Get some rest. Oh, and drink plenty of water." He was just about to leave. Lin Yalan's voice rang out again. "Can you please let Zhang Wuchao go?" Perhaps they had deeply felt Qin Yun's power. Asking this question now implies that Zhang Wuchao's chances of winning are slim. Qin Yun turned around and said directly, "No." The green number above his head jumped from 20 to 21. Truth +1. Qin Yun then said, "Why don't you ask Zhang Wuchao if he'll let you go?" Lin Yalan fell silent, the blush on her face vanishing, leaving her pale. She knows Zhang Wuchao too well. He had committed an unforgivable crime and would never let him go. She stopped speaking, slumped down helplessly, staring blankly at the ceiling. That's enough. As long as Tianqin is safe and sound, that's enough. Qin Yun went out and left. A short while later, Zhou Yaji entered the room, sat down on the bedside, and asked softly, "Yalan, how are you?" Lin Yalan turned her head sharply, glaring at her with a mixture of shame and indignation, and said angrily, "Did you come here specifically to laugh at me?" Zhou Yaji sighed softly, shook her head, and said, "We're both in the same boat. If you're a joke, then what am I?" The green number above her head increased by 1. Lin Yalan fell silent upon hearing this. Zhou Yaji held her hand and said softly, "No matter what, it's always good that we sisters can be together, and keep each other company in the future." Lin Yalan said, "Humph. Who wants to keep you company?" The green number above her head also increased by 1. "Leave? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Zhou Yaji, however, offered kind words of advice. "Where else can you go if you don't stay? Go back to Zhang Wuchao's side? The way he looked just now, he seemed like he wanted to kill you. And do you really think Zhang Tianchen can protect you? Yalan, Zhang Tianchen is your weakness. If this weakness falls into the hands of someone else in the future, and that person uses it to threaten you again, will you Lin Yalan retorted excitedly. You're talking nonsense. My son isn't as bad as you think. Another violent electric shock struck. The red number above her head changed from 8 to 9. Lie +1. Zhou Yaji sighed. You see, even you know that Zhang Tianxin is unreliable. Yalan, you can fool yourself at other times, but lying now will get you an electric shock. Please stay. I really hope you can stay. It will be good for us sisters to look after each other. The green number above her head increased by 1 again. Clearly, she genuinely wanted Lin Yalan to stay. Lin Yalan fell silent. The main problem is that it's been getting clicked quite a lot. After a while, she caught her breath and, in a huff, gave a defiant humph. Why stay? Will they stay and fight alongside you? Or will they fight for you? You already have 2 of the most reliable backers fighting side by side. Or are you planning to compete with them? A mocking smile appeared on her face. Zhou Yaji blushed with anger at these words and couldn't help but raise her hand to gently pat her. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm genuinely thinking of you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. You're ungrateful. The green number above her head started jumping again. Truth +1. Lin Yalan looked at the green number, 13, above Zhou Yaji's head with a complicated expression and remained silent for a moment. She then heard her best friend say, Of course, you can also help me share the burden when I need it. Lin Yalan opened her mouth. Qin Yun walked out of room 202. Zhang Yang, who was waiting at the door, immediately came over. Brother, those guys from Building 2 have sneaked away. Captain Su has already led his men to quietly follow them. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun replied, Understood. Since he had entrusted this matter to Su Lan, he chose to trust her abilities. Arriving at the open space in front of Building 1, he instructed Zhang Yang. Turn on the lights and illuminate the area. Zhang Yang immediately ordered his men to bring tactical flashlights and illuminate the open space in front of the building as if it were daytime. Qin Yun stood in the center of the open space, took a deep breath, and a thought flashed through his mind. Lightning flash, activate. Crackle. In an instant, blue-white electricity surged from his body and coiled around him. This is like touching a high-voltage power source. Zhang Yang and the others stared in astonishment. The next moment, they saw a flash of lightning, and the boss instantly appeared on their right side from their left. It moves so fast that it cannot be detected by the naked eye. Holy crap! Zhang Yang was dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. The other 4 people had similar expressions. One person even dropped their tactical flashlight on the ground. Zhang Yang was stunned for 2 seconds. He immediately started flattering him, exclaiming, Big brother, you're awesome! Absolutely awesome! The green number above my head increased by 1. Could this be the legendary superpower? How did you obtain it, brother? I really want superpowers too. At this moment, Qin Yun suddenly took out a desert eagle, tossed it to Zhang Yang from a distance, and said, Come on, shoot me. There are no bullets in the desert eagle. He's not stupid. He just wanted to test whether he could react in time if someone pulled out a gun and pointed it at him, using his lightning flash ability. If possible, he would consider forming a pistol squad. Zhang Yang frantically caught the desert eagle, staring in disbelief. Huh! Chapter 45 event has ended. Another SSS level rating. What? The gun's out of bullets. Point the gun at me and pull the trigger as fast as you can. Zhang Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, that scared me to death. I thought my older brother was testing me, and I almost peed my pants and knelt down in fear. Qin Yun urged. Hurry up! Oh! Zhang Yang dared not delay and raised the desert eagle at top speed, pointing it at Qin Yun. The instant he raised his hand. Lightning flash! Qin Yun's mind raced. Sizzle! Blue and white sparks crackled and popped out. In Qin Yun's perception, Zhang Yang's movements seemed to be slowed down, becoming sluggish yet clear. The next moment, his figure flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Zhang Yang. Smack! One hand, like an iron clamp, firmly gripped Zhang Yang's wrist as he held the gun. Zhang Yang felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the desert eagle in his hand fell to the ground. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest, and he exclaimed in shock, "Big brother, you're so fast!" +1 to the green number above your head. Zhang Yang was genuinely astonished by this speed. Qin Yun bent down to pick up the desert eagle, and said with a smug smile, "I'm not only fast, I'm also very slow." The green number above his head also increased by 1. Then, Qin Yun switched to his desert eagle, which was fully loaded with bullets. He held his pistol level, pointing the muzzle at the distant night, and fired, lightning flash, again, simultaneously pulling the trigger sharply. Bang! The bullets whistled out and shot into the darkness. But Qin Yun's brows furrowed slightly. At the high speed of lightning flash, his dynamic vision and reaction were indeed greatly enhanced, but he still could not clearly capture the trajectory of the bullet. With the current level of superpowers, dodging or intercepting bullets is still quite unrealistic, Qin Yun thought to himself. But with my speed, I can get close enough to someone within 10 or 20 meters to stop them from raising their gun and firing before they can even aim and pull the trigger. This test result solidified his idea to form a pistol squad. Aren't you worried that your men might have guns and point them at you? If you're afraid of this and that, you might as well not do anything at all and just hide under the covers like a coward. The truth is, even hiding under the covers like a coward isn't safe, Qin Yun thought to himself. Damn it, before I had the system, I lived a very cautious life. Now that I have the system, if I still live so cautiously, then what's the point of having the system? Zhang Yang swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and asked cautiously, "Big brother, have you gained superpowers?" Qin Yun glanced at him and said, "Yes." "What, you want one too?" Zhang Yang instinctively wanted to deny it, but quickly waved his hands. "No." "Ah!" The electric shock punishment came instantly. He convulsed, screamed, and collapsed to the ground, a red 1 appearing above his head. Qin Yun glanced at him, then looked at his other subordinates. "You all better behave. As long as you perform well and make contributions, I might be able to grant you superpowers in the future. You can tell this to other people as well." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up instantly, and they quickly said, "Thank you, boss." Superpowers. Who wouldn't want that? Just thinking about it makes me incredibly excited. Qin Yun returned to room 202. He took out an egg and ham sandwich and a family bucket of chicken from his storage space and began to wolf them down. Using lightning flash repeatedly is very taxing on both physical and mental strength. After eating and drinking to one's heart's content, he checked the time. It's not even 10 p.m. There are still more than 2 hours left before the event ends. What should we do? Suddenly Qin Yun slapped his forehead and said, "If there's nothing else to do, I can go to sleep." He immediately ran into the bedroom with great enthusiasm. Time, like water flowing from a leaky faucet, just keeps slipping away. At a certain moment, a pop-up window appears. Regional limited time event. Let's see who's lying? Ended. Survival performance evaluation in progress. Evaluation complete. Your final score is 31 points for telling the truth, 0 points for lying equals 31 points. Your rating is SSS. Based on your rating, you will receive the following rewards. Attribute: all base attributes plus 3.1 points/10. Bonus: 1,000 silver coins plus 3,100 silver coins, 31 points x 100. Experience: 5,000 points plus 31,000 points, 31 points x 1,000. Status: citizen level upgraded to Black Iron 2-star. Privileges enhanced. Item: obtain the exclusive golden equipment True Self badge, which grants a 10% chance to deal true damage with every attack while equipped, and a 10% chance to grant immunity to 1 instance of damage for 24 hours. A warm current swept through his body, and Qin Yun felt a surge of energy throughout his body. The experience bar skyrocketed. A huge sum of money suddenly appeared in my digital account. A dazzling Exclusive golden equipment true self badge appeared before my eyes. How enormous and abundant! Qin Yun, who was surrounded and ambushed from all sides, suddenly became even more determined. Besides, upgrade! Upgrade! After leveling up and adding points, Qin Yun's personal attributes are as follows. Level, LV.10, 5865/18,000. Life, 610/610. Physical condition, 6.1. Strength, 5.1. Speed, 4.9. Spirit, 5.1. Almost at the same time, on a dark street somewhere in the city, a battle broke out. Sulan loosened her grip on the bowstring. Whoosh! An arrow flew from the bow and pierced a man's chest. Ah! Screams erupted in the street. Zhang Wuchao, the boss asked me to pass on a message to you. It's very profitable. The others who surrender will be spared, otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Sulan's stern and sharp shout echoed through the street. Zhang Wuchao's rage instantly reached its peak, and he roared, "You bastard, I'll fight you to the death!" However, he turned and ran into the alley on his left. Well, he shouts louder than anyone else, and runs faster than anyone else. 2.5 hours later, Sulan led her men, along with the surrendered prisoners, back to Warm Garden. It was so late, Sulan didn't want to disturb her boss's sleep. The next day, when the bright red, round sun emerged from the line between two tall, straight buildings in the distance, Sulan knocked on the door of 202. Qin Yun yawned and asked, "You're back? How did it go?" A look of shame appeared on Sulan's handsome and pretty face. "I'm sorry, boss. As soon as the battle started last night, Zhang Wuchao ran faster than a rabbit. Although I caught up with him and delivered the fatal blow, he suddenly disappeared without a trace, using some kind of item or ability. I estimate he is still alive." "But?" Qin Yun asked. "But what?" Sulan said. "Although his body disappeared, that remained." Even she had a slightly flushed face and looked like she was about to vomit. Puff. Qin Yun was drinking water. Upon hearing Sulan's words, he was first stunned, then realized what she meant and immediately spat out a mouthful of water. It almost got all over Sulan's face. "Cough, cough, cough. What the hell?" Sulan said. "I estimate it should be a prop or ability like cutting off the tail to survive. Cut off the tail to survive? What the hell is this about cutting off your tail to survive?" Sulan said. "Another 5 people escaped in the chaos. The remaining 30 were all captured and brought back. Boss, what should we do with them?" Qin Yun said. "Let's eat breakfast first. Go and call Xin over too. We can talk about the rest after breakfast." Zhou Jiaji, Lin Yaoan, and the Jie and Jing sisters were still sleeping in. So Qin Yun ate breakfast with Sulan and her daughter Zhong Guixin. After breakfast, Zhong Guixin went to play with the other children. As Qin Yun walked downstairs, he said to Sulan, "I'm planning to form a pistol squad. We'll start by picking people from among those who were with me from the beginning. You'll be the captain." Around that time, a corner of a vast urban world. Having managed to survive by cutting off his tail, Zhang Wuchao knelt on the ground, clutching his head, and shouted to the sky. "No! No! No! Huh! It's snowing? Snowflakes are falling." Chapter 46 Big Event Preview, Snowball Fight. As Qin Yun and Sulan descended the stairs and arrived at the entrance of their building, they were greeted by the sight of snowflakes falling gently. Looking up at the sky, I saw countless tiny white snowflakes fluttering down from the gray sky. No, it was sunny just now, the sun was shining on my butt. It started snowing without me noticing? Are you kidding me? Qin Yun exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap! It's snowing? The voices of several children playing nearby drifted over. Wow, it's snowing! It's snowing! It's snowing! Let's have a snowball fight and build a snowman! But just then, a biting cold wind howled past, and the temperature plummeted. Qin Yun couldn't help but shudder. Su Lan immediately urged Zhong Guixin and the other children to go back. It was at this time that a semi-transparent golden holographic screen suddenly popped up in front of Qin Yun's eyes. Dear Black Iron 2-star citizen, you enjoyed the privilege of information priority. We are now sending you an advance notice of a major event. The massive nationwide event, a snowball fight, will officially begin in 13 hours. The event will last for 7 days. Given your SSS level rating in the previous event, here is an extra tip. During the event, all ranged weapons will be disabled, and throwing snowballs will deal significant damage and have special effects on targets. Enjoy the game. Qin Yun was taken aback. And then, holy crap! Another event? Don't they even give a person a chance to breathe? He seems to have forgotten that this is a survival game, not some 43.99 casual game. Hearing Qin Yun's cursing, Su Lan immediately asked, "Boss, what's wrong? What happened?" Qin Yun took a breath of cold air and said, "There will be a large-scale event in 13 hours called Snowball Fight, which will last for 7 days. Su Lan was startled. What? Qin Yun arrived at the open space in front of the building. The 30 captured subordinates of Zhang Wuchao are being held under guard. Most of them were only wearing thin clothes, shivering in the increasingly heavy snow and wind, their lips turning purple, and constantly stamping their feet to keep warm. In contrast, Qin Yun's men, wearing camouflage combat uniforms, had significantly better cold resistance, and were in much better condition. Qin Yun surveyed the group of prisoners, his voice still clear in the wind and snow. "Raise your hand if you're willing to follow me." The words had barely left his mouth. I do. I'd love to. I'm still here." They hadn't been with Zhang Wuchao for very long. Loyalty? It does not exist. Survival and having food and drink are the most important things. Soon, all 29 people raised their hands. But then another person didn't raise their hand. Immediately, someone pushed him out of the crowd and placed him in front of Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked at him and asked, "You don't want to be with me?" The man lowered his head and said, his voice trembling slightly, "Boss John saved my life. My mother told me." Bang! A deafening gunshot suddenly rang out, interrupting his words. All the prisoners trembled with fear at the sudden, merciless shot. "He has a gun?" Qin Yun said coldly. "I have absolutely no interest in what your mother said. Children need to be educated. Adults only do the screening. He and Zhang Wuchao are mortal enemies. Since they are loyal to Zhang Wuchao, then they are his enemies. Why be polite to the enemy? Praise their morality, destroy their bodies." The remaining 29 people instantly became incredibly obedient and compliant, and were all successfully recruited by Qin Yun. With the original 30 men, his combat personnel suddenly swelled to 59. To facilitate management, he immediately reorganized the organization. They were divided into 4 teams. The first team consists of 20 people, led by Su Lan. This is the core of the team, and can be called the Imperial Guard. The second team consists of 15 people, with Zhou Daming as the team leader. The third team consists of 15 people, with Zhao Long as the team leader. The fourth team has 9 members, led by Zhang Yang. He needs to explore and uncover the game mechanics, but he still needs more manpower. All family members were also organized to take charge of logistical tasks such as laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Qin Yun doesn't tolerate idlers. The planned pistol team had to be temporarily shelved due to the event notification that ranged weapons are disabled and will be rescheduled after the event ends. After the reorganization was completed, Qin Yun went to attend to other matters. The rest was left entirely to Su Lan. Su Lan, the former femme fatale in the military, really helped Qin Yun a lot. Otherwise, how would he know how to train people? I've only seen a few military films like Soldier Su San Shao and Special Forces Sharp Blade. We can't really treat military-themed films as video tutorials, can we? Su Lan stood at the front of the line and loudly ordered, "Everyone line up and follow me to get your down jackets." Down jacket? Upon hearing those 3 words, The eyes of everyone who was already shivering from the cold instantly lit up. The down jacket naturally came from Qin Yun's daily life system. The previous series of actions were as fierce as a tiger. It consumed a tiny bit of my energy and spirit. We acquired 4 more types of supplies. 1. Boston down jackets, 1,000 sets, all sizes available. 2nd, 1,000 pot lids. 3. 1,000 sets of labor protection safety kits. 4. 1,000 cucumbers. Qin Yun guessed that this daily life system would unlock a resource that he urgently needed at the moment. For example, the Wax 60 mineral water brand at the beginning. Later items included frying pans, star jade grapes, and peachwood swords, and more recently, electric speed power fruits and down jackets. As for the rest, it's a bit casual. Room 202. Lin Yalan slowly woke up, and with the slightest movement, she felt as if her whole body was falling apart and burning hot. But she couldn't care less about anything else at that moment. After regaining consciousness, she struggled to get dressed and stumbled out of the bedroom. Qin Yun! Where are you? Come out! She rushed down to the first floor, and as soon as she pushed open the unit door, she was stunned by the scene outside. The world was a vast expanse of white. Heavy snowflakes were falling all over the sky. A biting cold wind rushed in instantly, making her shiver violently. How could this be? It's snowing heavily? The Ghost Festival was only a few days ago. Just then, Su Lan walked over and said, Ms. Lin, are you looking for the boss? He's out. Lin Yalan grabbed Su Lan's arm and asked anxiously, What is he doing out there? Where is my son? What did he do to my son? What a coincidence. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze suddenly fixed on the wind and snow. Qin Yun was walking out of the wind and snow. In his hand he had a rope tied around a person's neck, just like he was leading a dog. The person was dragged along, stumbling and falling. Who else could it be but her precious son? Chunner! Lin Yalan rushed over, tripped and fell, got up and kept going. She rushed to Zhang Tianqin's side and excitedly untied the rope around his neck. At the same time, she screamed excitedly at Qin Yun. What are you doing? He's a human being, not a dog. How could you do this to him? Qin Yun shrugged indifferently. If I don't tie him up, he'll run away. What if he disappears? Mother! Zhang Tianqin cried and wailed, tears streaming down his face, all his grievances and anger erupting instantly. Where's Dad? Let Dad kill him to avenge me. I want him dead. How could such a reckless and unrestrained super-rich second generation have ever suffered such torment and humiliation? Although he was shivering from the cold, his voice was loud, well, very energetic. Qin Yun raised his hand, and the butt of the Desert Eagle slammed hard into Zhang Tianqin's forehead, causing him to scream in pain. Lin Yalan shouted angrily, What are you doing? Then, under his terrified gaze, Qin Yun expressionlessly raised the Desert Eagle and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 dash. Yeah. Gunshots, screams, and the howling wind and snow filled the air. Chapter 47 Mrs. Lin completely abandons face and dignity. The Desert Eagle's magazine was emptied instantly. Zhang Tianqin collapsed in the snow, terrified and wet himself. Lin Yalan excitedly threw herself at her son, screaming at Qin Yun. You promised you'd let my son go! Qin Yun chuckled. If I hadn't kept my word, he would be gone by now. Qin has a great advantage, he keeps his word, which is my tui. You can get out now. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tianqin felt as if he had heard heavenly music. He struggled to his feet, grabbed Lin Yalan's arm, and said in a trembling voice, Mom, let's go! Deep down, however, he was gritting his teeth. He was determined to avenge this wrong. Dad must kill Qin Yun, tear him to pieces, and vent his hatred. Lin Yalan did not move, her body was stiff. Come on, why aren't you coming? A playful smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. Don't you want to lose my magnanimity? Zhang Tianqin urged anxiously, pulling hard on Lin Yalan. Mom! Let's go! Hurry up! Lin Yalan stared at Qin Yun and asked, Where's Zhang Wuchao? What did you do to him? Qin Yun shrugged indifferently. Who knows? A stray dog, a rootless, drifting duckweed. They're probably huddled in some mouse hole right now, shivering from the cold. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Zhang Tianchen instinctively exclaimed, What do you mean? Qin Yun suddenly had a baseball bat in his hand. Bang! A muffled thud. The baseball bat slammed hard into Zhang Tianchen's calf. Zhang Tianchen let out a pig-like scream, clutching his legs and rolling around in the snow. Lin Yalan, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, spread her arms and puffed out her chest. What are you doing? Qin Yun poked her chest with a baseball bat. He is your son, not my son. If I had a son like that, I'd beat him 9 times out of 3. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here with your precious son. Lin Yalan was so angry that she was trembling all over. She really wanted to take her son and leave immediately. But at this moment, snow is falling heavily, and the weather is freezing cold. Where can they go? Lin Yalan is not a short-sighted woman. In this urban survival game world, where can she go and how can she survive, all alone with a helpless son? My account is completely empty. I have nothing. In yesterday's Let me see who's lying contest, her final score was 0. The rating is the worst, E. Therefore, there are no rewards. Actually, the mechanism for this activity is as follows. Whether you always tell the truth or always lie, you can get high scores and high ratings. Furthermore, the rewards are even more generous if one continues to lie while enduring electric shock punishment. However, if one keeps switching back and forth, telling the truth one moment and lying the next, the evaluation will be greatly reduced, and the points will cancel each other out. This event, in a way, can actually be considered a benefit event. So Lin Yalan's efforts yesterday were all for nothing, and she suffered so many electric shocks for nothing. Despite the pain in his foot, Zhang Tianchen called out, Mom! Let's go! We need to get out of here quickly! Lin Yalan looked at her son, a look of despair on her face. Ah Chen, where can we go? If we leave here, we'll freeze to death out here very soon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianchen's face turned deathly pale. But he stubbornly insisted. I don't care where I go. I want to leave here right now. Bang! Qin Yun struck his other leg with the stick again. Qin Yun said, If you keep making noise, I'll cut your tongue out. Lin Yalan's chest heaved with anger. She really wanted to leave right away. But reason told her, she couldn't leave. If they left, they would surely die. Qin Yun looked at the hesitant Lin Yalan, sneered, and said, What? Don't want to leave? Do you think this is a ransom? Come on, come on. Lin Yalan never expected Qin Yun to be so ruthless when he drew his sword. She gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes, it was all an act, and said, Are you really this heartless? We've been through so much, you're driving us to our deaths. Qin Yun seemed to have heard a joke. You're not going to tell me about a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness, are you? Hey, wake up, just business, okay? The previous deal is over. Want to stay? Sure, let's make a new deal. Lin Yalan asked excitedly. What exactly do you want? Qin Yun said. Don't ask me what I can ask for. Think about what else you can give me. Lin Yalan said. I can cook for you. My cooking skills are LV3. The food I make can boost your attributes. Qin Yun immediately waved his hand to interrupt, saying, Stop! Forget about this. I don't want to become a Wu Dalong, a character from a Chinese novel known for his short stature. Lin Yalan was utterly desperate. She looked at her son groaning in pain in the snow. Then I looked at this heartless, ruthless man in front of me. The last shred of pride and self-respect was finally shattered. She slowly and humiliatingly lowered her once proud head, her voice choked with sobs, filled with endless humility. Please, I'm begging you. I'll be your slave, I'll do whatever you say, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Please don't send us away. She did some things last night. But there were some things she gritted her teeth and didn't do. Now, in order to save her life, she relented. They have completely surrendered and utterly abandoned their face and dignity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianqin's eyes widened in disbelief. Forgetting even the pain in his feet, he exclaimed, "Mom! What are you saying?" Qin Yun shoved Lin Yalan aside, who was acting like a protective mother hen, and stepped on Jiang Tianqin's head as if he were an ant. "Did I give you permission to speak? Useless! Trash! If you were even slightly useful, you'd be begging me like a dog. Still thinking you're some kind of young master? Wake up! Times have changed, you idiot! I have to say, it feels fucking awesome to step on the head of a once high and mighty rich kid like this." Qin Yun remembered the rich second generation who stole his girlfriend. This gave him a sense of vengeful pleasure. The old saying goes, "In the old days, I was bullied by rich young men. If I am still bullied by rich young men in the new era, then the new era has come for nothing." Lin Yalan got up and was about to rush towards Qin Yun, but Su Lan stopped her. Qin Yun looked down at Jiang Tianqin and grinned. "From now on, you'll clean the toilets for me and do the dirtiest and most tiring work. I'll have someone keep an eye on you. If you don't do a good job, you won't get any food and you'll get a beating. If you're so tough, you might as well die and never change. I'll see if I beat you to death. Young Master Jiang, welcome to the lowest rung of society." Time slipped away quietly amidst the wind and snow. At noon, Qin Yun received a notification to unlock new supplies, 1,000 classic-made outfits. Huh! This is great stuff. Time continues to slip away, bit by bit. 8 p.m. sharp. A screen covered in ice and snow textures and icy cold appeared in front of all the players. A massive citywide event, a snowball fight, is about to begin. Event duration, 7 days. The event rules. I won't tell you. Figure them out yourself. Enjoy the fun at the ice and snow world. All lights in Building 1 were turned off. In the dark and quiet room, Qin Yun suddenly heard some creaking sounds. It sounds like the sound of footsteps in snow. He parted the curtains and looked outside. The snow outside has stopped. Under the bright moonlight, 7 gourd-shaped snowmen emerged from the snow, numbered 1, 2, 3. Yes, it's that classic snowman image. They hop and jump around, and their round bodies actually look kind of cute. Sudden! One of the snowmen suddenly turned its head, and its gaze met Qin Yun's. A snowball the size of a baseball shot towards Qin Yunfei, like a white cannonball. Holy crap! Chapter 48 Mrs. Zhou, Qin Yun, I think I'm pregnant. Qin Yun suddenly turned his head to the side. Bang! Crash! The snowball, the size of a baseball, shattered the windowpane in front of him with the precision of a cannonball. Glass shards flew everywhere, and a cold wind instantly rushed into the room. The snowball continued its momentum and slammed into the ceiling, creating a shallow crater. Snowflakes and plaster fell down in a flurry. Qin Yun was taken aback. What the hell is this snowball? He reacted extremely quickly, grabbed a snowball, stood up abruptly, his arm muscles bulging, and threw it back at the snowman attacking him from downstairs with all his might. Where did the snowball come from? Of course, it was prepared long ago. If you've already received the notification and still don't prepare a snowball, you're truly brain dead. Whoosh! The snowball hurtled through the air, hurtling out at a speed no less than its opponent's. Unfortunately, the accuracy was a bit off. The snowball grazed past the snowman's round head and hit the snow behind him, splashing up a cloud of snow. Damn it! Qin Yun cursed and immediately bent down to get the snowball. Just then, the other 6 snowmen downstairs, with their round bodies, clumsily but powerfully turned towards Qin Yun, their short arms swinging wildly. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds rang out. 6 snowballs hit the walls and window sills of Building 1, sending brick and stone fragments flying and leaving several dents in the wall. It's incredibly powerful, just like a cannonball. Qin Yun, hiding behind the wall, said, Su Lan, tell everyone to throw snowballs at those freaks downstairs. Su Lan immediately went to relay Qin Yun's order. In fact, she would have done so even without Qin Yun's command. Soon, figures appeared behind each window, some nervous and some excited, grabbing the snowballs they had prepared and starting to throw them downstairs. The snowballs fell with a thud, but none of them hit their mark. Inside 202. Bai Jingxin, who was standing next to Qin Yun, said softly, "Brother Yun, let me give it a try." She picked up a snowball, weighed it in her hand, and stared intently at the snowman downstairs. "Take a deep breath, lean your body slightly to the side, and pull your arm back. The whole movement is smooth and full of power. It's the standard throwing posture." Whoosh! The snowball flew out of my hand, tracing a straight white line, and hit the snowman's head with perfect accuracy. Smack! The snowman's round head exploded instantly, scattering snow everywhere. Its body swayed twice, then with a whoosh, it completely fell apart, turning into a pile of ordinary snow. Hit! Bai Jingxin's face lit up with a delighted smile. Qin Yun's eyes lit up, and he praised. "Well done! I didn't know you had this skill. Keep it up." Encouraged, Bai Jingxin nodded, picked up another snowball, and aimed and threw it again. The snowballs thrown by the snowman are very powerful and will definitely cause serious injury if they hit someone, but their accuracy is also not very high. With the cover of the building walls and their numerical advantage, Qin Yun's group managed to smash the 7 snowmen apart without serious injury. The battle has temporarily ended. Zhang Yang immediately reported his observations and conclusions to Qin Yun. "Big brother, I've noticed a few patterns. First, this snowball fight seems to disregard the strength of the snowballs thrown by children. Even snowballs thrown by children seem to cause significant damage if they hit the target. Second, only by hitting the snowman in the head can you kill it completely. Secondly, for each snowman you defeat, your personal panel will record 1 snowball fight point. Third, these snowmen appear to only operate outdoors and throw snowballs. There has been no indication that they attempt to enter the building." Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction and said, "Continue to observe and summarize the patterns. The crisis has been temporarily averted." Qin Yun looked at Bai Jingxin beside him and laughed. "I didn't realize you could throw so accurately?" Bai Jingxin chimed in. "Of course. Brother Yun, you don't know, your little sister is the baseball team's star pitcher." Qin Yun hadn't really looked into these things in detail, and upon hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that's impressive!" He looked at Bai Jingxin and asked, "And what about you? What special abilities do you have?" Bai Jingxin proudly pointed out her 30-60 bust and said, "I can ride horses and shoot arrows. I'm level 3 in both." Qin Yun said, "Not bad. I really underestimated you guys." He turned his gaze to Zhou Yaji beside him and asked, "Madam, what about you?" Zhou Yaji whispered, "I'm only at LV3 and playing the zither and the flute." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun gave a meaningful smile. Not bad at all. You are all very capable." Zhou Yaji blushed when she saw Qin Yun's smile. Late at night, Qin Yun rested alone in the warm bed in the master bedroom. He still chooses to sleep alone. It's not that I don't want to have 2 women on either side of me, with Zhou Yaji, Lin Yalan, or the Bai sisters warming my bed, but one should always be wary of others. So they all slept in the next room. Just as he was drifting off to sleep. Today's unlocked supplies: Mingma military off-road vehicle, full fuel. Daily supply: 1,000 vehicles, can be accumulated. Personal supplies have been stored. Qin Yun jolted awake and instantly became clear-headed. What's going on? He sat up abruptly, his face filled with astonishment and confusion. How come supplies have been unlocked again? I haven't done anything right now. And wasn't the maid outfit already unlocked at noon today? Has the daily life system been upgraded? Can I unlock 2 types of supplies in one day? Just as Qin Yun was wondering what was going on. Knock, knock, knock. A soft but urgent knocking sounded on the door. Qin Yun frowned, got out of bed, walked to the door, opened it, and saw Zhou Yaji standing at the door wearing a thin nightgown. Under the light of a tactical flashlight, his face was somewhat pale, and his hands were nervously twisted together. Qin Yun asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yaji raised her head, her beautiful face, usually radiant and full of health, now showing confusion, unease, and a hint of fear. Her lips trembled slightly. Qin Yun frowned and said, "Just say what you have to say." Zhou Yaji said in a trembling voice. Qin Yun, I think I'm pregnant. Qin Yun didn't react for a moment. Got it? What is it? Seeing his puzzled expression, Zhou Yaji's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She exclaimed, What else could it be? It's just, I'm pregnant. Qin Yun suddenly realized what was happening, his eyes widening instantly. Holy crap! Really? Zhou Yaji said. My personal information says that I am pregnant. Qin Yun blinked and said, Mine? Hearing this, Zhou Yaji was so angry she almost fainted. She stomped her foot, both ashamed and furious, and said in a tearful voice, Otherwise what? Who else could it be but yours? I haven't been with that person for years. At this moment, she was like a woman in her early 20s, pregnant for the first time. There was an element of acting involved. Zhou Yaji was, after all, a daughter of a prominent family, with experience and vision. She had even witnessed firsthand how some women gained status through their sons. She knew that the more helpless and vulnerable she appeared at this moment, the more she would evoke a man's pity. Things might be more stable from now on. Qin Yun was dumbfounded. His gaze unconsciously drifted to Zhou Yaji's lower abdomen. His lower abdomen was nowhere to be seen. All that could be seen was the fabric of his pajamas cascading down like a waterfall from a majestic mountain. Holy crap, have I really become lousy? Then I suddenly remembered the unexpected notification sound in my mind. Unlock the Mingma military off-road vehicle. Billy. An absurd yet seemingly perfectly reasonable thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Holy crap! This daily life system is totally literal, isn't it? So every day is unlocked, life is unlocked, and living is unlocked too? Looking at his expression, Zhou Yaji's face showed even more apprehension, unease, confusion, anxiety, and weakness, helplessness, and pitifulness. What should we do now? Chapter 49 Heading to the Wanda Mall, Instance. Faced with Zhou Yaji's question about being weak, helpless, and pitiful, Qin Yun was only stunned for a moment before revealing an undeniable air of dominance on his face. What to do? If you're pregnant, of course you'll have the baby. His tone was firm and decisive, showing no intention of asking Zhou Yaji what she was thinking. What Zhou Yaji was thinking was completely unimportant. What matters is his opinion. Male chauvinism? Self-centered? No, this is super male chauvinism, this is super self-centeredness. Previously, we didn't have the power or the choice. We could only obey others and follow their rules in our conduct and actions. But now, my opinion is the most important. My rules are the rules. Zhou Yaji was taken aback by his domineering attitude. Then, he hesitated and said, But is this kind of environment really suitable for preparing for pregnancy and childbirth? She felt that such an apocalyptic environment was simply not suitable for conceiving and raising new life. Qin Yun frowned, his face showing obvious displeasure. How? Are you doubting my abilities? Do you doubt that I can protect my woman and children? He didn't bother to explain anything, and said in an almost commanding tone, All right, it's settled then. Listen to me, give birth to it. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, Go back and rest quickly. Zhou Yaji felt a mix of emotions. He quietly returned to the room next door. Inside the room, the Bai sisters, Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin, were fast asleep in the same bed, their breathing even. Lin Yalan asked anxiously, How did it go? What did he say? Actually, she had been eavesdropping behind the door the whole time. These two, titanium best friends, have an excellent relationship and can talk about almost anything. When Zhou Yaji found out she was pregnant, her mind went blank, and the first person she told was her. Zhou Yaji sighed, her voice filled with complex emotions. He said if I'm pregnant, I should have the baby. Upon hearing this, Lin Yalan said, Humph, at least he still has some humanity, and has taken on the responsibilities of a man. But then her brows furrowed tightly, and she said worriedly, But in this awful world, what if something happens? Zhou Yaji frowned, looking lost, and said, I don't know what to do either. But what other choice do I have but to listen to him? Lin Yalan fell silent. Yes, now we have no choice but to believe him. Sudden! Lin Yalan seemed to have thought of something. Her face instantly turned ashen, her body trembled slightly, and she looked terrified and anxious. Will I get infected too? What if, it's all over, I'm dead. That bastard is going to kill me. What do I do? What do I do? She paced around anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. Zhou Yaji was stunned when she heard this. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Then she looked at the sleeping Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin. For a moment, she felt a bitter taste in her mouth, and her mind was in turmoil. The next morning, Qin Yun got up feeling refreshed. He no longer does morning exercises or morning workouts. He rolled over and got up, and went straight to driving seriously. He couldn't wait to take out a mammoth military-grade off-road vehicle from his personal supplies space. This car has an extremely rugged and imposing appearance. With its camouflage paint, heavy armor, and tires larger than those of ordinary off-road vehicles, it exudes a sense of power and muscularity. I jumped into the car, started the engine, and a deep, powerful roar instantly broke the morning silence. Qin Yun stepped on the gas and sped off in the warm garden, residential area in his steel beast. There was an exhilarating feeling of crushing everything. Qin Yun used to work as a designated driver. That's how you get the LV2, driving skill. But later, I was wronged by a female passenger who complained unreasonably. Plus, I didn't earn much and had to stay up all night. I thought to myself, I'm not going to put up with this nonsense. So I quit. Because of his driving skills, he quickly got the hang of driving the Mun's military off-road vehicle, even though it was his first time. En route, he was attacked by the wandering Miss Snow Ice City monster. The snowball hit the thick armor shell, leaving a noticeable dent, but that was all. Awesome! This car is awesome! Qin Yun was extremely excited. The car's defensive capabilities gave him immense confidence. He immediately made up his mind. He couldn't just stay cooped up in the neighborhood. He had to take the initiative. We not only have a pure mind, more ambitious. He's not the kind of person who indulges in pleasure. He used to have no ambition or ideals, just lay around doing nothing and even taking a 1 day on, 3 days off job. It wasn't that he wanted to live such a muddled life, but that he had no opportunity and couldn't see any hope. Now that you have the power in this system, if you act like before, you'd really be a useless piece of trash. He wants to gain more snowball fight points, acquire more resources, and become stronger. To grow bigger and stronger, and create brilliance. Qin Yun quickly assembled his men. He left Sulan and her first team to guard the house. Sulan had originally said she wanted to go together. But Qin Yun told her that Zhou Yaji was pregnant. Sulan understood and immediately assured him. Boss, I will take good care of the house and protect Ms. Zhou. Qin Yun led by Jingxin, along with the second, third, and fourth teams, totaling 39 people on their expedition. When Zhang Yang and the others saw Qin Yun bring out 6 Mingma military off-road vehicles, they were all stunned. But no one dared to ask a single question. The convoy roared out of the cozy garden, rolled over the snow-covered roads, and headed toward its destination. Destination, Wanda Mall. According to the strategy notes, obtained from King Zhao, Wanda Mall is the closest marked dungeon location. Along the way, they naturally encountered a snowball attack from the Miss Snow Ice City monster. The Mingma military off-road vehicle is unleashing its power. If there's a snowman in front, just charge and run it over. If it's coming from another direction, stop the car, use it as cover, and launch a counterattack by throwing snowballs. Among them, Bai Jingxin lived up to her reputation as the baseball team's star pitcher, hitting every pitch perfectly. The convoy traveled for about half an hour. We entered a commercial district filled with high-rise buildings. Sudden boom! A tremendous roar, like a building collapsing, came from afar. Then came faint, desperate screams and cries for help. The lead vehicle braked suddenly to a stop. The entire convoy then came to a stop. Soon, they saw a dozen people scrambling and tumbling towards them in a panic at the crossroads ahead. As they ran, they cried out in anguish. Help! Help us! There's a monster! A giant yeti! The next moment. Thump! A massive white shadow suddenly leaped out from behind a building on one side of the intersection and crashed heavily into the center of the intersection. The ground shook violently. It was a terrifyingly large snowman, nearly 2 stories tall. Bai Jingxin, the passenger in the lead car, stared in disbelief. My God, it's huge! Roar! It let out a deep, rumbling roar, like the howling of wind and snow. With a sudden, stubby, cartoonish swing of his arm, a giant snowball, more than 2 meters in diameter, suddenly shot out from its arm and hurtled towards the fleeing people. Boom! Snowflakes splashed everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere. Half of the people who were trying to escape were killed by a huge snowball. Then the giant Miss Snow Ice City Monster discovered a new target: Qin Yun's convoy. Get off! Qin Yun reacted extremely quickly, jumping out of the car and shouting at the top of his lungs at the convoy. Everyone dismount and fight! It's obvious at a glance that it's an elite monster, or even a boss monster. He's definitely going to capitalize on this experience. He quickly bent down, plunged his hands into the cold snow, and pressed down hard to make a snowball. Then, using his waist and abdomen to exert force, his body was like a fully drawn bow, and he hurled the snowball at the head of the giant snowman with all his might. Middle! The snowball, like a cannonball, cut through the air and struck the giant snowman precisely on the forehead. Bang! A muffled thud, and snowflakes flew everywhere. A large crater was smashed into the forehead of the giant snowman. Chapter 50: The Aloof Beauty Yen Yuqing. I'll take care of the dungeon. The giant snowman was hit on the forehead by a snowball from Qin Yun, and let out a deafening roar. Jumping and hopping. But that kind of look really gives people the feeling that he might sing, "You love me, I love you, Monsieur ice cream is so sweet," at any moment. Its enormous eyes instantly locked onto Qin Yun. The short, stubby, cartoonish arm rose, and another giant snowball instantly condensed, blasting out with a terrifying whooshing sound. Bai Jingxin exclaimed in alarm. Brother Yun, be careful! Lightning flash! Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat, and an electric current surged through his body instantly. Sizzle! Blue and white arcs of electricity flickered and intertwined beneath his feet, instantly tripling his speed. With a sudden push of his feet, his figure darted sideways like a ghost. Boom! The huge snowball crashed to the ground, sending snow and gravel flying everywhere, creating a large crater. The nearby Mimtaz SUV was also affected and was almost overturned. Qin Yun darted to the other side and said, Everyone, aim for its head and attack! Bai Jingxin, Zhou Daming, Zhao Long, Zhang Yang and the others immediately grabbed snowballs and threw them with all their might at the head of the giant snowman. A dozen snowballs slammed into the giant snowman's head and chest like cannonballs, sending snowflakes flying everywhere. Bai Jingxin's throws were the most accurate, hitting them all on the head. The giant snowman was knocked back by this concentrated attack. It roared angrily, waving its arms wildly and throwing snowballs the size of washbasins. Rapid fire! Rapid fire! It was practically like a machine gun. Bai Jingxin and the others quickly hid behind the SUV. Bang 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 bang! Snowballs the size of washbasins slammed onto the car with loud thuds. They even smashed the SUV's exterior, leaving it dented and battered. Using the lightning speed of lightning flash, Qin Yun circled around to the side of the giant snowman, got close, and threw a snowball at its head. The distance is close and the accuracy is high. Every shot hits its mark. Roar! The giant snowman was completely enraged. It suddenly leaped up, and its massive body crashed down on Qin Yun like Mount Tai. Qin Yun was not hit by the object. Boom! A powerful shockwave, mixed with ice and snow, spread outwards. Then, the giant snowman's body began to sway like a roly-poly toy. It seems to be dizzy. That's right, what's that saying again? If you stomp, your feet will go numb too. A great opportunity! Quick, throw the snowball! Immediately, another wave of snowballs blasted at the giant snowman. Qin Yun also raced against time, making a snowball bigger than a basketball, pressing it down firmly, and then leaning forward again to throw it with force. Let's go! Smack! The bigger and heavier the snowball, the more powerful it is. The large snowball Qin Yun threw smashed off half of the giant snowman's head. The giant snowman's massive body suddenly stiffened. The next moment, the giant snowman, which was 2 stories high, collapsed with a crash, turning into a large snowdrift. We won! Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Boss is awesome! Big Brother is awesome! That's amazing! His men erupted in cheers and flattery. Yeah, flattering the boss is a required course for working professionals. Qin Yun quickly checked the spoils of this battle. Defeat the elite snow giant to earn 50 points. Receive 200 silver coins. Gain 4,000 experience points. As well as a white ticket with gold accents for the Ice and Snow Park. The front of the ticket features a picture of an amusement park, while the back has a simple map. There is a red dot on the map, which is Qin Yun's current location. The 5-pointed star in the upper left corner indicates the location of Ice and Snow Paradise. It can't really be some kind of amusement park, can it? Qin Yun muttered something to himself, and then carefully put away the Ice and Snow Paradise ticket. At this moment, Zhou Daming, the captain of the second team, walked over with a furious expression, leading 3 men with bruised and swollen faces. Zhou Daming said, "Boss, those 3 bastards tried to steal the car and escape in the chaos." The 3 men's legs buckled, and they knelt down in the snow with a thud, begging for mercy. "Boss, I was wrong. Please spare us this time. I'll never do it again. I'll definitely work harder," Qin Yun said. "Damn it, you want a next time? It seems I've been too lenient with you." He waved to Zhou Daming. "Strip them of all their clothes. Leave them nothing." Zhou Daming immediately complied, and he and several others began to strip the 3 men of their clothes like wolves. The others watched silently. Besides a pure and innocent heart. "She's already back in the car." No, boss! Spare me!" The 3 screamed like pigs being slaughtered and struggled desperately, but were quickly forced to the ground, and their down jackets and camouflage combat uniforms were all roughly ripped off. The biting cold wind instantly enveloped their bodies, and their skin turned bluish-purple at a visible speed. They huddled in the snow, shivering violently, their teeth chattering and making a clucking sound. Soon, the extreme cold began to damage their nervous system, producing bizarre heat hallucinations. They began to scratch their skin unconsciously, rolled around in the snow, their voices growing weaker and weaker until they were completely frozen. Everyone who witnessed this scene fell silent, too afraid to utter a sound. Qin Yun's gaze swept across the entire room. "I'm a very fair person. If you really don't want to work with me, you can step forward now. I will not force you, and you can leave immediately. But the clothes you're wearing are all mine. Whoever leaves must return my things to me." Nobody moved. No one dared to speak. Qin Yun glanced around, and no one dared to meet his gaze. "Once you've eaten my food, worn my clothes, and taken my weapons, you're on your way to work hard. They ate my food, wore my clothes, didn't work properly, and even tried to steal my things and run away? This is fucking unfair. Do they really think I'm running a charity?" Everyone lowered their heads, their bodies tense. These people were almost all people who had followed Zhang Wuchao before. Qin Yun brought them out to conduct further screening. After regrouping, the convoy set off again. About 20 minutes later, the convoy arrived at its destination, Wanda Mall. This is a large shopping mall with a vast area and magnificent scale. There's a large intersection ahead. It was surrounded by a ring of tall buildings. At the main entrance of the mall, a group of people had already gathered, divided into 5 distinct camps. When they saw Qin Yun's convoy of 6 Mingma military off-road vehicles, a commotion immediately broke out. "Holy crap! Military off-road vehicles? Where did they get them? Could it be someone from the military? That shouldn't be the case. We're all walking on our own 2 feet, and they're driving military vehicles?" Many people's eyes revealed shock, vigilance, and Greedy! Soon 5 people stepped out from those 5 teams. The 3 men and 2 women were clearly the leaders of their respective teams. One of the women was particularly eye-catching. She was tall, estimated to be over 1.78 meters, and was wearing a white down jacket. Even a fluffy down jacket couldn't hide her stunning curves. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, as if sculpted from ice and snow. Her eyebrows and eyes were cool and aloof, her nose was high and straight, and her lips were bright red. Together, they gave her an air of otherworldly arrogance and cold beauty. Like an ice lotus atop a snow-capped mountain, it makes one hesitant to approach, yet irresistibly drawn in. Yen Yuqing walked straight to the front of the convoy, her gaze cold. Seeing a group of people get out of the car, she asked, "Who is in charge here?" Qin Yun sized up the stunningly beautiful woman and asked, "Is there something you need?" Yen Yuqing looked at Qin Yun with a cold expression and said, "This instance has been booked by our 5 teams. Go somewhere else." Her tone was flat, yet it carried an innate, self-righteous air of superiority. Qin Yun was not angry when he heard this. "You've booked the whole place. You need to have the financial means to book an entire venue. If you are stronger than me, I will leave without saying a word." The youngest of the 3 men patted the double-barreled shotgun in his hand, making a crack-crack sound, and said, "What do you think, brother? I advise you to be sensible and not make trouble for yourself." He looked down on people, very smug and arrogant. "This person is none other than Huang Yang, the vice president of the Prosperous Dynasty Guild." Chapter 51. Be careful, don't get dragged deep into the lair by the female goblin. "Are you trying to scare me with a gun?" Qin Yun walked up to Huang Yang and pointed to his forehead. "Come on, I'll give you a chance. Fire a shot here." Huang Yang's arrogance froze instantly. He thought that flashing his gun would intimidate the other party, but the other party didn't fall for it at all. Shot? Under the rules of the snowball fight, the guns simply won't fire, they're just sticks for starting a fire. Huang Yang was just using it to scare those who didn't have guns. Those who didn't have guns naturally wouldn't know that guns were useless. But he still pretended to be serious and shouted, "Are you fucking looking to die?" Qin Yun nodded and said, "Yes, I'm just asking for death." He reached out and grabbed the cold barrel of the gun, pressing the muzzle against his forehead. "Aim right at my forehead. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Open it." Huang Yang was stunned by Qin Yun's crazy actions. Enraged and humiliated, he could only shout, his voice trembling with fear, "Madman! I won't stoop to your level." Qin Yun scoffed. "I gave you a chance, but you couldn't use it." He suddenly exerted force in his hand. Huang Yang felt a tremendous, irresistible force coming from the gun. His 5 fingers went numb, and the double-barreled shotgun instantly changed hands. He roared, "Give me back my gun!" Qin Yun smiled. "What's in my hands is mine." Huang Yang was completely enraged and roared at his men, "All members of the Prosperous Dynasty, come here, kill him!" Boom! Qin Yun gripped a baseball bat and slammed it down hard on his forehead. Blood blossoms. Huang Yang's voice stopped abruptly, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight backward, his fate unknown. When the people from the Prosperous Dynasty saw Huang Yang lying on the ground with a bloody head, they were both shocked and furious. A gang leader roared, "Brother Yang? I'll fucking kill him!" He immediately called for the others to rush over. "Fuck your mother!" Qin Yun retorted with a curse. With a burst of speed from his eyes and feet, he suddenly darted out and swung the baseball bat to smash the ball. Bang! Another muffled thud, and the underling fell to the ground. Zhang Yang roared, "Kill them! Take them down!" Zhou Daming, Zhao Long, and the others immediately drew their tang swords from their waists and charged forward with a roar. Bai Jingxin quickly formed a hard snowball, spotted someone, and swung her arm sharply. Whoosh snap! The snowball hit the man squarely in the face. The man didn't even utter a sound before falling backward to the ground. The 2 groups collided. But soon, the battle became one-sided. Qin Yun's men were better equipped and had high morale. On the other hand, the equipment of the Prosperous Dynasty was uneven, their leader had been killed, and their morale was extremely low. The battle ended quickly. The people of Prosperous Dynasty were beaten so badly that they cried for their parents. Some died, some fled, and the dozen or so who couldn't escape knelt down and surrendered. Qin Yun looked at the dozen or so prisoners squatting on the ground and asked, "Among you, who has family members in the Prosperous Dynasty? Raise your hand." The prisoners looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, 3 people raised their hands, trembling. Qin Yun's eyes turned cold, and without the slightest hesitation, he said, "Eliminate them. Having family makes you vulnerable. He won't take on someone like that." "Released? Let them go, and then they'll come after me again? Do you think they'll listen to their boss and turn against themselves next time? Or is it out of gratitude for my mercy in sparing his life this time, and that's why he didn't fight me?" Zhou Daming immediately led his men forward like wolves and tigers, roughly dragging the 3 people out. "No! Spare us! We all surrender! Please don't kill us!" The 3 of them cried out in despair and struggled. The female captain, Fang Qingqing, couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "Stop! They've already surrendered! Are you still going to kill them? Don't you have any humanity?" Qin Yun pointed at her and shouted, "Shut up! If you say another word, I'll chop you up too!" Fang Qingqing was so frightened by his murderous gaze that she swallowed back the words she was about to say. She gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger, but she said nothing more. She felt that Qin Yun had gone too far. He was simply a beast. The remaining prisoners were so frightened that they went limp and turned ashen-faced. Qin Yun looked at them again and asked, "Is there anyone who is unwilling to leave the Prosperous Dynasty and still wants to serve them?" Everyone shook their heads frantically. Qin Yun then asked, "Is there anyone willing to follow me from now on?" Everyone nodded vigorously. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. Their gazes turned to the 4 team leaders, Yan Yuqing, Fang Qingqing, and others, whose expressions varied. "What do you say now?" Yan Yuqing gave Qin Yun a deep look with her cold eyes and said, "You have proven your strength. You are qualified to conquer this dungeon with us." The voice was still cool and aloof, but it had lost some of its condescension. Qin Yun replied, "But I don't want to do the raid with you guys. I want to do it all by myself." Yan Yuqing frowned slightly. The middle-aged man named Wang Xiaolong couldn't help but speak up. "Young man, there are restrictions on this Wanda Mall instance. You need to form 5 teams with a total of at least 200 people to enter the instance. Your team alone can't even get in." Qin Yun frowned and walked to the glass doors of the mall. A semi-transparent pop-up window automatically appears. Instance, Wanda Mall. Difficulty, slightly difficult. Recommended level, LV.7. Strategy requirements. Requires 5 independent teams to apply jointly, with a total team size of over 200 people. Summary: the once bustling marketplace has become a forbidden lair. An all-female goblin tribe has taken up residence there. They are currently in their most restless breeding season. Be careful not to get dragged deep into the lair. Current status: conditions not met, cannot be started. Qin Yun turned around helplessly and said to Yan Yuqing and the others, "All right, let's go together then. But let's make this clear from the start. Once inside, everyone will rely on their own abilities, and the distribution of results will be based on contribution. We'll also each bear our own losses." Yan Yuqing, Fang Qingqing, Wang Xiaolong, and another person named Wu Cha had no objections to this. The reason why Yan Yuqing and his group did not enter the instance before was because they did not have enough people. Qin Yun has arrived, and with his men, the required number has been reached. Then, after some preparation, the 5 teams officially entered the Wanda Mall dungeon. Dungeon walk-through, let's begin. Qin Yun felt as if he had passed through a layer of water. The next second, the scene before their eyes left those who entered here for the first time speechless. This is hardly a modern shopping mall anymore. Before them lay an enormous, strangely structured nest. Looking up, you can see the mall's original glass dome. However, the empty space in the middle is filled with layers upon layers of absurd, abstract, and distorted architecture. Various items were violently dismantled and haphazardly piled up, becoming the building materials for the nest. Shopping carts, various metal items, numerous plastic mannequins, and all sorts of merchandise. The building's surface was also sprayed with various bright paints, making it look particularly eerie. The entire building has absolutely no architectural aesthetic appeal yet. How should I put it? It seems to exude some kind of abstract beauty? Qin Yun and the others were located on the lowest floor of the building. There's an irregular vertical hole in front of me. It's so similar, it's too similar. Qin Yun did not see any other teams. It must have been teleported to another location. Clearly, you need to explore the cave to clear the level. Let's go. Since we're already here. Without much hesitation, Qin Yun called out and led his men into the cave entrance before them. Bai Jingxin stayed close to her man. As soon as he entered, Qin Yun sniffed. Huh! What does it smell like? I've never smelled this before, but it smells so good. This fragrance. It shouldn't be poisonous, right? Chapter 52 Female Goblin. The man was dragged away, the woman was killed. Qin Yun led his men step by step deeper into the lair along the cave passage. The cave was pitch black, but fortunately everyone had tactical flashlights. The tunnel was also crooked and winding, as if it had 9 bends and 18 turns. Despite the fact that the female goblin's lair is made up of all sorts of random things, both the walls and the floor are extremely sturdy. It's getting hotter and hotter in this godforsaken place, so everyone has taken off their down jackets. The further you go in, the stronger the strange fragrance in the air becomes, making you feel inexplicably restless. The men's faces grew increasingly red, and their breathing became more rapid and heavy, like wild beasts unleashed. Zhang Yang sidled up to Qin Yun and said, "Brother, the brothers are all acting strangely. I also feel like they've taken Viagra. Qin Yun also felt a bit of heat in his lower abdomen. But he is physically stronger and has higher mental strength, so he can keep it under control. Bai Jingxin clung tightly to Qin Yun, a vague unease creeping into her heart. Qin Yun frowned and said, "Don't just talk about the problem. Is there any way to solve it?" Zhang Yang's expression was strange, and he uttered 4 words. "Take action and resolve this." Qin Yun was about to ask, "What do you mean?" when he realized what was going on and was speechless. But this is actually the solution. Qin Yun thought about it carefully for a moment and said, "Go and pass on my orders. If all else fails, take care of it yourself." As he spoke, he took out a large bag of tissues and said, "Go and distribute them. Also, tell them to hurry up." Bai Jingxin, standing to the side, blushed to the roots of her ears. Qin Yun's decision wasn't made on a whim. He even felt that, based on the limited dungeon information, doing it yourself might be the key to clearing this dungeon. Zhang Yang responded with a strange expression, then went to relay the boss's instructions to the other team members, giving each of them a pack of tissues. Don't say it. Some male team members did indeed leave the team at the last minute. The rear of the team. The 2 male team members, each clutching a tissue, looked at each other, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. One of them said, "What are you looking at?" Another person said, "What are you looking at again?" Then the 2 fell silent. Damn it. Never mind. This is fucking awful, let's get to work. But just as they turned their backs to each other and pulled out tissues, they suddenly heard a noise. The tactical flashlight was shown in the direction from which they came. Sudden. Then we saw several short, green figures rush out from around the corner of the cave passage. In that instant, they all saw an extremely ugly face, even more terrifying than any monster they had ever seen before. Aowa! A scream suddenly erupted. The person in front was startled and turned around abruptly, but there was no sign of him. Zhang Yang reluctantly went to the back of the group to find out what was going on. Then he returned to the front of the group and reported to Qin Yun. "Brother, 2 people are missing." Qin Yun frowned and said, "You should tell everyone to be on high alert." The tunnel was narrow, and the line stretched out, with the beginning and end unable to keep up with each other. There's nothing I can do but hope for the best. On the other side. The beam of the tactical flashlight swayed wildly. 2 men under Qin Yun were being pushed along by a group of extremely ugly, pale green-skinned, thin and short women who wore only a few tattered pieces of cloth around their private parts. They were put into 2 shopping carts, Help! Help! Their hands and feet were tied, and they struggled and cried for help. But judging from their appearance, it seemed that no one would come to their rescue even if they shouted themselves hoarse. They were dragged through a hidden passage to a dark and spacious place. A female goblin squad leader cried out, "Gibberish! Gudgy gudgy! Did-did-gia-gia-ya! Your Majesty, I've captured 2 males to present to you." The sound wasn't just unpleasant, it was extremely unpleasant. A short while later, another unpleasant voice came from the darkness. Her Majesty the Queen said, "It's too bad. No! It's yours to have." The female goblin squad leader was overjoyed. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty! Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty!" Then she immediately pounced on a man, tearing at his clothes in a frenzied excitement. The man realized what was happening and was immediately terrified. "No! No! No! No!" A desperate cry echoed throughout the dark, empty space. But the screams, surprisingly, became less horrible towards the end. They even seemed, perhaps, possibly, to be enjoyable. Qin Yun and his group continued to advance along the winding tunnel. As we walked, the sounds of fighting came from ahead. "Let's go take a look!" Qin Yun waved his hand, and the team immediately advanced cautiously. After turning a corner, the lights shone on them, and they saw Fang Qingqing and her group being surrounded and attacked. They were attacked by a group of ugly, pale green female goblins who were thin and short, and only wore a few tattered pieces of cloth around their private parts. They were few in number, but they were very slippery and never fought head-on. They just jumped around. They would also throw out large, sticky, wet white nets. 2 female team members in Fang Qingqing's team were caught in the net because they couldn't dodge in time. The net was made of some unknown material, but it was extremely sticky. Once you were caught in it, the more you struggled, the tighter it became. Whoosh! 2 spears shot out angrily. The 2 female team members who were caught in the net were pierced through by spears, and they died with screams of agony. "Shan Shan!" A heart-wrenching cry rang out. By the way, Fang Qingqing's team was all women. And they were all women with ordinary looks. The beautiful women were excluded from the group. There's no room for beauties among this group of ordinary women. However, there is no room for women in this female goblin's lair. Men will be captured and used for procreation. Women would be brutally murdered. Zhang Yang asked. "Boss, should we help or not?" Fang Qingqing also saw Qin Yun and the others, and immediately shouted, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and help!" She really didn't want to ask a man for help. We women are powerful and don't need to rely on men at all. But now the situation is critical, and in order to save her life, she has no choice but to endure the humiliation and ask Qin Yun for help. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately made a decision and said, "I won't help." This is the attitude you get when you're begging for help. How utterly despicable must I be to save you? However, the tree may wish to remain still, but the wind will not cease. At that very moment, the female goblin squad leader spotted Qin Yun, and her eyes lit up. She immediately pointed at Qin Yun and screamed, This one has plenty of energy. Capture him and present him to Her Majesty the Queen." The other female goblins immediately turned their attention to Qin Yun, drooling and rushing towards him with great excitement. Qin Yun couldn't understand the female goblin's incoherent chatter. But he's not blind. He cursed, "Damn it!" and said, "Beat him!" He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. He didn't know if firearms were even useful in this instance. We hadn't tested it before because we were afraid the gunfire would attract the enemy, but now we have no such worries. Click. It's no use. It seems that external rules have higher priority. Qin Yun decisively put away his gun, switched to a baseball bat, and charged forward. The other team members also launched an attack with knives. Bai Jingxin took a stone out of her backpack and threw it forcefully, hitting a female goblin squarely in the face, causing her to stagger and scream. The stones were prepared long ago. Since Bai Jingxin is skilled at throwing, it's natural to make use of her abilities. Such details need no further explanation. Qin Yun charged ahead, grabbed a baseball bat and swung it hard, sending a female goblin flying, just like hitting a baseball. Using a knife requires some skill. But isn't it simple to wield a stick? Qin Yun preferred and was more skilled at wielding sticks. It was innate. Fang Qingqing's pressure has been greatly reduced. Finally, they had a chance to catch their breath. The female goblin faction was already outnumbered. Once Qin Yun's team joined, they were completely outmatched. The female goblin captain immediately led 4 or 5 female goblins, screaming shrilly, and disappeared into the darkness. One of Fang Qingqing's female teammates rushed to her deceased friend's side and cried. She cried and cried. She suddenly turned around and yelled at Qin Yun and the others. "Why didn't you come sooner? If you had come sooner, Shanshan wouldn't have died. You're the ones who killed Shanshan." Chapter 53. I don't care if you're male or female. Whoever messes with me will get killed. Upon hearing the woman's reproach and resentment, Zhan Yang flew into a rage. "What the hell did you say? If we hadn't intervened, you would have all been killed long ago. I'm telling you guys, how dare you argue back?" The woman screamed even more agitatedly. "I didn't ask you to save me." Qin Yun's eyes turned cold. He strode over and, without saying a word, slapped Qin Yun across the face. Smack! A resounding slap across the face. The force was so great that it sent her spinning halfway around on the spot, leaving her completely stunned. Fang Qingqing was both shocked and furious. She stepped forward and shouted, "Stop! Qin Yun! Why are you hitting people?" Qin Yun said, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear her say that we killed that Shanshan?" Fang Qingqing said, "She just lost a friend and is grieving. Can't you be a little more understanding and forgiving?" "Understanding?" Qin Yun scoffed. "What does her death have to do with me? I didn't kill her." The woman who had been beaten recovered and felt the burning pain on her face and the immense humiliation, and completely lost her mind. "You dare hit me!" She screamed and lunged at Qin Yun, baring her teeth and claws. "I'll fight you to the death!" Qin Yun's eyes flashed, and he instantly raised the baseball bat in his hand. Fang Qingqing immediately blocked Qin Yun's path. "Stop! You can't!" Before she could finish speaking, the crazed woman shoved her roughly away, yelling, "Get out of my way! Don't stop me!" Caught off guard, Fang Qingqing stumbled and fell to the ground. Boom! Qin Yun's baseball bat struck the woman squarely on the side of her head without any mercy. The woman immediately collapsed to the ground, her fate unknown. The scene was deathly silent. Fang Qingqing sat on the ground, trembling with anger, her face flushed red. "Are you crazy? Do you have no humanity? Are you even a man?" She really wanted to yell it out. But when she thought of the other party's ruthlessness, she gritted her teeth and remained silent. The other female team members looked at Qin Yun with a mixture of anger and fear, but dared not speak out. Qin Yun looked at Fang Qingqing and said, "Why are you looking at me? Say thank you. If I hadn't intervened, you would have been killed by the female goblin." Although he didn't intend to save anyone. But in fact, he did save these people. Is it too much to ask for a thank you? Zhan Yang immediately stepped forward and shouted sternly, "Did you hear me? Say thank you." Fang Qingqing's chest heaved violently. But in the end, she managed to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. "Thank you." Qin Yun, too lazy to pay any more attention to the group of women, called out, "Let's go!" At this moment, one of the male team members leaned close to Zhan Yang's ear and whispered a few words, his eyes glancing back at Fang Qingqing and the others from time to time, his gaze filled with barely suppressed desire. Upon hearing this, Zhan Yang's Adam's apple bobbed, and a hint of interest appeared on his face. He steeled himself and caught up with Qin Yun, whispering, "Brother, the brothers are all really pent up right now, it's so frustrating. Do you think those women could help us?" Qin Yun suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at him with icy eyes. The next second, boom! Qin Yun kicked Zhan Yang hard in the stomach. Zhan Yang let out a scream and fell to the ground. Qin Yun cursed. "Are you some kind of stalker dog? What do you think we're doing here? On vacation? You still want to play around with women?" His cold gaze swept over the other team members, whose eyes were darting around and whose breathing was labored. "Listen up, all of you. If you really can't hold it in, Then take care of it yourself. Anyone who dares to mess around, I'll give them a permanent castration. To achieve permanent cure through severance? So ruthless? Everyone shuddered. The desire in my heart was instantly suppressed by an even greater fear. After Qin Yun and the others left, the atmosphere in Fang Qingqing's team was extremely tense. A female team member named Lulu came to Fang Qingqing's side with tears in her eyes and a sorrowful expression. Sister Qin, Sister Yun is dead. She only said 2 sentences, what did she do wrong? Sister Qin, this matter absolutely cannot be left like this. Fang Qingqing looked at her expressionlessly and asked, So what do you want? Do you want revenge? Then why didn't you make a move just now? Go chase after them now. Lulu's face flushed red and then paled, and she stammered. Sister Qin, if we do nothing, we'll disappoint the girls. The other female team members also looked at Fang Qingqing with complicated expressions, including fear, anger, and confusion. Fang Qingqing said, Heartbroken? Fine, now I'm asking you, who feels heartbroken? Who wants to go after Qin Yun right now and seek revenge? Step forward. I'll give her my captain's position. The female team members looked at each other, lowered their heads, and no one dared to utter a sound. Fang Qingqing sneered. Are you blind? Or brainless? Do you think that guy surnamed Qin is the kind of coward who wouldn't dare fight back even if a woman hit or scolded him, and would just keep groveling? He doesn't care if you're a man or a woman, he'll kill anyone who messes with him. I don't care if you want to die or not, but I don't want to die. The female team members were left speechless after being reprimanded. Lulu gritted her teeth secretly, thinking, You cowardly coward! You have no right to be the eldest sister! Qin Yun. You beastly scumbag. You just wait. She just didn't jump out. If she dares to jump out, let's see if Qin Yun will pick up a big stick, I mean a proper baseball bat, and give her a good whack. Qin Yun led his team deeper into the lair. The further you go in, the more complex the passageways become. More and more intersections began to appear, like a maze. Screams and struggles could be heard from behind from time to time. For male team members who lagged behind were dragged away by the elusive female goblin. Panic began to spread like a plague through the ranks. Sudden. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to get out. Let me out. I want to go home. One of the male team members completely broke down and started shouting excitedly. Qin Yun's eyes turned cold, and he quickly walked behind that team member. Boom! The baseball bat in his hand struck him mercilessly on the back of the head. The team member's voice stopped abruptly, and he collapsed to the ground, twitching twice before becoming still. The entire group fell silent instantly. Qin Yun sternly shouted, Anyone who undermines morale or disrupts the ranks will be executed without exception. His gaze and the beam of his tactical flashlight swept over the crowd. Anyone who can't hold out can get out now. The weak have no right to follow me. Do you really think my rice is so easy to eat? I'm taking you guys through dungeons to weed out the useless trash. Qin Yun's powerful aura and swift methods effectively suppressed the panic within the team. No one dared to say another word, they could only grit their teeth and continue forward. After struggling for a while, we rounded a bend and suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps ahead. Qin Yun immediately ordered preparations for battle. Soon, a group of people came running in a disheveled state from another side road. Leading the group was Wu Chang, the captain of another team. When Wu Chang saw Qin Yun, his face immediately lit up with a look of great joy. Brother Qin? Great! I didn't expect to run into you here. Come with me. I've discovered the core secret of this dungeon. But I don't have enough people here, I can't handle it. If you add your people, we definitely can. Zhang Yang asked. What big secret? Wu Chang said. The female goblin's nursery. I've discovered that female goblins value their offspring very much. If we take over that place, those female goblins won't dare to cause trouble. Zhang Yang listened from the side, his eyes darting around. He pulled Qin Yun aside and whispered in his ear. Brother, something's not right. They have a strong, exotic fragrance about them. And look at their demeanor, they are so calm, unlike our people who are agitated by the fragrance. That's contradictory. Qin Yun's gaze sharpened slightly as he looked carefully at Wu Chang and the others. After a moment's thought, he returned to Wu Chang and said, "You lead the way." Wu Chang exclaimed happily, "Great! Great! This way! Come with me!" He immediately turned around and led his men ahead to guide the way. Just as everyone reached a more spacious place, Qin Yun shouted, "Attack! Kill without mercy!" Zhang Yang also shouted, "Kill them!" "What? What if I make a mistake?" "If they make a mistake, they'll be the ones who suffer." Chapter 54 Duel? The victor becomes the queen? Shouts of battle suddenly erupted. A fierce melee suddenly broke out. The Tang's sword drew a cold arc in the dim light. Wu Chang roared, "Qin Yun! What are you doing? Are you fucking crazy?" Qin Yun swung a baseball bat and smashed it down on Wu Chang's head. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Wu Chang reacted quickly, taking a step back to narrowly dodge, and exclaimed, "Holy shit!" He charged forward and unleashed his skill. Lightning four-strike combo. Wu Chang has trained in Sanda, Chinese kickboxing. He has a lightning four-hit combo. Skill: first a left front kick, then a right whip kick, followed by a left hook, and finally a steel mountain lean. A full four-hit combo can deal massive damage. It was through this skill that he developed his business and built his own team. At that moment, he delivered a lightning-fast and powerful left front kick. Qin Yun was kicked back a few steps, feeling a sharp pain in his chest and difficulty breathing. "Damn it! You really can't underestimate others. Everyone is striving to live and strive to become stronger." A flash of lightning. Sizzle! A flash of blue-white electricity disappeared in an instant, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically. He dodged Wu Chang's right whip kick. At the same time, he instantly moved to the left side of Wu Chang's body. A baseball bat struck Wu Chang's left leg. With a cracking sound, it broke Wu Chang's left shinbone. Bang! Click! A sickening cracking sound of bone breaking rang out clearly. His shinbone was broken. "Aya!" Wu Chang let out a heart-wrenching scream and collapsed to the ground. Sudden. Whoosh! A rough spear shot out from the darkness, heading straight for Qin Yun. Qin Yun was still in a state of lightning-fast speed, his senses were sharp, and he suddenly twisted his body. The spear grazed past him as it flew by. One of his men behind him was unable to dodge in time and was pierced through by the spear, dying instantly. Suddenly, 20 or 30 female goblins wielding rough clubs and stone axes burst out from the shadows and side passages. They let out sharp screams and launched a frenzied attack. Qin Yun's men were caught off guard, their formation was instantly disrupted, casualties surged, and they were forced to switch to a defensive posture. Just then, an exceptionally tall, strong, and muscular female goblin emerged. Yes, she's around 1.5 meters tall, which is indeed considered tall and strong among female goblins. She was carrying a thick wooden stick and had a fierce look in her eyes. She was clearly an elite leader. Despite the excruciating pain, Wu Chang crawled with difficulty to her feet, pointed at Qin Yun, and said, "Kill him! Help me kill him!" Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang immediately cursed. "Holy crap! You traitors! You've actually gotten involved with monsters?" Upon hearing this, Wu Chang and his men's faces turned pale and then red. The elite female goblin roared angrily, took a large stride, swung her large wooden club, and charged angrily towards Qin Yun. "It's incredibly powerful." Just as the huge spiked club was about to smash down. Lightning flash! Qin Yun appeared beside the tall female goblin in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the baseball bat in his hand disappeared, replaced by a ghost-headed broadsword, the very one he had obtained during the Ghost Festival event. With a single slash, the blade traced a cold, crescent-shaped arc, slashing with unparalleled precision towards the female goblin's thick neck. They encountered almost no decent resistance. A huge, ugly head, its expression frozen in rage, rolled off. Chirp! Seeing their leader instantly killed, the other female goblins screamed in terror and scattered like birds, fleeing into the dark side passages and disappearing from sight. Qin Yun shouted, "Don't chase! Take control of all the traitors. Wu Chang, along with 4 other people who hadn't escaped, were quickly brought under control. Zhang Yang walked up to Wu Chang and asked with disgust, "Speak! Why did you become a traitor?" Wu Chang gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his leg, and stubbornly retorted, "Bah! If you're going to kill me, then kill me! Enough with the nonsense!" But his men were clearly not so tough. Under the threat of death and the shock of their comrades' tragic fate, some of them soon broke down and confessed. It turns out that after they were captured by the female goblin, they weren't killed, but taken deep into the lair, and then, afterwards, they were captivated by the ultimate pleasure, developed a dependence and loyalty to the female goblins, and willingly did things for them. Zhang Yang looked disgusted and said, "Holy crap, your tastes are just too yummy! Even third brother would have to call you guys, you have such good appetites and aren't picky eaters." Wu Chang, however, revealed a strange, wistful expression, saying, "You simply don't understand. That was an unprecedented ultimate pleasure. Once you experience it, you'll feel the same way we did." One of his subordinates said, "Yes. It's a completely new feeling that I've never experienced before. Once you try it, you can never go back." "Kill them! Kill them!" Qin Yun frowned upon hearing this and said, "Damn it, you're polluting my mind." After processing, Zhang Yang said to Qin Yun, "Brother, it seems that as long as you get involved with female goblins, you'll obediently become their slave. Damn, this dungeon mechanic is disgusting." Qin Yun's gaze swept over all his subordinates, and he said, "Did you all hear that? If you don't want to end up like them, you'd better watch out." His men were trembling with fear. Each of them swore in their hearts that they would rather die than be captured by the female goblin. It was too terrible and disgusting. After regrouping, the group continued to cautiously venture deeper into the nest. After struggling for a while, they arrived at a very spacious place. The surrounding area was brightly lit by blazing bonfires. It was at this time that a huge net, woven from thick white silk threads, suddenly fell from above everyone's heads. Qin Yun reacted the fastest, grabbing Bai Jingxin and rushing out of the area covered by the thick, white net. Zhang Yang, Zhou Daming, and others were caught in the trap. "Holy crap! What is that? Cut it open! Quickly, cut it with a knife!" They tried to cut it with Tang's swords, but they couldn't even cut through the thick, white net. Using the firelight around him, Qin Yun was able to make out the structure of the place. It was a place that resembled a gladiatorial arena. A large group of female goblins immediately appeared in the surrounding audience seats, all screaming and drooling as they looked at Qin Yun and his companions, their eyes filled with greed and excitement. They looked like lecherous ghosts seeing an unparalleled beauty. Qin Yun shielded by Jingxin behind him and cautiously looked around. At this moment, the fire door on one side of the arena was opened. 2 exceptionally tall and robust female goblins, dressed in simple, crude metal armor and wielding giant axes, led a man out. These 2 female goblins were truly tall and strong, nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a muscular build. It is indeed the Goblin Queen's Guard. The person being held captive was Wang Xiaolong, the captain of another team. And there was a man with him. Zhang Yang immediately recognized the man and exclaimed in shock and anger, "Li Chao? It's you? You've become a traitor too?" This Li Chao was originally one of Qin Yun's men. He was captured earlier, and has now obviously defected to the enemy. Li Chao looked at Zhang Yang and Qin Yun, his previous respect gone, replaced by a smug smile. "Don't put it so harshly, you'll soon be just like me." He turned to Qin Yun, raised his voice, and announced in a brainwashed, fanatical tone, "By order of Her Majesty the Queen, you shall engage in a duel. The victor shall become Her Majesty the Queen's man." Wang Xiaolong looked at Qin Yun and said bitterly, "Boss Qin, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a queen's man, but I don't want to die either." Qin Yun rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Roar, roar, roar!" In the surrounding stands, the female goblins erupted in even more frenzied cheers and howls, and the entire arena seemed to tremble. Chapter 55. Is this the Goblin Queen? I'm in. Disgraceful! Qin Yun chuckled. Are you here to clear the dungeon, or to clear those ugly monsters? Why don't you listen to me and come with me? I'll take you through this hellhole. Wang Xiaolong's facial muscles twitched slightly. What's the point of saying all this now? Let's get started. Ultimately, he didn't trust Qin Yun at all. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. He didn't want to die. As for the man who becomes the Goblin Queen. Damn, if you close your eyes and imagine she's Yang Mi or Doraba, isn't that the same thing? Qin Yun stopped talking and began swinging the thick wooden stick in his hand. This was obtained from killing an elite female goblin. It's quite heavy, and it's really fun to smash it. Wang Xiaolong took a deep breath, assumed a fighting stance, and remained calm and composed. He comes from a family of traditional martial arts practitioners, and he trains hard in the coldest and hottest winters and summers. He is most skilled in Wing Chun's short bridge punch and Tai Chi's neutralizing force. Qin Yun took the initiative, his spiked club sweeping across the waist with a fierce gust of wind. Powerful and heavy. Wang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he advanced, reaching out with both hands to grab Qin Yun's wrists, using the Tai Chi, Lu, force to pull and guide. Bang! He skillfully deflected the spiked club, sending it crashing to the ground beside him. Wang Xiaolong originally intended to use Tai Chi techniques of receiving and neutralizing to cause Qin Yun to lose his balance, so that he could take the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Otherwise, he could have simply dodged it. But Qin Yun's strength far exceeded his expectations. As he deflected the spiked club, Wang Xiaolong felt both pain and numbness in his fingers. This left him completely unable to attack, and a thought flashed through his mind. I should have practiced my leg techniques. Qin Yun raised the large wooden club again and smashed it repeatedly, his attack as fierce as a storm. Wang Xiaolong could only unleash his Tai Chi skills to the fullest, dodging and weaving to nimbly avoid Qin Yun's massive wooden club strikes. His attacks are so fierce, he definitely can't last long. A moment later, he saw Qin Yun miss his target with his staff, his old strength exhausted and his new strength not yet generated, and suddenly lunged forward, cutting into Qin Yun's middle. Skill LV3 Sun Punch. Qin Yun sensed something was wrong and immediately used Lightning Flash. The speed increased instantly. Wang Xiaolong's Sun-shaped punch is so fast that even the shadow of the fist cannot be seen. But Qin Yun was faster. His figure moved like a ghost behind Wang Xiaolong, and he swept his large wooden stick with all his might. Bang! The heavy bat slammed into Wang Xiaolong's side. Click! A clear cracking sound rang out. Wang Xiaolong's body flew out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily to the ground. Cough, cough! He couldn't believe Qin Yun's speed was so fast that he couldn't even react. Before he could finish speaking, he coughed violently, coughing up blood. Qin Yun took out a biscuit, put it in his mouth and chewed. These are whole grain pancakes, made by cute and adorable baker Ho Qin, which are effective in quickly replenishing energy. Qin Yun had specifically gone to Ho Qin's place to buy it before. Wang Xiaolong said, Wait, Boss Qin, don't kill me, I'll go with you. Bang! Smack! One blow, and the fight is over. Roar! Gaa. From the surrounding stands, the female goblins erupted in even more frenzied and excited screams. Qin Yun saw a diamond the size of a quail egg condense on Wang Xiaolong's corpse. He bent down to pick up the diamond, and a pop-up window appeared in front of him. Skill Crystal Sun Punch. Use this skill has a 10% chance to grant the user the skill Sun-shaped punch. It's not the right time to use it. Qin Yun silently put away the skill crystal. Jealousy and resentment surfaced on Li Chao's face. But he still walked up to Qin Yun and said, You've won! You have a chance to become Her Majesty the Queen's man. Follow these 2 Queen's guards to pay your respects to the Queen. His inner voice screamed. Why? Why him? What do I lack compared to him? Your Majesty should have chosen me. Although he had never met Her Majesty the Queen, he didn't care. Li Chao's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Bai Jingxin, a surge of lust and greed rising within him. If only I could sleep with her. Bang! Qin Yun smashed a large wooden stick in his hand onto Li Chao's head. The 2 towering Goblin Queen's guards roared angrily, their crimson eyes locked onto Qin Yun. They simultaneously raised their massive, rusty battle axes, their terrifying and ferocious aura pressing down on Qin Yun. Qin Yun immediately took out his ghost head great sword, ready for battle. Just then, Gugari! Stop! A fat, ugly female goblin wearing a priest's robe and a bone necklace came out. She chattered at the two royal guards. Stop! Her Majesty the Queen wants to see the victorious hero. The two guards paused. Although he was still glaring angrily at Qin Yun, he put away his giant axe. The goblin priest looked at Qin Yun and said, Victorious hero, Her Majesty the Queen wishes to see you. It was surprisingly fluent Mandarin. Qin Yun's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, perhaps we can try to capture the leader first. He looked at Bai Jingxin and Zhang Yang and the others who were trapped in the net, and said, Don't touch my people! He didn't know if his words would be of any use, but it was better than saying nothing at all. The female goblin priestess said, Yes. I will guarantee their safety for now. Qin Yun followed the female goblin priestess, escorted by two queen guards on either side. The Goblin Queen's Palace. This is an extremely spacious and brightly lit huge room. Above us was the mall's enormous glass dome. In the center of the room stood a luxurious pink round bed, draped with pink gauze curtains that obscured the view inside. The area around the large bed was piled with all sorts of plush toys and dolls. A faint, sweet, pink mist filled the air, with a strangely intoxicating fragrance. Huh! Isn't that Yan Yuqing? The aloof and elegant female captain was now kneeling on the left side of the pink bed like a pet. A leather collar was around its neck, and the dog leash extended into the pink bed. When she saw Qin Yun walk in, her body trembled violently, her face flushed red, and she was filled with shame and embarrassment. He wished he could bury his head in a deep ditch, and dared not look Qin Yun in the eye. How shameful! Shame! My pride and self-esteem are shattered. Your Majesty, the victorious warrior has arrived. After the goblin priestess finished speaking, she left. The gate is closed. The pink gauze curtain swayed slightly. A tall and slender figure emerged from behind the gauze curtain. When Qin Yun saw her face clearly, his expression changed instantly. Holy crap! Is that the Goblin Queen? They were completely different from the ugly, short, and dirty goblins he had imagined. She is nearly 1.8 meters tall, with a perfect 9 head-to-body ratio. The skin was a glossy emerald green, not a dark green. Her face was as exquisite as an elven sculpture, with three-dimensional and distinct features, a high nose, deep-set eyes, and full lips. She resembles a Western beauty, but by Eastern aesthetic standards she is also extremely beautiful. Her large eyes had black sclera and dazzling golden vertical pupils, exuding a wild and mysterious beauty. Sharp ears and pointed horns protrude from thick, dark purple hair. Her figure was ridiculously hot, her curves were huge, her slender parts were very thin, and her long parts were very long. Especially the curve from the waist to the hips, it's simply, one word, amazing. She only covered herself with fabric at the key points, leaving large expanses of emerald green skin exposed to the air, with the smooth lines of her muscles faintly visible. Six-pack abs. Various bone ornaments adorn the neck, wrists, and ankles, adding to the wild beauty. Are you sure this is a goblin? Not a night elf? A thought suddenly popped into Qin Yun's mind. This Goblin Queen. I can have her! Chapter 56 cleared. SSS rank. But, is this even possible? Looking at the wild, alluring, and voluptuous Goblin Queen before me, Qin Yun was aroused by the sight of her, and the thought, I can have her, did indeed cross his mind. But it was just a thought. What if there is poison or germs inside? We're not like the third brother, next door. Besides, Wu Chang, Li Chao, and those traitors have already set an example for him. Qin Yun didn't want to become like them. The Goblin Queen's golden vertical pupils appraised Qin Yun with satisfaction. Do you want to live? If you wish, then come and please me. Qin Yun wore a fawning smile and bowed obsequiously, saying, Yes, it is my honor to please Her Majesty the Queen. Yan Yuqing, who was kneeling by the bed, immediately showed disdain and contempt. Ha! Men! He tui! Qin Yun walked to within 3 meters of the Goblin Queen, and the ghost-head great sword appeared out of thin air without warning. The blade reflected the cold light of the dome and, with a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air, swept fiercely toward the Goblin Queen's slender neck with the force of thunder. Upon seeing this scene, Yan Yuqing's disdainful and contemptuous expression froze for a moment. However, faced with the sudden, lightning-fast sweep of the great sword, the Goblin Queen showed no panic. Instead of retreating, she advanced, raised her hand, and easily grabbed the hilt of the broadsword. Qin Yun felt an irresistible, terrifying force emanating from the blade, which made his hands go numb. He was horrified. Damn! That's some incredible strength! The Goblin Queen shuddered and suddenly exerted her strength. Qin Yun felt a terrifying force coming from the blade, and he was uncontrollably swung up and flung away. Boom! He slammed heavily against the wall. Fortunately, the walls were covered with soft blankets, pillows, and plush toys. Otherwise, this one blow would have been enough to hurt him. The Goblin Queen casually tossed the demon-headed halberd aside. Instead of being angry at Qin Yun's behavior, she stuck out her scarlet, delicate, sharp, and long tongue and licked her red lips. A flame of conquest burned within his golden, vertical pupils. How dare you defy me? Great! Excellent! The more you resist, the more excited I become. Qin Yun's heart sank to the bottom, but his eyes grew even fiercer. Again. He took out a large wooden club and charged straight at the Goblin Queen, smashing it down with all his might. The Goblin Queen stood still, without even moving a step, simply raising her hand to block. Bang! Her arm's skin was like the hardest aloe. The large wooden stick was crushed instantly. Qin Yun's hands were numb from the shock. He immediately used lightning flash, instantly increasing his speed threefold. He picked up the giant halberd from the ground and slashed at the Goblin Queen with all his might. Qin Yun's speed suddenly increased, causing the Goblin Queen to pause in surprise. She stepped back, but the blade of the giant halberd still grazed her chest, tearing the fabric. There's a chance! We can win! Qin Yun was secretly delighted. However, that jade-like one is quite unique. The Goblin Queen looked down and couldn't see her toes. But then I saw a thin, long wound in the middle of her chest, from which pink blood was seeping out. She licked her lips, her expression becoming even more excited. The Goblin Queen pulled a vine whip from her lower back and lashed it out. Well, her weapon is a whip, now she looks even more like a queen. Snap! Smack! Smack! The whip moved extremely fast, crackling as it struck the air. Qin Yun narrowly dodged the attack thanks to lightning flash. But they couldn't get close to the Goblin Queen at all. A short while later. The game is over. The Goblin Queen seemed to have gotten tired of playing. She put away her whip, waved her hand, and scattered a large number of dog chains. A large group of dolls were suddenly fitted with dog leashes around their necks. Their eyes suddenly lit up with an eerie red light, and they began to jump around like living creatures, rushing towards Qin Yun from all directions. Qin Yun swung his ghost-headed broadsword and slashed wildly, sending cotton, scraps of cloth, and goose feathers flying everywhere. But it was quickly overwhelmed by hordes of plush toys. They hid behind the giant halberd, tore off Qin Yun's clothes, and pinned down his hands and feet. This is extremely bad. Damn it! How can a man like me be forced into this? In a critical moment, a flash of silver light suddenly appeared in Qin Yun's eyes. A vast, invisible force erupted from the depths of his spirit, spreading outwards from him. What's going on here? 3 words, spiritual power. It's the reward I got from the Ghost King's daughter during the previous Ghost Festival event. In a critical moment, Qin Yun, with a "I'll fight you to the death" mentality, unleashed this skill. The dolls that had been overwhelming Qin Yun were instantly knocked away, clearing the screen. Even the Goblin Queen seemed to be mentally shocked, her body swaying violently, and for the first time, a look of astonishment and disbelief appeared on her face. Now! Qin Yun seized the opportunity when the Goblin Queen was taken aback. He used lightning flash again to rush over and tackled her to the ground, where the two of them rolled onto the carpet. But so soft. I'm talking about carpets, of course. Qin Yun immediately took out a tang sword from his spatial storage, ready to stab her hard. But in that very instant, the Goblin Queen suddenly tilted her head back, aiming it at Qin Yun's face. Puff! A thick, pink mist with a strange, sweet fragrance wafted from her mouth, enveloping Qin Yun's mouth and nose. Qin Yun was caught off guard and inhaled most of it. Instantly, he felt a surge of scorching air rush into his lungs. It was like adding fuel to a fire, quickly spreading throughout the body. Hot. It's so hot. It's so hot it's about to explode. Taking advantage of the situation, the Goblin Queen used her waist and abdomen to control Qin Yun. The battle just now brought me great joy, but it wasn't enough. Young warrior, this is my first time entering the reproductive phase. Do not disappoint me, or I will cut off your head. The second round of battle is about to begin. Yan Yuqing, who was kneeling not far away, took in all of this. Waste! Useless man! Then she closed her eyes and covered her ears. I don't know how much time has passed. Yan Yuqing vaguely heard voices. Stop! That's enough! You started the fight, but I decide when it ends. I can do this all day. I don't know how much time passed. Yan Yuqing even heard a sobbing pleas for mercy. Then came a high-pitched battle cry that seemed to pierce the dome. Everything returned to calm. Then Yan Yuqing saw a pop-up window appear in front of her eyes. She had her eyes closed at the moment, but she still saw the pop-up window. Dungeon cleared. Clearance rating E. The food is so bad it's unbearable to look at. No reward whatsoever. Yan Yuqing's eyes widened. At the same time, a pop-up window also appeared in front of Qin Yun's eyes. The content, however, is Dungeon cleared. Clearance rating SSS. Completion rewards: Goblin Queen's Soul Contract, 45,000 EXP, 9,000 silver coins, plus 1 point to all base attributes, 10% ownership of Wanda Mall, 100% retention of all items in Wanda Mall. Qin Yun, who was completely bewildered, was utterly dumbfounded. This is... Did you clear the level? Is this okay? Chapter 57. Yan Yuqing, Qin Yun, you must die. Who cares? Qin Yun immediately accepted it. No matter what level it is, as long as you clear it, that's fine. He immediately wanted to check the supplies that had been unlocked in the previous few days. Before, it was like an engine running at full throttle, constantly busy. I only received the notification and didn't have time to look at it carefully. Honestly, he doesn't even remember how many types of supplies he's unlocked. Sudden buzzing. The entire female goblin lair suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The Goblin Queen was lying flat, eyes closed, breathing greedily. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of anxiety and reluctance flashed in those golden vertical pupils. She suddenly grabbed Qin Yun's wrist and opened her mouth to say something urgently to him. Strangely, Qin Yun could only see her lips moving, but couldn't hear any sound at all. It was as if an invisible barrier blocked out the sound. The next second, Qin Yun felt a sudden blur before his eyes. A strong, dizzying, weightless feeling, like being half asleep, suddenly struck. Then it suddenly disappeared again. Qin Yun shook his head abruptly, and upon closer inspection, found himself standing in a spacious, bright, clean, and brand new place. This is the central atrium on the first floor of Wanda Mall. But it was completely different from what he had seen when he entered the instance before. The marble floor is as smooth as a mirror. The glass railings are gleaming and shiny. Huge, stylish billboards and LED screens hanging overhead displayed dazzling images. The entire shopping mall was completely renovated and brightly lit, just like it was on its first day of operation. At this moment, a series of chaotic sounds arose from the surroundings. Where is this? Ha ha! They're out! They're out! Where's the female goblin? Hey, you're not reluctant to part with it, are you? Who said that? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yun looked around. They discovered that the survivors from the other 4 teams were also here. A quick glance revealed that quite a few had survived. That makes sense when you think about it. The female goblin, in her reproductive turmoil, wasn't planning to kill anyone. Their primary goal was to obtain something that would allow them to reproduce. Brother Yun! A crisp sound rang out. Bai Jingxin squeezed out of the crowd and ran quickly to Qin Yun's side. Brother Yun, are you all right? Feeling her concern and anxiety, Qin Yun felt a warmth in his heart. It feels pretty good to be genuinely cared for and remembered like this. He laughed heartily, grinning, and said, It's nothing, it's great. How about you? However, he subtly rubbed his lower back. At that moment, he felt completely empty inside. Yan Yuqing, who was not far away, scoffed inwardly. What could possibly be wrong with him? You have no idea how happy he is. In the noisy crowd, Lulu came to Fang Qingqing's side and said urgently in a low voice, Sister Qingqing, let's hurry up and move the supplies. Fang Qingqing suddenly realized. Yes. Moving supplies. He immediately said, Yes, let's go. Her team suffered the heaviest losses. Because she is on an all-female team. Female goblins don't kill men, but they show no mercy to women. When Qin Yun saw Fang Qingqing's group move, he immediately shouted to them. Fang Qingqing, what are you going to do? You're not going to move supplies, are you? Fang Qingqing froze, turned around, and forced herself to remain calm, saying, What? Is it not allowed? Oh. Qin Yun chuckled. Please remove the character. Then he suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Listen up, everyone! All the supplies in Wanda Mall belong to me, Qin Yun. Nobody is allowed to touch them. If anyone tries to lay a finger on them, don't blame me for being impolite. The loud sound echoed through the empty mall. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately erupted in uproar. Why should I? Qin Yun, you're too domineering. We all contributed to conquering the dungeons. Many of us died. Even our leader died. We also got a share of the loot here. That's right. Don't even think about taking it all for yourself. We won't agree. The crowd was furious and made a ruckus. Qin Yun shouted, All of you, shut the hell up. The sound was like thunder. It instantly silenced all the noise. Qin Yun's gaze, as cold as a blade, swept over the members of the other 4 teams. You still have the nerve to ask me what gives you the right? Why don't you ask yourselves first how much you contributed to this dungeon raid? Let me tell you why. It's because I got an SSS rank completion rating. And what about you? What's your opinion? I got an SSS rating, which is why 100% of the items in the entire store were preserved intact. Tell me, what did you do while clearing the dungeon? Female goblins? Everyone was rendered speechless by his insults. Their faces turned pale and then red. I feel ashamed. But mostly, it was anger. We got a very low completion rating, but don't we have any shame? Saying that is a slap in the face to us. Lulu shouted. But we've suffered heavy casualties too. So many of our beauties have died. Are we supposed to go back empty-handed? Don't give me that nonsense. Qin Yun interrupted her directly. It was agreed beforehand that when it comes to conquering dungeons, everyone will rely on their own abilities. The greater the contribution, the greater the reward. Your contribution was almost zero, even negative. You acted as traitors, helping the female goblins fight against us, and you still have the nerve to share the spoils? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Someone shouted indignantly. Qin Yun, what you're doing is too heartless and selfish. How hard it is for everyone to survive. There are so many supplies in this mall, you can't possibly use that many. Qin Yun pointed at him and said, Shut up. Don't give me this nonsense. After saying that, he changed the subject. Of course, you can also request supplies. As long as you follow me, join my ranks, obey my orders, and exchange your labor and loyalty for the supplies you need. Besides that, shut the hell up and stop talking nonsense to me. Qin Yun's words were like cold water, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in most people's hearts. Many people lowered their heads, their eyes darting around, and began to weigh the pros and cons. Joining the powerful Qin Yun seems like a good option. But at that moment, Yan Yuqing gritted her teeth, took a sudden step forward, and shouted sharply at all the survivors. Everyone, don't be scared by him. He fought the Goblin Queen in the dungeon for a long time, and used up a lot of his stamina. He must be at his last gasp now, all bark and no bite. He's at his weakest point. Our 4 teams combined outnumber them. As long as we unite and work together, we can definitely take them down. Then all the supplies in this mall will be ours. With these supplies, we can live a good life. That's what they say. But only she knew the truth. She incited everyone to act not just for supplies. Furthermore, Qin Yun witnessed firsthand the most humiliating and wretched state of her being. He must die. Only when he dies can that shameful memory be completely buried. Yan Yuqing's words were extremely seductive. This instantly ignited the greed for resources in many people's hearts, as well as their dissatisfaction with Qin Yun's forceful oppression. Lulu, hidden in the crowd, shouted, "Okay. I agree." Upon hearing this, Fan Qingqing's expression changed, and she was too late to stop it, though she might not have really wanted to. When someone takes the lead, others will naturally follow suit. Agree. I'll join too. With 4 teams against one of their teams, the advantage is on our side. Chapter 58 Soul Contract Summoning Goblin Queen. The situation instantly turned extremely unfavorable for Qin Yun's team. At this tense moment, within Qin Yun's team, some people panicked upon seeing the enemy's superior numbers and began to harbor rebellious intentions. I quit. Yes. I'm quitting too. I was forced into this. I don't want to work with him. Nearly 10 people were shouting loudly. They hurriedly ran to the camps of the 4 opposing teams, eager to distance themselves from Qin Yun. This only made Qin Yun's situation even worse. Upon seeing this, Lulu's eyes lit up, and she immediately shouted loudly. Hey! You all saw that? A wise person knows when to yield. It's not too late to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Following Qin Yun will only lead to death. Come join us. Stop risking your lives for him. Everyone will get supplies later. This caused another disturbance and chaos on Qin Yun's side. Many people's eyes flickered. Qin Yun watched all of this with a cold eye, not surprised at all. He brought so many people down this time to take the opportunity to weed out some people and select the best from the worst. Anyone among you who wants to leave me and join the other side can go over there now. I'm giving you a chance to choose freely. You can leave as long as you leave your weapons. I will not stop you. After he finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the room. A commotion ensued. Someone whispered to their companion, "What are you doing? The boss has always treated us well." The other person, pale-faced, retorted, "If a fight breaks out, we'll all be dead. There are so many of them, how can we win? I don't want to die." One by one, 7 or 8 more people, heads bowed, not daring to look at Qin Yun and his companions, threw down their tang swords and left. After this act of purification, Qin Yun was left with only about 20 people. Those who left were mainly Huang Yang's people, as well as some of Zhang Wuchao's people. The number of people has decreased sharply. But the rest were all relatively determined, believed in Qin Yun, and were willing to follow him. Seeing that Qin Yun only had about 20 people left, Lulu smiled smugly and shouted in a shrill voice, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" She was overjoyed. "Sister Yun, I'll avenge you right away. Then, after this, I can replace Fan Qingqing and become the new eldest sister, ha ha ha. Talking about equality among Jime members is just nonsense. What she wants is to be the boss, to be the best. As the saying goes, above myself, I believe everyone should be equal. From me down, everyone else is a pig, a dog, an ox, or a horse." A murderous glint flashed in Yan Yuqing's eyes, and she shouted, "Kill! Kill them all!" Nearly 100 people on the other side roared and charged towards Qin Yun and his group. At this critical moment, buzz! A mysterious, complex, and magnificent six-pointed star magic circle appeared on the smooth, mirror-like marble floor. A dazzling green light burst forth instantly. This sudden turn of events caused everyone rushing forward to stop in shock, staring in disbelief at the bizarre scene that had suddenly appeared. What happened? Amidst everyone's shocked gaze, a tall, wild, and imposing figure slowly rose from the magic circle. Emerald green skin, golden vertical pupils, deep purple long hair, and a voluptuous, exaggerated figure. It's the Goblin Queen. The moment Yan Yuqing saw the Goblin Queen, her face turned deathly pale, and her eyes were filled with terror. No! Impossible! How could she? What's going on? Qin Yun used the Goblin Queen's soul contract, one of the rewards for clearing the SSS level dungeon. The effect of this soul contract is to summon the Goblin Queen. Qin Yun looked at the Goblin Queen and said, "Can you still move? If you can, help me take them down." The Goblin Queen's golden vertical pupils swept across the crowd opposite her, and a powerful yet alluring smile curled at the corners of her lips. "As you wish, capable warrior." A capable and courageous warrior? Qin Yun rolled her eyes. With a wave of her hand, the Goblin Queen unleashed her ultimate move, Queen Puppet Trick. Swoosh! 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 One by one, dog leashes appeared out of thin air, flew out, and accurately looped around the necks of the more than 20 people at the front. The person trapped inside instantly turned blood red, lost their mind, and like a puppet on strings, suddenly turned around, raised their weapon, and frantically pounced on their companion. Among them were Lulu, who was shouting the loudest, and Yan Yuqing, whose face was deathly pale. Their eyes glowed a terrifying red light, their expressions were twisted, and they attacked the others like mad dogs. "Lulu! What are you doing?" "Captain Yen! It's me! No! They've gone mad! They've all gone mad!" The opposing 4-team allied forces instantly descended into extreme chaos and infighting. Screams. Angry shouts. The sound of weapons clashing. A cacophony of sounds erupted. Seeing this, Zhang Yang, Zhou Daming, and the others didn't even need Qin Yun's orders. They pounced on the enemy, who was already in complete chaos, like tigers descending a mountain. This made things even worse for the 4-team alliance. The chaotic battle ended quickly. The 4 allied forces were either dead or wounded, and the rest of them, utterly dejected, knelt down and surrendered, becoming prisoners of war. The mall's atrium reeked of blood, and the floor was littered with corpses and groaning wounded. Qin Yun, carrying a blood-dripping tang sword, slowly walked up to a person. This person was the very same traitor who had been the first to shout about quitting and run off to the opposing camp. When he saw Qin Yun approaching, he trembled violently, and his crotch was instantly soaked with sweat. "Brother Qin! Boss Qin! I was wrong! Please spare my life! Give me a chance! I really don't want to die, why?" Qin Yun looked at him expressionlessly, her eyes cold and devoid of any emotion. "Give you a chance? If even betrayal can be forgiven, how am I supposed to lead a team in the future?" He swiftly brought down the knife. The pleas for mercy abruptly stopped. A spherical object rolled to the ground. Those who had just betrayed him were instantly terrified and filled with despair. Those team members who chose to stay and did not betray the team felt a wave of fear and immense relief. Qin Yun waved to Zhou Daming and Zhang Yang. "You two take care of the rest." "Yes, brother!" A ruthless glint flashed in their eyes, and they immediately led their men to pounce on the traitors, whose faces were ashen, like wolves and tigers. Qin Yun walked up to Lulu. Lulu wanted to say something. She wanted to say something strong and show her backbone. Furthermore, she believed that Qin Yun would not kill her. How could Qin Yun bear to kill someone as outstanding and beautiful as herself? Where does this confidence come from? I don't know. This is probably what they call mysterious confidence. However, Qin Yun pierced right through her neck. She looks too ordinary. He didn't even bother to say a word to Lulu. Then he came to Yan Yuqing. At this moment, Yan Yuqing was kneeling on the ground with a dog leash around her neck, just like he had seen her before. The Goblin Queen seemed to be taking special care of her. The main reason the Goblin Queen didn't kill her immediately was because she was exceptionally beautiful. Qin Yun used the tip of his knife to lift her chin and laughed. Captain Yen, you were jumping around quite enthusiastically just now. Yan Yuqing's eyes were filled with humiliation and anger as she shouted. If you have the guts, kill me! Give me a quick death! Okay. Qin Yun nodded calmly, raised his tang sword, and slashed at her snow-white, slender neck. Yan Yuqing suddenly screamed. No! Don't! Don't kill me! That aloofness and arrogance vanished without a trace. Chapter 59 unlocks 10 types of supplies? Good bro. You've worked hard. That's it. I still prefer the aloof and arrogant look you had when we first met. Could you please restore it? Yan Yuqing went all out, kneeling down and prostrating herself on the ground. I'll do anything you want as long as you don't kill me. I can be your woman. I'm very clean. Their words and actions were so humble that they were practically invisible. But deep inside her, a voice cried out. Live! Live at all costs! Only by living can you have a chance to avenge yourself. Looking at her like this, Qin Yun said disappointedly. With you acting like this, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment when I kill you. Upon hearing this, Yan Yuqing assumed that Qin Yun had given up the idea of killing her. When he looked up, he saw Qin Yun holding the tang sword high in the air. Her heart sank to the bottom, her scalp tingled, her soul trembled, and the hairs on her body stood on end. A sentence almost escaped his throat. I beg for mercy so humbly, why do you still want to kill me? Just as Qin Yun exerted force with his wrist, preparing to ruthlessly destroy the flower. Wait a minute. The Goblin Queen suddenly spoke. She walked over with elegant yet wildly powerful steps, hands on her hips, looking down at Yan Yuqing. She's very beautiful. It would be a shame to kill her. Put a loyalty puppet chain on her, and she'll become a well-behaved, forever loyal and obedient little pet. Isn't it more interesting? As she spoke, she reached into her lower back. He pulled out a beautifully designed collar that exuded an eerie aura. Qin Yun's gaze involuntarily drifted behind her. There's clearly nothing behind it. Where did that collar come from? The necklace was made of some kind of dark purple metal, inlaid with a small, constantly rotating green gemstone, and connected to a thin black chain. Under Yan Yuqing's horrified, embarrassed, and resistant gaze, the cold collar was fastened around her slender neck. With a click, it locked completely. Yan Yuqing's body stiffened abruptly. A flash of intense struggle and pain crossed her eyes. But soon, all the emotions faded, replaced by a docile and obedient calm. The Goblin Queen nodded in satisfaction and then handed the chains to Qin Yun. The moment Qin Yun took the chains, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. He seemed to be able to give Yan Yuqing orders through the chains, and she would definitely obey without the slightest resistance. He tried saying, "Lie down." The person immediately lay down. Qin Yun then said, "Get up." He immediately stood up again. How amazing! Even dogs that have been raised for over 10 years aren't this obedient, right? Qin Yun could still sense Yan Yuqing's resistance, shame, and hatred. You just wait. A woman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. You just wait, I'll definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces someday. Qin Yun was listening to Yan Yuqing's true thoughts when she heard that Yan Yuqing wanted to tear her to pieces, and she let out a shrill scream. The Goblin Queen said, "She does this whenever she has thoughts of harming you." Qin Yun's eyes flashed and he asked, "Are there any more of these?" "This dog leash is a real treasure. That's all. This is the only one I have." After saying that, the Goblin Queen changed the subject. "I am greatly exhausted and need to go back to rest and prepare for pregnancy. Don't summon me unless there's something urgent to attend to. If I need you, I will notify you through a soul contract." When she said, "I need you," the Goblin Queen's eyes gleamed with undisguised desire. The golden vertical pupils glanced down again. Clearly, she was very satisfied with the capable Qin Yun. Qin Yun felt a sharp pain in his lower back, as if he had been struck by a powerful blow. A magnificent six-pointed star magic circle lit up. A flash of green light, and the Goblin Queen vanished instantly. Qin Yun watched the Goblin Queen disappear, then looked at Yen Yuqing and said, "Now I'm actually a little reluctant to kill you. They're all on leashes now. It would be such a waste to just kill them like this." Yen Yuqing kept her head down, remaining silent. Qin Yun turned to look at the prisoners. Their faces were deathly pale, their eyes filled with fear, despair, and a desperate hope to survive. Qin Yun said, "I'm not a devil either. I couldn't bring myself to kill all of you, nearly 100 people." He suddenly changed the subject. "But there's absolutely no way we'll just release you. From this moment forward, your status is that of servants. A 3-year term. During these 3 years, you will work for me and obey my orders. If you are still alive after 3 years, I can grant you your freedom. Or, if you perform well enough and make contributions during this period, I may terminate your status as servants ahead of schedule. But anyone who dares to disobey or behave poorly will have their life taken immediately. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the prisoner's eyes immediately lit up with the wild joy of surviving a catastrophe. "Understood. Thank you, boss. Thank you for sparing my life. We'll definitely listen. We'll definitely work hard. Thank you for sparing my life, boss." In any case, being able to survive is the greatest blessing. As for those who betrayed Qin Yun before, they have all been cleaned up. After dealing with the prisoners, Qin Yun then left them to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang will register their basic information, such as name, level, skills, etc. This guy, who used to be the vice president of a large gaming guild, does have some experience in human resources management. Qin Yun then got down to business, collecting supplies. But soon, he cursed in utter frustration. Damn it! So after all that, he actually has to pay for everything in Wanda Mall? What the hell is going on? I thought it would be like the Wanjiaxing supermarket incident last time, where all the resources would be free after clearing the dungeon. What to do? Just buy it. The good news is that he is a Black Iron 2 citizen. In addition, he owns a 10% stake in Wanda Mall. He enjoys a 40% discount on all his purchases. Therefore, receiving supplies turned into shopping. Shopping alone is no fun, so Qin Yun dragged Bai Jingxin along. Yen Yuqing, on the other hand, became someone who pushed shopping carts and carried bags. They mainly buy food: Wuchang rice, various brands of whole grains, New Zealand lamb chops, fresh salmon, king crab, cherries, Muzang king durian, premium organic vegetables, potato chips, chocolate, imported biscuits. Wait. After buying food, then I bought clothes and other necessities. After a busy day, Qin Yun spent over 2,000 silver coins to purchase a large amount of supplies. A very fruitful experience. After finishing all that, we headed home. This trip can be described as a triumphant return. When they came, there were 6 Munchkin SUVs, but when they left, there were 16. The extra vehicles were filled with servants. Those who drive are all extremely loyal to Qin Yun. That way, you don't have to worry about someone driving away in your car. On the way back, Qin Yun performed an upgrade. After leveling up, he brought up his personal panel. Level, LV.11, 19400/72000. Life, 710/710. Physical condition, 7.1. Strength, 6.1. Speed, 6.0. Spirit, 6.1. Skill, Psychic Power LV.0, 34/1000. Strength S. Effects, transcends the limitations of the physical body, directly driving reality with pure spirit. Allows for telekinesis, deflecting attacks, and environmental perception. Can be freely converted into thrust, pull, or shield. Power increases infinitely with the enhancement of spiritual attributes. TSK. The strength of this spiritual power is actually S? Judging from the description of the effects, it is also very powerful. Ox. Immediately following, Qin Yun then began to examine the supplies that had been unlocked in the previous few days. Hardening ability fruit. There is a certain probability of awakening the hardening ability after consuming it. compressed energy bars, high-strength explosion-proof shields, portable water filters, fire axes, long-lasting glow sticks, multifunctional entrenching shovel, high-powered long-range walkie-talkie, Kevlar stab-proof vest, first aid medical kit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10! My God! 10 types of supplies unlocked. Another record broken? Qin Yun was shocked. Then, filled with emotion, he exclaimed, "That's so true to me! You're amazing!" Then he sighed again. "Good brother, you've worked hard." Chapter 60 Qin Yun, Ho Qing, I want to invest. Warm Garden Community. Room 102, Building 2. Lin Yalan secretly brought food to her son Zhang Tianqin. 2 sandwiches and some fried chicken. This was saved from her own food rations. Zhang Tianqin had been doing dirty and tiring work all day. He was exhausted and hungry. When he saw food, he immediately started to wolf it down, but ended up choking and rolling his eyes back. Eat slowly. Drink some water." Lin Yalan handed over half a bottle of water with a pained expression. Zhang Tianqin gulped down several mouthfuls of water to catch his breath. He chewed vigorously while mumbling incoherent complaints, his eyes filled with resentment. "Mom, when have I ever suffered such humiliation in my life? That bastard Qin Yun." Lin Yalan turned pale with fright and quickly lowered her voice, saying urgently, "Shut up! What if someone hears us and it gets back to Qin Yun?" Zhang Tianqin retorted defiantly, "What's there to be afraid of? Let him kill me if he dares. I'm not afraid of him," Lin Yalan said. "He really will beat you to death." Zhang Tianqin's expression froze. Just then, suddenly, the roar of a car engine and the cacophony of voices came from outside the window. The mother and son were startled. They went to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and peeked outside. In front of building 1 of the residential complex, more than a dozen imposing military off-road vehicles were parked. One by one, the car doors opened, and one by one, people got off. Qin Yun stepped out of one of the cars, his posture upright, his eyes sharp, and he exuded a powerful aura. Immediately afterwards, the aloof and stunningly beautiful Bai Jingxin also came down and stayed close to him. Then, there was a stunningly beautiful woman who instantly captivated Zhang Tianqin, Yan Yuqing. Her aloof and elegant demeanor, coupled with her stunning beauty, made her stand out like a crane among chickens in a crowd, arousing a strong possessive desire in Zhang Tianqin. In the past, he would have immediately walked up to her and said forcefully, "Woman, I've taken a liking to you. Tonight I want you in my bed." But what about now? All I can do is watch. Look at him like a loser from the bottom of society. Ugh, this damn urban survival game. Lin Yalan looked down at the massive, dark mass of people below, a group that was clearly much larger than before, and her face grew even paler. She grabbed her son's arm tightly and warned, "Qin Yun's power is greater than before. Don't you dare have any other thoughts. We can't fight him. Living peacefully is better than anything else, do you hear me?" Zhang Tianqin suddenly turned his head, stared intently at her, and said, "Were you bullied by that bastard surnamed Qin?" Lin Yalan trembled violently, her face turning deathly pale. At the entrance of Building 1, Zhou Yaji and Bai Jieqing went out to greet them. Seeing Qin Yun return safely, Zhou Yaji visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that she is pregnant with Qin Yun's child, she is completely tied to this man no matter what, and naturally does not want anything to happen to him. Zhou Yaji asked, "You're back? Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Qin Yun waved his hand and laughed. "It's nothing, I'm fine." Bai Jieqing hugged Qin Yun's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother Yun, you must take me next time, I want to go on an adventure with you too." Qin Yun smiled and said, "Okay, I'll definitely do it next time." He instructed Su Lan, who was standing solemnly to the side. "Su Lan, settle the newcomers in. I'll make the rest of the arrangements tomorrow. Everyone is tired today, so let's rest first." Su Lan replied, "Yes, boss." Qin Yun returned to 202, took a nice hot shower, and went straight to sleep. He was too tired. "My brother is exhausted too. I need to get a good night's sleep." Qin Yun slept exceptionally well that night. He didn't wake up naturally until the sun was high in the sky the next day, literally high in the sky. Haha, I feel refreshed and full of energy. Good bro, now we can fight another 300 rounds. Hearing the shouting, Qin Yun went out onto the balcony. On the snow below, Sulan was leading a large group of people in their morning training. Some were practicing throwing snowballs. Some were practicing tang sword slashing. It's obvious at a glance that they are training according to proper military methods. Qin Yun nodded repeatedly, very satisfied. After breakfast, Qin Yun then called several team leaders, including Sulan, Zhou Daming, Zhao Long, and Zhang Yang, to room 202 for a meeting. The main purpose of the meeting was to arrange for them to lead their men to take over the camp where Wu Chang, Wang Xiaolong, and Fang Qingqing were located. Whether it's persuading them to surrender or not. A strong attack is fine too. As long as we can win it. Qin Yun handed Yan Yuqing over to Sulan, instructing her to lead Yan Yuqing's team. After screening, Qin Yun now has a basic and reliable pool of people who can be sent out to do tasks. Naturally, Qin Yun was generous in distributing weapons and equipment. The servants, of course, didn't get any. Qin Yun himself did not plan to go out. I worked all day yesterday. Can't you just take a break and enjoy yourself? Then the music started playing. Cough. Okay, for now there's no troupe, no one's playing music, and no one's dancing. Not available at the moment, but we may have it in the future. In short, we're not the production team's donkeys. Why should we work so hard? After sending out all his elite troops to expand his territory, Qin Yun first beat up Zhang Tianqin. He kept yelling, "Tom!" as he was beaten. The person in charge of keeping an eye on him said that this kid is not proactive in his work and takes every opportunity to slack off. Is it okay not to fight? You think I'm talking nonsense? I'm going to beat you 9 times over the next 3 days. Go ahead and try not to change it. Let's see if your bones are harder or my baseball bat is harder. I'll wrap a ring of wire around it next time. After defeating Zhang Tianqin, Qin Yun headed to Sunny Monkey Bakery. Yesterday, Ho Qing's energy cookies played a significant role in helping Ho Qing defeat the Goblin Queen and make her beg for mercy. He intends to take their relationship to the next level. As soon as he got near the bakery, he heard a commotion. Several elderly men and women dressed in tattered clothes were blocking the entrance of the bakery, pointing and gesturing wildly inside, spitting as they spoke. Little girl, how can you be so heartless? Are you just going to watch us old folks starve to death? Exactly. Didn't you give us food back last time? Why are you asking for money this time? Have you lost your conscience? Don't you understand the concept of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Hand over the food now, or we'll smash up your shop. Ho Qing was cornered in the shop by them, with their fingers pointing at her nose. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pleaded. But I have to pay for my ingredients too. I can't keep giving them away for free. Can't you be reasonable? How can one mouth out-argue 4 or 5 mouths? Qin Yun frowned, strode over, and said, What are you doing? Why are you blocking the doorway and making noise? Those old scoundrels were startled. Qin Yun walked up to Ho Qing and asked, What happened? Ho Qing said with a wronged expression, I kindly treated them to cookies twice before, and now they're clinging to me, coming to ask for them every day without paying. Qin Yun's eyes turned cold, and he said, Get lost. An old man said, Hey, young man, how can you talk like that? Qin Yun pulled out a baseball bat. The old man, perhaps used to being arrogant, pointed at Qin Yun and shouted, What are you doing? You want to hit someone? Come on. If you don't hit me, you're my grandson. Bang. Snap. Aowa. Qin Yun struck the old man with his stick, breaking his arm. The other 4 old men and women were so frightened that they seemed to shrink 20 years in age and ran away as fast as they could. Qin Yun said, Get lost, or I'll smash your head in. The old man with the severed hand was so frightened that he scrambled away, not even caring about the pain of his broken hand. Ho Qing was genuinely angered by those old men and women. Even if Qin Yun broke one of the old men's hands, she didn't think it was excessive. Of course, she herself couldn't bring herself to do it. She looked at Qin Yun gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry to have troubled you again. You're too kind. Qin Yun waved his hand and got straight to the point. Ho Qing, I want to invest in you. Ah? The adorable baker blinked her big eyes, staring blankly at Qin Yun, momentarily unable to process what was happening. Chapter 61. Qin Yun's power is beginning to take shape. He decides to move to a new location. Equity investment? Ho Qing blinked her big, dark, watery eyes. It took me several seconds to realize what investment meant. With a hint of confusion and seriousness on her face, she asked in a soft but clear voice. Mr. Qin, are you saying you want to cooperate with me to run a bakery? Qin Yun smiled and nodded. That's right, it's this investment. I offer larger shops, abundant raw material supplies, and most importantly, sufficient security so that no one will bother you anymore. You can contribute your core technology as equity. How about we split all the income 50-50 from now on? Ho Qing's large eyes flickered with thought and hesitation. Although she was very grateful for Qin Yun's help all along, she still had some hesitation about partnering with him. Firstly, she was used to being free and unrestrained. Secondly, she had heard many stories of friends who partnered up but eventually broke up. Seeing her frown in thought, Qin Yun said, To be honest, what I value is not this income, but your skills. If you work with me, you only need to focus on what you do best, and I will take care of the rest. Ho Qing's eyes were bright and focused as she considered and weighed the options. A short while later, she made her decision and nodded. Okay, Mr. Qin, I agree to the partnership. However, if we're talking about splitting it, I think 50-60 is more appropriate. No, 30-70ths. 20-80ths. You get 8, I get 2. It's that kind of haggling again. Qin Yun smiled knowingly, waved his hand, and said, Like I said, what I care about is not the profit, but your skills. Let's do it my way, 50-50. After saying that, he extended his hand and said, It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Ho Qing extended her hand and shook hands with Qin Yun. Qin Yun felt that her hands were fleshy, soft, and tender, with a wonderful touch. He didn't hold the girl's hand tightly. He just squeezed it briefly and then let go. Then pack the necessary things. I'll take you to the new shop this afternoon. I have a vacant shop. This will save on rent in the future. Ho Qing nodded and said, Okay. Call. No more worrying about rent. It was exactly 12 noon. The familiar system notification sound rang in Qin Yun's mind. Today's unlocked item, Beniji swimsuit. 1,000 sets supplied daily. Can be accumulated. Automatically saved to your personal supplies space. Qin Yun's consciousness swept over the swimsuits in the space, which were as elaborately designed as possible, while using as little fabric as possible, and he couldn't help but let out a hee laugh. That smile, even an AK couldn't hide it. This is great. I really like it. Images of the sea, the beach, and beautiful women in swimsuits instantly flashed through his mind. Zhou Yaji and her friends put on their swimsuits and ran on the beach at sunset. Just imagining it makes you know it's a very popular sight. Brilliant! I just don't know if this urban world has a sea and a beach. There should be, right? Go back and look for it. Even if there's no ocean or beach, a swimming pool is a good alternative. Afternoon. Qin Yun drove a Mingma SUV, taking Ho Qing to the shop at number 168 Xiangyang Road. He owns all the property rights to this shop. Qin Yun had previously located this place using a drone. As soon as Ho Qing entered the room, she exclaimed in surprise and delight. Wow! It's so spacious! It's several times bigger than my previous one! Her big eyes looked around, and the more she looked, the brighter they became. Qin Yun moved several brand new commercial large-scale layer ovens, fermentation boxes, dough mixers, display refrigerators and other professional equipment out of the supply space. These were items he had previously purchased from the bakery in Wanda Mall, and were considered high-end goods. At that time, he had the idea of investing in Ho Qing's company. He had been thinking about investing in her company for a long time. Seeing so much professional baking equipment, Ho Qing's big, watery eyes lit up even more, and she exclaimed in surprise, Wow, All of this is professional equipment. As for how Qin Yun magically produced so many large items, she wasn't surprised at all. Qin Yun asked, "Will these work?" Ho Qing stroked the smooth metal surface of the oven, her face flushed with excitement. "It works! It works! With these, I can make more and better desserts. Wait a minute, I'll make one right now and try it out." Ho Qing is a woman of action. She immediately began adjusting the equipment and preparing the materials. Previously, due to limited materials, she could only make simple cookies. But now that Qin Yun provides various materials, she can do even more. At this moment, Ho Qing also wanted to prove to Qin Yun with tangible results that his investment was absolutely worthwhile. Soon, an enticing sweet aroma filled the entire bakery. Ho Qing took a golden, crispy, and uniquely shaped bread out of the oven and presented it to Qin Yun like a treasure. She looked at Qin Yun with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, and said, "Brother Qin, please try it." Qin Yun picked one up. It was warm to the touch, with a crispy crust and a rich aroma of milk and caramel. He took a bite. The outer layer of flaky pastry crumbled instantly. The inside is exceptionally soft and creamy, with the rich cheese filling melting instantly in your mouth. It's sweet but not cloying, with a hint of saltiness and an indescribable complex aroma, creating an incredibly rich and layered taste. "Tasty!" Qin Yun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ho Qing, your cooking is amazing!" He finished one in just a few bites, still wanting more. Seeing Qin Yun's high praise, Ho Qing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of ease that she had lived up to expectations. Qin Yun suddenly felt a faint warm current rise from his stomach and quickly flow to his limbs and bones, which invigorated him. He opened his attribute panel. Strength temporarily increased by 0.8. Temporary plus 0.8 to spirit. Lasting for 1 hour. Qin Yun was overjoyed. "Excellent, great, just what I wanted." Qin Yun felt that this investment in Ho Qing was an absolute steal, a windfall. Speaking of which, Lin Yalan has LV3 cooking skills and can also make items that increase attributes. But he didn't want to become like Wu Dalong. It was evening. Teams that went out to expand territory are returning one after another. The results were encouraging. The factions of Wu Chang, Wang Xiaolong, Fang Qingqing, Yan Yuqing, and others have all been taken down. Something went very smoothly. But some didn't go smoothly either. For example, the attempt to seize Prosperous Dynasty failed. A battle also broke out on Zhao Long's side, resulting in casualties. Qin Yun didn't care about the casualty figures. He just wanted good news. Overall, the result was still good. 5 forces have taken down 4 of them. What more could you ask for? Now, the total population of Qin Yun's forces, including men, women, and children, has exceeded 500. Its power is beginning to take shape. Qin Yun was satisfied with the result. But, for the time being, these people are still scattered in their original residential communities. It's snowball fight season now. Mishua Ice City monsters are active everywhere outside. If Qin Yun hadn't had the Mingma military off-road vehicle to defend against the snowball attacks from Mishua Ice City monster, he wouldn't have been running around everywhere. Relocating people now could easily cause unnecessary deaths and injuries. We'll have to wait until after this snowball fight to get these people together. And at this moment, Qin Yun felt that the low-end residential community of Wenxin Garden was no longer suitable for him. He deserves better. Qin Yun immediately made a decision to move to a new home, to find a better, bigger neighborhood. Very good. Thank you all for your hard work. Zhang Yang, starting tomorrow, you will be in charge of finding a more upscale and sufficiently large residential area. We're moving to a new house. After the snowball fight is over, let's gather everyone together and set up our own camp. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. Chapter 62 Hardening Ability. The Miss Snow Ice City Monster. Tied. After giving all the instructions, Qin Yun became a hands-off manager, immersing himself in complete enjoyment. My only form of entertainment right now is hanging out with several beautiful women of different styles around me. Right now, Room 202. Small electric heaters were placed everywhere, making the room as warm as spring or summer. Even a little bit of slightly strenuous exercise will make me sweat. It's like two different worlds from the icy, snowy landscape outside. The Bai sisters, Jingxin and Jiexin, huddled together reading a fashion magazine, a magazine they'd gotten from the bookstore at Wanda Mall. Zhou Yaji was playing the piano, a piano she had gotten from Wanda Mall. Soothing and pleasant music filled the room. Lin Yaolin and Yan Yuqing are the ones to watch. Qin Yun forced both of them to change into the clothes they had unlocked earlier, classic maid outfits. A black and white lace skirt. A pristine white apron with ruffled edges. A headdress with lace trim. Dark-colored stockings. This outfit, worn by the mature Lin Yaolin and the aloof Yan Yuqing, creates a striking contrast and visual impact. Lin Yaolin's cheeks flushed, her eyes darted around, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Her mature charm was mixed with forced obedience, creating a unique flavor. Yan Yuqing bit her lower lip tightly, her pretty face frosty, trying her best to maintain that broken pride, but this stubborn pride, set off by the maid outfit, was extremely alluring. Qin Yun leaned back leisurely on the sofa, admiring the harmonious and pleasing scene before him. While eating the hardening power fruit, he exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad, this outfit suits you guys very well, wear it like this from now on." Yan Yuqing gritted her teeth and said, "Even if I kill you, I'll die on the spot." Qin Yun laughed and said, "You were the one who knelt down and begged me not to kill you before." Yan Yuqing froze. Click. Qin Yun cracked open the hardened ability fruit. This thing is troublesome to eat, just like eating a walnut. You need special pliers or a hammer to crack the shell and get to the tiny bit of bitter kernel inside. He had lost count of how many he had eaten. But he has not yet awakened the hardening ability. Damn it, is this thing even reliable? He muttered to himself. He tossed the small, shriveled nut into his mouth, chewed it haphazardly a few times, and then swallowed it. Sudden! A completely different, sharp, needle-like pain suddenly exploded from his stomach and instantly swept through his entire body. Caught off guard, Qin Yun let out a muffled groan and his body suddenly stiffened. The veins on his forehead were bulging. The skin surface visibly developed a marble-like sheen. He seemed to instantly transform into a stiff statue. The piano music stopped abruptly. "Brother Yun! Brother Yun, what's wrong?" Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin were all startled by this sudden turn of events and rushed over in surprise. The three of them are now like vines clinging to a big tree, clinging to Qin Yun and desperately wanting nothing to happen to him. Lin Yaolin's heart also jumped. She also didn't want anything to happen to Qin Yun, because if something happened to Qin Yun, her son would lose even the most basic safety guarantee. As for Yan Yuqing, her thought was, "I hope something bad happens." A few seconds later, Qin Yun gasped for breath, his body relaxed, and the grayish-white color on his skin quickly faded. He moved his hands and feet with some surprise and uncertainty, and finding nothing amiss, he smiled and said to Zhou Yaji and her two daughters, "It's nothing, it's nothing." The personal panel was brought up immediately. Really? A brand new superpower has appeared in the skill bar. Special ability, Hardening LV.00/1000. Strength D. Effect, temporarily hardens the skin, muscles, and bones in a localized area of the body. The affected area will automatically harden upon being attacked. Qin Yun was overjoyed. "It's done! Haha! It's finally awakened!" What happens after it hardens? Of course, it's about significantly increasing defense. This is a very powerful life-saving ability. I just don't know if it can withstand bullets after it hardens. He couldn't wait to try it out. His gaze swept around the room before finally settling on Yan Yuqing. Qin Yun smiled slightly, beckoned to her with his finger, and said, "You come here." She walked over reluctantly. Qin Yun wanted to try out his supernatural abilities. "How do I try it?" "Of course, I'd let someone tap me to test my defensive capabilities." "What else?" "Sudden." Thump thump thump. Knock knock knock. A sudden, urgent, even panicked, knocking sounded at the door. John Yang's voice came from outside the door. Big brother! Big brother! Something terrible has happened! Qin Yun frowned and told Zhou Yaji and the other women to go back to their bedroom. Their current appearance must not be seen by others. This is a beautiful sight exclusively for Qin Yun. Qin Yun opened the door and said, What's going on? Why are you in such a panic? John Yang handed the drone monitoring tablet to Qin Yun. Brother, look at this! Qin Yun took a look and saw that the screen was full of Li Shui Ice City Monster. Like a white ant colony, they swarmed densely, filling every street and every inch of space, hopping and skipping towards the warm garden community. The scene was extremely horrifying. Qin Yun also gasped, asking, What's going on? Su Lan said, Boss, Zhang Yang spotted them during his routine drone patrol. Their target should be here. At this speed and scale, they'll arrive in at most half an hour. Zhang Yang guessed, his voice trembling. Brother, this looks like the mechanics of a tower defense game. Guarding the home? Qin Yun's heart sank. Looking at the white frenzy on the screen, once it crashes over warm garden, we'll probably have a hard time stopping it. They'll throw snowballs at each of them, enough to drown them. Dry! Qin Yun uttered a single word. We absolutely cannot let them get in. Everyone, assemble at Building 1. Prepare for battle. Escape? He never even considered that. Surrender and you lose half. Run away and you lose everything. Su Lan replied. Yes. Soon, men, women, and children were all gathered in the open space in front of Building 1. Everyone! I won't waste any more words. Countless Yetis are charging towards us outside. There's only one way to survive: kill them all. Defend our home. Pick up your weapons. Grip your snowballs. The more enemies you kill, the greater the reward. Those who retreat in fear will be killed without mercy. After, Su Lan was then put in charge of developing specific defenses and tactics. Qin Yun didn't understand these things. Leave the professional tasks to the professionals. Su Lan quickly set up 3 lines of defense. Qin Yun personally led a team of men in Mingma off-road vehicles to circle around to the rear of the Snowman Tide and launched an attack from behind. The Snowman Tower Defense Game has officially begun. Chapter 63. Snowman Tower Defense. Qin Yun unleashes his unparalleled power. Time is of the essence. All personnel acted swiftly. This includes the elderly, the weak, women, and children. 3 outer defense lines were hastily erected on the 3 main streets leading to the Warm Garden residential area. The first line of defense is at the crossroads about 100 meters from the entrance of the residential area. The second line of defense was set up 50 meters away, in a relatively narrow part of the street. The third line of defense was the community's fence, which was sealed with snow. This was the last barrier. Snowballs, pressed tightly together and as hard as iron, were the only weapon and were hastily produced. Fortunately, there was a blizzard last night. There is no shortage of materials for making snowballs. The first line of defense. Everyone's face was filled with tension, even fear. Pairs of eyes were fixed on the end of the street. They're here! They're here! People using drones for aerial reconnaissance have issued a cry for help. In an instant, everyone's heart was in their throat. Soon, at the end of the street, a white wave surged in like a flood bursting its banks. Thousands upon thousands of Monsieur ice cream monsters hopped and skipped, crowding the streets and stretching as far as the eye could see. They moved forward in silence. Only the crunching sound of the snow being crushed as they hopped and moved created a suffocating, chilling symphony of death. It sounded like the approaching footsteps of death. Su Lan shouted, "Ready!" The team members grabbed the cold snowballs, their arms trembling with tension. "Smash it!" With a command given, the first wave of snowballs roared out from behind the bunkers like hailstones, crashing into the white tide. Snap! Smack! Smack! The snowman monster charging at the front was instantly hit, its head burst open, its body shattered, and it turned into a pile of snow. However, there were just too many of them, way too many. And they are also retaliating by throwing snowballs like crazy. The snowballs rained down like hailstones. Whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Snowballs collided and crisscrossed wildly in the air. The hastily erected snow wall shelter on the street corner was riddled with holes by snowballs. The bunker wall made of horse-drawn carriages also instantly developed dents of various sizes. Each snowball is like a cannonball. Some team members who couldn't dodge in time were hit directly by the snowballs, screaming as they fell to the ground, either dead or seriously injured. This was a pure, brutal, long-range snowball battle. The battle turned into a brutal war of attrition from the very beginning. There was an unlucky guy who was hit squarely by a snowball the moment he popped his head out and was blown up. One of the people nearby was terrified and screamed as he tried to run away, but Su Lan's supervisory team immediately rushed forward and hacked him to death. Those who desert in the face of battle or disrupt the morale of the troops will be executed without mercy. Everyone has been working very hard to throw the snowball. But the waves of Yeti monsters seemed endless. They drew closer step by step, throwing snowballs in increasing density. When the snowman monster tide was only 20 meters away from the first line of defense, Su Lan decisively ordered, "Retreat to the second line of defense, quickly!" People immediately jumped into the muzzle SUVs and rushed toward the second line of defense. The elderly, weak, women, and children who were making snowballs in preparation for battle at the second line of defense immediately retreated to the third line of defense to continue making snowballs. The first line of defense was quickly overwhelmed. Just when the front line of defense was under tremendous pressure, Qin Yun personally led a small team, driving 4 powerful off-road vehicles, to circle around to the rear of the Yeti army and attack it from behind. Well, that is, launch an attack from the rear. Qin Yun gave the order over the walkie-talkie. "Smash it hard!" The team members quickly got out of the vehicle and, using the heavy armor of the off-road vehicle as cover, vigorously threw snowballs at the Yeti. Their flanking maneuvers had some effect. The snowmen behind the snowman monster tide turned around and threw snowballs at Qin Yun and his group. Bang 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 bang. The snowballs hit the mammoth off-road vehicle with a dull thud, leaving dents in the ground. Qin Yun took out a snowball the size of a basketball from his personal storage space and smashed it, killing a line of snowmen. The bigger the snowball, the more powerful it is. Qin Yun's team played a significant role. However, the situation on the main battlefield continued to deteriorate rapidly. After a brief resistance, the second line of defense also collapsed. Su Lan immediately led her men to retreat. The Yeti monster surged through the streets, heading straight for the last line of defense at the community gate. "Hold on! Hold on! Throw! Throw snowballs now! We can't retreat any further! Home is just behind us!" People are struggling to resist in the open space outside the community gate. Snowballs rained down like a storm of hail. Everywhere there were flying snow and ice fragments. People were constantly being injured or killed by falling debris, and the defensive line quickly became thinner. Seeing this situation, Su Lan had no choice but to order, "Retreat! Everyone retreat! Retreat to Building 1 and Building 2! The survivors abandoned their positions and fled in disarray to the nearest buildings, number 1 and number 2. They quickly retreated into the building, then ran behind the window and started throwing snowballs from behind it. The Yeti did not rush into the building, but instead threw snowballs at Building 1 and Building 2 from downstairs. Bang bang bang. Boom! Large numbers of snowballs rained down on the walls and windows of Buildings 1 and 2 like cannonballs. The glass is broken. The wall was smashed into holes. The people inside the building were putting up a last stand. At this moment, some people took advantage of the chaos to slip away. Who? It was Zhang Tianqin. He slipped away by himself without calling Lin Yalan. In his eyes, Lin Yalan had betrayed him, her son, and even his father, and was no longer worthy of being Zhang Tianqin's mother. Zhang Tianqin is a mean and heartless person. Even with one's own mother, it's the same. He didn't care whether Lin Yalan lived or died. Only thinking of oneself. Su Lan gripped the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Hold on! We can win! There are fewer and fewer snowmen left! Perseverance is victory! As she shouted, she threw a snowball with all her might, smashing the head of a Miss Snow Ice City monster to pieces. It was at this time that boom, boom, boom. Everyone heard the roar of the engine. Then a muzzle SUV, like a raging beast, charged into the densely packed Yeti. The Mishua ice cream monster in front of the car was crushed. The driver was Qin Yun. He was now bloodthirsty, and his blood was boiling. Damn it! Lao Tzu's power had just begun to take shape, and he pulled this stunt on me. Is he kidding me? I'll kill you all. Yes, boss. Big brother. Quick! Go support the boss. Upon seeing Qin Yun's return, a glimmer of hope instantly ignited in the eyes of the surviving people inside the building. They all mustered their last bit of energy and threw the snowballs with all their might. Qin Yun jumped out of the car, gripping the ghost head great sword with one hand. Lightning flash! Sizzle! The electric arc flickered. In an instant, he transformed into a giant lawnmower, spinning rapidly and beheading all the snowmen around him like a lawnmower. Soon, the Yeti started throwing snowballs at him. A huge swarm of snowballs hurtled towards them. Qin Yun stopped spinning, a thought flashing through his mind. Spiritual power, push! The snowball that was thrown at Qin Yun was pushed away by an invisible force. It turned around and smashed into the snowmen, killing a large number of them. But the next second, a snowball hit him. Qin Yun was knocked off balance by the impact. But it's okay. The hardening ability has taken effect. That guy's tough enough. Qin Yun roared. Die, you bastard! He wielded a giant halberd and charged alone into the remaining snowman monsters, causing the snow heads to roll in disarray. 2 buildings. The survivors watched Qin Yun, who seemed to be unleashing his full power amidst the snow-covered crowd, and had only one thought in their minds. So strong! Zhou Jiaji and her 2 daughters, and even Lin Yaoan, all had eyes full of admiration. The heart is full of fragrance. Most women are truly powerless against strong men. Right now, Qin Yun's power has once again deeply penetrated their hearts, in a way that transcends the physical realm. Chapter 64. Successfully withstood the first wave of snowman attacks. Just when everyone thought victory was in sight, and Qin Yun was slaughtering the remaining Misty Ice City monsters, like a god of war. The remaining Mizu Ice City monsters suddenly gathered together. More and more people gathered. They piled up higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, a colossal object rose from the ground. That was a super, invincible, gigantic Mizu Ice City monster. It's very tall, about 4 or 5 stories high, almost as tall as the buildings in the neighborhood. Cartoon gourd shape. Its round, chubby body looks adorable. But yet it exudes a terrifying aura that sends chills down one's spine. Even long afterward, everyone present could still recall the fear of being dominated by the giant Miss Snow Ice City monster. The hope of victory that had been there was now filled with despair once again. Qin Yun felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he only uttered one word, damn. The giant Miss Snow Ice City monster lowered its head and looked down at Qin Yun with its huge, empty black eyes. Its huge, round cartoon arms slowly rose. The surrounding snow frantically converged into its palm, instantly coalescing into a supergiant snowball with a diameter of over 5 meters. Snowball? No! That's a damn meteorite. The next second. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The giant snowball sprayed out countless smaller snowballs like a machine gun, raining down on Qin Yun. Qin Yun's expression changed drastically, and he quickly used lightning flash to dodge. Puff 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 puff. Snowballs rained down on the area where Qin Yun had just stood and moved, creating deep craters. Snowflakes and ice shards flew everywhere. It was as if we had been bombarded by an artillery position. The snowball barrage chased after Qin Yun, but could never catch up with him while he was in lightning flash mode. After one wave of attacks failed, Miss Snow Ice City monster raised its arm again and quickly condensed a giant snowball with a diameter of 10 meters. The shadow cast by the snowball enveloped Qin Yun. Qin Yun wasn't just standing by and watching. He took out Ho Qing's specially made bread and ate it to quickly replenish his strength and energy. They barely chewed it before stuffing it in. A warm current instantly surged into his limbs and bones, and his depleted strength began to recover rapidly. Just then, the giant yeti suddenly swung its arm. The enormous snowball, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, hurtled down on Qin Yun like a comet from outer space. Qin Yun didn't have the power of One Punch Man, so he could only dodge. Boom! The snowball struck him directly on the ground where he was standing, making a deafening noise. It continued to roll forward with the momentum of the impact, eventually crashing into Building 4. Boom! An even more terrifying explosion followed. Building number 4 collapsed with a loud crash. It's like a bowling ball knocking down a bowling pin. Holy crap! My God! That's terrifying. Everyone in Building 1 and Building 2 was terrified by this devastating scene. Sulan decisively gave the order. Everyone listen up, leave the building. Immediately. Spread out to open areas outdoors. Quickly. Spread out. Attack it with snowballs. This is the final battle. Kill it and we'll win. Her voice was relayed to the team leaders via walkie-talkie. Each team leader immediately carried out the order. The group scrambled out of Building 1 and Building 2, hid behind the buildings, grabbed snowballs, and threw them at the terrifying giant snowman monster. In chaos. Several servants took advantage of the chaos to escape. But at this moment, no one cared about them anymore. Don't the others want to escape? It can only be said that people are not actually that timid or weak. Generally speaking, humans have a warlike gene in their bones. Otherwise, the human species would never have been able to survive and reproduce. From the beginning of the urban survival game until now, those who are still alive have experienced all sorts of unbelievable things. They've even seen ghosts. At the moment, some people are simply caught up in the heat of battle, their adrenaline surging wildly, forgetting life and death, and losing all reason. Some rationally knew that without this team and without Qin Yun as their powerful leader, they wouldn't be able to survive either. Or perhaps, never mind. Why go on and on? Just do it. Die. Aim for its head. I'll smash you to death. Snowballs rained down on the giant yeti's body and head, creating craters. Under the influence of the snowball fight game rules, everyone's snowballs were incredibly powerful. Even if it's something a child throws out, it's the same. Enraged, the giant yeti monster was about to attack those people. Sudden! A huge snowball hit its head, creating a large crater. It's Qin Yun. Now, Qin Yun has once again drawn the hatred of the behemoth. Miss Snow Ice City Monster. It locked onto Qin Yun again and started throwing snowballs at him. Qin Yun used his extreme speed to dodge and maneuver, creating opportunities for others to attack. The group frantically threw snowballs, unleashing their firepower. The giant yeti's enormous body was covered in craters and cracks, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. Finally, when Qin Yun threw a snowball this big, spreading his hands in a circle, it smashed the head of Lishua Ice City Monster. Its massive body instantly disintegrated, collapsing like a snow mountain collapsing. Rumble! Countless snowflakes fell down. A pop-up window appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Successfully withstood the first wave of snowman attacks. Reward received. Did we win? We won! One person roared excitedly. Aya! We won! We won! Ha! The immense joy and exhaustion of surviving the ordeal instantly overwhelmed everyone. But victory comes at a price. In this Snowman Tower defense battle, Qin Yun's side suffered a total of 29 deaths, with 13 seriously injured. Qin Yun was not heartless. They were all killed or wounded in the battle to defend their homeland, and he could not remain indifferent to it. Well, then, the 6 servants who had escaped during the earlier chaos were captured and brought back. Zhang Tianchen was also arrested and brought back. He didn't go far at all, That coward is hiding in a nearby building. There are drones monitoring from the sky. We couldn't take care of them before, but now that the battle is over, we naturally have to bring them back. The 7 people were roughly taken to the open space in the center of the community, and made to kneel in front of Qin Yun. Boss, spare me! I was wrong! I'll never do it again! I don't want to die! Please, please spare us this time! They cried out and cowed out, begging for mercy. Zhang Tianqin's face was ashen, and his whole body was trembling like a leaf. Qin Yun glanced expressionlessly at the deserters on the ground, and without wasting words said, "Desertification in the face of battle undermines morale. Send them on their way." Lin Yalan rushed forward excitedly and knelt down in front of Qin Yun, pleading, "No! Please don't kill him! He's my only son!" Zhang Tianqin was spineless. He was so scared he wet himself, crying out, "Mom, save me! Save me! I don't want to die!" Qin Yun said, "Want a son? That's easy. I'll help you have another one, or even several." Lin Yalan cried out in anguish, "Fine, I'll give birth to your child. But Aiken is my own flesh and blood. If he dies, I won't live either. Please spare his life. I'll agree to anything you ask." Qin Yun took out a baseball bat. Zhang Tianqin seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world, and let out a piercing scream. "Mom, help!" Click! A whoa! A sickening cracking sound rang out. Immediately afterward, Zhang Tianqin let out an extremely shrill scream. However, Qin Yun's baseball bat mercilessly slammed into Zhang Tianqin's right leg. "That leg is definitely ruined." Zhang Tianqin rolled his eyes and fainted from the pain. Chapter 65. Moving to a new home. A big villa, a big mansion. There are punishments, and there are also rewards. Especially in the event of heavy casualties, generous rewards can soothe people's hearts, boost morale, and increase loyalty. A crowd gathered in the open space in front of Building 1. Qin Yun stood on the roof of a muzzle SUV, his gaze sweeping over the crowd gathered below. Every face bore the marks of exhaustion, sadness, and a mixture of joy and bewilderment at surviving a catastrophe. He took a deep breath and broke the silence with a loud voice. "Everyone! We fought a terrible battle, and many people died. I know everyone is feeling bad. But we won! We protected our home. Those who sacrificed their lives are heroes, and their families are Qin Yun's family. I will take care of them. Those who survived are all outstanding, meritorious, and will be richly rewarded." He waved his hand. Zhou Daming, Zhao Long, and others immediately brought out various items. A bag was opened, and something gushed out. It was a shiny silver coin. There are also rice, noodles, cooking oil, meat, clothes, shoes and socks, etc. The people who had just gone through a fierce battle were immediately agitated. "Give us the money! Distribute supplies! Each person should receive at least 10 silver coins, as well as a portion of rice, flour, and cooking oil. Afterwards, everyone will be ranked according to their scores, and the top 10 will receive even more generous rewards. I'll say it again, follow me and do your best, and you'll reap the rewards." Upon hearing this and seeing the tangible rewards, everyone gradually became joyful and excited. Everything else is meaningless. Money and material resources are what truly matter. Honestly, at this moment, everyone truly felt that they wouldn't mind risking their lives for Qin Yun. He gave too much. Next, Qin Yun personally distributed the rewards. He wouldn't let anyone else do this kind of thing. After I finished these tasks. Night had fallen. Room 202. Qin Yun rubbed his temples, a hint of fatigue on his face. Zhang Yang said worriedly, "Brother, the situation in the other 4 neighborhoods is probably not good." Qin Yun sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do but rely on them." Zhang Yang nodded and continued, "Also, if there's a first wave, there will definitely be a second and a third. We must prepare early." He paused, then suggested, "Also, I think it would be best to investigate and see where these Yeti monsters came from. What is their origin?" Qin Yun said, "You can handle these things yourself. You don't need to tell me everything. I just want the results. Also, hurry up and find a new home." Zhang Yang said, "Yes, elder brother. It was late at night. Second bedroom in room 202. Having made careful preparations, Lin Yalan said to Zhou Yaji, "I'm leaving." Zhou Yaji's expression was complicated as she asked, "You really don't want Jiexin and Jingxin to help you?" Lin Yalan shook her head and said, "I can." Judging from her expression, anyone who didn't know better would think she was going to the execution ground, though it was pretty much the same. Because that would be a flogging. Zhou Yaji sighed and could only give Lin Yalan a hug. She has a little angel inside her, so even if she wanted to help, she couldn't. Lin Yalan nodded, took a deep breath, and left. The door to the master bedroom was gently pushed open. A tall, pretty, and slender figure walked in. Qin Yun stared intently at Lin Yalan. She changed into a classic maid outfit. But this maid outfit has clearly been, carefully, modified. The skirt was cut short, super short. The black stockings were deliberately torn in several places, revealing the fair skin underneath. The fabric at the chest area was also torn open. She's practically a battle-damaged maid. Combined with her mature and voluptuous figure, and her elegant and stunningly beautiful face, she exudes a unique and highly impactful charm. Qin Yun's eyes grew brighter the more he looked, because of the firelight. Lin Yalan bowed slightly and said, "Master, thank you for not killing Aiken. Zhang Tianqin is not dead. However, he will probably need crutches or a limp in the future." The real reason Qin Yun didn't kill him was somewhat sinister. However, Lin Yalan was wearing a carefully modified maid outfit and still called him Master, which was a pleasant surprise. It has to be said that Qin Yun, as a man, and as a former low-class man, had his vanity greatly satisfied. He leaned against the headboard and said, "You really spoil him more than usual. No wonder you raised such a good-for-nothing." Lin Yalan lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling. Qin Yun chuckled and said, "I'm quite curious, after you have more children in the future, will you still be as worried about that good-for-nothing as you are now?" Lin Yalan's body stiffened, her lips moved slightly, but she couldn't utter a word. Or perhaps they have something to say, but dare not say it. What she really wanted to say was, "Even if I have many more children, Aiken will still be my son." Even now, she doesn't think she's done anything wrong. What's wrong with a mother spoiling her son? Qin Yun didn't seem to be expecting her answer either. He beckoned to Lin Yalan with his finger. "Come here, help me up." Lin Yalan obediently stepped forward and reached out to help his arm. Qin Yun replied, "Who told you to help me up?" Lin Yalan paused. She immediately understood what it meant. A blush rose to her cheeks, she took a deep breath, and reached out her hand again. The next day, Qin Yun slowly woke up. He lay lazily on the bed, yawned widely, turned over, and checked the supplies he had unlocked yesterday. The first type is high-strength nylon rope, which is sturdy, durable, and versatile. For example, it can be used to tie people up, hee. The second type is a crowbar, TSK. This is the legendary holy sword of physics. The third option is a high-powered handheld megaphone, so you won't have to strain your voice when you shout. The fourth type is the River Deluxe self-heating hot pot. Not bad at all. This is the most refreshing thing to eat on a snowy day. I'll have this for lunch. The fifth type is the ultra-high-definition electronic endoscope. Well, this thing can be used to go deep into some narrow gaps to see what's going on. There are 5 types of supplies in total. Qin Yun exclaimed. TSK. They're really going all out. Women can be incredibly ruthless when they get tough. He felt that if he didn't have Zhang Tianqin in his grasp, the other party might not have done as he wished. In addition, he also tested the hardening ability, and the results were very satisfactory, greatly increasing his combat power. After that, news continued to come in. The results for the other 4 communities are in. The 2 residential areas originally belonging to Wuchang and Fangqingqing were completely overrun by the snowmen, resulting in heavy casualties, with survivors scattering and fleeing. The other 2, though they managed to hold on by sheer luck, suffered more than half their casualties and were severely weakened. In contrast, although Qin Yun's side also suffered considerable losses, their vitality was not severely damaged. Following, Zhang Yang arrived excitedly, bringing good news. "Brother! We've found it! We've found a great place, Emerald Willow Residence. This is a mid-range residential area with good greenery, large spacing between buildings, and a small area of townhouses. The walls are much higher than ours, and they look much sturdier. He handed over a tablet with photos and videos of Chui Lu-ju taken by a drone. Qin Yun looked at it carefully. Yes, the neighborhood environment does look quite nice. Especially those beautiful townhouses. A villa. Although it's a townhouse, not a detached house, it's still a villa. Who wouldn't want to live in a villa or a big house? Qin Yun immediately made the decision. Okay. That's the one. Pass the word down, take this time to rest and prepare. We're moving to Emerald Willow Residence today. Chapter 66 Yen Yuqing, Master, I was wrong. Don't kill me. Qin Yun gave the order. The entire team sprang into action immediately. Su Lan led the first elite team, riding in 3 mammoth off-road vehicles as the vanguard, and set off first. Their task was to clear any potential dangers along the route from Warm Garden to Green Willow Residence, ensuring the safety of the main force's migration route. Warm Garden Community. Room 202, Building 1. In Bai Jingxin's bedroom, her eyes revealed reluctance. Although I haven't lived here for long, a lot has happened here. I did everything I should and shouldn't have done. Her relationship with Bai Jiexin, and even with her mother, also underwent a transformation in this small bedroom. Bai Jiexin packed her small backpack and, seeing her sister's expression, asked, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with it?" Bai Jingxin came back to her senses, sighed softly, and said, "A little bit. After all, a lot has happened here." Bai Jiexin put her arm around her shoulder. "Hey, out with the old, in with the new. We have to look forward. Didn't Brother Yun say that we're moving to a villa this time? Finally, I can live in a villa again. I can't wait." Bai Jingxin was infected by her sister's optimism, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. Let's go." One last look at this room filled with complex memories. She turned around and walked out of room 202. Soon, the main moving team set off, leaving Warm Garden and heading straight for Emerald Willow Residence. 2 hours later, the procession arrived at Emerald Willow Residence in a grand procession. This mid-range residential community is truly exceptional. The tall, European-style wrought iron gate was tightly closed, and access control was strict. Rows of brand-new buildings stand neatly in rows, with wide gaps between them. The community's perimeter wall is not a metal fence, but a solid wall, more than 3 meters high. The most eye-catching feature is the 4 rows of exquisite townhouses located in the center of the community, with red bricks and white tiles that stand out against the snowy landscape. There is a large river not far in front of the residential area, with rows of willow trees planted along its banks. If it weren't for the snow covering the ground, this place would surely be a picturesque scene with lush green willows. The name, Chui Lu-ju, probably originated from this. An entry fee is required to enter the community, calculated per person. But Qin Yun, now wealthy and powerful, didn't care about such a small amount of money. With a wave of his hand, he paid for everyone's expenses. After, Qin Yun rented another building to settle his subordinates. The daily income for one building is 30 silver coins. As the leader of the team, he has that much vision. After resolving the housing issue for his subordinates, Qin Yun rented the best located and largest townhouse in the townhouse area, A01, and the adjacent A02. With his current Black Iron 2-star citizen rank, he is fully qualified to rent. The villa is naturally more expensive, costing 20 silver coins per day. However, this is nothing to Qin Yun now. However, objectively speaking, 20 silver coins was actually quite expensive. The house in Cozy Garden only costs 50 copper coins a day. The rent for this villa is 40 times that of those over there. But considering that this is a large villa, I feel that the money was well spent. Aren't you going to buy it? I'm not buying. This isn't a question of whether or not one can afford it. Of course, in reality, one can't afford it anyway. Qin Yun felt that he wouldn't stay here for too long. This is just a mid-range residential area. His goal is high-end, or even more high-end, residences. So renting is more cost-effective than buying now. Well, anyway, I can't afford to buy. Building A01 was naturally his residence, along with Zhou Yaji, Bai Jingxin, Bai Jiexin, mother and daughters, Lin Yaolin, Yan Yuqing, and others. He then allocated building A02 to Su Lan and her daughter. Su Lan initially declined. But Qin Yun said, "This is a reward you deserve. Besides, I feel more at ease knowing you're living next to me." Hearing him say that, Su Lan stopped refusing and gratefully accepted the generous gift. As a mother, Su Lan naturally wanted to provide a better environment for her daughter. Qin Yun led the group of women into Villa A01. It's better to say something than to say it. A villa is a villa. The interior is exquisitely decorated, fully furnished with all kinds of furniture and appliances. Huge LCD TV, double-door refrigerator, front-loading washing machine, leather sofa, large air conditioner. It's incomparable to low-end residential communities like Warm Garden. Bai Jiexin exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! There's a big TV!" She picked up the remote and pressed the button. The TV screen lit up, but only displayed static, accompanied by a buzzing sound of electricity. The screen displays 3 words, "No signal." Bai Jiexin was disappointed and said, "TCH, I thought I could watch TV, what a disappointment." Qin Yun said, "All right, forget about the TV. Go pick your own rooms, whichever one you like." "Yay! That's awesome!" Bai Jiexin cheered and grabbed her sister Bai Jingxin's hand. "Sister, let's go! I want to pick one with a big balcony." Bai Jingxin was also infected by her sister's emotions, and she smiled and ran upstairs with her. The twin sisters initially had a lukewarm relationship, but after going through hardships, they became comrades in arms fighting side by side, and their bond deepened. It is said that the 3 most important bonds between men are studying together, fighting together, and Park Gukchan. These 3 seem to apply to women as well, don't they? Zhou Yaji and Lin Yaolin, these 2 titanium alloy besties, also went upstairs together to choose a room. Lin Yaolin also said, "Yaji, how about we share a room?" These 2 best friends are even closer than blood sisters. Qin Yun sat comfortably on the large, soft leather sofa in the living room. Look left, look right. Look up and look down. Hey! From today onwards, we're living in a villa. A sense of accomplishment. Sense of satisfaction. Here it is. In the past, let alone buying it, we couldn't even afford to rent it. After enjoying the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, Qin Yun's gaze fell on Yan Yuqing. She stood like a statue. She was dressed in a classic maid outfit, with a tall and straight posture, but her eyes were empty and her face was expressionless. Looking at a beautiful corpse without a soul. Qin Yun suddenly became very dissatisfied with her. "Hey, can you stop looking like a dead person all the time, like a corpse? TSK, forget it, why waste my breath on you? Let's just kill him cleanly, so he won't be an eyesore." Yan Yuqing trembled, her voice filled with grief and indignation as she asked, "Then what exactly do you want? What do you want from me?" "I'm also afraid of dying." Yet they did not truly submit. They also resorted to silence as a form of resistance. Qin Yun was very unhappy. He took out his Tang sword and walked over. "Today is a joyous occasion for moving to a new house. A touch of red adds to the celebration. Damn it, you always have that deadpan look on your face, so I'll make you a real dead person. It's like I'm missing out on a woman like you." That's just how people are. When something bothers them, even something small, they tend to get more and more upset the more they think about it. Qin Yun is one of them now. Originally, he only had a slight dissatisfaction with Yan Yuqing. But considering her behavior these past few days, damn it, what's the point of keeping a woman like that around? He always has a deadpan expression and can't muster any energy for anything. One slash and it's over. Yan Yuqing looked at Qin Yun, who was walking towards her with a knife, and knew that he really wanted to kill her. The last bit of pride in her heart finally collapsed completely. Thump! She knelt on the ground and crawled to Qin Yun's feet, humbly begging for mercy. "I was wrong, brother boss, no, master. Please, master, don't kill me. I promise I'll serve you wholeheartedly from now on. Please don't kill me. Sob, sob, sob. Qin Yun cursed. Damn it, you're just a jerk. Tell me, what can you do? Yan Yuqing said. Yes, yes, yes. I can. Qin Yun was taken aback. Then roll your eyes. Is that what I'm asking you? Do I need to ask you that? I'm asking what special skills you have. I'm asking about your value. Value! Do you understand value? What good is being capable all the time? You still have one last chance to say your last words. The blade of the Tang sword was pressed against Yan Yuqing's neck. Yan Yuqing was so scared she almost peed her pants. Chapter 67. A modern version of Yangzhou's Slim Horses. Migu, using his brain. I can dance. I can do all kinds of dances, including folk dance, ancient dance, modern dance, and pop dance. I also know a little bit about martial arts. I've also studied kung fu opera. Can you dance? You also know kung fu opera? Qin Yun's eyes lit up immediately, and he became interested. At times like these, being able to enjoy beautiful women dancing and singing would undoubtedly be an excellent form of entertainment and enjoyment. After all, there really aren't many entertainment options available right now. Interacting and socializing with beautiful women is definitely a very enjoyable entertainment activity. That goes without saying. But we can't do that all day long, can we? If we could have some other entertainment, that would be even better. Qin Yun said. You have quite a few talents. He had no idea that Yan Yuqing was actually a modern-day Yangzhou slender horse. To put it bluntly, she was a top-tier technician kept by a super-rich man surnamed Ma, used to bribe high-ranking officials. As a result, this modern-day Yangzhou courtesan had just been delivered to a high-ranking official's room, and before she could even do anything, she found herself in the urban world. That's why Yan Yuqing's personality is so awkward. On the one hand, she is aloof and arrogant, because she was trained to be a top technician and has witnessed the ultimate luxury of high society, so she looks down on people from the lower class. On the other hand, she is terrified of death and has a timid personality. If you scare her a little, she will immediately kneel down. Yan Yuqing originally thought that after arriving in this urban world she could take control of her own destiny. In the end, she found herself subservient to a man again. At this moment, Yan Yuqing's pride and dignity had been completely crushed by Qin Yun. She surrendered. I have completely surrendered. She even resigned herself to her fate, thinking, this is my destiny. I, Yan Yuqing, was born to depend on men. I'm tired. I've accepted my fate. From now on, just focus on serving men. Qin Yun stroked his chin and said, then show me how to dance now. Yan Yuqing looked up at Qin Yun with teary eyes, like a little puppy looking up at its master. Well, the word little is not appropriate, its antonym should be used. She explained cautiously. Master, dancing requires suitable costumes. It also needs to be accompanied by music and lighting effects. Just dancing like this, without any variation in movement, lacks atmosphere, and has no visual appeal. Qin Yun listened and found it to make sense. What you said makes some sense. We have limited resources right now, let's talk about it later. He put away his Tang sword, squatted down, and pinched her chin. The touch was delicate and slightly damp. It was the cold sweat she had broken out in from fright. Remember, this is your last chance. If you make me unhappy again, I won't waste any more words with you. As he spoke, his hand slid from Yan Yuqing's chin to her neck, and suddenly he grabbed her tightly. Understand? Yan Yuqing felt her neck being clamped by iron clamps, and quickly said, I understand. I understand. I will definitely not let Master down. Please believe me, Master. Even though she was being choked, she still had a fawning smile on her face. Obviously. After accepting her fate, she finally understood her place and stopped putting on airs. Qin Yun released her neck, stood up, and said, Go and choose a room yourself. Be good, the good days are yet to come. Yan Yuqing felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and a huge weight was lifted from his heart. He repeatedly thanked his master for sparing his life. She chose the smallest room on the second floor. The first thing I do after closing the door is change my underwear. When she was facing death, she was filled with fear on one hand, but on the other hand, staring blankly at the still damp clothes in her hands, Yan Yuqing remained silent, speechless. The largest and most spacious room in A01 is on the 3rd floor, which is obviously the master bedroom of this villa. There are only 3 rooms on the 3rd floor. A master bedroom, a study, and a lounge room connected to a balcony. Without a doubt, this floor is exclusively for Qin Yun. Qin Yun threw himself onto the big bed, bounced a few times, and felt incredibly comfortable. But he soon muttered to himself, "A 2-meter bed is still a bit small, it can't fit many people, hee." That night, a housewarming celebration was held in the spacious restaurant of A01. Besides Su Lan and her daughter, several team leaders, including Zhang Yang, Zhou Daming, and Zhao Long, were also summoned. Zhang Yang was the most active and enthusiastic at the dinner table, showering Qin Yun with praise and flattery. Every time he toasted Qin Yun, he would say, "Brother, I'll drink this, you can drink as you like." Zhou Daming, Zhao Long, and others followed suit. Under his leadership, Qin Yun truly indulged in the life of a dinner party boss, and thoroughly enjoyed it. What? Is this the evil culture of banquets? Come on. What people dislike is not the dinner party culture. What people really hate is that they are not the core of the dinner party, not the main character who leads the dinner party. Just like how people resent the rich and powerful, it's not that they truly hate the rich and powerful, but rather that they hate that they are not rich and powerful themselves. After the housewarming celebration banquet, Zhou Yaji, Yan Yuqing, and Lin Yalan cleaned up the mess of cups and plates. Qin Yun, Zhang Yang, and Zhou Daming were drinking tea and chatting in the tea room. As they chatted, inevitably, the conversation turned to yesterday's Snowman Tower defense game. Zhao Long couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Hu is such a pity. Yes, Zhang Hu died in battle. He was one of the first people Qin Yun recruited. Zhang Hu died in battle, leaving behind his wife and children. The first 10 people Qin Yun recruited are now either team leaders or group leaders. They can be said to be among the most loyal people to Qin Yun. Therefore, Qin Yun also felt very sorry for Zhang Hu's death. As his team grew, Qin Yun truly realized how invaluable a loyal subordinate was. The size of one's ability is secondary. Loyalty is the key. Qin Yun said he didn't care whether his subordinates were loyal or not, but did he really not care? I really don't care. But what leader doesn't like loyal subordinates? Zhang Yang sighed. That's how it is when you're out doing business. There's nothing you can do about it. You can only say that life and death are predestined, and wealth and status are determined by fate. Qin Yun said, "If you follow me, I can't guarantee you won't die. But as long as you live and do your jobs well, I'll ensure you have enough to eat and wear now, and a life of wealth and honor in the future." The pie in the sky skill is activated. Zhang Yang immediately seized the opportunity to express his loyalty and determination. The others chimed in, each adding their own comments. To sum it up in 4 words, me too. Qin Yun immediately gave the instructions. Su Lan, go and pick up the people from the other 2 communities tomorrow as well. Zhang Yang, take gaming and go to other neighborhoods to recruit people. You can offer better conditions, regardless of gender or age. We need more manpower to deal with the next wave of snowman defense. Su Lan and Zhang Yang both responded. After, the group then dispersed. The first thing Su Lan did after leaving A01 was not to go back to A02 next door, but to meet with the person in charge of the night patrol and sternly instruct them not to be negligent or careless. Yes, that's really dedicated. Green willows stand outside. Somewhere, a soft voice said, "Brother Me, shall we go back? It's so cold. Everyone knows they've moved to Emerald Willow residence. That's enough to report back to the chairman." Another voice immediately rebuked him. "You know nothing. To rise to a position, one must achieve great merit. If a lackey doesn't use his brain, he'll always be a lackey. I want to rise to the top, I want to be the boss. We'll sneak in late at night, you use your lockpicking skills to unlock it, and I'll take care of the rest." Chapter 68. You need to put in effort when it comes to love, and you need to put in even more effort when it comes to your career. The next morning, Qin Yun woke up on the spacious and soft master bedroom bed. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the wooden floor. He stretched and felt completely relaxed. Yes, Qin Yun realized that he had indeed become stronger. When I woke up this time, my lower back didn't feel sore or weak at all, and I didn't feel completely drained. The details of last night kept replaying in my mind. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! People who have studied dance are really something else." Yan Yuqing is 178 centimeters tall and has a pair of incredibly long legs that are perfectly straight, either too thin nor too fleshy, with just the right thickness. When those two long legs parted to form a perfect split, it was a truly pleasing and breathtaking sight. In particular, he can not only do a horizontal split, but also a vertical split. It's like standing on one leg like a golden rooster, with the other leg raised high, soul facing the sky. Qin Yun had only ever seen such eye-catching images on Douyin and Kuaishou before. Even watching it on a phone before made me want to take action. Now that the truth is right in front of us, how can it withstand the test? Basically, they can do anything Qin Yun can think of, and they will also take initiative to do things Qin Yun can't think of. Call out! Qin Yun was in a great mood and whistled. Then, as is my habit, I checked the supplies that were unlocked yesterday. The first type, 1,000 tactical helmets. The second option is 1,000 packs of Qifeng Gyra toilet paper. Well, although I may not need tissues at certain important moments, tissues are an essential daily necessity. Don't you see how foreigners stock up on tissues as soon as a disaster occurs? The third option is to buy 1,000 cups of Boya's broken string milk tea. Wow! Now I can have milk tea freedom, haha! Qin Yun immediately took out a cup of warm Boya Jiuxian wine, inserted a straw, and took a big, satisfying sip. The rich aroma of jasmine tea blends with the fragrance of milk, bringing immense satisfaction. Belch! After letting out a perfectly satisfied burp, Qin Yun felt as if this was an absolute heavenly experience. Then, the fourth type is Blue Bull Energy Drink, 1,000 cans. The fifth type is the Kajian brand N95 mask. Hey, system, what do you mean by unlocking this for me? Is it hinting at something? The sixth item is 1,000 Shenyang ballpen pens. Yes, a total of 6 were unlocked yesterday. The main reason is that Qin Yun didn't intentionally pursue a certain number of times. Human nature dictates that happiness is the most important thing. While eating breakfast, Su Lan knocked on the door and came in, saying she had something to report. Qin Yun asked her to sit down and have breakfast with him. Su Lan said she had eaten, and then reported on the important matter. Boss, in the middle of last night, the patrol team caught 2 guys who tried to sneak into the community. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow. Oh? What's going on? Su Lan said. They've already been interrogated. They confessed that they were sent by Huang Chao, the president of Prosperous Dynasty, to spy on us and find out our strengths and weaknesses and movements. A prosperous dynasty? Qin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. The two sides became enemies after the conflict at the entrance of the Wanda Mall instance. Afterwards, Qin Yun sent people to take over Prosperous Dynasty, but they failed. After that, Prosperous Dynasty moved and disappeared without a trace. Now that they were enemies, Qin Yun naturally wanted to annex or destroy the Prosperous Dynasty. But before he could even contact the other party, they sent someone to sneak over to his door first. Qin Yun asked, "Did you find out where the Prosperous Dynasty's headquarters are now?" Su Lan shook her head. "These 2 guys are pretty stubborn. They say they'll only talk after they see you in person." Qin Yun said, "All right, bring them over." Soon, 2 men, bound tightly and with bruises on their faces, were brought into the villa's entrance. One of them was named Lin Lu, and he was short with shifty eyes. The other one, named Mijie, was slightly taller, but he was also terrified and his face turned pale. Qin Yun looked at them and said, "I hate it when people sneak into my territory at night." The first time someone broke into the room by picking the lock left Qin Yun with psychological trauma. That was close. That was really close. If he hadn't been so excited about getting the gun that he couldn't sleep, he might have been killed that night. He still feels lingering fear even now. Qin Yun suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Li's neck like an iron clamp, exerting a sudden force. Click! A chilling, crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Lin Li's eyes bulged out instantly, his face filled with terror. A strange, gurgling sound came from his throat, his body twitched twice, and he quickly fell silent. Mi Jie, who was standing next to him, was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He never expected that Qin Yun would not even ask a question before going straight to kill him. Qin Yun looked at Mi Jie. Maiji's mental defenses crumbled at his gaze, and he screamed. I'll talk! I'll talk! It's in Jiafu Health City! I can lead the way! Please don't kill me! Please don't kill me! He speaks very quickly, afraid that if he speaks too slowly he might lose his life. Boss! Brother! I'll follow you! I'll work for you! I'd go through fire and water, brother! Please give me a chance! I'm willing to do anything! I'm obedient! I'm proactive! I'm loyal! Qin Yun rolled his eyes. Loyalty! You betray your boss the moment you get caught, and you call that loyalty? Mi Jie cried out in despair. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Qin Yun squatted down, took a sip of milk tea and said, You're lucky. I'm in a good mood right now, so I've decided to give you a chance. Mi Jie felt like he'd been granted a pardon, so excited he almost fainted, repeatedly saying, Thank you, big brother! Thank you, boss! Thank you! I'll definitely do my best! At the entrance of Qiuyuju residential community, Su Lan looked at Qin Yun with a worried expression and said, Boss, the situation at their stronghold is unclear. How about I take a team with me to go with you? It'll be safer. Qin Yun opened the door of the Mingma SUV and said, No need. I know what I'm doing. Your task is to watch over the house. Also, arrange for someone to pick up the other 2 survivors from the same neighborhood as soon as possible to bolster our manpower. Seeing Qin Yun's resolute attitude, Su Lan had no choice but to nod and say, Yes. Boss, please be careful. Qin Yun nodded and climbed into the driver's seat. In the passenger seat, Maiji huddled nervously, his face still pale. Qin Yun floored the accelerator, the engine roared, and the SUV sped away, cruising over the snow-covered streets. You have to put in the effort when it comes to love. You need to put in even more effort to build a career. Therefore, Qin Yun had to take action personally. His plan was simple and direct. To catch the thief, first catch the king. There is electric flash Shi. There is hardening D. And there's also psychic power S. If they can't kill Huang Chao directly, Qin Yun has nothing to say, shrugs. Once Huang Chao is killed and the rest of the rabble are leaderless, he can directly take over all the members of the prosperous dynasty. Yes, Qin Yun needs manpower. It's snowball fight season now. The more people there are, the more snowballs are thrown, and the greater the chance of winning against the snowman wave. Even after the snowball fight event ends as a faction, we still need to expand our manpower. More people means more power. That's what Qin Yun was thinking. Others think the same way. So, no sooner had Qin Yun left than another force arrived at Green Willow Residence. What are you doing? Poach talent. Chapter 69 The stunningly beautiful policewoman, Su Jiaojiao. The main entrance of Qiuyuju residential community. Zhang Yang, along with several team members, met with a group of uninvited guests. The leader was a young man wearing a red down jacket with an arrogant demeanor, named Chen Haoren. He was followed by several equally arrogant subordinates. Zhang Yang asked, dumbfounded, What did you say? Say it again? Chen Haoren clicked his tongue impatiently. Then, in a condescending tone, he repeated what he had just said. I said, everyone here is to join our Dongxing company. Do you understand? The more heads you recruit, the more rewards the boss will give you. Therefore, Chen Haoren was very enthusiastic about recruiting people. Zhang Yang almost laughed out of anger, rolled his eyes, and asked, Is there anything else? Chen Haoren said, That's all. Gather all your people now so I can register them. From now on, they'll be part of Dongxing. Zhang Yang really wanted to yell, Wow! But knowing Qin Yun wasn't there, and that he couldn't make decisions on his own, he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "I'm not interested in joining your dongxing. Our boss wouldn't agree either. You can leave now." A henchman named Wuya glared and said, "Hey kid! Brother Hao is doing you a favor by letting you join. Don't be ungrateful, or you'll regret it. Where's your boss? Call him out here." TSK. It's that kind of person again. But you know what? These are precisely the types of people who are most likely to succeed in chaotic times, or rather, most likely to succeed in communities. They're willing to swallow their pride and fawn over powerful figures. Be bold and decisive in doing things. They can talk big without thinking. Many people look down on these kinds of people, but when it comes to navigating the underworld, many are actually not as good as them. Chen Haoren also put on a long face. "Let me tell you, our boss at Dongxing Company is now at level 7, and he also has amazing superpowers. Our company has more than 300 people in total, a strong and well-equipped force. You either join us obediently, or hee big fish eat little fish, you know? Don't refuse a polite toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Zhang Yang really wanted to punch that arrogant face. But he knew now was not the time to act impulsively, so he took a deep breath. "I can't make that decision. My older brother is out and not home. We have to wait for him to come back before we can decide." "Come back tomorrow." Chen Haoren snorted. "Fine. I'll come again tomorrow. I hope you'll be more sensible then. Let's go to the next place." Wuya pointed at Zhang Yang, who was arrogant and domineering, and said, "You'd better not provoke Brother Hao, or the consequences will be severe." After saying that, the group of people arrogantly left. Watching Chen Haoren and his group arrogantly leave, Zhang Yang's face turned ashen, and he spat out a curse. "Wow! What is that? If our eldest brother were here, you would all be corpses by now." Although Zhang Yang could guess what his older brother would do. But he couldn't do it. This is called the wisdom of survival. At the same time, Qin Yun was driving his Mingma SUV and first took a detour to Sunny Monkey Bakery. Ho Qing was pleasantly surprised to see Qin Yun arrive, and greeted him in a soft, sweet voice. "Brother Qin, you're here?" Qin Yun smiled and said, "I came to see you. By the way, I just wanted to let you know that we've moved to a new place, now it's at Chuiluju. Would you like to move in too?" Ho Qin quickly said, No need, I can stay at the hotel. It will save me the trouble of traveling back and forth." She now lives at the shop. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to researching and making bread and pastries. Ho Qin really loves doing this job. Qin Yun said, "Fine, do as you please." Then, he took some special bread and cakes that could increase attributes and quickly restore energy. Ho Qing's creations played a crucial role in the last battle against the behemoth. "Miss Snow Ice City Monster, leave the bakery." Guided by Mijia, Qin Yun drove towards Jiafu Health City. Jiafu Health City Residential Community. This is also a mid-range residential area. There are guards at the gate, which shows that Huang Chao has managed this place quite well and is indeed quite capable. In order to avoid attracting attention, Qin Yun changed into a very ordinary, even somewhat thin, old set of clothes, looking like an ordinary survivor who had come to seek refuge, completely inconspicuous. Mijia led him toward the gate. The guard clearly recognized Mijia and greeted him, saying, "Mijia, you're back? Who is he? Where's Lin Lu?" Mijia forced a smile. "Lin Lu is in trouble. He was killed by the snowman. This is the prisoner I captured. He has abandoned the darkness and wants to join us." "Yeah?" The guard glanced at Qin Yun a few times, then waved him on. The newly formed group is not perfect in many aspects. To put it bluntly, it's just a makeshift operation. How could it possibly be that legitimate? Qin Yun only managed to recruit a female special forces soldier named Sulan, otherwise it would still be a makeshift team. Now it's a semi-makeshift team. As soon as he entered the residential area, Mijia's heart pounded wildly. He was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Should we shout it out now and expose him? No. If I do that, I'll be the first one to die. They only give me 2 or 3 packs of cookies a day, why would I risk my life? But what if he fails? Impossible, impossible! He's so fierce, how could Huang Chao possibly be a match for him? A wise person knows when to yield. Only by following the strong can one survive. Yes. That's what we'll do. Meiji was still struggling internally. The two arrived at the most impressive-looking building in the center of the residential complex, the former property management center. This was now clearly Huang Chao's residence and the center of his power. There were 2 guards at the entrance. When they saw that it was Meiji who had returned, and he had brought a stranger with him, they asked him a question. Meiji said, I caught him on Qin's side. He was willing to turn over a new leaf and said he had some important information, so I brought him back to see the chairman. The 2 gatekeepers had no suspicions whatsoever and waved Meiji in. Upon entering the hall, I heard a loud argument. A young woman in a crisp police uniform was seen arguing angrily with a young man in a fur coat who had a gloomy expression. That young man was none other than Huang Chao. Qin Yun's eyes lit up at just one glance at the beautiful woman in the police uniform. I saw a beautiful woman, a stunning policewoman in uniform, how could I not be captivated? The policewoman had a neat ponytail, a tall and well-proportioned figure, and a heroic air about her. At this moment, her eyebrows were raised and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. Her cheeks were slightly flushed with anger, which added to her vividness. Her impeccably tailored police uniform accentuated her perfect figure and exuded a unique blend of femininity and strength. The key point and feature can be summed up in one word: big. Bigger is better. Good means big. Then I heard her voice, clear yet filled with anger, questioning Huang Chao. Huang Chao, you set these rules yourself. Now your men have been caught red-handed raping women, but instead of punishing them severely according to the rules, you want to cover it up. Then let me ask you, what is the point of setting up these rules? One of Huang Chao's trusted subordinates angrily said. Su Jiaojiao, watch your place. How dare you speak to the chairman like that? Do you really think you're a police officer? I am a police officer, Su Jiaojiao retorted angrily, then looked at Huang Chao and said, Huang Chao, Chairman Huang, what do you have to say? Huang Chao's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Qin Yun watched with great interest. His gaze lingered mainly on Su Jiaojiao, and he thought to himself, TSK, I really do need to go out more often. How can I meet such a stunning policewoman if I don't go out? Chapter 70 Officer Su, do you want to do it for me? President, spare me. Please, for the sake of the life and death I've shared with you, spare me this time. Brother, our brothers have risked their lives for you, you can't let them down. The speaker was the man who had committed the crime of raping women. His name was Wang Xin. He was kneeling in front of Huang Chao, crying his eyes out. Huang Chao's expression shifted between light and dark. At times like these, he needs to rely on these daring and loyal, or self-righteous, confidants to maintain his rule, expand his territory, and realize his imperial enterprise. If the matter is handled impartially and punished according to regulations, it will definitely alienate subordinates. Huang Chao waved his hand and said to the others, You all go out first. Team leader Su, stay. I have something to say to you privately. He did value Su Jiaojiao's abilities. This woman was principled and resourceful, and she made great contributions to the stability of the prosperous dynasty. At this moment, he wanted to persuade Su Jiaojiao privately, to make her understand the principle of putting the big picture first. However, Su Jiaojiao didn't buy it at all, and scolded. Say what you have to say right here. Make it clear in front of everyone. Huang Chao's 2 trusted confidants immediately spoke up to rebuke him. Su Jiaojiao, don't go too far. Who's the boss, you or the president? Huang Chao's face also darkened completely. He was furious when Su Jiaojiao publicly contradicted him, damaging his prestige. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table. Rules! Order! Those are tools that rulers like us use to manage and control the lower classes. You're a police officer, don't you understand this? The rules I set, my brothers and I can naturally have special privileges. But those at the bottom must strictly abide by them. It has always been this way. Su Jiaojia was stunned by these blatant remarks, and she stared blankly at Huang Chao. Then a disdainful sneer appeared on her face. Rulers? Ordinary people? Ha, Huang Chao, your so-called prosperous dynasty only has 279 people at most. This place is so small, with so few people, and you actually think you're the emperor? You have no shame! I quit this job as the head of the security team. Huang Chao was trembling with rage. He pointed at her and roared. Fine. If you don't want to do it, then don't. If you don't want to do it, plenty of others will. Get out! Looking at Huang Chao's face, Su Jiaojiao felt both disappointed and contemptuous, and sneered. Huang Chao, with someone like you, your prosperous dynasty is doomed sooner or later. Huang Chao felt like his head was about to explode with anger. Su Jiaojiao's words directly hit his sore spot. He set lofty goals and made grand vows to build the prosperous dynasty into a truly prosperous dynasty. Su Jiaojiao actually dared to say, "It'll all be over sooner or later," to his face? This is intolerable. Wang Xin immediately jumped up, pointed at Su Jiaojiao, and cursed. You bitch, you're asking for it. Chairman! She dared to curse us, she must be arrested and severely punished. He had long coveted Su Jiaojiao, and now his eyes gleamed with a sinister light. Another trusted henchman named Zhang Wan shouted, What did you say, you scoundrel? Just as everyone's attention was drawn to Su Jiaojiao, Qin Yun approached Huang Chao without making a sound. Then, he took out a snowball the size of a volleyball that he had prepared beforehand from his personal storage space. He used all his strength to smash it down on Huang Chao. Huang Chao is a leveling maniac, killing monsters and accumulating experience all day long. If it weren't for this matter, he would have gone out to level up today. As a level 10 character, his reactions were extremely fast. Instinctively, he retreated rapidly while raising his arms to cross in front of him. And he also used his superpower, the ability to enlarge his limbs, His arms suddenly swelled and thickened as if inflated, his muscles bulging, as he tried to withstand the snowball. Bang! The huge snowball slammed solidly into Huang Chao's mutated arm. Ah! Huang Chao was thrown into the air and screamed in agony. Those seemingly powerful mutated arms were completely destroyed by the snowball containing terrifying kinetic energy. This sudden and dramatic change stunned everyone. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the scene before them in disbelief. President! You bastard! What are you doing? Kill him! Huang Chao's 3 trusted confidants roared in shock and anger. But Qin Yun didn't give anyone time to react. Lightning flash, activated. Just as Huang Chao was about to get up, he saw a large guandao, a type of halberd, coming down at him, and then... That was it! Huang Chao's grand dream of a prosperous dynasty was cut down along with his body. Qin Yun's loud shout echoed in the property management lobby. Huang Chao is dead! I, Qin Yun, am in charge of this place. Who's in favor? Who's opposed? After saying that, he looked at Su Jiaojiao with a gentle and sincere smile. Officer Su, I would like to ask you to continue serving as the head of the security team. From now on, if anyone within the organization commits a crime, and the evidence is conclusive, you have the right to take action against them. So how about it, want me to do it? Huang Chao's other 3 trusted subordinates also realized what was happening at this moment. Immediately, shouts erupted. Help! The guild leader is dead! And, avenge the guild leader! He shouted as he ran toward the property management center gate. But as they got close to Su Jiaojiao, she suddenly attacked and knocked them down with just a few punches and kicks. Qin Yun thought to himself. Impressive skills! Su Jiaojiao, holding down the rapist Wang Xin, looked up at Qin Yun and said, Do you stand by what you just said? Qin Yun said, Yes. But only those who disrupt order internally. Don't interfere in things outside. Su Jiaojiao said, Okay. I'll trust you this once. She had no other thoughts than to continue fulfilling her duty as a police officer and protecting the peace of the community. Wang Xin cursed desperately. Su Jiaojiao, you treacherous bitch! Traitor! You'll die a horrible death! Su Jiaojiao's eyes turned cold, and she punched him on the head. "Shut up! Just wait for the public trial! And all of you!" She looked at the other two and said, "Don't think I don't know you've been embezzling food supplies." Just then, a group of people wielding sticks, machetes, and all sorts of random weapons stormed in menacingly. It was obvious that the gatekeeper outside had seen the commotion inside and called for help. They were stunned when they saw the scene in the hall. Huang Chao's body, split in two. "Boss, is it 50-50? The scene was deathly silent. A disturbance seemed about to erupt. And it was at this moment Mijin knew his chance had come. He suddenly jumped out, stood in front of Qin Yun, and shouted loudly at the crowd rushing in. "Don't move! Don't cause any trouble! Huang Chao is dead! Wan Xin and Song Yao have also been captured. From this moment on, Brother Qin is in charge here." Officer Su, the head of the security team, also followed Qin Ge. "Put down your weapons right now!" He shouted until he was hoarse, his face flushed with excitement. The crowd that rushed in saw the scene before them, heard Mijia's words, and looked at the miserable state of the chairman on the ground and Qin Yun's intimidating aura. The faces of the crowd were filled with bewilderment, astonishment, hesitation, and confusion, a variety of expressions. Su Jiaojiao also said, "Put down your weapons! The boss here has changed." The group looked at each other and said, after a brief silence. Someone threw down their machete with a loud bang. Like a chain reaction, more and more people laid down their weapons. Chapter 71 Mazu's Blessing. Our own family's deity is still the most effective. The cultural and entertainment square of Jiafu Health City Community. The place was packed with people. The more than 270 people from the original, prosperous dynasty, gathered here with feelings of trepidation, curiosity, and bewilderment. "I heard they changed the boss. I just hope the new boss is a good person." No, I don't dare to hope he's a good person. I'd be grateful if he were just a decent human being. Please pray that it's not a beast like Huang Chao. Qin Yun stood on the high platform, holding a high-powered handheld megaphone, his gaze sweeping over the faces below. He cleared his throat, and his voice was amplified through the loudspeaker, reaching the entire square. "Everyone! Quiet down! All eyes are on me. I have something to announce. Huang Chao is dead. From today onwards I, Qin Yun, am your new boss. From now on, my rules are the only rules, and my rule is just one: obey and do as I say, and I'll feed you. Talking is meaningless, let's get down to business." He waved his hand dramatically. Mijia, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately led a few people to carry bags of supplies that had been counted from the prosperous dynasty warehouse to the front of the stage. Canned goods, biscuits, packaged cooked food, clothing, shoes and socks, and so on. The audience immediately stirred. Their eyes were practically glowing green. Huang Chao doesn't have a daily life system, and his resources are scarce, so he's very frugal. And his subordinates would cut corners in various ways. In the end, what reaches the lowest level of society is just a pittance, barely enough to keep them from starving. It's important to know that most of those supplies were obtained by them through dangerous searches and looting, or by completing missions. Exploitation. Press. Everywhere, all the time. Qin Yun said. "Now I'm going to give you guys a treat. Line up. Don't make a mess. Everyone gets one." After a brief silence, a burst of wild cheers erupted immediately. Many people wept with joy. Mijia quickly grabbed a megaphone and shouted, "Maintain order! Line up properly! Anyone who moves around won't get anything." A loudspeaker is still convenient. Hearing the sound, even those who were anxious could only hold back and dared not do anything rash. Qin Yun jumped down from the platform and began distributing food and clothing to each person who came forward. As he handed out the cards, he smiled and said to them, "Work hard from now on." Everyone who received the supplies showed excitement on their faces, saying, "Thank you, boss," before running to the side, putting on warm clothes, tearing open the packaging, and starting to eat. Tangible benefits are more convincing than any empty slogans. Qin Yun's move had an immediate effect, winning over the hearts and minds of the people in no time. After distributing the benefits, Qin Yun handed the scene over to Su Jiaojiao, the newly appointed head of the security team. Su Jiaojiao, dressed in a crisp police uniform, looked dashing and led several members of the security team, escorting Wang Xin, Jiang Wan, and other trusted members of Huang Chao onto the high platform. The public trial has begun. Su Jiaojiao loudly announced the crimes committed by Wang Xin and others, including raping women, embezzling supplies, and oppressing others. Qin Yun was not interested in any kind of public trial. He returned to the now clean property center, sat in the chair that had originally belonged to Huang Chao, and casually flipped through the notebooks and documents on the table. Don't say it. This Huang dynasty is truly aiming to grow bigger and stronger and create brilliance in managing prosperous dynasty. One can glean some insight from those notebooks and documents such as materials statistics book, departmental structure, and personnel files. With this mindset, the future development of prosperous dynasty will certainly not be too bad. It's just a pity that she met me. Snap! Qin Yun slapped his forehead and took out a diamond crystal. The supernatural crystal enlarges its limbs. There is a 10% chance that using this will grant you the ability to enlarge your limbs. This thing exploded from Huang Chao's body. Qin Yun muttered, I didn't get the sun-shaped punch last time. I wonder if I can get it this time. Damn, last time I prayed to Jesus, but it failed. Let's pray to Mazu this time. May you be blessed. May Mazu protect you. Use the special ability crystal to enlarge limbs. The next second, a pop-up window appeared. Gain the ability to enlarge limbs. Yesh! Qin Yun excitedly punched the air. As expected. It's probably my own family's gods who are protecting me. I must have had a brain fart last time, actually praying to Jesus. I must make a golden statue of Mazu sometime. Superpower, limb enlargement LV.00/1000. Strength D. Effect, controls limb growth. For every 10% increase in size of the enlarged part, attributes increase by 5%, up to a maximum increase of 100%. Qin Yun said. Not bad, not bad. Next time you can ask others, have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? Ha! Huh. I wonder if it can be used together with the hardening ability. If possible, my fist could become both huge and hard. For some unknown reason, Qin Yun let out a crayon Shinchan laugh. Hee hee hee. At this moment, Mija walked in with a fawning expression. 7 women with fearful and uneasy expressions followed behind him. Mija proudly showed off. Brother, these are all women from before the Huang dynasty. What do you think? Qin Yun glanced at the 7 women. He counted on his fingers and muttered, Goodness, 7? Even the Goblin Queen has more than me. I guess I'm still too conservative when it comes to love. But then I looked at their appearance. It's alright, I'd say. But having witnessed the lewdness of Zhou Jiaji and her 2 daughters, Lin Yaolin and Yan Yuqing, his tastes had become quite discerning. What he saw in front of him really didn't interest him at all. He then waved his hand and said, all right, let them go do what they need to do. From now on, they'll earn their living through labor. I don't support idlers here. Meiji quickly nodded and bowed. Yes. The most beautiful woman among them wanted to speak. Meiji, with his sharp eyes, immediately snapped. Shut up! The woman was immediately too frightened to speak. Mija quickly took the 7 women away. Not long after handling the public trial matters, Su Jiaojiao returned to the property management center. Qin Yun asked, Is it all done? Su Jiaojiao said, Yes. Kill them all. Qin Yun looked at her with some surprise. You're quite decisive. Su Jiaojiao retorted. What? You think they shouldn't have died? Qin Yun pursed his lips and said, No, that's not it. If I were to do it, there wouldn't be any public trial. I could just behead him to save trouble. I'm just curious. Su Jiaojiao said. Do I look like someone who is soft-hearted? In chaotic times, harsh measures are necessary. This is the fastest way to deter villains and stabilize order. Qin Yun gave her a thumbs up and praised. Insightful. Thumbs up. As long as they're not the kind of pedantic, overly benevolent saintly figures. No, they should be called saintly bitches. There's a world of difference between a saintly mother and a saintly hypocrite. Qin Yun said. Are you free? Come out with me. Su Jiaojiao asked. What? Qin Yun said. I plan to relocate everyone here to my base camp, Emerald Willow Residence. The roads are not safe, and there are quite a few Yeti monsters. You come with me to clear the area and ensure the migration route is safe. Don't worry, I have a vehicle, so it'll be efficient. Su Jiaojiao readily nodded. Okay. When Su Jiaojiao saw Qin Yun drive out in a muzzle military off-road vehicle, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she asked, Where did you get this? Qin Yun smiled smugly, then kept everyone in suspense. It's a secret. Afterwards, the two spent half a day clearing away the Yeti monsters on the main road between Jiafu Health City and Tsilio Residence, thus opening up a relatively safe road. Then the big move began. When the group arrived at Shuilu Residence, Su Lan, who had already received the news, was already waiting at the door with her men. Su Lan reported to Qin Yun. Boss, we have also brought back the other two survivors from the community and settled them in. Qin Yun nodded, pondering for a moment. They discovered that their total population had surpassed 600. Moreover, at least half of these 600-plus people are young and middle-aged. A surge of pride welled up inside Qin Yun. Ha! I'm now the leader of over 600 people. That night, Qin Yun had just finished dinner. Zhang Yang excitedly ran over, holding the drone remote control, his face full of excitement and surprise. Big brother! Big discovery! Major discovery! Chapter 72 Heading to the Ice and Snow Paradise. Qin Yun took the drone remote control from Zhang Yang and looked at the display screen. The image is somewhat shaky, but a massive complex entirely constructed of ice and snow is still clearly visible, looking like a snow and ice-themed amusement park. A giant ice and snow Ferris wheel. A winding ice and snow roller coaster track. A cartoon-style ice castle. And a variety of ice and snow entertainment facilities. But what truly made Qin Yun's gaze sharpen and his brows furrow was the scene in the central square. On the wide ice and snow square, there stood countless Miss Snow Ice City monsters, standing in neat rows. They stood there motionless and silent, like an army formation. Their sheer number is enough to make one's scalp crawl, and is extremely unfriendly to those with trypophobia. In the very center of the square stands an exceptionally tall ice and snow spire, its body crystal clear, as if carved from a huge block of ice. Under the sunlight, it reflects a dazzling light. Just then, a circle of snow-white light suddenly shone at the base of the ice and snow spire. Then a brand new, lively Yeti jumped out of the light and hopped into the Yeti formation. About a minute or two later, the snow-white light flashed again. Another snowman monster jumped out. Just then, suddenly, several snowmen in the square all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the drone. The next second, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a large snowball roared up from the ground, bombarding the drone like cannonballs. The image on the screen flickered violently before going completely dark. The drone was shot down. Zhang Yang said, Brother, we can now be pretty sure that the source of the snowman tide that attacked us before was right here. With a grave expression, he analyzed. Judging from the number and scale of the snowmen in the square and the production speed of that tower, the second wave of snowman tower defense could start at any time. We must prepare early. He then added, Furthermore, I reckon that given the nature of these kinds of games, there will definitely be a massive wave of attacks on the last day. So, brother, I think we can't just sit here and wait to die. It would be best to take the initiative, destroy that ice tower, and stop it from continuing to produce a large number of snowmen. Qin Yun nodded and said, Draw me a route map. Zhang Yang immediately pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket as if presenting a treasure, and said with a fawning smile, Big brother, I've already prepared it, look. Qin Yun took the map and said with satisfaction, Well done. He carefully looked at the simple hand-drawn map in his hand. It was a simple yet clear map, marking the route from Chuiluju to the ice and snow amusement park and the main landmarks. But why does it look so familiar the more I look at it? He frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He immediately took out 2 white and gold ice and snow park tickets from his personal storage space. One is a regular single ticket, which I got from killing an elite Yeti monster on the way to Wanda Mall. The other one is a family ticket, which was obtained by defeating the last giant snowman in the last Snowman Tower Defense game. On the back of both tickets is a small but very clear route map. Comparing the map on the back of the ticket with Zhang Yang's hand-drawn, simplified map. Exactly the same. Qin Yun rolled his eyes and said, "After all this time, the hint, or rather the gameplay, was right in front of us." He wanted to scold Zhang Yang, but then he realized that Zhang Yang had never received a snow and ice park ticket, so naturally he wouldn't have thought of that. The main problem is that I didn't put my mind to it. But please. I haven't been idle either, okay? I'm very busy too. If you have to focus on both love and career, and do both well, you'll naturally have less time and energy to devote to other things. However, Qin Yun still reflected for a moment. From now on, I still need to follow the game mechanics. After finishing the main business, Zhang Yang reported on another matter. By the way, big brother, you just took your men out not long ago today, and a group of people showed up. The leader is some idiot, super arrogant, calling himself Chen Haoran from some Dongxin company. He recounted how the other party had been arrogant and domineering that morning, forcibly demanding the takeover. After listening, Qin Yun chuckled. Oh, sure. Great minds think alike. I poach from others, and they poach from me. It's normal. It just depends on who has the better teeth and can devour whom. I don't have the time to deal with these kinds of nobodies. If they come again tomorrow, take care of the most arrogant one. Leave a few alive to interrogate. Zhang Yang immediately nodded and said, Yes, big brother. Qin Yun thought for a moment and added, Also, when we recruit people in other neighborhoods in the future, be careful not to be too arrogant. Being too arrogant can get you killed. Although we're not afraid, there's no need to create unnecessary trouble. However, we can put recruitment on hold for now. The most urgent task is to manage, organize, and train the more than 600 people we currently have. After finishing all his business, Qin Yun took a relaxing hot bath. The cold wind howled outside the window, and snowflakes fluttered down. The room, however, was warm and cozy. Lying in a steaming bathtub, all the fatigue in my body was washed away. It was simply the ultimate enjoyment. Awesome! Qin Yun sighed with satisfaction. The only downside is that the bathtub is only for one person, and it's too small. I definitely have to get a huge jacuzzi sometime, the kind that can fit a lot of people, hee. A wonderful image flashed through his mind, and he chuckled. After taking a shower, he leaped and landed on the soft, spacious bed, stretching comfortably. At that moment, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin walked in hand. The two had clearly just finished showering, wrapped only in clean white towels, revealing their smooth, fragrant shoulders and long, straight legs. Their originally fair skin now had a rosy glow from the shower. Qin Yun's eyes lit up immediately. He suddenly exerted his core strength, sat up, beckoned with his finger, and revealed a mysterious smile on his face. Come here! Today I gained a new superpower. It'll be a good opportunity to see how powerful it is. The next day, as soon as the huge sun came out, the snow stopped. On an open space, a group of people are busy working. Stop. It's too big, it won't fit. Make it smaller. You can still squeeze it in if you try. Are you stupid? What's the point of forcing it in? It won't even launch. After Qin Yun finished breakfast, he, Su Lan, and Su Jiaojiao patrolled the community, which also allowed the military and police officers to formally get to know each other. Zhang Yang also accompanied them. Hearing a familiar conversation, he couldn't help but ask, What are they doing? Su Lan explained. A person skilled in handicrafts told me that he could make a device to launch snowballs. It turned out that the device to launch snowballs was not bound by the rules of the game, so I put him in charge of making it. Qin Yun's eyes lit up, and he said, Really? That's a good idea. Have him make more, and let me know if he's missing any materials. Then he said to Zhang Yang, make a detailed record of our people's skills, see if there are any other talented people, and if so, put them to use. What's the most important thing in this world? Talent. Zhang Yang took out his notebook, wrote down his older brother's words, and said, okay, brother, I'll take care of it right away. As Qin Yun watched them test the snowball launcher, he said, I'm planning to head to the snow paradise later, so I won't be bringing anyone with me. Chapter 73 Fatty by Leguang. Tour guide? Information broker? After giving a brief explanation, Qin Yun, wearing sunglasses, drove his Mingma SUV, taking Bai Jiexin, Bai Jingxin, and Yan Yuqing with him, straight to the ice and snow paradise. The ice and snow paradise looks like a den of dragons and tigers. The dense array of snowmen was enough to make one's scalp crawl. So bringing a large group of people there would be like sending them to their doom. It would be completely useless. He simply took only Bai Jiexin, Bai Jingxin, and Yan Yuqing with him to investigate. If Zhou Jiaji hadn't been pregnant, and Lin Yaoan hadn't been accompanying Zhou Jiaji, he would have wanted to bring them along as well. Is it really that boring to go out alone? Of course, we need to bring a few pretty girls along. When there's something important to do, you can do it. When there's nothing serious to do, you can do something silly, hee hee. Listening to the cheerful chatter of Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin, and stroking Yan Yuqing's shapely legs in black stockings, Qin Yun hummed a pleasant tune. Anyone who didn't know better would think that this group of 3 beautiful women and 1 big man were going on a field trip. Qin Yun had just left not long ago. Shortly after, an uninvited guest arrived at Green Willow residence. It was Chen Haoren and Wu Ye from Dongxing Company. The scale of the operation today is even larger than yesterday. Yesterday there were only 8 or 9 people, but today there are 20 or 30. Because Chen Haoren had done a good job recruiting people yesterday, his boss gave him a large share of his underlings. Chen Haoren was arrogant enough yesterday. Today, with even more underlings, he acted even more arrogantly, as if he were the most important person in the world. Wow, he's even put his hands on his hips. Anyone who didn't know better would think a high-ranking leader was here for an inspection and research visit. Chen Hao looked at Zhang Yang and said, it's you again? Where's your boss? Zhang Yang said with a forced smile. Oh, brother Hao, you're here again? What bad timing, our boss just left. Why don't you come back tomorrow? Hold! Chen Haoren was furious. His right hand, with his hands on his hips, immediately pointed at Zhang Yang. Are you fucking kidding me? Yesterday we talked about today we're talking about tomorrow, and tomorrow we're going to talk about the day after tomorrow? I don't care if your boss is here or not, you're all joining today whether you want to or not. No boss, huh? Perfect, I'll be your boss. Zhang Yang's smile instantly turned cold, and he said, you think you're so great, huh? He suddenly waved his hand and shouted, all of you, come out here! Whoosh! Dozens of people rushed out of the residential area in an instant. Holding tang swords or snowballs, they surrounded Chen Haoren and his group. Chen Haoren and the others' expressions changed drastically. Wu Ye glared and pointed angrily, shouting, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? Chen Haoren, both brave and tough, retorted, ha, so what if there are more of you? Who are you trying to scare? Damn it! Zhang Yang didn't bother with any words and directly ordered, move! Take him down! The battle broke out. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. The numbers, equipment, and quality of the soldiers were completely on different levels, making the outcome of this battle entirely predictable. Chen Haoren, Wu Ye, and their group were all pinned to the ground. Several patches of blood had already stained the snow. Chen Haoren and Wu Ye were still cursing and swearing. You dare touch me? Dongxing won't let you get away with this. 1-on-1! Come on, fight me 1-on-1 if you dare! Zhang Yang looked at them as if they were idiots, and gestured to his men beside him. Chop these 2 down! Seeing that they were serious, Wu Ye immediately chickened out and loudly begged for mercy. Wait! We're all brothers from all over the world. Let's talk this out. Chen Haoren, however, remained defiant, roaring, come on! My head may fall off, but it'll only leave a scar. Damn it, I'll be a hero again in 18 years. With a swift stroke, the knife fell. However, a knife was stuck in his throat. Chen and Wu screamed in agony and struggled violently. After a while, it took a while to finally get rid of them completely. The remaining, Dongxing, people were so frightened that their faces turned ashen and they trembled like leaves. Zhang Yang put on his smiling face again and said kindly to the prisoners, "Now can we have a good talk?" Qin Yun drove to the entrance of the ice and snow paradise. Before me stood a massive archway, entirely constructed of ice crystals. The words, "Ice and Snow Paradise," shimmered brightly above, exuding a dreamlike yet eerie atmosphere. Qin Yun and his 3 companions arrived at the ticket gate. The special Ice and Snow Paradise area requires a ticket for entry. Qin Yun took out the family ticket for Ice and Snow Park and inserted it into the ticket gate. Beep! Family ticket. Allows up to 4 people to enter. The gate is open. The 4 people entered successfully. After passing through the ticket gate and entering the park, another pop-up window appeared. Warning: this area is a violence-free zone. Players are strictly prohibited from harming each other in any form. Violators will be severely punished, including but not limited to permanent attribute reduction, random skill removal, and immediate elimination. Violence prohibited? Safe zone? Qin Yun raised an eyebrow. This was somewhat unexpected. Just then, a voice, almost excessively enthusiastic, rang out. "Welcome! Welcome! A warm welcome to the Ice and Snow Paradise!" A man wearing a thick down jacket, with a fair complexion and a plump appearance, resembling a steamed bun, jogged over. Qin Yun looked at him warily. "Who are you?" He wondered to himself. Could it be an NPC? The chubby man introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Bai Leguang. Lu is the Lun music, not the you in the moon. I'm kind of your guide and intelligence advisor here. This snow park is fraught with danger. One wrong step and you could easily step on a landmine, which could result in injury or even death. So how about we hire a guide? My price is very fair. Only 100 silver coins, with full-time accompaniment, explanation of the rules, and guidance. It's absolutely great value for money, you won't lose out. I obtained all this intelligence through trial and error." Qin Yun sized Bai Le going up and down, and said, 100 silver coins isn't expensive? Besides, how do I know if you're telling the truth? What if you're just making things up and trying to trick us? Bai Le said, "You can rest assured about that. Ice and Snow Paradise is a no-go zone for violence. Harming each other is strictly prohibited. If I were to use false information to trick you, I would be punished. How about this? I'll give you some information for free first, so you can check it out, okay?" Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, "Alright, I'll see what you're capable of first." Bai Le pointed to an amusement park ride not far away. It was a huge platform sculpted from ice and snow. That's speedy snow mole shooting, and each snow mole that pops out of its hole has a different colored crystal ball on its head. You must hit the white crystal ball, or the game will end. You absolutely cannot hit the black crystal ball, or you will be punished. Blue crystal ball, 5 points for hitting. Red crystal ball, 10 points. Purple crystal ball, 20 points. It's best not to hit the green ball either, because it will deduct game time. If you reach a total score of 1000 before the game countdown ends, there is a chance to trigger a treasure chest crystal ball, which contains great items. By the way, you need to buy ride tickets from the self-service ticket machine over there to play. One ride ticket costs 1 silver coin. Bai Jiexing whispered to Bai Jingxing. It sounds pretty interesting. Qin Yun stroked his chin, scrutinized Bai Le and asked, "Why are you so familiar with this place?" Bai Le smile remained unchanged. "To be honest, I arrived here 2 days earlier than you, and I almost lost my life. I finally managed to figure out a bit of the tricks of the trade. That's why I'm thinking of earning some hard-earned money through this, so I can save up some capital to keep living. How about it, boss? Do you want to hire me? You definitely won't regret it. Oh, by the way, there was a group of people playing a snowball dodge game earlier, and they got crushed to death. TSK, if they hired me. Hey, I'm not kidding you, I'm just telling the truth. Qin Yun did not answer directly, but pointed to the ice and snow tower in the distance and asked, "How much do you know about that ice and snow tower?" Bai Leguang's smile froze. Well. Chapter 74, How to Actually Play the Snowball Fight Activity? Boss, that place. I advise you to stay away. Bai Leguang offered a combination of explanation and persuasion. The square was full of snowmen, like an army, and it was impossible to get through. I tried it. As soon as I got close, a huge wave of snowballs came crashing down on me, almost blasting me to smithereens. But as long as you don't go near the central square, nothing will happen. Qin Yun nodded. He asked casually, "Come on, let me verify whether your information is reliable." Bai Leguang said, "Don't worry, it's absolutely reliable." Qin Yun purchased 50 amusement park tickets for 50 silver coins at the self-service ticket machine next to him. Then he took Bai Jiexin and the other 2 girls to the place where they could speed up the snow mole. 5 people were standing on a platform 5 meters above the ground. Below is a square area with a length and width of 50 meters. There are 25 holes, each 5 by 5, neatly arranged on top. Next to it was an inflatable sledgehammer with an exaggerated shape. Qin Yun tried it out and found that although the inflatable hammer was very large, it was very light and had almost no weight in his hand. Bai Jiexin's eyes sparkled, eager to try, and she said, "I'll go first. It looks like fun." She inserted a ride ticket into the coin slot, picked up the sledgehammer, and stood in position. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Ding dong. Game start. Immediately a snow voles emerged from the hole, each carrying a crystal ball. A white crystal ball was placed on its head. Bai Jiexin swung the inflatable sledgehammer and smashed it down. The white crystal ball shattered. The snow rat, its eyes swirling with spiral patterns, staggered and fell into its burrow. Bai Jiexin's interest in playing soared. Then one by one, snow voles emerged, each carrying a crystal ball of a different color. Bai Jiexin reacted quickly and struck sharply, smashing the ball repeatedly, causing her score to steadily rise. At this point, she still had the leisure to say to Qin Yun, "Brother Yun, how was it? Am I amazing?" But as time went on, the moles appeared faster and more frequently, and the crystal ball became more and more chaotic. Bai Jiexin was starting to struggle to cope. Sweat began to bead on his smooth forehead. Sudden! Bai Jie's hands reacted faster than her brain. A black crystal ball was smashed to pieces with a hammer. The snow rat with the black crystal ball on its head immediately displayed a fiery, special effect. Then, sizzle! Bai Jiexin was punished with an electric shock, which made her scream and feel a tingling sensation all over her body, causing the hammer to slip from her hand. Game lost. Bai Jiexin stomped her feet in frustration and anger, saying, "The speed at the back was too fast. There was no time to react at all." Qin Yun smiled, picked up the inflatable sledgehammer, inserted the amusement ticket, and said, "I'll give it a try." The game starts again. At the beginning, Qin Yun easily dealt with the situation thanks to his superhuman reaction speed and dynamic vision, hitting his target every time and accumulating points rapidly. But when the local rats increased their speed to the extreme, flashing like phantoms at the entrances of various holes, he also felt the pressure. Some snow rats popped out but immediately retreated, causing Qin Yun to miss his target. Qin Yun almost hit the snow rat with the black crystal ball on its head. This can't go on. Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat. Lightning flash! Instantly, his speed increased threefold, and his perception and reaction speed soared. The groundhog, which was originally as fast as lightning, became clear and slow in his eyes. I hit. Hammers flashed. White is guaranteed to win. The black ball is passed. The blue, red, and purple crystal balls were shattered with precision. The score is jumping wildly. Bai Jiexin almost couldn't help but shout, "Brother Yun is amazing!" Bai Leguang was also shocked and dumbfounded when he saw it. A game lasts 60 seconds. With only 3 seconds left in the game countdown, a golden snow rat suddenly emerged from a hole in the upper left corner. Inside the crystal ball above its head was a miniature treasure chest, That's it! Qin Yun's gaze sharpened, and the hammer slammed down with the force of thunder. Bang! Golden light shimmered everywhere. A pop-up window appeared quickly. Game over. Score, 1,325 points. Rating, S rank. Reward, Snowman Attrition Card, -1,000, x1. Special reward, obtain 1 treasure chest. Bai Jiexin clapped her hands excitedly and exclaimed, Brother Yun, you're amazing! A card shimmering with cold energy and a treasure chest emitting a faint glow appeared before Qin Yun. Qin Yun picked up the card. There was a snowman pattern with a red cross drawn on it. It says, -1,000. Below. Snowman Casualty Card. Qin Yun pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, It seems that by playing these games, I can obtain item cards to fight off the snowman horde. Although it has not been confirmed, this idea is entirely reasonable. Obtain Snow Paradise tickets. From the giant Yeti monster, play games in Snow Paradise. To obtain item cards, use item cards to counter Snowman Tower Defense. This logical chain is very reasonable and smooth. He then opened the treasure chest. Inside is a pair of stylish, streamlined, and technologically advanced running shoes. Qin Yun immediately changed into the new clothes, and the size was just right. I felt incredibly light on my feet, as if I could leap out with just a little effort. Qin Yun checked his attributes. A +1 was found after speed. Qin Yun was overjoyed. This is a wonderful thing! This verification confirms that Bai Leguang's intelligence is basically reliable. He took out 100 shiny silver coins and handed them to Bai Leguang. I'm hiring you. Bai Leguang took the silver coin, his smile widening even more, his attitude becoming even more enthusiastic and obsequious, saying, Don't worry, boss. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Qin Yun said, Just give a brief introduction to all the attractions in this amusement park that you know. Qin Yun stepped down from the whack-a-mole platform and began strolling around the ice and snow paradise. As Bai Leguang walked, he introduced the games here to Qin Yun. Look over there, that huge, constantly spinning ice and snow plate is the super spinning bowl. People sit inside, and the plate spins at high speed. The longer you stay inside, the better the reward. There's also the snowball throwing for 2 that requires teamwork, testing your coordination, and you get good rewards if you score high. That fenced-off area is for snow bumper cars. When he introduced snow racing, Bai Jiexin's eyes lit up immediately. She had just lost the game and was feeling a bit embarrassed, but when she heard that there was a game she was good at, she immediately perked up. Bai Jiexin is extremely skilled at riding. He grabbed Qin Yun's arm, full of confidence, and said, Brother Yun, I want to play this. I'm good at horseback riding. His riding skills, I must say, are something I have first-hand experience with. Qin Yun nodded and said, Okay, let's go take a look. The group arrived at the snow horse racing venue. This is a huge oval ski slope with a stable next to it, where more than a dozen magnificent white horses are tethered. Bai Leguang quickly explained the rules in detail. The rules for this snow horse racing are as follows. Each person pays 5 amusement park tickets and can choose a horse. You can ride the horse yourself, or you can let the horse run on its own. The track is 3,000 meters long. After the race starts, you ride a horse at full gallop around the track while dodging various obstacles. You can also use snowballs to distract opponents nearby, but you can't directly attack other players. You can only attack horses. The fastest person to complete a lap will receive a reward. In addition, the shorter the time, the richer the reward. Bai Jiexin was eager to try her hand at choosing a horse. Just then, another group of 5 people left the racetrack. He was muttering curses under his breath, looking quite displeased. One of the handsome young men saw the chubby Bai Leguang, his eyes widened, and he immediately led his men over. The handsome young man temporarily ignored Qin Yun and the others, and looked at Bai Leguang, saying, Hey, fatty! Do you have any tips for horse racing? Tell me quickly. Chapter 75 Brother Yun, let me show you my riding skills. Bai Leguang smiled and said, Sorry, boss, intelligence is my livelihood. If you want to know, you'll have to pay. Pay? Another scarred man sneered, stepped forward, almost touching Bai Leguang's face, and pointed at Bai Leguang menacingly. You fat bastard! You want a beating? You dare ask for money? Believe me, I'll make sure you get the money, but don't live to spend it. The warm and friendly smile on Bai Leguang's face vanished instantly. You know what? His sudden change of expression was quite visually striking. Bai Leguang straightened his back, his belly protruding, and pointed his finger at the scarred man's nose while cursing. Fuck! Point your ass at me! You really think I'm a good-natured person? When I wanted to do business with you, you were the boss. Now that I don't want to do business with you anymore, who do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost! This outburst completely stunned Scarface. This also surprised Qin Yun's group. I never expected this chubby, always smiling guy to be so furious when he gets angry. Scarface realized what was happening and was instantly enraged. Feeling humiliated in front of his companions, he roared, You fucking want to die! He swung his fist and smashed it towards Bai Leguang's face. However, his fist, which was 10 centimeters away from Bai Leguang's nose, seemed to have hit an invisible wall. Bang! A muffled thud. Scarface was thrown back 2 or 3 meters by a huge recoil force and crashed heavily into the snow. A bright red warning pop-up window instantly appeared in Scarface's field of vision. Violation of the no violence rule. All attributes permanently reduced by 1 point. Repeat violations will be subject to harsher penalties. Fuck you! My attributes! Scarface Lu Ming let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. 1 o'clock. That's 1 point. Each level up only increases attributes by 0.1 points. Oh no! Scarface's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Bai Leguang. You fatso, you tricked me! You're dead! You're absolutely dead! You better never leave this snow and ice paradise for the rest of your life. Otherwise, even the Jade Emperor couldn't save you, I'm telling you. Bai Leguang was extremely arrogant at this moment. You think I'm easily scared? I really am Xiada, a play on words, implying I'm easily frightened. I can figure out 70 to 80% of the rules of this ice and snow paradise all by myself. Do you think I'm a weakling? Even outside of ice and snow paradise, I can easily crush you, you brainless idiot. Let me tell you, it's not me who has offended you, it's you who have offended me. I just want to sell some information and make some money peacefully. I don't want to fight and kill. You guys forced me to do this, fuck. The handsome young man, named Ying, had a face so gloomy it could drip water. He stared intently at Bai Leguang, having already etched that name onto his death list. Consequently, he came to hate everyone who was with the chubby guy. But when Ying saw the 3 women beside Qin Yun, his eyes widened instantly. Bai Jiexin's lively and charming personality. Bai Jingxin's quiet and pure demeanor. Yan Yuqing's cold and stunning beauty. 3 stunningly beautiful women, each with a distinct style, yet all equally exquisite, instantly ignited his most primal possessive desire. Looking at Qin Yun again, Ying's heart instantly became unbalanced, and a strong sense of jealousy and resentment surged into his heart. Damn it! How does he have 3 such stunningly beautiful female companions? Is he as handsome as me? Is he as good as me? Ying immediately put on what he thought was his most handsome smile, walked forward, and completely ignored Qin Yun. Hi, 3 beautiful ladies, hello? My name is Ying, and I live up to my name. How about we get to know each other and become friends? I know this racetrack well. Want to join me? I can help you win big prizes. He had clearly forgotten that he had just pressed Bai Leguang for the secret to horse racing in the snow. Bai Jiexin rolled her eyes and turned her head away. Bai Jingxin didn't even glance at him. Yan Yuqing gave him a cold and aloof glance, as if he were looking at a pile of trash. The smile on Ying's face froze, and he felt extremely embarrassed, a surge of shame and anger rising to his head. He cast a hostile and jealous glance at Qin Yun. Qin Yun was too lazy to get entangled with this kind of inexplicable person, and said to Bai Leguang, "Let's go, don't waste time." Bai Leguang immediately put on a warm, spring-like smile. "All right, boss. This way, please." A surge of anger rose within Shuai Yingjun, and he took a step to the side, blocking Qin Yun's path with a defiant look in his eyes. Qin Yun stopped and looked calmly into Shuai Yingjun's eyes. The gaze wasn't fierce, but it carried a condescending indifference and an unquestionable authority, as if looking at an ant blocking the way. Qin Yun uttered only one word: "Get lost." The sound wasn't loud, but it struck Shuai Yingjun's heart like a heavy hammer. Shuai Yingjun was intimidated by that gaze and aura. His heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously took half a step back to make way for him. Only after Qin Yun and his group had gone far away did he realize what had happened, and he was immediately filled with shame and indignation, his face turning bright red. "Fuck you!" In Shuai Yingjun's eyes, Qin Yun was the kind of second-generation rich kid he had seen in short videos and novels, born with everything. Hatred towards Qin Yun +1 +1 +1 +100 million. Before the arrival of the urban survival game, he was just a struggling nobody at the bottom of society. Forget about his girlfriend being stolen by a rich kid, he doesn't even have a decent, pretty girlfriend. As for being bullied by the second generation? Wow, he doesn't even have the qualifications to meet a second-generation heir. How could he possibly be bullied by one? All his hatred for the second generation stemmed from his online fantasies and the frustration of not being able to obtain what he wanted in real life. When the urban survival game arrived, he thought his chance had come. He worked tirelessly to upgrade his skills and recruit more people, believing he had finally made it big. But today, Qin Yun's appearance, the stunning beauty surrounding him, and his imposing presence instantly brought him back to reality, stirring up his deepest inferiority and anger. In the past, I was a lowly loser in an urban survival game, unable to get my hands on any top-tier beauties. After transmigrating into the urban survival game, I became stronger and made a comeback. If I still can't get the best beauties, I still can't trample these arrogant second-generation rich kids under my feet. So I wasted my time playing this urban survival game. Bai Leguang led Qin Yun and his group to the starting point of the racetrack. He explained to Bai Jiexing in detail the tricks of horse racing and the patterns of obstacles. Bai Jiexing took notes carefully. Then, she carefully selected the most magnificent-looking white horse, number 7, paid for 5 amusement park tickets, and nimbly mounted the horse. That long leg lift, swing, stride, sit down, and finally straighten its back. Qin Yun felt a strong sense of familiarity. You're definitely skilled at riding." Bai Jiexing laughed and said, "Brother Yun, let me show you my riding skills." Just then, the ever-present, handsome man also followed. He even deliberately chose the number 6 white horse right next to Bai Jiexing, gracefully leaped onto its back, and gave Bai Jiexing a confident smile. "Beautiful lady, how about we ride horses together later? I'll show you my skills." Bai Jiexing didn't even lift her eyelids, completely ignoring him. Handsome and dashing, having been rebuffed, thought to himself, "What's with the high and mighty act? I'll show you my skills later." He was very confident in his horseback riding skills. "After all, I used to work as an equestrian instructor at a tourist attraction." Shuai Yingjun took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and prepared to take the lead and show off. The gate at the starting point emitted a countdown light: green light on, red light on. The gates opened simultaneously. Snow horse racing officially begins. Chapter 76 SSS level rating. Special reward: white horse treading on snow. 10 magnificent white horses shot out like 10 arrows released from a bow. Drive! Bai Jiexing gave a sharp cry, leaned forward, gripped the horse's belly tightly with her legs, and gave the reins a jerk. The number 7 white horse burst forth with astonishing speed, taking the lead and charging ahead. She seemed to become one with the horse. Not to be outdone, Shuai Yingjun cracked his whip, and his white horse, number 6, followed closely behind. He did have some skill and managed to keep up with Bai Jiexing's pace. However, the track is fraught with danger. Just 100 meters ahead, a snowdrift suddenly appeared on the flat snowfield with a loud boom. Bai Jiexin didn't slow down at all. She pulled on the reins, and horse number 7 leaped over the barrage. Shuai Yingjun was startled and hastily pulled on the reins. Although he successfully avoided the snowdrift, his speed was greatly reduced. Immediately afterwards, suddenly, a series of potholes and traps appeared on the track, and the snow collapsed, revealing deep pits. Bai Jiexin, with her superb riding skills, maneuvered her white horse to avoid one pitfall after another. Shuai Yingjun, however, was flustered and clumsy. His white horse stumbled over the edge of the pit several times, and he himself was thrown around so much that he had to hold on to the horse's neck to avoid falling in. On the contrary, those horses without riders, free to run, were faster than the handsome and dashing ones. Whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, a barrage of snowballs shot out from both sides of the track, raining down like a barrage of bullets. Bai Jiexin lowered her body, almost touching the horse's back, and skillfully avoided most of the snowballs by using the horse's charge and agile changes of direction. Occasionally, a few fish might slip through the net and land on her, but she would just tough it out. In reality, these snowballs don't have much power. Their disruptive effect far outweighs their destructive power. Even though it wasn't particularly dangerous, Shuai Yingjun was still badly hit because he couldn't dodge in time. Halfway through the race, an ice and snow barrier suddenly appeared ahead. Bai Jiexin reacted quickly, leaning back as she approached the crossbar, lying on the horse's back, the protrusion grazing the bottom of the crossbar. That was close! We almost suffered a huge loss. Shuai Yingjun also wanted to imitate him, but he missed the timing and crashed into the crossbar, falling off his horse in a sorry state. I rolled around in the snow several times, fell and felt dizzy, had a sharp pain in my chest, and was covered in snow. Fuck! 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 Handsome and dashing, all he could do was helplessly rant and rave. Soon, Bai Jiexin rode the number 7 white horse and crossed the finish line. Game over. Time taken, 4 minutes and 48 seconds. Rating, Grade A. Reward, Snowman Slowdown Card X1. Snowman Slowdown Card. Effect, reduces the movement and attack speed of the snowman horde by 30% for 20 minutes. A card shimmering with an icy blue light fell into Bai Jiexin's hand. Bai Jiexin waved the card excitedly and said, Brother Yun! I got an A-level rating! I got a snowman slowdown card! Her cheeks were flushed from exercise and excitement, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Qin Yun gave her a thumbs up. Amazing! Bai Jiexin, however, was not satisfied with this. But it's only A-level, Brother Yun, I want to play again. I'll definitely do better this time. Qin Yun naturally agreed. Okay, you can play as many times as you want. Why not satisfy Bai Jiexin's competitive spirit and obtain valuable cards to fight the snowman? Handsome and Dashing also participated again. This time, I'm determined to catch up with that arrogant woman who looks down on me. In his mind, Bai Jiexin and the other 2 women look down on him. So he wants to turn the tables and slap them in the face. The second horse race begins. Having gained experience from her first time, Bai Jiexin was able to handle the task more skillfully and grasp the patterns of obstacle appearances more accurately. Like a snow sprite, she rode her white horse, easily avoiding various obstacles, and moving even faster than before. Handsome and Dashing gave it his all, and then they only ran half the race again. Without the chubby white guy to back up him and tell him the patterns and tricks for overcoming various obstacles. And her riding skills are inferior to Bai Jiexin's. Unfortunately, his mindset was unstable, and he was extremely agitated. Under such circumstances, it would be strange to achieve good results in such a competitive competition. Bai Jiexin once again crossed the finish line first with an absolute advantage. Game over. Contestant, Bai Jiexin. Time taken, 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Rating, S rank. Reward, Snowball Power Weakening Card. Snowball Power Weakening Card. Effect, reduces the power of snowballs thrown by the snowman swarm by 40% for 10 minutes. Another useful feature card acquired. Yay! I got an S rank! Bai Jiexin jumped up happily, but then clenched her little fists and looked at Qin Yun with a determined gaze. Brother Yun, I want more! I want to challenge my limits and see if I can get SSS rank. As Shuai Yingjun watched Bai Jiexin achieve excellent results time and time again, while he was completely ignored like a clown, a surge of anger and jealousy burned fiercely in his chest. Damn it, huh? I'll make sure you get nothing! In the third horse race, Shuai Yingjun, with a twisted mentality of, if I can't have it, neither can you, began his disruptive behavior. During the race, Shuai Yingjun suddenly pulled out a snowball and slammed it hard into the hind leg of Bai Jiexin's number 7 white horse. Herod. The white horse, number 7, was caught off guard and struck. Startled and in pain, it let out a neigh and suddenly reared up. Bai Jiexin was completely focused on controlling the direction and had no idea that someone would attack her horse. She immediately lost her balance, screamed, and almost got thrown off her horse. She gripped the reins tightly, squeezing the horse's belly with her legs, barely managing to keep it steady. But this interruption completely threw her rhythm out of control. Startled, the white horse became somewhat difficult to control. By the time she readjusted, a lot of precious time had been wasted, and her mindset had also been affected. In the end, although she still finished the competition, her results plummeted. Game over. Time taken, 6 minutes and 1 second. Rating, C. Reward, 1 amusement park ticket. The handsome man said in a sarcastic and insincere tone. Oh, I'm sorry, beautiful lady, my hand slipped just now. He was clearly being dishonest, trying to prevent Bai Jiexin from getting good grades. Bai Jiexin didn't even glance at him. However, she was naturally furious. But she really wouldn't stoop to getting angry at Shuai Yingjun. Shuai Yingjun was furious that Bai Jiexin ignored him after he ruined her competition. Qin Yun cursed. Damn it! If this weren't a no-go zone, he would have definitely ripped that bastard's head off. Bai Jiexin came to Bai Jiexin's side and said, Sister, I'll help you in the next round. Just focus on charging forward, and leave the rest to me. Bai Jie thought to herself. Okay. Next, Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin registered at the same time, choosing horse number 7 and horse number 8 respectively. Shuai Yingjun once again chose horse number 6, determined to continue causing trouble. The game has started again. Bai Jiexin took the lead, sprinting with all her might, single-mindedly focused. Handsome and dashing, as expected, is up to no good again. Sudden. Whoosh! A snowball, like a cannonball, struck the front leg of his number 6 white horse with perfect accuracy from the side and rear. Click! Herod! The white horse, number 6, let out a mournful cry, its front legs buckled, and it collapsed to its knees. Before the handsome young man could react, he was thrown into the air and landed on the ground with his mouth full of snow. Without the annoying flies bothering her, Bai Jiexin was able to unleash her full potential and bring her superb riding skills to the extreme. She was one with her horse, like a white lightning bolt, galloping freely on the track. Every jump, every dodge, every acceleration is full of power and beauty. Finally, she crossed the finish line at an astonishing speed. Game over. Time taken, 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Rating, SSS rank. Rewards, significantly increased riding skill experience. Riding skill level up to LV4. Special reward, permanent ownership of the snowshoe mount. Includes a full set of premium horse tack. While riding this horse, you will not be attacked by snowmen. Snowball power bonus is disabled. The magnificent white horse, number 7, with its pure white coat and complete tack, walked up to Bai Jiexin and affectionately nuzzled her hand with its head. Bai Jiexin cheered and jumped for joy. She first excitedly hugged her younger sister Bai Jingxin, then like a happy little bird, she flew into Qin Yun's arms, was spun around by Qin Yun, and then kissed him on the cheek. Brother Yun, I did it! SSS level! And I even got my own mount! Aren't I awesome? Qin Yun laughed and said, Impressive, impressive, you're the best! When Shuai Yingjun saw this, his teeth were grinding together. Extremely jealous. Extreme anger and hatred. You too, you scoundrels, just you wait. If you dare leave this hellhole, I'll make you wish you were dead. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. All your women will be mine, mine! His impotent rage went unnoticed. Bai Jiexin said to Qin Yun, Brother Yun, would you like to try riding it? You don't know how? I'll teach you. Qin Yun said, Okay, I'll give it a try. Soon, under Bai Jiexin's tutelage, he and Bai Jiexin enjoyed the exhilarating feeling of galloping on horseback. Chapter 77: The Second Snowman Tide Eruption. Qin Yun was pulled along by Bai Jiexin. We were so excited to ride white horses in the snow. The white horse, treading snow, was pure white and exceptionally swift. It seemed to have recognized Bai Jiexin as its master, and it was also unusually docile towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun didn't know how to ride this horse. But he can learn it. Under the guidance of Bai Jiexin, a master of LV point for riding skills. Add to that the spirituality inherent in snow. He quickly grasped the basics. Yes, that's right. That's the rhythm. Gently. Gradually. The horse's speed increased. Drive! With a long neigh, Ta Shui propelled itself forward, its speed suddenly increasing. A strong wind was blowing in my face. The sound of horses' hooves echoed, and snowflakes flew everywhere. Qin Yun felt the whistling wind in his ears and the powerful surge of the galloping horse beneath him. A sense of exhilaration and freedom arises spontaneously. After a satisfying ride, Qin Yun dismounted, still feeling unsatisfied. Then, Qin Yun returned to the place where he played Speedy Snow Mole Shooting. The SSS level reward for Snow Horse Racing made him envious of the SSS level reward for Speedy Snow Mole Shooting. This time, he's going to challenge for an SSS level rating. Insert your ride ticket and the game begins. With previous experience, and now wearing Tan's swift wind-running shoes, Qin Yun's movements became even smoother and faster. Initially, the gopher was slow, and he seemed to be doing very well. When the speed of the local rat gradually increases to a level that is difficult to detect with the naked eye. Lightning flash, open! Sizzle! An electric arc was visible. His reaction speed and dynamic vision have once again reached their peak. I smash, 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 smash. The hammer's shadows fell like a storm. His movements were so fast that they left afterimages. He seemed to have transformed into a ruthless whack-a-mole machine. At the 56-second mark of the game, the golden snow rat carrying the treasure chest reappeared. Qin Yun flicked his wrist, and the hammer drew a perfect arc. Bang! A burst of golden light. The countdown ended quickly. Game over. Score, 2,088 points. Rating, SSS rank. Reward, Snowman Stillness Card X1. Special reward, obtain 1 treasure chest. Snowman Freeze card, makes all snowmen freeze for 60 seconds during the next snowman wave. Open the treasure chest again. Inside was a tracksuit. Includes Li Ning's hat, Nike's sweatshirt, 362 degrees sports pants, decathlon socks, Jiao Dan's knee pads, and Hongxin Erk's running shoes. Qin Yun immediately changed into it. The size is just right. I was worried that I would be cold after wearing sportswear. It turned out that it didn't. I don't know if it's the effect of this tracksuit, or my body's ability to withstand the cold. After putting it on, Qin Yun felt that his body was much lighter. Open your personal panel to view. Wow, the speed increased by 3. In addition, there is an extra skill Extreme Sports LV0, 0/1000. This is clearly due to the tracksuit. Qin Yun tried it and was astonished. The effect is surprisingly similar to bullet time. In other words, once you engage in extreme sports, the speed of all objects around you will slow down, but your own speed will not, or rather, you will become so fast that everything except yourself will appear to slow down in your eyes. That's a great skill. When used in conjunction with lightning flash. Who can outrun me? Ha! Qin Yun wanted to try again, but he discovered that once he received an SSS rating in a project, he could no longer participate to get the reward. It's a pity that you can't farm items indefinitely. So he encouraged Bai Jingxin and Yan Yuqing to give it a try as well. Bai Jingxin chose a game called Snowman Ring Toss. The rules are to use specially made ice rings to loop over a constantly moving snowman model in the distance, with different points awarded for looping over different parts. Bai Jingxin has a calm personality, focused eyes, and extremely steady hands. She held her breath and focused intently, sending out the ice rings with pinpoint accuracy time and time again. In the end, she received an SS rating. She received a Snowman Miss card, which reduces the hit rate of snowballs thrown by the next snowman wave by 50% for 10 minutes. They also acquired a pair of hacker sunglasses. After wearing it, it can predict the trajectory of long-range attacks such as projectiles and projectiles to a certain extent. Bai Jingxin's cool sunglasses added to her aloof and elegant demeanor. She wanted to challenge for an SSS rating, but failed twice. We had no choice but to give up. Next, it was Yan Yuqing's turn. She chose Snowman Dance, a dance machine-like activity that requires stepping on arrows on an ice panel and dancing to the rhythm of the music. As a result, they failed twice in a row. Qin Yun frowned as he watched, walked over, slapped her, and said fiercely, "If you fail again, I'll give you a good beating when we get back." Yan Yuqing's cheeks were both red and white. As the music started again and the lights flashed, her body seemed to merge into the rhythm. Every step, every turn, every gesture, every twist of the waist and hips was precisely timed, full of power and beauty. Dynamic and full of energy. Qin Yun thought to himself, "Damn it, are you a donkey? You won't move unless I smoke you." Game over. Rating, SSS. Obtaining the Snowman Chaos card will cause the snowmen in the next snowman horde to become chaotic and attack each other for 60 seconds. Then you'll receive a special reward, the skill, Dreamy Dance. The effect is that, through highly seductive and dazzling dance moves, it can influence the mind of viewers at close range, causing them to feel dazed and dizzy. But this skill doesn't seem to be very useful. Just as Qin Yun was leading his people to challenge one amusement park ride after another, Shuai Yingjun and his group, however, followed Qin Yun and his companions relentlessly. Seeing what activities Qin Yun and the others were doing, they followed suit and did the same. And what was the result? Fail. Fail. Another failure. They even suffered several penalties for failure. Shuai Yingjun became increasingly manic. A henchman cautiously stepped forward and advised, "Brother Yingjun, calm down, let's calm down." "Calm down, you motherfucker!" Handsome and Dashing was furious, and almost slapped his underling across the face, but thankfully he held back. Then he yelled, "Get out! You useless piece of trash! Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" The younger brother was thoroughly scolded and shut up. He stared intently at Qin Yun, who was surrounded by 3 beautiful women in the distance, beaming with pride, his teeth grinding together. "Damn it, I'm going to make you pay for this." Anyway, he was convinced that Qin Yun was the kind of annoying, hateful, and damned second-generation rich kid. Therefore, prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Just as Qin Yun was thinking about trying other projects. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire ice and snow park suddenly began to shake violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred. From the direction of the central square in the distance, came a terrifying sound like 10,000 horses galloping. The densely packed, previously still snowman formation suddenly came to life, hopping and skipping as they moved toward the edge of the park. What's even more alarming is that their jumping speed is more than twice as fast as when they last attacked Warm Garden. The white waves surged in like a tsunami. "Oh no, the second snowman wave has broken out," Bai Leguang said. "Run! They'll attack at this moment." After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. "That's fast," Qin Yun immediately said. "Withdraw! Return to Green Willow Residence immediately." Chapter 78 Facing the Yeti Monster Tide. Part 1. Shuai Yingjun watched Qin Yun and the others leave in a hurry, muttering curses under his breath. "That son of a bitch! You just wait, I'll let you go this time. I'll deal with you after I've weathered this wave of snowmen and recovered. When the time comes, I'll make you watch with your own eyes how your woman serves me. Everything you own belongs to me." A sinister and gleeful sneer appeared on his face. It was as if the scene I had imagined had become reality. However, the reality was that he and his 4 men were fleeing for their lives in a panic and disarray. Qin Yun rushed back to Cui Lu residence as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Cui Lu Ju had also entered a state of emergency combat. Knowing that there are tons of snowmen at the ice and snow park, of course we need to monitor it in real time. Drones have played a crucial role. Quickly! Everyone, to your positions! Snowballs! Bring all the snowballs up here! Faster! Faster! Upon seeing Qin Yun return, Su Lan immediately went to greet him. Boss! This is bad! This snowman wave is moving too fast! And it's bigger than ever! Qin Yun said. Don't worry about me, just focus on preparing for battle. I will fully cooperate with your plans. As the saying goes, let professionals do what they're good at. As a complete novice in military affairs, you shouldn't give orders blindly. At the same time, Qin Yun handed over the cards he obtained, such as the Snowman Slowdown card, Snowball Power Weakening card, and Snowman Miss, to Su Lan for her to use. After receiving the 6 cards and understanding their effects, Su Lan was overjoyed and said, Boss, with these cards, our chances of winning will be greatly improved. Without any delay, she quickly returned to the temporary command post. Everyone, I will now make the following arrangements. Reserve personnel, remain in place, and stand by at any time. Zhou Daming, you take charge of the first line of defense. Use the vehicles to build temporary blocking points. If you can't hold them off, use the Snowman's Slowing card to retreat while attacking. Zhao Long, you're in charge of the second line of defense. Reinforce the people on the first line, and once you've joined forces, fight off the snowmen together. If you can't hold out any longer, use the Snowman Miss card. Zhang Yang, you are in charge of supervising the battle team. Anyone who retreats without authorization will be executed. Anyone who disobeys orders will be executed. Anyone who disrupts morale. One concise, clear, and well-organized command after another was issued. At last, she looked at Qin Yun and said, Boss, you are our strongest force and our last line of defense. Please temporarily serve as the strategic reserve and conserve your strength. Especially if a giant snowman appears, you will need to deal with it swiftly and decisively. Qin Yun said, Okay. He had no objection to Su Lan's arrangements. As Su Lan issued her orders, the entire Green Willow residence began to operate in a chaotic yet orderly manner, like an old machine that had just been assembled. After all, Qin Yun's power had only just been put together. Su Lan has done her best to unite these 600+ people. In other words, Su Lan has experience and ability. If it were someone else, things would probably be completely chaotic by now. The foundation of the saying, "Many hands make light work," lies in effective organization. Without organization, it's just a disorganized mess, a chaotic scramble. After more than an hour of intensive preparations, a white tide of death is coming. Zhou Daming led about 100 men to guard the first line of defense. A simple defensive fortification was constructed using a row of Mingma off-road vehicles. Holding a Tang sword, Zhang Yang stood behind the first line of defense with more than a dozen fierce-looking men, his sharp eyes fixed on the people in front of him. The supervisory team was very imposing. But in reality, Zhang Yang was also extremely nervous. He silently prayed in his heart. Goddess Mazu, please bless me. Please let the snowball fly around me. Su Lan used a drone to get a bird's-eye view and grasp the overall situation. She said to Zhou Daming through the walkie-talkie, "Prepare the first line of defense to engage the enemy." At this moment, Su Lan could only pray that this wave of snowmen would be like the last one, just stubbornly moving forward, forward, forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dull sound, like thousands of war drums beating simultaneously, grew closer and closer. The ground began to shake. The white tide line rapidly expanded, transforming into countless bouncing Yeti monsters. Their round bodies hopped and leaped across the snow, moving much faster and covering a greater distance than before. They looked cute, but they exude an aura of destruction. "Smash it, you son of a bitch!" When the first snowman monster entered the 30-meter effective range, Zhou Daming roared and threw a snowball first. Then the first wave of snowballs rained down on the snowman horde like hail. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than 100 snowballs were thrown out with great force, whistling like cannonballs. The snowman monster at the very front was instantly smashed to pieces, a tiny fragment. The effect is like throwing a pebble into a high tide, you can see even a single splash. The snowmen behind them surged forward relentlessly, as if there were no end in sight, and began to retaliate by throwing snowballs. Some snowballs were even colliding in the air, splashing up a cloud of snow. Zhou Daming's team was outnumbered too much. Even with the Mingma off-road vehicles as cover, some team members were still hit by snowballs and fell down screaming. Hold on! Hold on for me! Zhou Daming threw the objects frantically while shouting. But there were too many snowmen, and the pressure on the first line of defense was increasing, and it was about to be overwhelmed. Chaos and panic began to break out in the ranks. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lan decisively ordered, Zhou Daming! Use the snowman's slowdown card. Retreat to the second line of defense while fighting. Without hesitation, Zhou Daming pulled out a card that shimmered with an icy blue light and used it. Buzz! An invisible, icy ripple instantly spread out from him, sweeping across the entire snowman horde. A miraculous scene unfolded. All the snowmen that were hopping forward suddenly slowed down. As if sinking into a sticky swamp, each jump became slow and heavy, and the frequency of throwing snowballs also decreased. The momentum of the Yeti craze was abruptly halted. Zhou Daming roared, Fight and retreat! Quickly! Take the wounded with you! Taking advantage of the situation, he led his team to retreat towards the second line of defense while throwing snowballs backward to slow down the pursuit. However, the group was somewhat chaotic. However, it is already quite an achievement to be able to do this. Su Lan then gave Zhao Long an order over the walkie-talkie. Zhao Long! Provide backup! Cover fire! Zhao Long immediately led more than 100 men from the second line of defense to throw the projectiles with all their might. The two forces joined forces in one place. Using the precious time created by the Snowman Slowdown card, they unleashed a storm of attacks on the sluggish snowman horde. However, the Snowman Slowdown card only lasts for 20 minutes. When the time comes, the pressure on the second line of defense will increase sharply. Zhao Long roared, Commander Su can't hold on any longer! A snowball flew past his scalp, startling him into a cold sweat. Su Lan gave the order. Zhao Long! Use the Snowman Miss card! Everyone, fight and retreat to the third line of defense! Zhao Long immediately crushed another card, the Snowman Miss card. Another strange force field spread out. The snowballs thrown by the snowmen were completely inaccurate and flew everywhere. This, however, gave the second line of defense valuable time to retreat. Soon, the pressure was on the third line of defense. Chapter 79 Facing the Yeti Monster Tide. Part 2. Time passed. The Snowman Miss card has expired. Soon, the Snowman Tide, like a white tsunami, crashed against this third line of defense wave after wave. Hold on! Smash it hard! Give me a snowball! I'm out of ammo! Ouch! Damn! I got hit! It hurts like hell! The shouts of battle surged like waves. Snowballs collided wildly in the air. The broken ice and snow spread like smoke. People kept getting hit by the flying snowballs, screaming as they fell to the ground, only to be dragged away by those behind them. Then the people behind immediately took their place. Of course, some people can't handle the pressure. Zhang Yang immediately led his supervisory team to pounce on them like wolves and tigers, making them feel no pressure at all. Su Lan calmly observed the battle situation through the drone. At a certain moment, Su Lan immediately gave the order via walkie-talkie. Use the Snowman Chaos card. Everyone on the third line of defense, take turns providing cover and gradually retreat to the fourth line of defense. It can be observed that Su Lan only uses cards to deal with the snowmen when the defense line can no longer hold. This will buy everyone enough time to retreat. Snowman Chaos card, use. A strange pink ripple swept across the battlefield. The next second, the Yeti monsters stopped attacking the wall and began throwing snowballs at each other, frantically attacking their own kind. In an instant, a large number of snowmen were knocked down and turned into a puddle of snow. Meanwhile, the people on the third line of defense began to retreat. Unfortunately, the Snowman Chaos card only lasts for 60 seconds. 60 seconds later, the Snowman Horde continued its forward surge. Honestly, the only good news right now is that these snowmen are really single-mindedly charging forward. If they disperse, maneuver, encircle, or flank from behind, then it's over, they definitely can't win. Soon, the third line of defense fell. The manga off-road vehicles that formed the third line of defense were directly submerged and crushed by the tide of Yetis. Only if Qin Yun could obtain 1,000 manga off-road vehicles every day would he dare to squander them like this. The fourth line of defense has begun to engage the enemy. Throw! Throw it as hard as you can! Make way, I'll give them a big one! Holy crap, you stepped on my foot! The street was already packed with more than 300 people, and the scene was somewhat chaotic. But there's nothing we can do about it. The team was just put together, but their quality is evident, and their current performance is already quite good. The good news is that although the Snowman Chaos card has a short duration, its effect is very strong. In just 60 seconds, a large number of snowmen were killed by their own people. People behind the fourth line of defense frantically threw snowballs. The Yeti monsters kept getting smashed. But more snowmen, stepping on the remains of their comrades, continued their attack. People were constantly being hit, falling to the ground with blood streaming down their faces, their fates unknown. Small-scale capes and routs inevitably ensued. John Yang's supervisory team shouted themselves hoarse and choked with their knives, but they still couldn't control the situation. No chaos allowed! Anyone who retreats will die! Damn! There are too many! There are just too many! We can't win at all! Run! I don't want to! Seeing this, Qin Yun decisively took action, wielding his ghost head great sword in a flurry of sweeping and slashing attacks, unleashing a bloody storm. What else could he do? If left unchecked, it will affect the entire situation. Even if a beating leads to the complete collapse of the team, it's better than doing nothing. Fortunately, Qin Yun's swift and decisive actions and terrifying strength brought the situation under control. However, the snowman tide soon approached the fourth line of defense. Su Lan immediately ordered the use of the snowball power weakening card. At the same time, the fourth line of defense was moved to the fifth. This time there was more time and more manpower, so a total of 6 lines of defense were established. Each line of defense can use one card. After using the snowball power weakening card, the snowballs thrown by the snowman will still hurt a lot when they hit you, but they won't cause serious injury or even death. After retreating to the fifth line of defense, we were very close to Green Willow residence. It's best to prevent the snowman from running into the neighborhood. Su Lan stood on the roof of a Mingma van at the entrance of the residential area, holding a megaphone and shouting to the crowd. The snowman is only 1/5 left. Hang in there. We can win. Actually, it's not just that. But this is giving people hope. Anyway, no one else has a drone, so they can't see the size of the snowman. Really? Upon hearing that there was still 1/5 of the Yeti left, everyone saw a glimmer of hope for victory and their morale soared, causing them to frantically throw snowballs. What was supposed to be another small-scale disturbance was averted in an instant. As long as a person has hope in their heart, they will have motivation. The worst thing is if you see no hope, then you're basically doomed. But the fifth line of defense was breached after holding out for 5 or 6 minutes. Su Lan calculated that the time for the snowman power weakening card had come. Before she failed, she ordered a retreat to the 6th line of defense. Otherwise, once the snowball's power returns, retreating will result in a surge in casualties. The men of the 6th line of defense, prepare to engage the enemy. Everyone else, please go inside the residential area to rest. Su Lan's orders are currently being carried out relatively well by everyone. Soon, the new recruits on the 6th line of defense got to work, throwing snowballs at the snowman. Snowman weakening card. When the time is up, the snowballs thrown by the snowman monster will immediately regain their original power. Bang! One person was hit on the head. Luckily, he was wearing a tactical helmet, so he didn't bleed profusely, but he was still knocked unconscious. Someone was hit in the chest, fell to the ground, and vomited blood. Some snowballs have already hit the community wall, cracking the plaster. The pressure is skyrocketing. Seeing this, Sulan immediately shouted, "Reserve team, prepare! Resting personnel, prepare!" Immediately, 100 able-bodied combatants rushed out of the residential area and ran behind a pile of snowballs. The hundreds of people who had gone to rest earlier also stepped over the snowdrifts and stood behind the wall. Sulan shouted, "Ready!" The next second, she used the snowman stillness card. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. All the snowmen that were jumping and throwing snowballs suddenly stopped moving. Even the snowball that flew into the air was eerily suspended there. Sulan shouted, "Everyone! Smash them like crazy! Get rid of them!" Snowballs rained down on the stationary snowmen like a storm. Crackling sounds. One by one, row by row, the snowmen were easily shattered while still in motion. 60 seconds passed quickly. However, the number of Yetis has decreased significantly. Although they resumed operations, their offensive was noticeably weaker. Sulan shouted through a megaphone, "The last little Yeti is here! Hold on! Victory is just around the corner!" At this time, the 2 snowball launchers that were made earlier were also put to use. Although it has little effect, it's better than nothing. Moreover, the snowball launcher itself is fine. The problem is that there are too few of them. Qin Yun clutched the last card, the snowman attrition card, silently waiting for the right moment to use it. Chapter 80, Facing the Yeti Monster Tide. Part 2. The night before dawn is the hardest to endure. The final battle is also the most crucial. The battle on the 6th line of defense has entered its most intense phase. After the effect of the snowman stillness card ends, although the number of snowmen is greatly reduced, there are still many snowmen left. Fueled by the morale of victory in sight, and the hope created by Sulan's constant announcements through the loudspeaker, the team held firm behind the defensive line. People kept getting hit and falling, but immediately someone else, eyes red with anger, would take their place, cursing and throwing snowballs. Even the flamboyant supervisory team joined in the throwing. Having fought this far, any retreat would mean all our previous efforts were in vain. In fact, when people are bloodthirsty and fighting with true ferocity, the thought of retreat never crosses their minds. They all had only one thought in their minds. "I'll fucking kill you!" Persist in. Persist in. Keep going. We've already given it our all, let's give it one last push. Qin Yun held the snowman attrition card in his hand, calculating the number of snowmen remaining in his mind. Time passed little by little. The number of snowmen is decreasing little by little. At a certain moment, that's about enough. Looking at the still vast expanse of white snowmen, but noticeably thinner, Qin Yun felt the time was right. The snowman attrition card was used immediately. An invisible wave swept across the battlefield. Then, as if erased by an eraser, a large portion of the Yeti monster vanished instantly. The once crowded snowman formation suddenly became empty, leaving only a scattered 100 or so snowmen. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 100 or so Yeti monsters seemed to be summoned by something, suddenly stopped attacking, and instead frantically converged towards a central point. Their bodies fused together, piled up, and expanded like melted wax. Before everyone's horrified eyes, an unprecedented behemoth rose from the ground in the blink of an eye. That was a gigantic snowman that was almost 7 or 8 stories tall. It stands on the road, casting a huge shadow. The round, cartoonish shape now looks incredibly terrifying, radiating a chilling pressure that sends shivers down your spine. The nascent hope was instantly swallowed up by despair. Many people who gritted their teeth and persevered eventually had their mental defenses completely collapse at this moment. Some people even dropped the snowballs they were holding and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Qin Yun's voice boomed like thunder. "Sulan! You command everyone to attack it with snowballs! I'll draw its attention!" Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yun, already wearing hacker sunglasses, rode his white horse, treading snow, and charged out like an arrow. Is he really that good at riding? Certainly. Riding a horse is riding, and riding a horse is also riding, so what's so difficult about it? It's easy to just ride a horse at full gallop, but let him try to do some difficult maneuvers while riding. As Qin Yun charged forward, he took out a super snowball, larger than a millstone, from his personal supplies space, which he had prepared beforehand, and slammed it with all his might toward the giant snowman's face. Look this way. Bang! The giant snowball hit the giant snowman squarely in the face, exploding into a huge cloud of snow. His accuracy stemmed from the hacker sunglasses he wore that allowed him to predict his trajectory. The enormous snowman's hollow black eyes instantly locked onto Qin Yun. It let out a deep, angry roar, and condensed into a supergiant snowball with a diameter of over 10 meters. Leave! Boom! The enormous snowball, more than 10 meters in diameter, was thrown out like a meteorite, creating a huge crater in the ground. Although riding the snow-white horse would prevent the snowman from attacking first, if Qin Yun took the initiative, the giant snowman would still launch an attack. Seeing that Qin Yun had attracted the giant yeti's attention, Sulan immediately shouted, "It's been distracted by the boss! Everyone attack! Smash! Smash it hard!" The group awoke with a start, their survival instincts overcoming their fear. They grabbed snowballs and threw them at the giant monster with all their might. Certainly, some people still managed to sneak away. Snap, 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 snap. Snowballs hit the giant snowman's massive body, and although it was like a tickle, the snowballs accumulated and left many holes on its body. Qin Yun rode, Snow Treader, at breakneck speed. Treading on snow is indeed a magnificent vehicle, moving across the snow as if it were flat ground, and at an extremely fast speed. Then, Qin Yun jumped off, treading snow, and slapped it to drive it away. He took out another snowball the size of a millstone from his personal storage space and threw it at the giant snowman. The giant snowman then returned an even bigger snowball to him. Call! It was as powerful and imposing as a meteorite falling to Earth. Lightning Flash! Qin Yun activated his special ability, performing a short distance, instantaneous acceleration and change of direction to dodge the giant snowball. The giant snowman threw several huge snowballs in a row, but none of them hit Qin Yun. So it stopped throwing huge snowballs and started shooting out a dense barrage of small snowballs like a machine gun. It instantly sparked a snowball storm. Qin Yun discovered that relying solely on lightning flash was no longer enough to avoid the snowball storm. I can't even see it clearly. Fortunately, he had a trump card. Extreme Sports, go! Qin Yun activated the effects of the sportswear. In an instant, everything around him seemed to slow down. The tiny snowballs, resembling bullets fired from a machine gun, became visible to the naked eye. If we can see it, things will be much easier. I'm hiding. I dodge to the left. I'll dodge to the right again. Soon, the snowball storm stopped. Perhaps realizing it couldn't kill Qin Yun, the giant snowman turned to deal with the others. Well, it's clearly intelligent. Qin Yun certainly couldn't let it do that. So he took out a snowball the size of a millstone. Holy crap! Holy crap! I'll throw it again. Qin Yun threw 3 snowballs the size of millstones in a row, creating 3 large craters on the giant snowman's head. Now Qin Yun has drawn the giant snowman's hatred, once again. At the same time, Sulan commanded the remaining men to launch a final, fierce attack. Concentrate your firepower! Shoot it in the head! Don't stop! The snowballs must keep rolling! Hold on! Kill it and we'll win! In this situation, everyone is united in their efforts. Snowballs rain down on the giant snowman like a never-ending downpour. Although the damage per unit is low, the sheer number of them results in hundreds of snowballs bombarding the enemy relentlessly. Many hands make light work. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. More and more cracks and holes began to appear on the giant yeti's massive body. Finally, after enduring countless snowball attacks, a large chunk of the giant snowman's head was missing, at least a third of it. But the next second, snow from the giant snowman's belly surged onto its head, clearly to fill the gap in its head. The previous giant snowman didn't have this kind of self-repairing ability. Now! Qin Yun's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he took out a snowball that was incredibly large, spreading his arms in a circle. He used a snowball this big before. Lower your waist, engage your core, and throw with all your might. The giant snowball shot directly at the head of the giant snowman. I'll win! Boom! A louder and deeper explosion than any before erupted. The giant snowman's entire head was smashed open. Then, splash, 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 splash. Like a snow-capped mountain collapsing, countless snowflakes crashed down, almost filling the area completely. Immediately afterwards, a pop-up window appeared in front of the surviving people. Successfully withstood the second wave of the snowman's attack. Reward received. Everyone who participates in the battle will receive a reward. After a brief silence, suddenly, someone burst into laughter and shouted, "We won! We won! We won! Wahahaha! Ahahaha!" Chapter 81 The Post-War Era. The Three Giants of Dongxing Company. The feeling of surviving a disaster is the most exciting and exhilarating. The deafening cheers lasted for a long time. Then exhaustion and pain began to engulf everyone. Then, everyone happily checked their respective rewards. Haha! I can level up! Yay! Yay! Damn, I only got 2 silver coins as a reward? That's way too little! Being alive is good enough. Be content. Hey, how much is your reward? Qin Yun also checked his haul. Silver coins plus 1,500. Experience points plus 35,000. One group ticket for the Ice and Snow Park allows up to 50 people to enter. Citizen level plus 1 star, now a black iron 3-star citizen. Qin Yun cares most about experience points. Haha, with what he'd accumulated before, his experience bar is finally full. Upgrade, upgrade. After a warm current swept through my body, he brought up his updated personal panel. Name, Qin Yun. Level, LV.12, 23,290/89,000. Life, 720/720. Physical fitness, 7.2. Strength, 6.2. Speed, 6.1, plus 3. Spirit, 6.3. With 0.1 free attribute points, Qin Yun added them to speed. Yes, I just want to be a super fast man. Except in certain aspects. Qin Yun was overjoyed to see his level increase by 1. Then, Qin Yun jumped onto a landscape stone. Zhang Yang immediately grabbed a megaphone and shouted, "Everyone be quiet, the boss has something to say." His voice was hoarse from shouting. Fortunately, there was a loudspeaker to amplify the sound. Everyone fell silent upon hearing his shout. At this moment, 400 or 500 people have gathered in the small square behind the gate of Chuiluju. 400 or 500 pairs of eyes were focused on Qin Yun. Everyone, we won! I've said it before, I won't treat him unfairly if he works for me. So everyone will have meat tonight. I'll also give an extra 2,000 silver coins, and each participant will receive a bonus of 3 silver coins. The compensation for the seriously wounded will be doubled, and the compensation for the dead will be tripled. Those without family members will of course not receive any. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Long live the boss! Thank you, boss! Honestly, in the past, everyone worked like slaves for their bosses. Of course, some of them might have been big shots in the past. If the boss pays a lot, the boss is like a godfather, or even a biological father. Of course, if the boss pays a little, then I am the boss's biological father. Now, with Qin Yun the boss, giving them money and meat, all everyone wants is to say, having wandered half a lifetime without ever encountering democracy, we are willing to worship. The previously somber atmosphere was instantly ignited. But Qin Yun's expression changed. Good performance is rewarded, and bad performance is punished. Find out all those who performed poorly before, and bring back those who tried to escape. Punish them severely. I'm providing you with food and shelter, not so you can run away when it matters. Upon hearing this, and seeing Qin Yun's imposing presence, the enthusiasm in everyone's hearts cooled down considerably. Those who knew they hadn't performed well were especially doomed. Of course, those who thought they had performed well were confident, and not afraid at all. Qin Yun jumped off the ornamental rock and said to Su Lan and Zhang Yang, "I'll leave the cleanup and finishing up to you." Su Lan solemnly accepted the order, saying, "Yes, boss." Zhang Yang said, "Brother, you should go and rest. We can take care of things here." Loyalty. Show positive attitude. He's got this golden thigh wrapped around his finger. Not even Jesus could pry it off. Qin Yun led Ta Shui back to Villa A01. As soon as you approach the gate, the villa door opens first. Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin, the mother and daughters, immediately surrounded Qin Yun, showing great concern and anxiety. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. Now their hearts and bodies are completely tied to Qin Yun. Lin Yalan and Yan Yuqing stood at the villa entrance watching. In terms of their relationship with Zhou Yaji and her two daughters, they naturally wouldn't compete for a seat with them. As Qin Yun's women, the five of them naturally didn't need to participate in the battle, but their hearts were constantly in suspense as they listened to the deafening shouts of battle outside. Now, the anxiety that had been hanging over me has finally subsided. Zhou Yaji said, "The hot water is ready. Go and take a shower first." Qin Yun said, "It's not that complicated. I'll eat something first, I'm starving." Continuously using superpowers and skills is extremely physically and mentally taxing. Afterwards, Qin Yun wolfed down his food, then quickly took a shower and crawled into bed. I woke up at 5 p.m. feeling refreshed. His face was glowing. He glanced at the supplies unlocked today. 1,000 bottles of powerful toilet cleaner? Well, it's somewhat useful. Qin Yun had Yan Yuqing call Su Lan and Zhang Yang over to inquire about the follow-up situation. Su Lan said, "Boss, the casualty statistics are in. There were 620 people involved in the battle, with 87 killed in action and 45 seriously wounded and incapacitated. As for the wagons used as cover, they were all destroyed." Qin Yun nodded silently. 1/6 of our personnel were lost in battle. He didn't care at all that the entire chariot was destroyed. You can get 1,000 cars every day, why worry about the cost? Qin Yun said. Su Lan, seize the time to reorganize the existing team and improve its combat effectiveness. Zhang Yang, continue to recruit survivors. Yes, brother. Zhang Yang quickly accepted the order and then said, Also, brother, I'm wondering if the size of this Yeti tide is related to our numbers and combat strength. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow. Oh? What do you mean? Zhang Yang analyzed. Think about it, if all settlements encounter such a fierce Yeti tide as we did this time, how many people besides us will survive? This wouldn't be a survival game, it would be a one-sided slaughter game. I suspect that the larger the number of people and the stronger the settlement, the fiercer the Yeti tide it will attract. Conversely, smaller settlements may face much less pressure. Qin Yun thought for a moment, then nodded and said, That makes sense. While you're at it, also check out the situation in other places where people gather around, see how much they've lost, and verify your idea. At the same time, Jiuli Hongwan is a mid-range residential community. Property Management Center. The atmosphere was equally somber in the conference room of Dongxing Company's headquarters. One of the subordinates was reporting to the three bosses. President Xiao, Sister Bingyu, Brother Ingjun, we've suffered huge losses this time. Originally, we had 437 people, but now, we only have a little over 200 left. More than half of us are dead. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a muscular build and fierce eyes. It was Xiao Xingyang, the big boss of Dongxing Company. Xiao Xingyang used to be a wealthy man's bodyguard, and he was exceptionally skilled. The name, Dongxing Company, is the name of his former boss's company. I used to be a slave to my boss, but now I've built my own, Dongxing Company, and become the boss. Being a boss in the past is awesome. Sitting next to him was a woman with a fiery temperament and stunning beauty. She was the second boss, Zhang Bingyu. He was once a professor at Lojia University, shrewd and capable, and a taekwondo expert. However, she deeply loathed men, believing them to be disgusting garbage. In addition, she has a secret identity, a dog remotely bred by the US to incite conflict between men and women at the University of Tokyo and to promote diversity within the university. Of course, on the other hand, this secret identity is a thing of the past. Now even the US is gone. What's the point of doing that? The last one was handsome and dashing. He was the third in command at Dongxing Company. Xiao Xingyang tapped the table and said in a deep voice, "The casualties are heavy, but the foundation is still intact. The most urgent task is to replenish manpower. Bingyu, what do you think?" Zhang Bingyu's voice was clear and cold, her reasoning sharp. "Small settlements, we'll annex them directly. Medium-sized settlements, we can try forming alliances. Large settlements, we shouldn't provoke them for now. We need to restore our strength as soon as possible." Shuai Yingjun immediately chimed in, saying, "Sister Bingyu is right. And then there's that ice and snow paradise, it has so many benefits. We must send more people there to get more of those magical cards." Xiao Xingyang nodded and said, "Okay. Yingjun, you've been to ice and snow paradise before. This time we got a group ticket, so you can choose a group to go. Bingyu, please take care of expanding our manpower." Zhang Bingyu and Shuai Yingjun nodded in agreement. The meeting of the Big Three has concluded. Shuai Yingjun invited Zhang Bingyu to dinner, but Zhang Bingyu said, "I'm busy," and left. He watched Zhang Bingyu's slender figure disappear into the distance, a burning desire and a sense of certainty flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Stop pretending! Once I find a chance to kill Xiao Xingyang and become the real boss of Dongxing, I'll see how I deal with you." Chapter 82. Back to the Ice and Snow Park. Destination, the Central Tower. Inside Villa A01. The lights were bright, and the atmosphere was warm and inviting. The first night after a fierce battle always requires some special comfort to dispel the tension of the day. After a satisfying meal and a relaxing hot bath, Qin Yun lay on the bed, enjoying the services of Bai Jiexing and the others. Yes, right there. Push harder, a little harder, hiss. Don't misunderstand. It's just shoulder massage, leg pounding, lower back massage, acupressure, and other very proper, legitimate, and healthy treatments. Qin Yun excels at this. After he taught Bai Jiexing and the others how to do it, he could just lie back and enjoy himself. He used to pretend to be blind and give massages to others, but now others are giving him massages, and they're all top-notch beauties. It's so comfortable and relaxing. It's just that the technique and skills are rather clumsy. But that's alright, practice makes perfect. Yan Yuqing, however, was quite skilled in acupressure massage, especially the acupressure points on the head. Her technique was expert, and her control of the pressure was very precise, which Qin Yun thoroughly enjoyed. Yan Yuqing is certainly good at it. After all, she was a modern-day Yangzhou slender horse, a euphemism for a prostitute. She had seriously studied the art of serving men. At least at this moment, Qin Yun felt that he had no regrets in life. Night was falling. Qin Yun was so comfortable he was almost asleep when he casually asked, "What time is it?" Bai Jiexing glanced at the time and said, "It's 10 o'clock. Qin Yun asked, "Should we do it?" He wanted to ask if it was exactly 10 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Bai Jiexing's already flushed face turned even redder, and she said, "Well." Qin Yun said, "Then." He wanted to say, "Then let's go to sleep." As the saying goes, early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy. Going to bed at 10 p.m. every day has always been Qin Yun's dream, but unfortunately, because he used to work like a slave, he has never been able to achieve it. Now that I'm a big shot, I can finally go to bed at 10 p.m. on time, right? As a result, Bai Jiexing answered immediately. Qin Yun was shocked. "If you do that, I won't be sleepy anymore." "Sleep? What are you talking about? Stand up and party." That night, the lights in the master bedroom of the villa were not turned off until 1 or 2 in the morning. The next morning, Qin Yun woke up, and a delicate fragrance wafted from her. When he discovered that Yan Yuqing was actually sleeping on the floor, he thought to himself, "I still need to get a bigger bed." Then, as was his habit, he first checked the resources unlocked in the daily life system. First type, 1000 vigorous power fruits. The second type, 1,000 cakes of premium 10-year-old pu'er tea. The third option, 1,000 bricks. The fourth type, 1,000 bottles of Lao Gan Yang chili sauce. Fifth type, 1,000 boxes of playing cards. A superpower that grants boundless energy? Qin Yun's eyes lit up. It's true what they say, what you wish for comes true. If I had the superpower of excessive energy, wouldn't I be able to do even more things? Yes, I'm a very career-oriented person. After breakfast, Sulan and Zhang Yang arrived on time to report. Sulan first reported on the detailed distribution of compensation and rewards, and everything was in good order. Zhang Yang then suggested, "Brother, I have an idea. We have relatively abundant resources and good benefits right now. Instead of going through all the trouble of finding people, why not let talent come to us on its own initiative?" Qin Yun raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Tell me more." Zhang Yang spoke enthusiastically. "We can send people out and spread the word that our Emerald Willow residence is well stocked and offers excellent treatment. In this way, those small groups and lone wolves struggling to survive will definitely be tempted and come to us on their own. Especially after yesterday's second wave of snowmen, many more people will surely be displaced." He paused for a moment, then said, "The only risk is that the bigger the tree, the more the wind will blow against it. It might attract the hostility of other powerful forces." Qin Yun scoffed and said, "Why should I care if they die?" Then he said, "Okay. Zhang Yang, I'll leave this to you." Zhang Yang acknowledged the order and said, "Yes, brother." Qin Yun added, "However, we still need to arrange for someone to actively recruit people." After saying that, he looked at Sulan and said, "Sulan, select 50 top-scoring newcomers from the existing staff. I want to take them to the ice and snow paradise. On the one hand, we need to acquire more resources to deal with the snowmen. On the other hand, I also want to see if there are any promising talents among them. Now that we have more manpower, we are desperately short of reliable managers." Sulan said, "Yes, boss, I'll take care of it right away." After giving his instructions, Qin Yun told Sulan and Zhang Yang to get to work. Sulan is very efficient. An hour later, 50 carefully selected team members had gathered in the community square. These people, both men and women, were all outstanding and courageous fighters who had performed exceptionally well in the last defensive battle. His eyes held both off for Qin Yun and a hint of excitement and curiosity at being chosen. Qin Yun looked at the team and briefly explained their purpose: to go to the ice and snow paradise, to obtain important resources and cards. He also made it clear that those who performed well would have the opportunity to be given important responsibilities. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 50 team members lit up with surprise. "Isn't this just like the boss personally testing them? If you do well on the exam, won't the benefits be few?" The convoy then set off. 10 Mummer off-road vehicles, carrying 50 people, once again headed towards that ice and snow paradise. The convoy arrived at the park entrance. The enormous ice crystal archway still radiated a magnificent yet eerie light. Qin Yun took out the Ice and Snow Park group ticket and used it at the gate at the entrance. After the ticket was checked, the gates slowly opened. With a mix of nervousness and curiosity, the group stepped into the amusement park grounds. The familiar area announcement popped up again, emphasizing the rule of no violence allowed. As soon as I entered, that familiar, chubby figure came running over with a big smile on his face. "Oh my! Boss Qin! You're here again? And with so many people! Welcome, welcome!" Bai Leguang was so enthusiastic, as if he had seen a relative. His small eyes darted around and scanned the group behind Qin Yun, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. "Why did you bring so many people? This Mr. Qin has a lot of influence. He's a big client." Qin Yun said, "You're really enthusiastic." Bai Leguang laughed and said, "Making money is something you have to be proactive about. If you're not proactive about making money, then there's definitely something wrong with your head." Qin Yun didn't waste any words with him and simply tossed him 100 silver coins. 100 silver coins. Same as always, today's guide and intelligence are included. Bai Leguang's face immediately broke into a wide smile. "The boss is so generous. Rest assured, your satisfaction is guaranteed." Which activity do you want to participate in today? I'll give you a detailed introduction and guarantee that you and your brothers will achieve excellent results. Qin Yun bought 2,500 amusement park tickets and distributed them to the 50 people. Then he said, "Listen up, everyone, you will follow him to all the attractions here. All rewards will be recorded and confiscated. You will supervise each other. Anyone who keeps any for themselves will face my wrath." All 50 people replied, "Understood, boss." Qin Yun understood human nature deeply. Someone will definitely keep it for themselves. If he finds out, he won't be polite. Anyway, the opportunity has been given to them. Whether they can seize it is up to them. Then, Qin Yun headed towards his true destination, the Central Plaza. The Ice and Snow Tower. Chapter 83. Women are born to love. Women help women. Shortly after Qin Yun led his team into the Ice and Snow Paradise, another group of people also arrived at the park entrance. Handsome and spirited, he jumped out of the lead SUV. He was followed by 45 people. He rented the car from a car rental company called Chow Chow Car Rental. Yes, he rode in a car, while the others walked. The boss naturally gets the treatment of a boss. This vehicle belongs to Dongxing Company. He was only using it critically for the time being. The 45 men that Shuai Yingjun led were all from Dongxing Company, who were brave and hardworking and trusted him. It's fair to say that those who survived the last wave of the snowman craze are no ordinary people. Brothers! Handsome and dashing, hands on his hips, pointed at the amusement park entrance, full of confidence. Last time we were unprepared and had few tickets, so we suffered a loss. This time, we have group tickets, so we have a lot of people to rely on. There's only one goal, to rack up as many rewards as possible. Especially those amazing cards that can deal with snowmen, the more the better. His eyes gleamed with greed and ambition. As long as we reap enough rewards this time and make a significant contribution in the next snowman wave, I'll have the leverage to challenge Xiao Xingyang's position. When I become the boss of Dongxing, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Money, women, you can have anything you want. He actually dared to say such things out loud? Aren't you afraid that Xiao Xingyang might be among their spies? Either he's bursting with self-confidence, or maybe they're just not smart enough. Anyway, there are all kinds of people in this world, just like the saying goes. One kind of rice feeds 100 kinds of people. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Handsome guy is awesome. Follow handsome brother. The subordinates cheered and shouted encouragement, creating a lively atmosphere. Shuai Yingju nodded in satisfaction. They pulled out their group tickets and led their large group into the park. He was determined to do whatever it took to get the best rewards before everyone else. He even prepared 100 silver coins to hire by Leguang, if he was still alive. Handsome Shuai was thinking, I'll hire him first. After he leaves the ice and snow park, I'll rob him of the money. Haha, perfect. However, when he led people into the Ice and Snow Paradise, he discovered. Why are there so many more people at Tama today? Asshole. Stop. Don't you dare steal my rewards and cards. At the same time, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the gate of Chuiluju. Zhang Bingyu rode a rented second-hand motorcycle, her posture upright, her cold and beautiful face carrying a hint of scrutiny. She was followed by about 100 people, making the group appear somewhat disorganized. But only about 40 of them were brought out by her from Zhilihangwen. The remaining 60 or 70 people were survivors gathered along the way, mostly men. Zhang Bingyu actually didn't want to take in men, she preferred women. But the reality doesn't allow it. But she has already made up her mind that she will definitely build a pure land for all women in the future. All you filthy, smelly men, get the hell out of here, or become my dogs. Looking at the clearly reinforced and well-organized walls and fortifications of Chuiluju, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Bingyu's eyes. Zhang Bingyu instructed one of her trusted confidants. Go and knock on the door. Not long after, Su Lan led her group out of the residential compound. She looked at Zhang Bingyu and asked, Who are you? What brings you here? Zhang Bingyu looked up and saw Su Lan's capable, calm, serious and earnest demeanor, and her heart stirred slightly. She had assumed the leader here was a man, but it turned out to be a woman. This instantly transformed her initial intention to annex into persuasion. Just because the other person is a woman. My name is Zhang Bingyu. She smiled, introduced herself, and then said, We mean no harm. We just came to take a look. Perhaps we can exchange survival tips in the game, or even collaborate. Are you the person in charge here? Chen Haoren had told her about Cui Lu Ju. But Chen Haoren didn't know whether the owner here was male or female. Su Lan did not answer directly, saying, There's not much experience to share here. We also don't have any plans to cooperate at the moment. Seeing that the other party did not deny it, Zhang Bingyu assumed that she was the person in charge here and asked, What's your name, sister? Su Lan said, Su Lan. Zhang Bingyu then said, Sister Su, to be honest, I have a goal. In this chaotic world, it is especially difficult for women to survive. I hope to establish a sanctuary led by women, where we support each other, a place where sisters can live in peace and no longer be bullied. I see that you have an extraordinary temperament and outstanding abilities. Why not join us and realize this ideal together? Su Lan was taken aback. She never expected Zhang Bingyu to say that. Immediately, her mind raced, and she realized that this was an opportunity. Since the boss is planning to expand the workforce, why not take over these 100+ people? A perfectly timed expression of appreciation crossed her face as she praised. Your goal is indeed enviable. However, this matter is of great importance and requires careful consideration. Since you've come from afar, why don't you come in and have a cup of tea, and we can discuss it in detail? Upon hearing this, Zhang Bingyu was secretly delighted, but smiled and said, All right. Then I'll have to trouble Sister Su. So she only brought 4 personal female guards with her into the Green Willow residence. The others waited outside the door. It's not that she lacked vigilance. Firstly, she believed that women are born to love, women will not hurt women, and women will help women. Secondly, she is very confident in her own abilities. Ice and Snow Park. Edge of the central square. Qin Yun hid behind a huge ice sculpture, his brows furrowed as he stared ahead. The square was densely packed with Mishua Ice City snowmen, standing quietly like an army awaiting inspection. The towering ice and snow tower stood in the center of the square, its base flashing with a ghostly blue light every 30 seconds or so, each time with 2 new snowman monsters jumping out and joining the formation. Now it produces 2 Yeti monsters per minute. This production rate is even higher than yesterday. Qin Yun felt a chill run down his spine. At this rate, the scale of the 3rd wave of snowmen will probably exceed expectations. He cautiously moved closer, trying to get a better look. However, just as he stepped into a space about 15 meters from the edge of the square, something unexpected happened. The dozens of snowmen near the edge of the square seemed to be activated at the same time, turning their heads in unison to look in Qin Yun's direction. The next second, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A massive snowball rained down like a storm, covering an entire area and virtually blocking all angles for dodging. Lightning flash! Qin Yun's expression changed, and arcs of electricity crackled around his body as he instantly retreated. Bang 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 bang. The snowballs slammed into the spot where he had just been standing and into the ice sculpture behind him, exploding into a shower of snow. Qin Yun narrowly avoided the attack and retreated to a distance of 20 meters. Once the Yeti monsters lost their target, they returned to stillness, as if nothing had happened. The formation didn't change at all. Qin Yun felt a chill run down his spine. The density and speed of that wave of snowballs far exceeded the attack of a normal snowman horde. Even with lightning strikes and extreme sports, forcing your way through would likely be a tough nut to crack. Qin Yun stared intently at the tall ice and snow tower that kept producing snowmen. Taking down that ice and snow tower is definitely the main storyline of this snowball fight activity. He thought about the functional cards he had acquired. Those cards, perhaps they can also be used on the Yeti monster in the square? However, those cards are valuable strategic resources for dealing with the Yeti horde. If they're used up in the park, what will Green Willow House rely on to withstand the 3rd wave of snowmen? Another option is to wait until the snowman rush begins and the square is empty before taking the opportunity to rush towards the tower. But if that were the case, I would have to leave Green Willow Residence. What if the Green Willow Residence is breached by the snowman while I'm away? Qin Yun rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a thorn in his side. He is not a cold-blooded or heartless person. Although most of the hundreds of people at Chui Lu Ju were gathered there for profit, they still called him boss and entrusted their lives and fortunes to him. He couldn't bring himself to put the entire outpost in danger for an operation whose success was uncertain. Qin Yun gazed at the towering ice and snow that seemed to stand forever, muttering to himself. What should I do? Chapter 84 Handsome and Dashing. I'm so smart, wahahaha. Qin Yun temporarily put aside his annoyance with the ice and snow tower. He decided to go back and rejoin his team first. When he walked through several amusement areas and found his own line, he realized that something was wrong. The team was gathered in front of a snowball bowling activity and seemed to have run into trouble. A clever young man named Ouyang Ning saw Qin Yun return and immediately ran up to him, reporting the situation with resentment on his face. Boss, you're finally back! Ouyang Ning pointed to another group of people not far away. Those guys are deliberately causing trouble. When our people went up to challenge the project, they would crowd around and shout, or deliberately throw small snow blocks onto the track to interfere, causing several of our brothers to fail the challenge. Or they might be trying to steal my projects, copying whatever we do. But this is a no-violence zone, so we can't do anything. It's infuriating. Qin Yun looked in that direction and immediately frowned. TSK. It turned out to be that group of handsome and dashing guys. What a small world. Shua Yingjun also saw Qin Yun and was taken aback at first. His face immediately revealed undisguised disgust, resentment, and smugness. He then realized that this team belonged to Qin Yun. New grudge. These people came to steal my rewards and cards. Old grudges. Yesterday's hatred and conflicts. Two surges of hatred welled up in his heart, and he grinned, swaggering over with a few of his men. Oh ho! Who do we have here? Isn't this so-and-so? So these are all your lackeys, you rich kid? Shua Yingjun spoke in a sarcastic tone, his gaze sweeping over the group behind Qin Yun, full of provocation. Sorry, I've booked this snow and ice paradise for today. Please move aside, please move aside. Or else, hee. He raised his voice and shouted to his men and anyone else who might be nearby. Listen up, everyone! As long as we're here, these guys won't be able to challenge the game peacefully and get any resources or cards. I'm going to stick with you guys today. I'm going to discuss you to death. Faced with such shameless behavior, Qin Yun's team members were all filled with righteous indignation, their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. But under the rules of the no-violence zone, no one can do anything to Shua Yingjun. Qin Yun, however, was not as angry as his subordinates. He just looked at Shua Yingjun with a mocking expression, as if he were looking at a clown. After Shua Yingjun finished shouting, he chuckled, his tone filled with undisguised sarcasm. Are you trying to cause trouble? Go ahead and smash it. I don't care. Shua Yingjun was taken aback. What do you mean? Qin Yun looked at them with the same eyes one would use to look at idiots and clowns. You're interfering with us, so we won't get the supplies and cards. But what about yourselves? Are you so busy causing trouble that you have no time or energy to take on any challenging projects? If we can't handle the third wave of the snowman craze, do you think you can? If you're determined to do something so stupid that you'll kill 1,000 enemies while losing 10,000 of your own, what can I say? I can only admire your intelligence. After saying that, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Besides, you can interfere with others, but can you interfere with me? With my strength, I can choose whichever project here I want to run. What about you? By then, I'll have a ton of cards and resources, while you'll have nothing. Let's see who dies first. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, instantly calming down the hot-headed Shua Yingjun. Damn it, I was so busy disgusting Qin Yun that I neglected my own business. Depend on. If we can't handle the next snowman rush, everything will be in vain. In an instant, Shua Yingjun's face turned pale and then red, looking extremely ugly. After a moment's thought, Shuai and Jun called out, "Let's go." They left with their men. Damn, we really can't waste any more time here. Once they were out of sight, a man with a pointed face and glasses named Pang Liang rushed forward to offer his advice. "Handsome, we can do this. Let them work themselves to death to challenge the game and get cards. We should conserve our energy and strength. When they leave the snow park, they'll definitely be exhausted. We'll wait for them and rob them on the way. It'll be like making them work for us." Shuai Yingjun was already furious when he heard this brilliant plan, and slapped Pang Liang on the back of the head. "Work to earn a living? I'll smash you with a watermelon. Are you out of your mind? They got the resource cards, so they're even stronger. Will we be the ones robbing them, or will they robbing us? Do you think they're made of clay?" To be honest, Shuai Yingjun's IQ fluctuates quite a bit. For a moment I lost my mind. Then the brain comes back to mind. Intelligence is a mystery. Pang Liang covered his head, feeling wronged and dared not speak again. After scolding the strategist, Shuai Yingjun calmed down and his mind raced. Suddenly, an even more ingenious plan of driving the tiger to devour the wolf, and the snipe and the clam fighting, took shape in his mind. A smug smile crept across his face, and he immediately ordered Pang Liang, "You, take the brothers and hurry up and challenge the easy ones. You must get me 100 cards." Pang Liang pointed at himself, bewildered. "Huh? Me? Did I hear that right? Let me lead a team and get 100 cards? Hey, if I had that kind of ability, would I still call you boss? I'm your boss." Shuai Yingjun patted Pang Liang on the shoulder and said, "I trust you to handle things. When I become the big boss, I'll make you the second boss and find you a beautiful boss's wife." Pang Liang opened his mouth. What else can I say? Then, alone, Shuai Yingjun walked quickly to the amusement park exit, got into the rented car, stepped on the gas, and sped off towards Jiuli Homon. Upon returning to the headquarters of Dongxing Company, Shuai Yingjun couldn't wait to find Xiao Xingyang, who was supervising the construction. The so-called construction actually involved bringing in snow, piling it up, and building a snow wall to enclose Julihangwen. Shuai Yingjun was very dismissive of this. What's the point of building a wall? He was inwardly disdainful, but outwardly feigned surprise, saying, "Brother Yang, a major discovery! I found a group of people in the ice and snow paradise, about 40 or 50 of them, frantically farming rewards and cards." Xiao Xingyang said, "Tell me in detail." Shuai Yingjun then embellished the story and began to elaborate. "They don't have many men, but they look very elite. Because of the rules of the ice and snow park, we can't take action against them inside the park, but I have an idea. Let's hold back for now and let them work themselves to death collecting supplies in the park. We'll ambush them when they leave the park, exhausted and laden with their loot. I've done the math. They only have 50 people, while we're sending out 100 elite troops. It'll be like 2 sandwiches with cheese, 2 against 1. The advantage is in our hands. By taking them over, we can not only seize all their spoils but also absorb their manpower. A win-win situation." Xiao Xingyang's eyes flickered. He was actually persuaded by Shuai Yingjun's plan. After a moment's hesitation, he made the decision. "All right. Do as you say. I'll gather 50 skilled men right now and set off immediately to ambush near the amusement park exit." Shuai Yingjun watched Xiao Xingyang deploy his troops and felt extremely smug. Fight! Fight! It would be best if both sides were severely injured. Once you've almost finished fighting, I'll come out and clean up the mess. Then Dongxing will be mine, Zhangbingyu will be mine, and the rewards and cards will all be mine, all of them will be mine. I'm so smart. Even if Zhuge Liang were alive, he couldn't compare to me, ha ha ha. Chapter 85. Haha, Yuqin guys, you're surrounded. Ice and Snow Park. Now let's talk about. Not long after Shuai Yingjun left, Bai Leguang approached Qin Yun, his small eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Boss Qin, the kid who was causing you trouble just now drove off in a hurry. Judging from his smug and sinister expression, he probably didn't have anything good in mind. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun pondered for a moment, and roughly guessed the other party's plan, Nothing more than going back to get reinforcements and ambushing him outside the amusement park. He chuckled. Does he really think he's the smartest? Qin Yun gave Bai Leguang 100 silver coins and said, Thank you for the reminder. This is the intelligence fee. Bai Leguang chuckled. Thank you, boss. Qin Yun asked, What other valuable intelligence do you know? He waved his hand as soon as he finished speaking and said, Forget it, let's not talk about that for now. The most important thing right now is to hurry up and farm more rewards and cards. You continue leading the way. Bai Leguang replied enthusiastically. All right. Leave it to me. After that, Qin Yun personally led his underlings to challenge one amusement park ride after another, earning rewards and cards. Sure enough, Shuai and Jun returned halfway through. But Qin Yun simply ignored him. Shuai and Jun stopped causing trouble for Qin Yun and his group and instead led his subordinates to farm rewards and cards. However, without Bai Leguang's intelligence support, they could only try it with their own bodies, and they were all tortured and screamed. Quilyuju. The reception room of the property management center. The aroma of tea wafts through the air. The heating is on full blast. Facing the three female leaders, Su Lan, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin, Zhang Bingyu completely let down her guard and became very talkative. Her eyes shone as she passionately described her grand vision of establishing a pure paradise for all women. Ladies, just imagine, wouldn't a world without male oppression and violence be wonderful? We women can set our own rules and help each other. Those filthy, stupid men who only know how to solve problems with violence deserve to be our slaves and tools. She used the rhetoric of extreme feminist communities online, becoming more and more agitated as she spoke. Su Lan's acting skills are superb. Her face reveals longing and approval at just the right moments, and she occasionally interjects to express her agreement. Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin nodded in agreement, revealing expressions of being deeply moved and longing for it. They were obviously dragged over by Su Lan and were forced to work. But the effect was excellent. When Zhang Bingyu saw that Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin were also in charge here, her wariness decreased even more. It has to be said that the saying, "Women are born actresses," is absolutely true. The three women, Su Lan, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin, completely captivated Zhang Bingyu. Seeing that they were all moved by her ideals and aspirations and agreed with her, Zhang Bingyu was overjoyed and felt that she had found like-minded comrades. Wariness? What is that? Of course, you should trust your sister wholeheartedly and unconditionally. After all, a sister wouldn't lie to a sister. It was lunchtime. Su Lan warmly invited Zhang Bingyu and her 4 female guards to dine together. The meal was very plentiful. It has a perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. Zhang Bingyu and her group of 5 were completely unsuspecting, and since they hadn't had such a sumptuous meal in a long time, they all wolfed down their food. However, she didn't know that the meal was prepared by Lin Yalan. Lin Yalan had initially tried to drug Qin Yun, but failed. Now, she has succeeded. Shortly after the meal, Zhang Bingyu and her guards felt a strong wave of dizziness and soon lost consciousness. Tie him up, lock him in the basement, and keep a close watch on him. The gentleness on Su Lan's face vanished instantly, replaced by her usual cold and decisive demeanor. Immediately afterwards, she personally led the team and swiftly and easily disarmed the 100 or so people outside the door who were leaderless and brought them under control. Thus, she captured more than 100 people without shedding a drop of blood. Then, Su Lan immediately ordered, "Zhou Daming, Zhao Long! Gather 100 men, and take those among the surrendered who are willing to perform to point out directions and identify people to Jiuli Hongwan. Take advantage of its weakness and completely annex Dongxing. The tactics are as follows." She even devised the tactics. Basically, as long as Zhou Daming and Zhao Long don't mess up and follow her tactics, they will definitely be able to take down Jiuli Hongbei. Soon, Zhou Daming and Zhao Long led more than 100 men, driving straight towards Jiuli Hongwan Ice and Snow Park. Thanks to accurate intelligence and Qin Yun's own formidable strength, they reaped considerable rewards. In addition to the usual rewards such as equipment, silver coins, experience points, food, and daily necessities. They also acquired quite a few feature cards. In addition to the cards I had already acquired, I also received some new cards. For example, Ice Wall card, Snowman Spinning card, Snowman Backwards card, Snowman Obedient card. Wait. Unconsciously. It was already 4:30 p.m. There is 1 hour left before the Ice and Snow Park closes. Qin Yun ordered the team to stop the challenge and rest on the spot. He took out a large amount of self-eating rice, salt-baked chicken legs, braised duck legs, and other food and distributed them to everyone. After a day of intense battles and challenges, the team members were starving and began to eat heartily, their morale soaring. During my break, Qin Yun called the 5 outstanding individuals to his side and gave them some better food, bread made by the adorable baker. Not only would it fill them up, but it would also temporarily boost their attributes. The 5 people are Ouyang Ming, Shi Meng, Zhao Jian, Sun Song, and Li Yun. Ouyang Ming was quick-witted and perceptive. Shi Meng was tall and robust, with outstanding strength and a calm personality. Li Yun is meticulous and has strong observation skills. Zhao Jian was agile. Sun Ho was ruthless enough. A person who is ruthless to himself will certainly be even more ruthless to others. Qin Yun looked at the 5 people and said, I saw your performance today. When we get back, I will give you more responsibilities. Work hard, and I will not mistreat those who are truly capable. Upon hearing this, the 5 men were overjoyed and respectfully replied, Thank you, boss. We will do our best. The other team members around them cast envious, jealous, resentful, and unhappy glances at them. Just like other students looking at those who have been appointed as class officers by the teacher, but the level of envy, jealousy, and resentment is hundreds or thousands of times stronger. After all, not being a class monitor isn't a big deal. It won't cost you anything. However, being chosen by Qin Yun could change one's destiny. Many people are annoyed and regretful that they did not perform well before. 5:30 p.m. The Ice and Snow Park closed on time. Everyone was forcibly evicted from the park. However, Qin Yun and his men had just left the Ice and Snow Paradise when a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a large number of figures emerged from both sides, wielding sticks, machetes, and snowballs, and the 2 groups immediately surrounded Qin Yun. The leader of the group in front was none other than Xiao Xingyang, the big boss of Dongxing Company. The ones following behind are naturally handsome. Shuai Yingjun held a machete, his eyes fierce, smug, and incredibly arrogant. He shouted, Ha! You Qin bastards, you're surrounded! If you know what's good for you, hand over all the rewards and cards you got in the park, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 86 Where are my people? Where are my people? Where are my supplies? The arrogant and smug voice of the handsome man still echoed in the air, but Qin Yun had already responded with his actions. He didn't bother with any nonsense. He took out a huge snowball, stretching out his hands in a circle, from his personal supplies space, strained his waist and tensed all his muscles, and slammed it towards Xiao Xingyang's direction with all his might. At the same time, he roared, Attack! The enormous snowball, like a cannonball, hurtled straight at Xiao Xingyang's face with a whooshing sound. Xiao Xingyang and his men never expected Qin Yun to be so decisive and ruthless, attacking without a word of politeness. Seeing the huge snowball hurtling towards them, they were terrified and instinctively scattered to avoid it. Get out of the way! Holy crap! The crowd scattered in panic. Several unlucky individuals, slow to react, were unable to dodge and were hit head-on by the snowballs, suffering broken bones and blood that instantly stained the pristine snow. They died before they could even scream. Xiao Xingyang and Shuai Yingjun were both shocked and furious, and they roared in anger. Beat them! Beat them hard! Kill them! On Qin Yun's side, the ruthless man named Sun Ho, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, shouted sharply, Charge with me! Get close! Don't let them throw snowballs! After saying that, he was the first to pounce like a cheetah, rushing straight towards Xiao Xingyang's team. The others roared and charged after him. The 2 groups instantly clashed. Shouts of battle, the clash of weapons, screams, curses, All sorts of sounds mingled together. Qin Yun, of course, wasn't idle either. After throwing the snowball, he activated Lightning Flash. With a crackling sound, his figure transformed into a blurry bolt of lightning, appearing before Jun. This guy was the first person he wanted to kill. Jun felt a blur before his eyes, and Qin Yun's cold and handsome face was right in front of him. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body, and he subconsciously tried to raise his knife to block. But Qin Yun's Tang sword was too fast. With one slash, Jun only had time to raise his sword to block. When sparks flew. The machete in his hand was almost broken in two. The immense force caused the handsome man to lose his grip on the hilt of the sword, and the blade of the Tang sword struck his shoulder. Puff! Jun let out a painful scream. He has a life-saving card, the Snowman Substitute card, which automatically activates. The handsome man vanished instantly, replaced by a snowman. The next second, Qin Yun cleaved the snowman in two with a single strike. Qin Yun was taken aback, then snorted coldly. Without pausing, he turned his blade and charged at Jun's stunned subordinates like a tiger among sheep. Pfft! Click! Ah! Blades flashed, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Jun's men were cut down like vegetables in front of Qin Yun. In just one charge, more than a dozen people fell in pools of blood. The remaining men were enraged. Some dropped their weapons and fled in disarray, while others knelt down and begged for mercy. "Don't kill us! We surrender! We surrender!" On the other side, seeing how easily Jun's team was defeated, Xiao Xingyang was both angry and anxious. With red eyes, he roared, "Hold on! Hold on! I'll reward you with 10 silver coins for every person you kill! I'll reward you with 1,000 silver coins for killing Qin Yun! A generous reward will surely attract brave men." The lure of money excited some people, who howled and tried to fight back. But Qin Yun had already dealt with the threat behind him, and immediately turned his gun on Xiao Xingyang. This time, he abandoned his sword and his fists instantly swelled and thickened. His hardening ability was activated at the same time, and his two fists became as big as iron hammers and sandbags. Boom! One punch sent a man flying, his chest caved in, clearly beyond saving. Click! Another punch shattered the arm of the other person blocking the way, and with undiminished force, it slammed into his face, denting his head. Qin Yun was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, rampaging through the crowd. Every punch and kick contained terrifying power, and no one could withstand a single blow from him. Xiao Xingyang witnessed his most capable and trusted confidant being punched by Qin Yun, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. Instantly, his fighting spirit vanished. "Retreat! Retreat now!" he screamed and, with his remaining dozen or so loyal followers, turned and ran. Trying to run away? Qin Yun's eyes were icy cold. He took out the precision sunglasses, and put them on. Then he took out a huge snowball, aimed at Xiao Xingyang, and threw it with all his might. The snowball struck Xiao Xingyang squarely in the back. He screamed in agony, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground. Xiao Xingyang also lost his composure and shouted, "I surrender! I surrender!" When his men saw that their leader had fallen, they completely lost the will to resist. Some surrendered, while others scattered and fled. Upon seeing this, Shermang immediately roared, "Kneel down! Kneel down and you'll be spared!" Upon hearing this, the others immediately knelt down one after another, and shouted that they were surrendering. Qin Yun walked up to Xiao Xingyang. Xiao Xingyang raised his head, his face covered in blood, his eyes filled with fear and pleading. "No! Don't kill me! I surrender, I'm willing to submit, Qin Yun said. "You talk too much nonsense." Having said that, he raised his huge, hardened fist high, and then slammed it down like a hammer. Puff! Xiao Xingyang's head deflated instantly, like a watermelon that had been smashed. His last thought before he died was filled with regret and resentment. "You bastard, you're so handsome, you've ruined my life!" In this battle, Qin Yun's side suffered minor injuries to more than a dozen people, but no one was killed. Of the ambushed troops brought by Xiao Xingyang and Shuai Yingjun, apart from those who escaped, died, or were sent away, with generous rewards, the remaining 40-odd men all became prisoners, kneeling trembling in the snow. Qin Yun ordered, "Clean up the battlefield, take the prisoners and spoils, and return immediately. It's getting late, we must return to Green Willow Residence as soon as possible." Night slowly fell. Having used the snowman substitute card to teleport to the location of another snowman, the handsome young man, like a stray dog, ran alone and frantically through the cold streets. Recalling the terrifying moment just now, he trembled with fear, and his hatred for Qin Yun reached its peak. "Qin Yun! You just wait! I will definitely avenge this!" he swore through gritted teeth. But then a wicked thought crossed his mind. But it would be best if Xiao Xingyang were killed by Qin Yun. That way, Dongxing would be mine. What's with the name Dongxing? It should be renamed Shuai Group. As for Zhang Bingyu, she's just a woman. I can easily handle her. He fantasized about taking over Xiao Xingyang's power, regrouping, and settling scores with Qin Yun in the future. Although we've lost quite a few men, there are still over 100 in our stronghold, so we're not afraid. With these feelings in mind, Shuai Yingjun returned to Jiuli Hongwan. However, as he approached the residential area, he sensed something was wrong. It's so quiet. What about the sentry posts on the wall? Where are the lights inside? An ominous premonition rose in his heart, and he cautiously crept into the residential area. The scene before him struck him like a thunderbolt. The residential area was completely empty. There wasn't a soul in sight. The place where supplies were originally stored was completely cleared away. Where are they? Where are my men? Where are my supplies? Shuai Yingjun stared dumbfounded at the empty neighborhood, feeling as if the world was spinning and he had been struck by lightning. Spicy. My house was burgled. On the other side, Qin Yun led his troops and prisoners back to Chui Lu residence before nightfall. As soon as he entered the gate, Zhang Yang, who had been waiting for him, greeted him with a beaming smile, saying, "Brother! You're finally back! I have some good news for you." Chapter 87, The Last Day of the Snowball Fight Activity. "Oh, what good news!" Zhang Yang immediately reported. "Brother, you don't know! After you led the team to the amusement park, Captain Su used a little trick and—" He vividly described how Su Lan, together with Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin, acted to lull Zhang Bingyu into a false sense of security, how they used food to poison him, and how they quickly took control of the enemy's forces. After that, Su Lan made a decisive move and sent Zhou Daming and Zhao Long with more than 100 people to Julihong Bay. They brought back all the people and supplies without lifting a finger. After listening to Zhang Yang's report, Qin Yun smiled and said, "Good. Su Lan really didn't disappoint me. This is indeed good news." He did a quick calculation. They had captured over 100 people from Zhang Bingyu's side, taken down Jiuli Hongwan, and brought back over 50 more, plus the 40-odd prisoners he had brought back himself. The total population of Chui Lu Ju has now exceeded 800 and is approaching 900. Population is power. Wealth. That power. Status. The root of everything comes down to one word: human beings. If you don't even have people, what's the point of talking about wealth, power, or status? In this urban survival game, a gathering place with nearly 1,000 people is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Once this group of people is fully digested, organized, and utilized, one's own power will surely see greater development. Qin Yun asked Zhang Yang to make arrangements for the others, and then returned to Villa A01. Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, Bai Jingxin, Lin Yalan, and Yan Yuqing were already waiting at the door. Seeing Qin Yun return safely, they all showed joy on their faces. After exchanging a few words with the Bai sisters, Qin Yun turned his gaze to Lin Yalan and said, "Zhang Yang has already told me about your achievements today. Well done. So, what reward do you want?" But this woman really knows how to use cooking to get rid of people. Qin Yun made up his mind that he would never eat the food she cooked. Lin Yalan hesitated for a moment, then said, Can I see my son? I just want to bring him some food, is that alright?" TSK, what a spoiled child maniac. Qin Yun didn't mind and nodded. Okay. Tomorrow then. He paused, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, and said, However, we'll have to see how you perform later. Lin Yalan pursed her red lips slightly. After dinner, Qin Yun took a relaxing hot bath, washing away his fatigue and body odor, and felt completely relaxed. Then, the wonderful nightlife has begun. There is practically no nighttime entertainment available nowadays. There are no games to play, no movies or TV to watch, and nowhere to eat barbecue. There's not even a way to swipe your phone. Fortunately, I had someone with me. Some are lively and charming, some are quiet and lovely, some are mature and elegant, and some are aloof and elegant. Otherwise, all I can do is sleep. The villa was warm and inviting, perfectly embodying the second law of thermodynamics. This contrasted sharply with the biting cold wind outside the window. The next morning, Qin Yun woke up amidst a blanket of white snow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzzing. As soon as he woke up, he heard noises outside. Qin Yun walked to the window and pulled back the heavy curtains, but the scene that came into view instantly dispelled his good mood. A fierce wind howled outside the window. The heavy snowfall was so dense that it almost completely obscured all visibility, resulting in extremely low visibility. The whole world seemed to be enveloped in a huge, white vortex, with no other colors visible except for the snow falling all around. What a huge blizzard! Qin Yun frowned and cursed. Damn it! Today is the last day of the snowball fight event. The third wave of snowman creation might just break out today. My mood suddenly became heavy. The terrible weather combined with the strongest snowman surge was simply adding insult to injury. A strong sense of crisis welled up in my heart. Suppressing his unease, Qin Yun, as usual, first checked the supplies that had been unlocked over the previous 4 days. 1,000 sets of bulletproof suits. 1,000 boxes of 2B erasers. 1,000 large 240L recycling bins. Death, extra spicy beef strips, 1,000 packs. Qin Yun's eyes lit up immediately. A bulletproof suit? If it can stop bullets, can it also stop snowballs? He immediately took out a set and examined it carefully. This suit is made of a special fabric. It's quite heavy and thick, but the style is just a standard suit. If core combat personnel were all equipped with this suit and tactical helmets, wouldn't their survival rate against snowball attacks be greatly improved? Qin Yun was making plans in his mind. At least I won't be killed by a regular snowball in one hit. Qin Yun muttered to himself. Could it be that the system thinks I need a bulletproof suit the most right now? But actually, what I need most are 1,000 snowman attrition cards. After breakfast, Qin Yun called Su Lan, Zhang Yang, Zhou Daming, Zhao Long, and the 5 people who performed outstandingly yesterday, Ouyang Ming, Shi Meng, Li Yun, Zhao Jian, and Sun Ho, to the villa's living room. A blizzard howled outside the window, and the atmosphere in the living room was particularly somber. At Su Lan's suggestion, some arrangements were made. At last, Qin Yun said, Today is the last day. The third wave of snowmen is very likely to hit during the blizzard. The situation is dire, and you must be fully prepared mentally. Once we get through this last wave, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then, looking at the budding management team in front of him, he said quietly, Also, this third wave of the snowman craze will depend on you yourselves. I have other important things to do. What's up? Of course, we'll take down that ice and snow tower in the Ice and Snow Paradise. This is the core of the snowball fight. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Zhang Yang said urgently, Boss! Where are you going? Without you here, we're afraid. Qin Yun raised his hand to interrupt him, saying, What's going on? You're the ones who work for me, not the other way around, okay? If you can't do without me, then why should I support you? This blunt truth immediately silenced everyone. Although he doesn't show any mercy. But Tai has a point. Zhang Yang blushed, feeling embarrassed. Shi Meng, however, declared defiantly, Boss, don't worry, we'll definitely protect our home. Others followed suit and expressed their opinions. After the morning meeting, Qin Yun brought Su Lan to Villa A03. This place will be used as a temporary supply warehouse. Qin Yun placed the 1,000 bulletproof suits he had acquired the previous night in front of Su Lan and said, "These suits have strong bulletproof capabilities. Distribute them out later and have everyone wear them. Also, put on tactical helmets. This should reduce the number of deaths when dealing with the Yeti horde." Su Lan didn't ask or care where the 1,000 bulletproof suits came from. She simply replied, "Yes, boss." Then, Qin Yun took out the thick stack of function cards he had obtained at the ice and snow park, which were shimmering with various colors of light, and handed them to Su Lan. "Whether we can withstand the third wave of the snowman invasion depends on these cards." Finally, Qin Yun said, "If you really can hold out, then take my woman and your daughter and evacuate. Come back when it's safe." Su Lan was taken aback, then said in a deep voice, "Yes, boss." Chapter 88. My surname is Murong, and my name is Murong Qingqing. Su Lan thought of someone and asked, "Boss, would you like to go and see Zhang Bingyu?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yun waved his hand without hesitation. "Who has the time to go see her now? Let's lock her up and starve her for a few days." Based on Su Lan's description, he had roughly sketched out Zhang Bingyu's image, a woman with stunning looks, a great figure, but extreme thoughts and a screw loose. Reasoning with this kind of person is useless. You have to make her face reality first. If he's not busy, he'll go see them. But I'm busy right now. He's much more focused on his career than on women. On love. Okay, please call me a career-oriented man. Su Lan then said no more. After parting ways with Qin Yun, he got busy. The third wave of snowmen. We must be extremely vigilant in dealing with this. Qin Yun returned to Villa A01 and called Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, Bai Jingxin, Lin Yalan, and Yan Yuqing to the living room. He said directly, "I have to go out right away to the ice and snow paradise, you guys stay here." Bai Jia thought to herself, "Brother Yun, I want to go too." Although Bai Jingxin didn't speak, her eyes conveyed the same meaning. Qin Yun shook his head and said, "No. I have important business to attend to this time, and I can't take care of you. You all stay at home obediently. Also, I have already told Su Lan that if the third wave of snowmen is too much to handle, she will take you away first." Upon hearing this, the girl's expressions changed. Zhou Yaji took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry about taking care of things. We'll take care of things at home. You must be careful." She genuinely didn't want anything to happen to the child's father. If something happens to Qin Yun, how will she, a woman carrying a little angel in her belly, survive? At the same time, we also hope that nothing happens to the two-in-one son-in-law. Lin Yalan looked at Qin Yun, mustered her courage, and pleaded with a face full of pleas. "If we have to evacuate, could you take my son with you?" Without hesitation, Qin Yun said, "No. Either you go with Su Lan, or you stay and die with your son." How can a man be crammed into a group that is all women? That guy wasn't me? Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. TSK, this woman is always thinking about that good-for-nothing Zhang Tianchen. I want to see if you'll still be thinking about your good-for-nothing son every day after you get pregnant with my child. However, I've had quite a bit of interaction with her these past few days. Why is there still no sign of pregnancy? Look at your best friend, she got it right away. How can you be so shameless? Lin Yalan's face turned pale upon hearing Qin Yun's words. At the same time, in the cold, dark basement, Zhang Bingyu's hands were handcuffed behind her back, and her feet were also chained. The handcuffs are a special tool for policewoman Su Jiaojiao. When worn, they conceal her skills and supernatural abilities. Zhang Bingyu is now no different from an ordinary person, except that her physical fitness is slightly better than that of an average person. "Help! Is anyone there? Su Lan! You liar! Come out here!" Zhang Bingyu shouted in vain, her voice echoing in the empty basement, but she received no response. Hunger, cold, and humiliation tormented her. She never imagined that she would be betrayed and schemed against by Su Lan and others, who were also women, after coming here full of ideals and sincerity. All that talk about girls helping each other and building a pure land for all women is utter nonsense. Su Lan! Bai Jiexin! Bai Jingxin! You traitors! You bitches! You don't deserve to be women! Zhang Bingyu cursed through gritted teeth, her beautiful face contorted with anger and resentment. Once I regain my freedom, I will make you pay the price. I will repay you 10-fold, 100-fold, for the pain you have inflicted upon me. You despicable and shameless traitors! Her hatred for Sulan and the others even surpassed her loathing for men. The feeling of being betrayed and stabbed in the back by one of her own drove her to the brink of madness. Qin Yun rode his magnificent snow-treading horse through a blizzard with extremely low visibility and left Green Willow residence. Despite the thick snow, the snowplow glided swiftly and steadily, seemingly unaffected by the harsh weather. Moreover, the snowman won't attack you once you ride it, which is much better than driving a car. Qin Yun went straight to the ice and snow paradise, but did not enter. Instead, he went to the end of the street and stood in front of a shop. He plans to wait here for the third wave of Yeti to break out. However, today, as Qin Yun approached the shop entrance, a notification popped up, limited time entry today. Huh? Limited time entry? Qin Yun's heart stirred, filled with doubt. Previously they were not authorized to enter. Does this change today foreshadow something? A thought flashed through his mind. Should I call Sulan and the others over and hide here to avoid trouble? But then he rejected the idea. Who knows if this limited time entry will have personnel restrictions, or if it will become unauthorized entry after I bring people over. That would be ridiculous. Currently, most non-residential buildings are off limits to visitors. Even entering residential areas requires a fee and registration authority. It would be safer to have Sulan and the others rely on the familiar Green Willow residence for defense. Qin Yun immediately pushed open the shop door and went inside. The shop is quite spacious inside. There was nothing inside, it was just a bare shell. But there were still windows, which blocked the strong winds and blizzards. Once the door was closed, the cold air was shut out. In addition, Qin Yun discovered that the shop door could not be locked from the inside. Qin Yun found a corner to sit down and waited quietly. Time passed second by second. After an unknown amount of time, the shop door was pushed open again, and several figures walked in through the wind and snow. Qin Yun instantly became alert. Looking up, the one leading the group was none other than the chubby tour guide, Bai Leguang. He was followed by 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, none of whom looked like ordinary people. When Bai Leguang saw Qin Yun, he was taken aback at first, but then his face immediately lit up with a warm smile, and he jogged over. Oh my! Boss Qin! What a coincidence that you're here too! Qin Yun smiled and said, You've come too? Bai Leguang chuckled and said, Yeah. His eyes darted around, and he said, Boss Qin, I wonder if you're interested in this intelligence? The price is negotiable. Only 500 silver coins. Qin Yun said, The important intelligence you mentioned, could it be that we're taking advantage of the snowman's surge and the weakened defenses of the ice and snow tower to rush in? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 people behind Bai Leguang changed instantly. Bai Leguang's smile froze, and then he sighed helplessly. Alas! I was hoping to make another profit from Boss Qin, but I didn't expect you already knew. Then he changed the subject, saying, But Mr. Qin, you probably don't know much about the inside of the tower, right? How about you consider hiring me as your guide? Qin Yun said, Didn't you say you didn't know the situation inside? Bai Leguang said, I don't know now, but I'll know once I get in. I'm quite confident in my analytical and summarizing abilities. After all, that's how I make a living. At this moment, one of the 5 men, a burly young man with a rugged face, spoke up unhappily, saying, Hey! Fatty! What do you mean by this? Trying to profit from 6 sources with 1 piece of information? This business you're doing is really dishonest. Faced with the accusations, Bai Leguang still smiled and said, Boss Du, this is how I sell intelligence. Just because you bought my intelligence doesn't mean I can't sell it to others. Of course, if you, Boss Du, are willing to pay 20,000 silver coins to exclusively buy my intelligence for today, I guarantee I won't reveal a single bit to anyone. How about it? The young man surnamed Du glared and said, 20,000 silver coins? Why don't you just rob me? Bai Leguang waved his hands repeatedly and said, I'm not robbing you, I'm doing business with integrity, and the transaction is voluntary. Although the young man surnamed Du looked displeased, he didn't say anything. Bai Leguang glanced at Qin Yun and the other 5 people, then suggested, Gentlemen, since we all share the same goal, to reach that ice tower, why don't we get to know each other? Nobody knows what's inside the tower, and we might need a few of you to temporarily team up and cooperate. What do you think? The only woman among the 5 smiled slightly, her beauty breathtaking, and said, What Boss Bai said makes sense. Then I'll start. My surname is Murong, my name is Murong Qingqing, and I'm the person in charge of the Gibiyuan residential community. Qin Yun looked at her and thought to himself, this name is right, she really is stunning. Chapter 89 The third wave of snowmen erupts. Enter the ice and snow tower. She appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, with a tall and slender figure. The name, Murong Qingqing, exudes an ancient charm. In fact, her clothing also had a traditional Chinese style. Wearing a well-tailored, moon-white retro-style outfit, with a silver fox fur collar cape over it, she exudes both heroic spirit and femininity. They look like actors who have just finished get-off work on a period drama set and haven't changed their costumes yet. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, a beauty with a strong classical Eastern charm. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyebrows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist. Her eyes were like autumn waters, her nose was straight and delicate, and her lips were naturally red. She gives the impression of a walking classical beauty in a traditional Chinese ink painting. She possesses an ethereal and otherworldly air, yet also exudes an undeniable composure and wisdom. All I can say is that this Murong Qingqing lives up to her name. This woman's looks and figure are no less than Zhou Yazi's. Her temperament is also completely different from Zhou Yazi and others. It is a more profound classical beauty. Qin Yun said, Woman, you have successfully piqued my interest. After Murong Qingqing, the other 4 men also introduced themselves. The young man surnamed Du spoke in a loud voice. My name is Du Wei. I'm the person in charge of Hongdu residential area. A lean man with sharp, eagle-like eyes said calmly, My name is Wu Ying, and I come from the Jiangmao Smart City community. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked refined, smiled and said, My name is Qian Duo. I barely managed to make a living in Hongshan community. Hee, please excuse my poor appearance. Wow, lots of money. The name is quite straightforward. However, the possibility that this is a pseudonym cannot be ruled out. The last one was a taciturn, burly black man who simply said in a low voice, Let's do it in my black tower. Just one sentence, and that was it. Qin Yun's final self-introduction was, Qin Yun, temporarily residing at Green Willow Residence. After everyone finished their introductions, Bai Leguang smiled and said a series of nice things, such as, With a common goal, we should cooperate sincerely, many hands make light work, and we can overcome difficulties together. And, as long as we work together to conquer the ice and snow tower, we will definitely get a high rating. Finally, he sighed regretfully. Alas, it's a pity that not many bosses believe my information, otherwise our adventure team would definitely be much stronger. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun laughed and said, That way you can earn even more, right? Bai Leguang readily and cheerfully admitted, It's a win-win situation. Everyone goes in safely and comes out with a full load, I earn a little money for my hard work, everyone is happy, and I'm happy too, isn't that great? Don't you think so? The 7 people waited silently in the empty shop, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. The howling of the blizzard outside only amplified the silence inside. Dewey tried several times to strike up a conversation with Murong Qingqing, asking questions such as, Where was Miss Murong from before? And, What dangers did you encounter before? Murong Qingqing only gave polite and brief responses, and occasionally just nodded slightly, clearly unwilling to talk more. Instead, she took the initiative to talk to Qin Yun several times. For example, asking Qin Yun how he obtained the snow-walking technique. When she heard that she had won the prize at the Ice and Snow Park by taking on an entertainment activity, she sighed softly, her tone tinged with regret. It's a pity that I didn't pay enough attention to the amusement park ticket before, and failed to obtain some special cards to deal with the snowman in time. Looking back now, it was indeed a mistake. Dewey witnessed all of this, and a sense of dissatisfaction with Qin Yun welled up within him. Can't you tell I'm interested in Murong Qingqing? They were chatting and laughing with me right in front of me, completely ignoring me. Boy, you've already chosen your own path to death. Although he was very dissatisfied, he was quite shrewd and did not show it. The waiting time was long and agonizing. I don't know how much time passed. Sudden rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground began to shake violently. It felt as if 1,000 troops were galloping underground, or as if a high-intensity earthquake had occurred. The shop windows rattled loudly from the vibrations. Even through the walls, one could faintly hear the terrifying roar outside, like a tsunami, as countless Yeti monsters leaped and bounded in unison. It's here! The third wave of the snowman craze has finally erupted. The 7 people stood up instantly, their expressions solemn. Just by feeling the commotion, one can imagine how terrifying the scale of this snowman surge is, far exceeding the previous 2. Everyone held their breath, sensing the earth-shattering commotion outside. More than 2 hours passed. The heart-pounding tremors and roars gradually subsided, eventually fading into silence, leaving only the howling blizzard. Everyone felt incredibly heavy-hearted and worried. We don't know if our families can hold on. Bai Leguang clicked his tongue and exclaimed in surprise. Good heavens! How many snowmen will there be this time? He then urged. Hurry! The time has come! The snowman rush has just passed, the number of snowmen in the central square is the fewest, and the defenses of the ice and snow tower are the weakest. Let's set off immediately! Without delay, the 7 rushed out of the shop and headed straight for the entrance of the ice and snow paradise, despite the still fierce blizzard. After entering with their tickets, they hurried straight toward the central square. Qin Yun temporarily placed Ta Shui at the familiar racecourse, where there were special stables for storing horses. When they arrived at the edge of the central square, just as Bai Leguang had predicted, although there were still snowmen in the square, their numbers had greatly decreased. There were only a few hundred scattered around. Dewey roared. Now! Get rid of them! He was the first to rush out. His strength was astonishing, and he could smash a snowman with a single punch. The others also displayed their unique abilities. Wu Ying moved with lightning speed, targeting the head and other vital organs. Qian Duo, on the other hand, throws snowballs, both quickly and accurately. The Black Tower, on the other hand, played it safe and steady. However, its defense was astonishing. Snowballs hit it, but it was completely unharmed. Murong Qingqing moved with light and graceful movements, her short sword gleaming coldly, her swordsmanship exquisite. Qin Yun was not to be outdone, wielding his ghost-head great sword, taking down snowman heads with each strike. His efficiency was extremely high. These 300-plus snowmen were no match for the group of people and were quickly cleared away. A strange scene unfolded when the last Yeti crumbled into a snowdrift. At the base of the ice tower, in front of the originally closed door carved with intricate ice patterns, the snow on the ground rapidly melted, revealing a complex magic circle about 5 meters in diameter, composed of a ghostly blue light. The array patterns flowed, radiating mysterious energy fluctuations. Bai Leguang's eyes lit up. Looks like this is the entrance. It should be some kind of teleportation array. Bosses, are you ready? Entering an unfamiliar magic circle like this still requires a bit of courage. Dewey, displaying an air of confidence and daring, declared, I'll go first. I'll scout ahead. However, the others stepped into the ice-blue magic circle at the same time as him. Buzz! A flash of light, and everyone felt a slight dizziness. The scene before their eyes instantly changed. Chapter 90 has just begun and they're already fighting amongst themselves. In the blink of an eye, the 7 found themselves inside the ice and snow tower. The tower was not dark and cramped inside. On the contrary, it was unusually bright and spacious. Beneath my feet was a smooth, mirror-like floor of ice, and before me lay a huge circular hall with a high dome. There are 7 tightly closed ice crystal doors of different shapes around the room, each corresponding to a different color and pattern. They are a white sword, a red shield, a black heart, double pupils, single eye, golden scales, a silver key, a crystal-colored crown. In the center of the hall, a spiraling ice crystal staircase leads upwards. but the entrance to the staircase was blocked by a thick blue ice wall. Is this the inside of the tower? Dewey looked around, stepped out, touched the ice wall blocking the steps, and said, I'll see if I can break it with one punch. Bai Leguang hurriedly said, Wait a minute. Dewey's fist had already been thrown out, hitting the ice wall. Bang! A solid, loud bang erupted. The ice wall remained completely still. The surface is completely free of cracks and ice crystals. Dewey had his back to Qin Yun and the others, his face contorted in pain. Damn it, it hurts like hell. Why is this ice wall so hard? After his face twitched and contorted for a while, he forced himself to return to normal, turned around, and said with a smile, This ice wall is pretty hard. My hands hurt from hitting it. Damn, it hurts so much. Tolerate. I'll endure it. I absolutely cannot lose face in front of Murong Qingqing. Qian Duo carefully observed the 7 doors and expressed his guess, saying, It seems the key lies in these doors. Murong Qingqing's gaze shifted thoughtfully as she said, The 7 doors, there are exactly 7 of us. Is it a coincidence? Or is there some kind of instruction? Qin Yun was also looking left and right, just as everyone was speculating. Bai Leguang frowned, strode to the center of the hall, squatted down, and carefully examined the patterns on the ice floor. Those patterns are not decorations, but rather some indistinct, discontinuous ancient symbols and designs. Dewey said, Fatty, have you figured anything out yet? Bai Leguang didn't answer immediately, but stared wide-eyed, looking around. Before Dewey could say anything more, Black Tower said, Don't disturb him. Dewey glanced at him, displeased, but said nothing. About 15 minutes later, Bai Leguang suddenly raised his head, his small eyes gleaming with excitement. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I get it! Bosses, I've figured it out! Dewey quickly said, Tell me quickly. Cough, cough. Bai Leguang rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, Well, the deposit is 1,000 silver coins. Dewey's face darkened. What? 1,000? A deposit? Are you trying to raise the price on the spot? Bai Leguang chuckled and said, Boss Dew, don't say that. Let me finish. What I mean is, I'll pay 1,000 silver coins as a deposit first. If my analysis is correct, you can pay me another 1,000 silver coins. If it turns out I'm wrong, the 1,000 silver coins deposit will be fully refunded. What do you think, gentlemen? Qin Yun, who was not short of money, said, Okay. He was arguably the one who trusted Bai Leguang the most. The previous challenges with entertainment projects had already proven that Bai Leguang's intelligence was quite reliable. Murong Qingqing said, I agree. Qian Duo said, I agree as well. Black Tower said, Okay. Seeing that everyone else had agreed, how could Dewey possibly object? He originally wanted to say, Remember what you said, if it's inaccurate, refund it all. But after thinking about it, he felt that saying it would be too beneath him, so he waved his hand and said, Fine, I'll believe you this time. So each of the 6 men took out 1,000 silver coins and paid them to Bai Leguang. Upon receiving 6,000 silver coins, Bai Leguang beamed with joy, repeatedly saying, Thank you so much for your kindness and trust. Dewey then said, Now you can tell me, right? Yes, yes. Bai Leguang pointed to the 7 doors and the sealed staircase in the center, explaining rapidly. It's obvious that we have to get up there first. We have to get rid of that ice wall. The way to remove the ice wall may lie behind these 7 doors. We need to open those 7 doors and get an important item behind each one. See the patterns on the door? Sword, shield, heart, eye, scales, key, crown. These aren't just random drawings. They likely correspond to certain traits. My deduction is that the trials behind these 7 doors are likely related to each person's personality, abilities, or some deep-seated trait. Only those who meet the requirements can open the corresponding door, pass the test, and obtain the token. Only by collecting all 7 tokens can the ice wall be removed and the path to the top opened. Dewey rolled his eyes and said, That's it. He regrets it now. You bought this for only 1,000 silver coins? He immediately headed toward the door with the white sword. Bai Leguang hurriedly said, No, no, no! We can't try this. Black Tower immediately rushed forward and stood in front of Dewey. Dewey narrowed his eyes. He was also quite annoyed by this guy who was taller and stronger than him. Dewey looked at Bai Leguang and said, "Can you say everything that's important at once?" It was clearly him who suddenly acted and interrupted Bai Leguang's words. Bai Leguang, of course, wouldn't argue with God, and quickly replied, "Yes, yes, yes. These 7 doors cannot be opened by trying them one by one. Everyone must stand in front of the correct door and push it at the same time for it to open. The white sword must be referring to Miss Murong. The red shield belongs to the Black Tower boss. Double pupils and 1 eye, that should be me. The golden scales belong to Boss Jian. The silver key belongs to Boss Wu. The crystal-colored crown belongs to Boss Jean. A black heart is—" Dewey was displeased upon hearing this and angrily retorted, "What do you mean? Are you saying my heart is black?" Bai Leguang laughed and said, No, Mr. Dew, please don't misunderstand. This is just the result of my analysis, summary, and elimination." Dewey pointed to the crystal crown and said, "I choose this door. The crown looks perfect on him." Murong Qingqing frowned and said, "Mr. Dew, I think it's best to listen to Mr. Bai. I think Mr. Bai's analysis makes a lot of sense." Wu Ying said, "That's right. What if it's not true? What if we're wrong and get punished? The punishment might be for you alone, but it could also be for all of us." Black Tower said, "Agreed." Dewey was annoyed and said, "What? Are you all going to unite against me?" He originally intended to hold back. But now, he's finding it hard to tolerate what to do when he can't tolerate it anymore. Of course, he shouldn't tolerate it any longer. Bai Leguang chuckled and said, "Boss Dew, this is just a game, you don't need to take it too seriously. The most important thing is to pass the level and get a high rating and rewards, right? If you're not satisfied with the pattern on your door and don't participate in the game, then we can't continue the game. It's not good for anyone." Dewey snorted and strode towards the door of the Crystal Crown. Chapter 91. Entering the door. "Mr. Dew, please calm down." Murong Qingqing frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Bai's analysis makes a lot of sense. This is related to whether we can pass the test smoothly, so please put the overall situation first." Wu Ying also spoke coldly, looking at Dewey with great dissatisfaction, and said, "Yes. The pattern on the door may have a deeper meaning. If you choose the wrong one and trigger the punishment mechanism, the consequences could be severe. The punishment may target an individual, or it may affect everyone." Black Tower took a step forward, his imposing figure exuding an aura of oppression, and said in a deep voice, "Dewey, don't do anything reckless." Qian Duoduo said in a gentle tone, "Boss Dew, why act impulsively? The real benefits are getting a high rating and rewards after passing the level. It's just a pattern, it doesn't mean anything." Qin Yun looked at Dewey, his eyes flickering. Honestly, he really wanted to chop him up. However, he is not one to act impulsively. The game mechanics here are unclear, so it would be unwise to act rashly. However, he had already decided that once he got out, the first thing he would do was kill him, if he was still alive to walk out of there. However, instead of dissuading them, the crowd's attempts to do so only added fuel to the fire. Dewey's face flushed red, and he roared, "Shut up, all of you! I'm going to choose this door. What kind of nonsense is this analysis? I don't believe in such things." He strode toward the Crystal Crown door, his attitude extremely stubborn. When faced with something blocking his way, he reached out to grab it. Seeing that Dewey was so unyielding, Qin Yun, Murong Qingqing and the others' expressions darkened. The previously harmonious atmosphere instantly turned tense. Wu Ying said, "Dewey, don't force us to take action. Your current behavior has already jeopardized everyone's interests. If we really fight you alone against the 6 of us, have no chance of winning." Dewey was now in a difficult position. He actually felt a little regretful, realizing that his actions might have been somewhat impulsive. But his strong sense of pride prevented him from backing down. Enraged, he pointed at Wu Ying, Hei Ta, Qin Yun, and the others, saying, "Threatening me? Do you think I, Dewey, am easily intimidated? Come and try if you dare. Let's see if I'm afraid of you." People fight for a breath of air, even Buddhas fight for a stick of incense. Dewey is absolutely not going to back down now. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, give me a way out! Like promising me more rewards after I clear the level. You all want me to back down without offering something in return? Why should I? At this stalemate, Bai Leguang's eyes darted around, and he suddenly said with a smile, Bosses, don't get excited. I suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps we can conduct an experiment to verify my analysis. He pointed to the 7 doors and said, If my analysis is correct, these 7 doors correspond to the 7 of us. So if one person is missing, will the corresponding door also disappear? Upon hearing this, Murong Qingqing's gaze suddenly sharpened. She instantly understood Bai Leguang's implication. If the black gate, corresponding to Dewey, disappeared because of his death, it would completely prove that Bai Leguang's analysis was correct and would also eliminate this biggest unstable factor. Almost the instant Bai Leguang finished speaking, Murong Qingqing moved. Her figure moved like lightning, and the short sword in her hand transformed into a cold light, piercing straight for Dewey's throat. The movements were swift, precise, and ruthless, without the slightest hesitation. Qin Yun moved almost at the same time, throwing a punch at Dewey. He was already dissatisfied with Dewey's repeated provocations, and now that the opportunity was ripe, he naturally acted decisively. Black Tower reacted a beat slower, but seeing that the two had already made their move, he also let out a low roar and smashed his fist, as big as a casserole dish, toward Dewey's side with a whooshing sound. Wu Ying's eyes turned cold, and with a flick of his wrist, a throwing knife shot silently toward Dewey. Dewey never expected that these people would attack so suddenly, and that all 4 of them would do so at the same time. He reacted hastily, managing to dodge Murong Qingqing's fierce sword strike, but he couldn't defend against Qin Yun's powerful punch and Black Tower's heavy blow, nor could he dodge Wu Ying's insidious flying knife. After being struck 3 times, Murong Qingqing swept her sword again. A flash of cold light, and a deep, bone-revealing gash was slashed open on his neck. Dewey stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the people who had turned on him in an instant, blood gushing from his carotid artery. He wanted to say something, but could only let out a weak, hoarse sound. His final moments were filled with regret and resentment, but it was all too late. After a while, Dewey was completely dead. The very next second after he breathed his last, something strange happened. The door engraved with a black heart pattern, like a sand painting blown away by the wind, silently turned into specks of black ice crystals and vanished into the air. Dewey's body and blood stains also disappeared. Only 6 doors remained in the hall. Bai Leguang watched this scene, then smiled and said to everyone, It seems my guess was right. Qin Yun thought to himself, This fat guy is the real sly one. He didn't even have to lift a finger. Just 1 sentence from him made us want to kill Dewey. And then he helped him confirm his suspicions. The remaining 6 people stared at Dewey's body and the vanished door, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment. Qian Duoduo suddenly thought of something, subconsciously took half a step back, and looked at the others warily. The others weren't stupid either, they all realized something, and they looked at each other. Bai Leguang keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere. His eyes darted around, and he immediately realized what was going on. He smiled and tried to smooth things over, saying, Gentlemen, please don't let Boss Du's matter affect our relationship and cooperation. Although losing 1 person means losing 1 door, fewer doors aren't necessarily better. Perhaps fewer doors will make the challenges later on more difficult? Qin Yun's eyes flickered. He naturally understood what Bai Leguang meant. The fewer people there are, the fewer people will share the risk, but correspondingly, the pressure and challenges that each person may have to bear will be greater. Thinking of this, Qin Yun said, He's right. We should cooperate now, instead of distrusting each other or even killing each other. Murong Qingqing wiped the blood from the short sword and said, Since that's the case, let's not delay any longer. Let's enter our respective gates according to Mr. Bai's analysis. Qian Duoduo said, That's right. Don't forget, our respective neighborhoods are all facing the onslaught of snowmen. Maybe once we clear this level, the snowman onslaught will disappear? Everyone else was also shocked when they heard this. Good. That makes sense. So, following Bai Leguang's previous analysis, everyone headed towards their respective doors. Murong Qingqing walked towards the White Sword Gate. black tower stood before the red shield gate. Bai Leguang walks towards the door of single eye and double pupil. Qian Duoduo walked towards the golden gate of the scales. Wu Ying walked toward the silver key door. Qin Yun arrived at the door of the crystal-colored crown. The 6 people exchanged glances, then without further hesitation, simultaneously reached out and pushed against the mysterious door in front of them, which seemed to be constructed of ice crystals. Creak! A soft sound, like ice cracking, rang out. The 6 doors opened in response. Behind the door was a swirling vortex emitting light of corresponding colors, obscuring the view inside. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. I have successfully completed my mission. It seems my analysis was correct. Bai Leguang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Bosses, this money wasn't wasted, was it? But from now on, it's up to you all. I wish you all a smooth journey and a bountiful harvest. After saying that, he took a step and went inside. Without further hesitation, Qin Yun stepped into the vortex that radiated crystal light. Murong Qingqing, He Ta, Wu Ying, and the others followed closely behind, their figures disappearing into their respective doors. Chapter 92. Qin Yun was dumbfounded. That's it? I've cleared the game? Qin Yun felt a sudden dizziness, and the surrounding scenery blurred instantly. When his vision cleared again, they found themselves in a strange space entirely constructed of crystal-clear ice. Ahead were 3 roads shrouded in thick fog, each emitting a faint blue, red, and gold glow. On the left, at the intersection of the blue road, there is a light screen showing a scene like a movie. The granary of Cui Luju is on fire, the flames are shining into the sky, and Zhou Daming and others are anxiously trying to put out the fire. But the fire is fierce and they urgently need strong support. At the intersection of the red road in the middle, a similar movie was playing. Zhang Yang's 10-man team was surrounded by Yeti monsters several times their size in a ruin, facing imminent danger, with casualties already appearing, and in urgent need of rescue. The movie, playing at the intersection of the golden road on the right, is a vaguely visible, unknown but massive supply warehouse. What's the meaning? Do I have to choose one of these 3 paths? Where's the hint? Is there any hidden meaning behind choosing different roads? Qin Yun's brows furrowed tightly. Just as he was considering it, in the movie, at the intersection of the 3 roads, a countdown suddenly appears, 5, 4, 3. Damn it, why do you care so much? Choose whatever you like. Select the soldiers, whoever you point to is the one, it's you. Just as the countdown was about to reach 0, Qin Yun suddenly stepped onto the red road in the middle. The moment he stepped onto the red road, the movies, at the intersections of the other 2 roads, vanished like shattered mirrors. The scene before him suddenly changed, and he felt as if he were actually there. The flames from the granary shot into the sky, eventually turning to ashes. Zhang Yang's team escaped death thanks to his timely support, and everyone's faces were filled with gratitude for surviving the ordeal. The phantom images of the residents who died indirectly because of his choice. In the granary, fire appeared, surrounding him, emitting silent wails and questions, their eyes filled with resentment. The supply warehouse in the movie, at the intersection of Golden Road, has vanished. Immediately afterwards, the blue road and the gold road disappeared. Qin Yun was completely bewildered. What the heck? What kind of nonsense is this? Qin Yun's brows immediately relaxed. Damn it, I'm here to clear the level. I'm not here to decipher it. Why think so much? If there are enemies, then eliminate them. If there's a road, keep moving forward. It's that simple. Qin Yun strode forward along the red path in the middle. After taking only a few steps, Qin Yun found himself in a huge maze, made up of countless ice mirrors. The mirror was smooth as silver, but it did not reflect his own image. He walked towards the first ice mirror, in which Su Lan's calm yet weary face appeared. The Su Lan reflected in the mirror spoke. Boss, I respect you and am willing to serve you. But please tell me, if one day my daughter faces certain death, and saving her requires betraying you, what should I choose? Qin Yun frowned, thinking to himself. So is this some kind of quiz game? Or is it another truth or lie game? He paused for a moment, then said, It doesn't matter. Qin Yun genuinely didn't care. Then, Su Lan and the mirror disappeared. Qin Yun walked forward. A moment later, Zhang Yang reappeared in the mirror in front of him. With a fawning yet ambitious look on his face, he said, "Big brother! Once our power grows, that second-in-command position, what do you think?" Qin Yun stared sharply at him. "Do you want to die? I can give you anything, but you can't take it." The arrogance reflected in the mirror vanished. In the third mirror was Murong Qingqing's aloof and stunningly beautiful face. She said calmly, "Mr. Qin, our cooperation this time is mutually beneficial. If our interests clash in the future, and we turn against each other, what will you do?" Qin Yun rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, "That's ridiculous." Click. The mirror is broken. Qin Yun continued forward. Next, the mirrors along the road reflected Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexing, Bai Jingxin, Lin Yalan, and others. Everyone asked him questions. Even people Qin Yun didn't know at all jumped out to ask him questions. He answered them one by one. After some answers were given, the person in the mirror disappeared. But after some of the answers, the mirror shattered. "I don't know what kind of mechanism it is." Click. Another mirror shattered. Immediately afterwards, the entire ice mirror maze collapsed, revealing the stairs leading to the next level. Stepping up the stairs, Qin Yun arrived at a spacious hall. At the far end of the hall stood a throne, high above, carved from millennia-old ice, exuding a chilling solitude and majesty. Qin Yun walked up the steps one by one and sat on the cold throne. The moment he sat down, the scene before him suddenly changed. He seemed to float high in the sky, looking down over the entire Green Willow residence. The third wave of snowmen was crashing against the walls like a white tsunami. Su Lan was shouting hoarsely from the wall, directing Zhang Yang, Zhou Daming and others in a bloody battle. People were constantly being hit by snowballs and fell down, resulting in heavy casualties. But he was firmly imprisoned on the throne by an invisible force, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly. "Boss! Where are you?" "Hold on! For Emerald Willow residents!" Quickly, save them!" "No retreat! Anyone who retreats will die! Supervisory team, advance!" Shouts of battle, screams of agony, the sound of snowballs hitting the ground, the sound of walls collapsing. The sounds blended into a hellish symphony, clearly reaching his ears. At the same time, various voices began to resound directly in the depths of his mind. The vengeful spirits of the fallen wailed, "Qin Yun! It's all your fault! If you were here, we wouldn't have died!" The survivors whispered in disbelief, "Where did the boss go? Did he abandon us?" Qin Yun looked speechless. I feel nothing." Shrug. "Forget it, let's just leave it at that and treat it as watching a show. Damn it, I'd rather have a few monsters and let me fight them." Hey. Did they come up with all this to test my character? Funny. Lao Tzu's mind was also tempered and refined by society, becoming as cold and hard as steel. "Do you think you have the right to test me in this wretched place?" Rubbish. I don't know how much time passed. The horrific hallucinations before my eyes and the noise in my mind receded like the tide. The hall returned to its cold and silent state, with only his heavy breathing echoing in the air. Qin Yun found that he could move again. He stood up from the throne, twisted his neck, and stretched his waist and legs. He descended the steps of the throne and walked toward the center of the hall. There, a crown constructed of the purest ice crystals, radiating a soft yet majestic light, floats silently in midair. Without hesitation, Qin Yun reached out and grabbed the ice crystal crown. The instant his fingertips touched it, boom! All the scenes, choices, faces, sounds, loneliness, and pressure from the previous 3 trials, like a flood bursting its banks, impacted his mental world with several times the intensity. Countless images and fragments of emotion spun and collided wildly, trying to tear his will apart. At the same time, the immense energy contained within the crown transformed into a tangible pressure, descending like a mountain and oppressing every inch of his bones and every nerve. Ugh! Qin Yun couldn't help but let out a low growl, veins bulging on his forehead and muscles tensing all over his body. Hold! He cursed loudly, grabbed the crown, and said viciously, "If you cause me any more trouble, I'll smash it!" Buzz! The ice crystal crown shone brightly. It then quickly contracted, transforming into a cool, flowing energy that merged into Qin Yun's brow. Then a door appeared before them. Qin Yun was completely dumbfounded. That's it! I cleared the game? Chapter 93 Holy Crap! Snow White and the Seven Giants? Qin Yun pushed open the light door, and the scene before his eyes flickered, returning him to that familiar circular hall. The ice floor remained smooth, and the entrance to the central spiral staircase was still blocked by an ice wall. He had just steadied himself when he glanced around and saw Murong Qingqing already standing in the hall. She was looking down at something in her hand, a short sword about 1.5 feet long, its entire body like solidified ice crystals. The blade emitted a faint white halo. Its design was simple and ancient, and although the blade did not look sharp, it had a restrained chill. It should be the key item obtained from behind that white sword gate. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This woman is fast. She actually cleared the level before me? When Murong Qingqing saw that it was Qin Yun, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she said, Mr. Qin. Qin Yun said, Miss Murong, it seems you've also successfully cleared the level? Just lucky. Murong Qingqing asked in a calm tone. What is Mr. Qin's trial? Qin Yun waved his hand and said, Don't even mention it. It's all just a bunch of weird, fancy stuff that gives you a headache. It's much more satisfying to fight a real battle. What about you? Murong Qingqing said. But mine was a real battle with real swords and spears. Qin Yun said. All right. Then, the two started chatting casually. Even an awkward conversation is better than pure awkwardness. The two of them just stood there quietly, without making a sound. It was so awkward. Although Qin Yun had feelings for Murong Qingqing, he knew what was important. Now was the time to focus on his career, not on love. Before long, the other two doors also started to move. First, the red shield door opened, and the black tower stepped out with steady steps. He held in his hands a large, diamond-shaped shield inlaid with rubies. The shield's surface was smooth and shimmered with a faint light. He-Ta simply nodded when he saw Qin Yun and Murong Qingqing. Immediately afterwards, the Golden Gate of Balance opened, and Qian Duoduo walked out. He held a gleaming golden scale in his hand, carefully cradling it as if it were some rare treasure. As soon as Qian Duoduo came out, he smiled and said, All the bosses are out. Looks like everything went smoothly. He had barely finished speaking. The silver key door next to it flickered a few times, and then disappeared silently into thin air. The hall fell silent instantly. Qian Duoduo's smile froze. She sighed and shook her head, saying, Alas, it seems Boss Wu has failed. Failure obviously means death. Finally, the door of two pupils and one eye slowly opened, and Bai Leguang walked out, panting heavily and wiping the sweat from his forehead. He held a fist-sized sphere of unknown material in his hands. Embedded on the surface of the sphere was an extremely realistic, eerie eye that seemed to be alive and slowly rotating. It was a double-pupiled single eye. Oh dear! I'm so sorry to have kept you all waiting. Bai Leguang came out with a big smile on his face and said, I didn't expect you bosses to act so quickly. You're really amazing. Amazing! Qian Duoduo pointed curiously at the eyeball in Bai Leguang's hand and asked, Boss Bai, what's your challenge? Why is it taking so long? Upon hearing this, Bai Leguang chuckled and said, Actually, it's just spot the difference. It made my eyes blurry and took me a little longer than usual. Hee, please excuse me. In fact, he was facing an enormous wall of eyes. There are a whopping 500,000 eyeballs on it. Those eyeballs can also move. He has to find the one with double pupils and a single eye out of these 500,000 randomly moving balls. Bai Leguang felt like he was participating in a super brain challenge. Again. Now, only 5 people remain in the hall. Without further ado, the 5 of them walked together toward the spiral staircase. As the 5 approached, the ice wall melted and evaporated rapidly, like snow under the sun, disappearing without a trace in just a few breaths, revealing the spiraling ice crystal staircase behind it. The 5 of them immediately climbed the stairs. This spiral staircase is quite long. It took me a good 10 minutes to reach the top. The 5 people arrived at a platform. At the end of the platform, there was another tightly closed, even thicker and more solemn-looking ice crystal door. There are 5 clearly visible grooves on the door, from left to right, a sword, an eyeball, scales, a crown, and a shield. Below the image, there is a line of text. At least 3 tokens must be placed in order to open this door. All 5 people's eyes fell on that line of text, then quickly swept over each other, their expressions becoming subtle and complex. At least 3 items? This means that you don't necessarily need to put all 5 tokens in, you only need to have 3 to open the door. So, here's the question. Which 3 items should I put? Who would be willing to part with the token they've worked so hard to obtain? The specific purpose of this token is still unknown, but who would be willing to give up so easily? The atmosphere in the 5-person team, which had just been barely maintaining a semblance of cooperation, suddenly became tense and eerie. Qin Yun's eyes flickered, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. Black Tower remained expressionless, but his grip on the shield tightened slightly. Murong Qingqing's eyes were cold and unreadable. Qin Yun crossed his arms, intending to observe from the sidelines for the time being. At this delicate stalemate, Bai Leguang suddenly chuckled dryly twice. Dear bosses, to be honest, don't you all think this hint is a bit too deliberate? Isn't this blatant attempt to sow discord, to make us distrust each other, and even to cause infighting? Let's put it another way, none of us know what the specific use of these tokens is right now. Even if it has some value, the really good stuff is always at the end, right? To fall out now for this uncertain benefit, what if there are even more difficult challenges later that we all need to overcome together? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and said, So in my opinion, we should just be straightforward and put all the tokens in. First, we won't fall into the trap. Second, even if we're going to fight for the benefits, we'll fight for the last ones, right? So now I still suggest that we should unite. Bai Leguang's words were reasonable and justified. Qian Duo pondered for a moment, then nodded first. Boss Bai is right. It would be unwise to start a dispute now over some unknown profit. I agree to put it all in. Black Tower nodded silently in agreement. Murong Qingqing glanced at Qin Yun and said softly, Okay. Qin Yun said, Okay. He was never a petty or short-sighted person. His goal was to conquer the tower and maximize his profits. Bai Leguang's analysis was exactly what he wanted to achieve. Bai Leguang laughed and said, Then let's release them at the same time. How about it? The 5 reached an agreement and no longer hesitated. Each of them carried their own token and walked to the corresponding groove. White light numbers 3, 2, 1. As the number 1 fell, the 5 people simultaneously pressed the tokens in their hands into the corresponding grooves. Buzz! The moment the 5 tokens were put back in their places, the entire ice crystal door suddenly lit up with a soft yet dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, the heavy ice door emitted a deep rumble and slowly opened inward, revealing the space behind it. The 5 people cautiously entered. I discovered that this place resembled a solemn palace. In the center of the main hall, there is a beautifully crafted rectangular block of ice. A woman was lying on the ice. Snow-white long hair, snow-white clothes, snow-white skin. Her whole body was snow-white. Although you can only see the side view, you can tell it's huge. It's so prominent even when it's lying down, you can imagine its size. Judging by her face, she seems quite beautiful. A thought popped into Qin Yun's mind. Could it be that I've run into Snow White? Sudden. The 7 giant ice crystal sculptures, which had been motionless, came to life, exuding murderous aura, and strode toward Qin Yun and his group. Qin Yun couldn't help but exclaim, Damn! Snow White and the 7 giants? Chapter 94 Run if you don't want to die. Run! Run! Bai Leguang quickly hid behind an icicle, peeking out half his head. I'm not good at fighting, but I can help you analyze their weaknesses. Qin Yun's eyes sharpened, and he instantly grasped the ghost head great sword, heading towards an ice sculpture that was throwing a punch. A sound of ice being chiseled rang out. Qin Yun was startled. The ghost head great sword failed to cut down the frost giant's fist? So hard. Another punch came whistling down, but Qin Yun dodged to the side. His blade flashed like lightning, slashing straight at the puncher's body, sending up a spray of ice shards. But another statue attacked from the side, brandishing its sharp claws with fierce force. Qin Yun parried with his sword, sparks flew with a clang, and he was knocked back 2 steps. However, Qin Yun didn't use his full strength. He didn't even throw a snowball. Murong Qingqing moved to the side like a ghost, her hands sweeping across her waist, her fingers already holding several thin and sharp throwing knives, which she then flung out. The throwing knife landed on the ice sculpture, but it couldn't penetrate it at all. Instead, the ice sculpture opened its mouth and exhaled an extremely cold breath, forcing Murong Qingqing to dodge repeatedly. Black Tower let out a low roar, and instead of retreating, it advanced, its arm muscles bulging, and swung its fists at an ice sculpture. Bang, bang, bang. His punches were fierce and hard, shattering ice crystals into countless fragments. However, given Black Tower's height, it could only reach the ice giant's abdomen. Qian Duo quickly retreated, caught a few glass marbles between her fingers, and then threw them forcefully, shattering them upon hitting the ice sculpture. The ice sculpture was covered in pits and holes. Similarly, Murong Qingqing, Haida, and Qian Duo also didn't throw the snowball. Clearly, each of them was holding back. They're all unwilling to reveal their true abilities. Found it! Bai Leguang began to instruct on the battle. Boss Qin, when the ice sculpture in front of you exerts its power, there are spiral ice patterns shining on its chest. Hit there! Miss Murong, the ice sculpture in front of you is about to attack your throat. Hey big guy, yours? Following Bai Leguang's prompting, Qin Yun took the brunt of an ice punch that grazed past him, switched the knife to his left hand, and activated the hardening of his right fist, smashing it like an iron hammer into the ice patterns that suddenly lit up on the giant's chest. Boom! The ice armor cracked, and the giant's movements froze instantly. Murong Qingqing moved with agility, and a flying knife pierced the neck of the ice sculpture. The statue trembled violently, and its chill dissipated. Black Tower seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful sweeping kick, knocking the speed-type ice sculpture to the ground. Thus, following Bai Leguang's instructions, after a fierce battle, the 7 ice sculptures were shattered one by one. The main hall was in a mess, with ice shards scattered all over the floor. Bai Leguang poked his head out and said with a smile, "You guys are amazing! You've worked so hard." Qian Duo laughed and said, "Hee hee, thanks to Boss Bai's guidance, otherwise the consequences would have been unpredictable. Boss Bai is really amazing." Yes, mutual flattery. Then, after a short rest, the 5 carefully walked toward the center of the main hall. Upon closer inspection, the crowd could see the woman sleeping on the ice platform more clearly. She truly resembled Snow White from a fairy tale, possessing long, flowing hair as pure and flawless as fresh snow, and skin so fair it was almost translucent, appearing delicate and translucent. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, as if sculpted from ice and snow, with long eyelashes covering her eyelids and a serene and peaceful expression. She wore an exquisitely designed, snow-white long dress, her hands clasped in front of her chest, exuding an ethereal, dreamlike beauty that made one reluctant to disturb her. "TSK, she really does look like a princess." Qin Yun clicked his tongue, circled the ice platform, and said, "It can't really be like in fairy tales, where there's going to be a kiss of true love, can it?" Murong Qingqing said, "It's still unknown whether this woman is friend or foe. Seeing her sleeping here, accompanied by 7 ice sculptures, she's probably not a good person. Perhaps if we awaken her, she'll become the final boss. In my opinion, we should just take action now to eliminate any future troubles." Qian Duo said, "Miss Murong is right. But the problem is, we don't know the conditions for passing the level. What if the key to passing the level is to awaken her?" Black Tower stood silently to the side, not liking to talk and seemingly not liking to think. The 4 of them were undecided for a moment. Then their gazes turned to Bai Leguang without prior arrangement. Bai Leguang felt everyone's gaze and said with a smile, "Bosses, please don't rush. Let me take a look and analyze it first." He walked to the ice platform and first carefully examined the sleeping woman on it. Then he wandered around the main hall, observing the ice carvings on the walls and the marks on the ground. He even picked up a few pieces of ice sculpture and looked at them. The whole process lasted 5 or 6 minutes before Bai Leguang finally strolled back. He stood before the 4 men, a mixture of embarrassment and shrewdness on his face, and cleared his throat. Well, based on the various clues I've observed, combined with my years of experience in intelligence analysis, my conclusion is. He looked at the 4 of them, grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. You'll have to pay more. Qin Yun and the other 3. A moment of speechless silence. I almost forgot, this chubby guy is an information broker. Qin Yun asked directly. How much do you want? Bai Leguang opened one palm, fingers spread. 5,000 silver coins. One price. Without a second thought, Qin Yun paid 5,000 silver coins and then asked, Is it guaranteed to be genuine? Bai Leguang's face lit up with a smile. Boss Qin is so generous. Don't worry, it's absolutely genuine. Money back guarantee if it's not. Seeing this, Murong Qingqing looked at Qian Duoduo and Haida and said, Boss Qian, Haida, how about the 3 of us pool our resources? What do you say? Upon hearing this, Bai Leguang immediately waved his hand and said, Miss Murong, this won't do. No. I'm selling this information to Boss Qin for a fixed price. If you all pool your money to listen together, it won't be fair to Boss Qin, will it? Qin Yun thought to himself. You think you're not earning enough? Murong Qingqing and the other 2 remained silent. They can still come up with 5,000 silver coins. The question is it worth it? Well, in the end, it all comes down to not having enough money. Even if I could take it out, it would still hurt my wallet. Unlike Qin Yun, who is rich and willful. Bai Leguang handed a piece of paper that he had written down earlier to Qin Yun and said, Boss Qin, this is my analysis. Please take a look. Murong Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, Boss Bai, I'll buy it too. Her thought was, We've come all this way, are we just going to go back empty-handed? Bai Leguang accepted Murong Qingqing's 5,000 silver coins and said, Thank you for your kindness. Having already read the contents of the note, Qin Yun saw that Murong Qingqing had also paid 5,000 silver coins, and a thought struck him. Bai Leguang also gave Murong Qingqing a note. After reading it, Murong Qingqing frowned. Qin Yun said, Miss Murong, how about we exchange notes? Murong Qingqing looked at Qin Yun, thought for a moment, said okay, and handed her note to Qin Yun. What's this for? Of course, they were wary of Bai Leguang giving them notes with different contents. If they are different, it proves that Bai Leguang is plotting against them. So, when you're out in the game, you have to use your brain. Qin Yun looked at the note that Murong Qingqing handed him. It had 2 lines of text on it. First sentence, if you don't want to die, run. 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 Second sentence. Chapter 95 Snow White? No, she should be called the Snow Queen. If you don't want to die, run. 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 Upon seeing these words, Qin Yun's eyelids twitched. Next, read the next sentence. If you're not afraid of death and want to take a gamble, never throw a snowball, use fire. After reading these 2 sentences, Qin Yun looked up at Murong Qingqing. Just then, Murong Qingqing also looked up at him. Their eyes met briefly in midair. They both saw a hint of speechlessness and seriousness in each other's eyes. Just those 2 sentences cost 5,000 silver coins? This money is being made way too easily. But upon closer reflection, it seems reasonable. That's the value of intelligence. The first sentence is a warning, foreshadowing extreme danger. The second sentence is an extremely crucial hint, in this snowball fight event with ice and snowballs as the main theme. Who would have thought that you can't use snowballs to deal with the final boss, but instead have to use the completely opposite, fire? It is common sense to use fire to overcome ice. If you don't know beforehand, you might choose the wrong attack method from the start and fall into an irrecoverable situation. It might take a huge price to learn the information that snowball attacks are not allowed. This is outrageous. Qin Yun cursed inwardly. Qian Duoduo kept observing the expressions of the 2 of them. Seeing the change in their expressions, he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, stepped forward and said to Bai Leguang, Boss Bai, I'll buy this intelligence too. Having said that, he promptly paid 5,000 silver coins. Bai Leguang accepted the money with a smile and then handed over a note with the same content. Seeing this, Black Tower spoke up in a low voice. Boss Bai, I don't have that much cash on hand. But if we can clear the level and get the reward, I'll give you 30%, how about that? He clearly also realized that this information was crucial. Bai Leguang's small eyes darted around, then he shook his head and said, 30% is too little. The price, 50%. One price only. Black Tower was silent for a moment, then said, All right. 50%, 50%. Bai Leguang then took out the last slip of paper and handed it to Haida with satisfaction. Then his face lit up with a smile, and he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Gentlemen, the intelligence has been delivered, and this is all the money I can earn. Now it's up to your skills. I wish you all great success and a bountiful return. After saying that, without waiting for anyone's response, his obese body moved with unusual agility and ran back to the steps he had come from, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Only Qin Yun, Murong Qingqing, Qian Duoduo, and Haida remained in the main hall. Qin Yun looked at the other three and said, Given the current situation, fighting alone definitely won't work. What I mean is, let's work together to take down this Snow White first. As for how to divide the spoils, we can talk about that after we've dealt with her. How about it? Murong Qingqing nodded first. Okay. Qian Duoduo said. Agreed. Black Tower succinctly replied. Okay. With an agreement reached, Qin Yun stopped wasting words. With a thought, he saw a dozen or so tin cans labeled gasoline appear out of thin air and land heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Murong Qingqing, Qian Duoduo, and Haida could not hide their surprise when they saw this scene. Murong Qingqing couldn't help but ask, Mr. Qin, where did you get so much gasoline? More importantly, how did he manage to carry so much gasoline? Does he possess an item similar to a storage ring? Qin Yun chuckled and emphasized two words. Secret. He naturally wouldn't reveal the existence of the personal supplies space. Pointing to the gasoline drum, he said, Let's all work together. Remember, don't spill the whole hall. Leave us some space to stand and maneuver. Without saying anything more, the four immediately got to work, picked up gasoline cans, and began to pour gasoline inside the main hall. The pungent smell of gasoline quickly filled the air. Qin Yun personally poured several buckets of gasoline directly onto the ice platform and onto the sleeping Snow White on it, the liquid soaking her snow white dress and long hair. It's a pity he's the final boss. But it would be great if you were the final boss like the Goblin Queen. I've worried myself sick over the Goblin Queen, and I can worry myself sick over you too. That's what he thought, but when he actually took action, he was ruthless. Fortunately, the group was quite rational. There wasn't that silly person who couldn't bring themselves to harm Snow White, because she was so beautiful. Otherwise, an internal conflict would break out before they could deal with Snow White. Actually, it should, probably, or likely existed before. For example, Dewey. Fortunately, he was already out of the game. Preparations were completed quickly. The four retreated to the designated safe area. Qin Yun took out a flip lighter and struck it with a snap to produce a flame. He aimed carefully, flicked his wrist, and threw the lit lighter toward the gasoline-covered ice table. The lighter, still lit, tumbled through the air and landed precisely on the edge of the ice platform. Boom! The flames, like a ferocious beast awakened, exploded in flames instantly. Orange-red flames shot into the air and spread at an astonishing speed, engulfing the entire ice platform and the Snow White on it in the blink of an eye. The raging fire clashed violently with the icy ice, producing a hissing sound and sending up large amounts of white water vapor. Aowa! A piercing, inhuman scream suddenly erupted from the center of the flames. The voice was filled with extreme pain and overwhelming rage. Although I couldn't understand the specific language, the implied meaning of "You deserve to die" was crystal clear. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying chill spread out from the center of the flames like a shockwave from an explosion. Wherever the cold air passed, a thick layer of ice quickly formed on the ground, attempting to suppress the flames. Ice and fire intertwined and collided wildly, and more water vapor spread out, blurring the view. However, the flames produced by burning gasoline were extremely fierce, and the large area over which it was spilled meant that the cold air could not extinguish it completely in a short time. The flames continued to burn stubbornly. Upon seeing this, all four of them were greatly encouraged. But the next second, another change occurs. As if summoned, the ice crystals on the walls and dome of the main hall began to peel away, transforming into countless ice blocks that shot towards the center of the flames like moths to a flame, quickly enveloping, snow white, and forming an incredibly thick, enormous ice sphere. The flames were temporarily kept out, and the surface of the ice puck sizzled as it burned, constantly melting and freezing. "Prepare!" Qin Yun let out a low shout and gripped the ghost head greatsword tightly in his hand. Murong Qingqing held her throwing knife between her fingers again, and Hei Ta, Qian Duoduo, and others all assumed fighting stances. Click! Click! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice puck and spread rapidly. An even colder and more majestic aura emanated from the crack. Boom! The ice hockey puck suddenly exploded. A figure slowly floated up from the shattered ice. She was a woman floating in midair, wearing a gorgeous long dress made of the purest ice and snow, and a crown of ice. Her long hair was snow white, and her eyes were ice blue, devoid of any human emotion. An immense pressure enveloped the entire hall, making it incredibly difficult to breathe. Snow White? No, she should be called the Snow Queen. The Queen's icy blue eyes surveyed the four people below who stood ready for battle. Chapter 96. Oh yeah! Harder! Hit me harder! The Ice Queen, suspended in midair, looked down at the four people below with her icy blue eyes devoid of any emotion. Immediately, a scepter carved entirely from dark blue ice crystals materialized in her hand. The scepter is topped with a huge gem that exudes an aura of extreme cold, and its design is both magnificent and imposing. Without a word, the queen gently waved her scepter. In an instant, hundreds of ice swords condensed in the air. Each ice sword was incredibly sharp, gleaming with a deadly cold light, and the tips of the swords were all pointed at the four people below. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A rain of ice swords fell. Qin Yun's pupil shrank sharply, and his lightning flash ability was activated instantly. His figure turned into a blurry afterimage and rushed to the side. Murong Qingqing moved with lightning speed, having already retreated in advance. At the same time, she raised her hands in quick succession, and several throwing knives were not aimed at the queen, but rather accurately at the several ice swords flying towards her. Despite his tall, muscular build, Black Tower was surprisingly agile, dodging left and right to evade the attack. Anyone who has ever boxed can recognize that it's the butterfly step. However, Qian Duoduo was not so lucky. He wasn't known for his agility, and although he tried his best to dodge, there were just too many ice swords and they were too fast. Pft! 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 Several muffled thuds of sharp blades piercing flesh followed as several ice swords pierced his chest and abdomen almost simultaneously, pinning him to the ground. Hold! After cursing, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his body fell straight backward, blood instantly staining the ground beneath him, and he was lifeless. In a single encounter, one of the four was eliminated. Although Murong Qingqing and Haida tried their best to dodge, their right shoulders and left legs were also cut open by the ice sword. The power of the Ice Queen's single strike was terrifying. No wonder Bai Leguang shouted, "Run!" 3 times. Oh shit! Qin Yun caught a glimpse of Qian Duoduo's corpse out of the corner of his eye, and his heart trembled. Without hesitation, he took out a Molotov cocktail from his personal supplies space, lit the strip of cloth with a lighter, and hurled it with all his might at the queen in midair. The Molotov cocktail, trailing a fiery tail, hurtled toward its target. However, the queen merely glanced indifferently at the incoming fireball and lightly tapped her scepter. A thick wall of ice instantly solidified in front of her. Bang! The Molotov cocktail smashed against the ice wall, and flames exploded, making the ice wall sizzle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Black Tower charged towards the Ice Queen by stepping on the area without flames. The Ice Queen struck again with her scepter, and ice balls the size of heads shot towards the Black Tower like cannonballs. Black Tower was once the king of the underground boxing ring. His nickname, Black Tower, came from his towering physique and terrifying power to kill with a single punch. Facing the oncoming ice puck, he unleashed a barrage of punches like a pile driver. Thump 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 snap. The ice hockey pucks shattered under his ferocious punches. He charged straight down to the queen, then bent his knees slightly and suddenly exerted force, his massive body leaping into the air. He pulled his right fist back, concentrating all his strength and energy into this one punch, his ultimate technique. The skill has a simple and unpretentious name, Killer Fist. The force of the punch was so strong that it even created a sonic boom. The power of this punch is enough to shatter a steel plate. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, a hint of mockery seemed to flash in the Ice Queen's icy blue eyes. She did not dodge, but simply parted her lips and blew a breath of pale blue cold air at Black Tower's fist. Laugh! The moment the cold air made contact with the fist, Black Tower's fist, powerful enough to split rocks and shatter stone, along with his entire forearm, was rapidly covered with a thick, indestructible layer of ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The biting cold instantly invaded, freezing not only his arm but also spreading throughout his body. The Black Tower's form was fixed in midair by an invisible force. His face showed pain and panic. He felt as if all the blood in his body was freezing. Upon seeing this, Qin Yun didn't hesitate. He threw his ghost head greatsword, which transformed into a black lightning bolt. Instead of striking the queen, he precisely slashed at Black Tower's frozen arm. Click! With a crisp crack, Black Tower's right arm snapped off at the elbow. Although he lost an arm, he successfully stopped the cold from spreading further. With a casual wave of her scepter, the Ice Queen unleashed a tremendous force that struck the Black Tower in the chest from a distance, sending him flying like a broken sack of potatoes. He crashed into the distant ice wall and slid down. At this moment, Murong Qingqing finally found her opportunity. Like a phantom in the night, she silently approached the queen from behind, her last two short swords striking the queen's back and neck like the spitting of a viper. As if she had eyes in the back of her head, the queen gracefully swung her scepter around, and with two clinks, easily knocked the two short swords away. At the same time, the scepter was used to strike, and a gust of ice storm was blown up, forcing Murong Qingqing to retreat. Then, the Ice Queen blew out cold air to extinguish the flames burning all over the hall. The flames burning gasoline inside the main hall caused the temperature to rise significantly. This weakens the Snow Queen's power. Similarly, since the Snow Queen failed to deceive anyone's soul, her power has not been restored. How do you deceive someone's soul? Of course, it's a true love's kiss. If someone is captivated by her previous Snow White image and then tries to kiss her like Prince Charming kisses Snow White to wake her up, she can steal and devour that person's soul. In that case, her strength will be even greater. At this point in the battle, Qin Yun's side had one dead and one crippled, and the situation was extremely critical. Actually, Qin Yun also had a chance. The key item they obtained earlier was actually intended to deal with this Snow Queen. But they were all used to open the door. If you open the door with 3 items and leave 2 behind, you won't be in such a sorry state when facing this Snow Queen. Even Bai Leguang hadn't figured this out. When Qin Yun saw the Snow Queen putting out the fire, he knew that the flames were still having a significant impact on her, otherwise she wouldn't have been putting them out. He immediately played his trump card, summoning the Goblin Queen. The magic circle opened. The Goblin Queen has appeared. She still possesses a breathtakingly beautiful face, with delicate features like an elf and skin as white as snow. The only noticeable change was that her abdomen was now visibly protruding, making her look like she was 5 or 6 months pregnant. Her captivating eyes first swept over the icy and snowy environment with a slight look of confusion, then she frowned slightly. "I've already told you, don't." The Goblin Queen wanted to scold Qin Yun. But then, her gaze was fixed on the Ice Queen, who was radiating a powerful threat in midair. His eyes instantly sharpened and filled with fighting spirit. The moment the Ice Queen saw the Goblin Queen, a noticeable tremor appeared in her icy blue eyes for the first time. When two queens meet, no extra words are needed. They immediately start arguing. Snort! The Goblin Queen let out a haughty snort. Even though she was pregnant, her imposing manner remained undiminished. She pulled at her leg, pulling out a long vine whip. The long vine whip was originally wrapped around her waist. Now that her belly is swollen, it wraps around her long legs like a snake coiling around a tree. That image was quite wild, and even more alluring. The long vine whip shot out like a live snake, whistling through the air, and lashed straight at the Ice Queen in midair. With a wave of her scepter, the Ice Queen instantly conjured an ice shield in an attempt to block the long whip. However, the long vine whip was unusually flexible. With a strange twist of its tip, it bypassed the ice shield and continued to attack the Queen's face. The Queen had to lean back slightly to narrowly avoid the danger. The Goblin Queen missed her first strike, withdrew her whip, and lashed out again. 1 lash, 2 lashes, 3 lashes, 4 lashes, 5 lashes, each lash faster than the last. The Snow Queen's rhythm was disrupted by this sudden and tricky attack. She had to deal with the elusive whip, the Molotov cocktails that Qin Yun would throw at her from time to time, and Nurong Qingqing's occasional sword attacks, making her seem rather flustered. With the Goblin Queen effectively holding her back, the Ice Queen finally revealed a weakness. Now! Qin Yun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he activated Lightning Flash. At full power, his figure moving like lightning, closing in instantly. This time, he unleashed his hardening ability with all his might, becoming harder than ever before, referring to his fists, of course. His right fist, like a cannonball, slammed into the Snow Queen's abdomen. Boom! A muffled thud. The Queen's body trembled violently, letting out a muffled groan of pain, her beautiful face contorted in agony. As we all know, mages are generally fragile. No matter how powerful the Queen's ice magic was, her body was no match for Qin Yun's incredibly hard blow. How could the Goblin Queen let such a golden opportunity slip by? With a sudden flick of her wrist, the long vine whip, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, no longer lashed out, but instead tightly wrapped around the Ice Queen's scepter. With a forceful pull, the scepter slipped from her grasp. A mage without a staff is like a tiger without claws. The Snow Queen was about to reclaim her scepter. Unexpectedly, after landing, Qin Yun exerted his strength again and used Lightning Flash to pounce on the Ice Queen, knocking her to the ground and sitting on her. All around her were raging flames of gasoline, which ignited her hair. Qin Yun had absolutely no compassion for women at this moment. A super hard head cough, a super hard fist, smashed it into her head, smashed it hard, hammered it hard. Slightly to the left. Go right. Go left again. Next press right. Bang 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 dash. Nurong Qingqing, who was not far away, saw this scene and her cheeks twitched, feeling a bit of pain. Just then, a clear, resounding female voice echoed directly in Qin Yun's mind. Stop! I surrender! The language was unfamiliar and ancient, but Qin Yun instantly understood its meaning. The Ice Queen was communicating with him directly using the language of the soul. Qin Yun did not stop, but continued to beat the Ice Queen until her face was covered in blood. He thought he should first subdue her and scare her before thinking about anything else. Qin Yun's current method for dealing with women is simply to hit them. If you can subdue them, then subdue them. If you'd rather die than submit, then go die. However. Yay! That's it. Keep going. Hit harder. Hit me with even more force. Qin Yun was stunned. Chapter 97, The large-scale event, Snowball Fight, has ended. Generous rewards await. Just as Qin Yun was punching the Ice Queen, with his big, hard fists, making her shout, "Oh yeah!" The last line of defense at Green Willow Residence is in grave danger. A blizzard raged, reducing visibility to extremely low levels. The third wave of snowmen, however, carried an endless sense of oppression, like a white tide of death, crashing wave after wave against the last protective wall built up by ice, snow, and off-road vehicles. Hold on! Everyone hold on for me! Zhou Daming roared at the top of his lungs, throwing snowballs with all his might, smashing the head of one snowman, but immediately more snowmen surged up. Zhao Long felt his arms were sore and numb, and he was just throwing snowballs on instinct. Behind the community wall, the wounded were everywhere, and wails, cries, and curses mingled together. I've already used up all the cards I acquired. Thank goodness for those cards, otherwise Green Willow residence would have been breached long ago. However, they have run out of cards, and with hundreds of people locked in battle, morale is on the verge of collapse. Too many! Absolutely too many! We can't possibly kill them all! A man cried out in despair. His eyes began to flicker as he kept looking behind him. Another thin man shouted, "It's no use, we can't hold out! Run!" Members of the supervisory team, their eyes red, shouted, "Halt! Deserters will be executed!" One of the supervisory team members rushed up and started slashing. But their own hands were trembling, and even their supervisors seemed hesitant in the face of this desperate situation. Panic spread like a plague among the people, and the defenses could collapse from within at any moment. Su Lan stood on a relatively high snow wall, her face as pale as paper. Looking at the chaotic and desperate scene before her, her heart sank to the bottom. With Qin Yun gone, all the pressure fell on her shoulders. She knew that once this line of defense was breached and the snowmen flooded into the community, with the morale on the verge of collapse, the entire Chui Lu Ju would instantly fall apart and scatter in all directions. Su Lan shouted with all her might, "Hold on! Perseverance is victory!" That would obviously not be very effective. But if we don't say that, what else can we say? She could only do her best to stabilize morale. Just as she was extremely anxious and almost ordered the execution of the final contingency plan, which was to evacuate with her daughter and the boss's women. A cold female voice resounded deep within her mind. "Let me do it! Release your mind and temporarily hand over control of your body to me." Su Lan was taken aback. She immediately realized that it was the soul of the Queen of Ghosts, who had been implanted into her body by the King of Ghosts. This soul had been dormant for so long that she had almost forgotten its existence. Unexpectedly, it appeared at the most critical moment. Should we listen to her? Su Lan gritted her teeth and resolutely replied in her heart, "Okay." Unless absolutely necessary, she did not want to give up Green Willow residence. She used to be a soldier. Deep down, he still harbors a desire to protect the people in his community. In an instant, Su Lan felt a cold and powerful force take over her body. Her gaze suddenly became deep and sharp, and she exuded a powerful aura that was completely different from before. She suddenly opened her arms, and an invisible spiritual force spread out from her center. A shocking scene unfolded. In front of the low wall, a large area of snow seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, quickly condensing into countless huge snowballs that floated in midair. "Go!" Under the control of the deceptive princess, Su Lan let out a cold and sharp shout and swung her arms forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands upon thousands of snowballs seemed to come alive, transforming into a violent snowball storm that, with astonishing speed and power, crashed down on the surging tide of snowmen. Bang 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 bang. The dense impacts sounded like firecrackers. This snowball storm was far more powerful than usual. The snowmen that were hit were shattered and disintegrated, instantly clearing out a large area. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, miraculous scene, and they all looked at Su Lan on the snow wall, who seemed to have become a different person. However, this powerful attack could not last. Su Lan's body trembled violently, and her face changed from pale to an unnatural flush. Immediately afterwards, bright red blood began to seep from her eyes, nose, and ears. Clearly, her body could not withstand the powerful strength of the deceptive queen. "Well?" Su Lan let out a painful groan, and the suspended snowballs fell one after another, bringing the snowball storm to an abrupt end. Her body went limp, and the intense dizziness almost made her lose consciousness. The moment her attack stopped, even more swarms of Yeti monsters emerged from the blizzard, seemingly endless, and charged forward with even greater malice. The glimmer of hope that had just appeared was instantly extinguished, and despair once again enveloped everyone. Someone completely broke down. "It's over! It's really over! Run! We can't hold on any longer!" This action was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. More and more people began to throw down their weapons, cry out, and run away. The defensive line collapsed instantly. Sulan watched this scene of collapse with a bitter feeling in her heart. There's nothing we can do. Now all we can do is. But just a second before this complete collapse, an unexpected change occurred. The moment those Miyu Ice City monsters rushed to the low wall, it was as if the delete key had been pressed. All the snowmen, along with the sounds they made, vanished into thin air in an instant. All that remained was the howling wind and the swirling snowflakes. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Sulan was the first to react. Fighting off the dizziness, she used her last ounce of strength to shout in a hoarse but clear voice. Don't panic! We won! The snowman is gone! We won! Those who hadn't yet collapsed and fled shouted excitedly. We won! We won! People were stunned for a few seconds, then erupted in deafening cheers, shouts, and laughter. Overwhelmed by the joy of surviving the ordeal, everyone embraced each other, collapsed in the snow, and released their pent-up fear and excitement. We made it through. We won! At the same time, inside the ice and snow tower, the once high and mighty Ice Queen was now kneeling obediently before Qin Yun, her clothes disheveled, her face bruised and blood-stained, her once majestic head bowed. Murong Qingqing, watching this scene from a short distance away, parted her red lips slightly and murmured softly, "This is also possible?" Qin Yun was also wondering to himself, "Can this really work?" He himself found it a bit outrageous that a merciless beating had actually subdued the powerful Ice Queen, and she had even signed a soul contract with her. This queen is actually a... He couldn't help but glance at the Goblin Queen, a thought popping into his mind. These two women with peculiar fetishes are a perfect match for Tama. Just then, a familiar pop-up window, radiating golden light, appeared simultaneously in front of Qin Yun, Murong Qingqing, and all the survivors outside the tower. The large-scale snowball fight event has ended. Survival performance evaluation in progress. Evaluation complete. Your rating is SSS. Based on your rating, you will receive the following rewards. Reward: 50,000 silver coins. Experience: 400,000. Status: your citizen level has been upgraded to Iron level 5-star. Special reward: Ice and Snow Tower, a unique building. Friendly reminder: there will be no major events for the next month. I won't tell you that I will evaluate your performance and award prizes a month later. Looking at the glittering SSS level rating and generous rewards in front of him, Qin Yun let out a long sigh of relief, a huge sense of ease and joy welling up in his heart. Another SSS rating achieved. Huge gains. In particular, he has also made a soul contract with this Snow Queen, and now he can control her at will. Without a doubt, this Snow Queen is not only a formidable fighter, but also incredibly capable. Hello? The Goblin Queen's displeased voice interrupted his thoughts. She glared with a pair of domineering eyes. You're not allowed to summon me to fight again before I give birth. Do you hear me? Qin Yun glanced at her obvious pregnant belly and said, Okay. I definitely won't summon her. You can rest and focus on your pregnancy. The Goblin Queen gave a soft snort, the magic circle opened, and she disappeared. Qin Yun then turned to the Ice Queen kneeling on the ground and said, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and put out the fire here. Yes, master. The Ice Queen respectfully responded, raised her head, and parted her lips slightly, blowing out a chilling gust of wind. As the cold wind swept through, the flames still burning inside the hall were quickly extinguished. Then, Qin Yun strode up to Murong Qingqing. Looking into her stunning face and deep eyes, he spoke bluntly and without any beating around the bush. Murong Qingqing, I want you to be my woman. Are you willing? Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened. What? Chapter 98: The Value of the Ice and Snow Tower. Time to focus on business in the next month. Murong Qingqing was taken aback by Qin Yun's blunt words. Immediately, a surge of anger mixed with disappointment welled up in his heart. The joy of just receiving an S-level rating vanished instantly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent as she glared at Qin Yun, both shocked and furious. Her tone was icy as she said, "Mr. Qin, I never imagined you were this kind of person." Facing her angry glare, Qin Yun remained calm and smiled, saying, "A beautiful woman is a gentleman's desire. I like beautiful women, and you are a rare beauty. Isn't it normal for me to want you to be my woman?" "You!" Murong Qingqing's chest heaved with anger at his words. She originally had some appreciation and goodwill towards Qin Yun. But at this moment, all that remains is the feeling of knowing a person's face but not their heart, and disgust. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and a mocking sneer curled at the corner of her mouth. "What? If I don't want to, Mr. Qin, are you planning to use violence to force me to comply?" Qin Yun shook his head, still looking frank and honest, and said, "If it were when I first came to this world, I might have considered using force. But now, I won't. If you don't want to, then forget it. I, Qin Yun, am not so desperate for women." Murong Qingqing was speechless for a moment, choked by his generous attitude. Qin Yun looked at her and added, "However, if you ever change your mind and want to be my woman, you can come find me anytime. I'll be staying at Green Willow Residence for now. But I don't know where I'll be staying in the future." He has no shortage of women now. Therefore, he wasn't in such a hurry for Murong Qingqing. To put it bluntly, he now feels that women are just two big ones and one small one. Finding a new woman is just about trying something new. Murong Qingqing replied firmly, "I won't change my mind. Farewell." Qin Yun smiled and said, "Who knows what will happen in the future?" He then said, "Miss Murong Black Tower, this collaboration was quite pleasant. I hope we'll have the opportunity to work together again next time." After saying that, he changed the subject and said, "However, I'm afraid you two will have to leave now. This ice tower is already my territory. Now is not the time to entertain guests." His words were so blunt that they were tantamount to telling him to leave. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly, too lazy to even reply, and turned around to leave decisively. With only one arm left, Black Tower nodded to Qin Yun and said, "Boss Qin, thank you. You saved my life just now, and I, Black Tower, owe you a life. I will definitely repay you when I have the chance." Qin Yun smiled and said without any hesitation, "Okay, if you put it that way, I'll remember it. I might need your help sometime in the future." Heita said, "I live in the Maple Forest Evening Residential area. If Mr. Qin needs anything, you can come and find me." After saying that, he walked to Qian Duoduo's body, hoisted the body onto his shoulder with his left hand, and left. After all, they had fought side by side, and he intended to give Qian Duoduo a proper burial. Murong Qingqing and Haida left the ice and snow tower. As expected, Fatty Bai Leguang was still waiting outside. As soon as he saw them come out, he immediately greeted them with a big smile. "Wow! Congratulations! Judging from your appearance, you must have successfully cleared the level, right? You're really amazing!" "Huh! Where's Boss Qin? And what's Boss Qian doing here?" He saw Qian Duoduo's corpse on Black Tower's shoulder. Murong Qingqing was furious, and couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. She just gave a cold humph, and left. Bai Leguang looked at Black Tower curiously and asked, "Boss Black Tower, what's Miss Murong doing here?" The Black Tower succinctly recounted the last events that occurred inside the tower. After listening, Bai Leguang blinked his small eyes and chuckled. "Boss Qin is truly a man of character. Ha ha!" He then exclaimed, "So it seems that Boss Qin is the biggest winner this time? TSK, as expected of Boss Qin, I knew he was no ordinary person." Black Tower nodded and said, "Boss Bai, farewell. Also, if you have any valuable information in the future, you can come to me." Bai Leguang immediately patted his chest and assured him, "No problem. Take care, Boss Black Tower. I'll let you know as soon as there's anything good." After Murong Qingqing and the Black Tower left, Qin Yun began to carefully explore the ice and snow tower. The Snow Queen, perhaps Snow White Maid, would be a more fitting name now, followed him closely, her head bowed and eyes lowered, very docile. Qin Yun asked her some questions, such as her origins, and why she had been asleep before. However, the Snow Maid said she couldn't remember anything, not even her own name. It was as if my memories had been completely wiped clean. If Qin Yun hadn't signed a soul contract with her, and confirmed that she wasn't lying and that she really had amnesia, he would have wanted to beat her up. But judging from her expression, I'd bet she'd be even happier if I beat her up. Qin Yun arrived at the core control room on the top floor of the tower. There is a huge control platform made of ice crystals, with intricate runes and images floating on it. After some exploration, Qin Yun gradually understood the true purpose of the tower. Simply put, this ice and snow tower is like the core hub of a super base. It can deploy a powerful protective shield for ice and snow areas. Within this area, although the environment is icy and snowy, it is well protected. More importantly, it can consume energy and resources to build various functional ice and snow structures, such as barracks, defensive towers, and so on. It can even directly produce and control Yeti monsters. Qin Yun was overjoyed. Holy crap! This thing is awesome! Unfortunately, the ice tower's current level has been reset to 0. All building options and production capacity are currently locked in a gray area. Qin Yun needs to upgrade the tower again in order to gradually unlock its original magical functions. After understanding the situation, Qin Yun had an idea and left the ice and snow tower with the snow maid. He immediately began operating the light screen. Buzz! The entire massive ice and snow tower emitted a deep hum, and its body began to emit a soft light, rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the once towering tower was transformed into a delicate ice tower model that was only 20 centimeters tall. Qin Yun bent down, picked up the model, and threw it into his personal supplies space. As the ice tower was retracted, the entire ice and snow paradise seemed to lose its support, and began to appear illusory and transparent, eventually disappearing completely. The surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly, and the snow on the ground melted at an alarming rate. Bai Leguang, who had been keeping watch outside, was stunned by what he saw. He hurried over, his face beaming with amazement and a fawning smile, uttering words of flattery and admiration. Qin Yun glanced at him and cut straight to the point, asking, "Enough with the small talk, what new information do you have to sell me?" Bai Leguang rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "There really is. But..." He rubbed his fingers together. "The meaning couldn't be clearer." Qin Yun asked. "How much?" Bai Leguang held up one finger and said with a smile, 10,000 silver coins? Absolutely worth it." Qin Yun directly cut off the broken bone, and said, 1,000. Bai Leguang's face fell. He said, "Boss Qin, you're haggling too much, 5,000. That's the lowest I can go. Information is priceless." Qin Yun said, 900. Bai Leguang's face grew even more bitter. "Boss Qin, you can't bargain like that." Qin Yun slashed again. 800. Bai Leguang immediately raised his hands in surrender, with an expression that said, "I'm scared of you," and said, Okay. 800 it is." He quickly reached out for the money. Qin Yun paid 800 silver coins. Bai Leguang took the money and said, "Boss Qin, based on my analysis and summary, although there are no major events scheduled for the next month, if you achieve outstanding results in a certain field during this month, such as starting a company, making a fortune, and earning a lot of money, then you are very likely to receive a very high evaluation and reward in the evaluation 1 month later." Then he added, "Mr. Qin, think about it. After all, this is an urban survival game. What's the core of an urban game? It's economy, business, and making money. I think this could be a shortcut to a high score." After listening, Qin Yun's eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. Bai Leguang's information is indeed quite reasonable. Looks like I can't just lie around playing with girls for the next month. I can't just think about romance. I still need to keep building my career. Immediately, Qin Yun said to Bai Leguang, "If you have any important intelligence in the future, you can come to Chui Lu residence to find me." Bai Leguang repeatedly said, Absolutely. Mr. Qin, you are my VIP. Whenever I have important information, I will definitely come to you first." Qin Yun stopped talking to him, took out the Mingma off-road vehicle, and drove the maid by Shui straight to Chui Lu residence. Hopefully, Green Willow residence will pull through. Chapter 99. Event ends, temperatures rise. The ducks are the first to know when the river warms in spring. The Munchkin SUV rolled over the rapidly melting snow and approached the Chui Lu Ju residential area. Qin Yun could see the mess on the outer perimeter of the residential area from afar. The survivors are busy clearing the battlefield and carrying away the bodies of their comrades. Everyone's face was etched with exhaustion. As Qin Yun's car approached, Zhou Daming, who was directing the movement of the body, was the first to recognize the familiar SUV. He was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with immense joy, and he shouted excitedly at the top of his lungs. "Boss! The boss is back! The boss is back!" This shout was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly drawing everyone's attention. People stopped what they were doing, looked up, and showed a variety of complex expressions on their faces. There was excitement, joy, and a sense of relief. Of course, there was also some subtle resentment mixed in. Some people might think to themselves, "We were risking our lives up front, and you were nowhere to be found at the crucial moment. Now that the danger is over, you've finally come back." However, they only dared to keep these thoughts to themselves. No one dared to actually say them aloud. Unbeknownst to them, it was Qin Yun's victory inside the ice and snow tower that directly led to the disappearance of the snowman craze and the end of the snowball fight event. Zhang Yang is busy with post-war cleanup work. Hearing the shout, he immediately dragged his exhausted body and jogged over. Seeing Qin Yun get out of the car, he quickly forced a respectful smile. "Boss, you're back?" Qin Yun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield, and asked, "Tell me about the situation here." "Yes, boss." Zhang Yang immediately perked up and gave a detailed account of how fierce the snowman tide was, how the defense line was on the verge of collapse, how Su Lan suddenly unleashed her power to clear out a group of snowmen but then became seriously injured and unconscious, and how the snowmen mysteriously disappeared at the last moment. As he spoke, his gaze couldn't help but drift to the Snow Queen, standing quietly behind Qin Yun, a woman with silver hair, snow-white skin, and an unparalleled beauty with an exotic charm. He secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. The boss is indeed the boss. He went out for a trip and brought back another top-notch beauty, and a 4-in-1 at that. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. However, he could only admire him from afar. Qin Yun listened quietly. Although Zhang Yang's description was far less thrilling than his personal experience, he could still imagine the intensity and despair of the battle at that time. Finally, he patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Yang was flattered and repeatedly said, "It's no trouble at all. It's only right to work for the boss." Zhang Yang seemed to remember something and leaned closer to ask in a low voice, "Boss, after this event, the surviving brothers all received some rewards. Do you think we should confiscate these rewards? After all, without your wise leadership, we wouldn't have been able to survive and receive these rewards." TSK. That shows awareness. Qin Yun was satisfied with Zhang Yang's performance, but without giving it much thought, he waved his hand. "No need. They deserve it, they can keep it themselves." He really doesn't care about these small rewards from his subordinates now. There's no need to invite dissatisfaction and resentment from subordinates over something so trivial. He then instructed Zhang Yang, "Go and tell everyone that we're holding a celebratory banquet tonight, so everyone can have a good meal to celebrate that we've successfully survived this snowball fight. Also, compile the merit list as soon as possible. I want to reward those who have contributed. Of course, those who have done good will be rewarded, and those who have done wrong will be punished. Those who deserted during the battle or undermined morale must also be dealt with according to the rules." Zhang Yang quickly replied, "Yes, boss. I'll take care of it right away." Qin Yun, accompanied by the maid Bai Shui, went straight back to Villa A01. Zhou Jiaji, Bai Jiaxin, Bai Jingxin, Lin Yaolin, and Yan Yuqing had already received the news and were waiting at the door. Seeing Qin Yun return safely, they all showed genuine joy and relief. Without a doubt, Qin Yun is now their pillar of support. "Brother Yun! Brother Yun!" The twin sisters, Bai Jiaxin and Bai Jingxin, were like joyful little birds, rushing directly into Qin Yun's arms. Qin Yun laughed heartily, opened his arms, and embraced the two soft, warm mounds of flesh tightly. Feeling the softness of their bodies against my skin, I felt incredibly comfortable. Qin Yun and the others chatted as they entered the villa. Dressed in a maid outfit, Yan Yiqing dutifully served Qin Yun hot water. 1 man and 5 women talked for a while. Bai Jiexin looked curiously at the maid Bai Shui, blinking her big eyes as she asked, "Brother Yun, who is she?" Qin Yun smiled and casually introduced her. "Call her Bai Shui. She's my new maid." Upon hearing this, the maid, Snow White, bowed slightly to the women, her movements elegant and graceful, like a young lady from a noble family, yet her eyes remained calm and undisturbed. Qin Yun laughed and said, "Actually, she was the big boss of this snowball fight event. I got beaten up by her, and only after I conquered her did the snowball fight event end." Upon hearing this, all 5 women showed expressions of surprise. Then Bai Jiexin looked at Qin Yun with admiration and her eyes shining, and said, "Brother Yun, you are so amazing! You have even conquered the big boss." Qin Yun said meaningfully, "What are you saying? Whether I'm powerful or not, others may not know, but you all certainly do." Bai Jiexin snuggled up to Qin Yun and said in a coquettish voice, "Of course I know how amazing Brother Yun is. I know it all too well." Qin Yun laughed heartily, his good mood increasing by 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. All my fatigue and exhaustion vanished. As expected. The right way is to maintain a balance between tension and relaxation, and to harmonize yin and yang. After resting for a while, Qin Yun arrived at the A02 villa next door. Su Jiajiao now lives with Su Lan. The 2 women share the same surname. One is a retired soldier, and the other is a policewoman. They have similar personalities and get along quite well. Upon seeing Qin Yun's arrival, Su Jiajiao quickly welcomed him inside, calling him "Boss." Qin Yun asked directly, "How is Su Lan?" Su Jiajiao sighed and said, "I don't know either. In order to stabilize the defense, she seems to have used some kind of power beyond the limit, which caused her body to be severely overdrawn. She is still in a coma and has been sleeping." Qin Yun walked to the bedside and saw Su Lan lying there with a pale face and weak breathing. Her usual competence and composure had been replaced by her sickly appearance. Her daughter, Zhong Guixin, was sitting obediently by the bed, her little hand tightly holding her mother's hand, her face full of worry. Qin Yun patted Zhong Guixin's head, said a few words of comfort, and then said to Su Jiajiao, "Let her rest well. She can come to me any time if she needs anything." Su Jiajiao nodded. That evening, a huge bonfire was lit in the open space of Chuiluju, and a grand celebration banquet was held. Qin Yun had no shortage of supplies. With a wave of his hand, he provided a hot, filling, and plentiful meal for over 600 people. The joy of surviving the disaster permeated the entire community. People temporarily forgot their sadness and fear, freely venting their emotions and enjoying the beautiful moment. However, before the banquet began, Qin Yun publicly announced the rewards for those who had made contributions and the punishments for those who had violated the rules. His clear distinction between rewards and punishments reaffirmed his absolute authority. Zhang Yang even shouted excitedly, "Thanks to the boss for defeating the final boss in time, the snowman tide disappeared. We were able to survive entirely because of the boss. The boss is like the sun, dispelling the cold. We can never repay the boss's kindness. We will forever remember the boss's kindness in our hearts." Qin Yun listened, but something felt off. But why do I inexplicably feel quite good about it? It was late at night. The bedroom of Villa A01. Qin Yun burst through the door and plunged into the greenhouse. He chuckled and exclaimed, "TSK, ducks are indeed the first to know when the river warms in spring. The temperature has warmed up quickly after the event ended." Bai Jiexin whispered in Qin Yun's ear, "Brother Yun, you're that duck, aren't you?" Qin Yun smiled and said, "Your sister is a warm-hearted person. I wonder if you are too." Bai Jiexin whispered in Qin Yun's ear, "I'm definitely more heartwarming than her. Don't just talk the talk." Qin Yun glanced at the maid Bai Shui and beckoned her over. "Come here." Bai Shui obediently moved closer. Qin Yun reached out and lifted a strand of her long, silvery white hair. It felt cool and silky to the touch. He smiled and said, TSK, no wonder you're a foreign beauty. You're as white as snow. Calling you Snow White is really not wrong. Bai Shui said, Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, master. Qin Yun is preparing to defeat the final boss of the snowball fight event once more. Result. Hiss. So cold. Chapter 100, Build an MDE Mod Dan, Entertainment Media. Qin Yun slept until the sun was high in the sky before waking up amidst a blanket of white snow. He drew back the curtains. The blinding sunlight streamed in, the snow and ice outside the window melted, the ground was wet, and the air carried a damp scent. Qin Yun stretched out a big yawn, then twisted his neck and checked the supplies that had been unlocked in the past few days. First, ice power fruit, 1,000 pieces. Second, 1,000 AK-47 assault rifles, fully magazined. Third, 1,000 NS3 game consoles. Fourth, deep well salt, 1,000 bags. Fifth, bamboo toothpicks, 1,000 boxes. Sixth, Brother San's miracle oil, 1,000 bottles. The resources unlocked by the daily life system are still the same. It has both useful and useless parts. In his opinion, the most useless supplies were not even bamboo toothpicks, but the third brother's magic oil. From Tama. What use would I have for this thing? Who does it think it is? After making a comment, he took out a frost power fruit. The fruit feels cool to the touch and looks a bit like a jujube, but its color is ice blue. He popped it into his mouth and took a bite, and was immediately jolted by the cold, feeling as if he had chewed on a piece of ice, a chill running from his throat straight to his stomach. Wow! That's awesome! Qin Yun grinned. After eating one, I didn't feel anything, which meant I hadn't awakened my ice-based abilities. He would never have too many superpowers. He immediately decided to eat this fruit as a snack until he gained the power of ice. After breakfast, Qin Yun summoned Zhang Yang, Zhou Daming, Zhao Long, and other core management personnel to the living room of Villa A01 for a meeting. Zhang Yang first gave a detailed report on the casualties of yesterday's defensive battle. Boss, we lost more than 300 people in yesterday's battle. Now the total population of the community is less than 600. Qin Yun was silent for a moment, then sighed. Life and death are predestined, there's nothing we can do about it. If any of the fallen have family members still alive, they must be properly taken care of, and the compensation they deserve must not be lacking. Zhang Yang quickly replied. Don't worry, boss, I'll make sure everything is arranged. It's truly an honor for them to have such a kind and benevolent boss like you. Qin Yun waved his hand and began assigning tasks. First, reorganize the remaining people, clarify their roles, and make management easier. Second, we can't stop recruiting. Now that we've started, the more people the better, so keep recruiting. Zhang Yang nodded and noted it down. Qin Yun then made a decision that surprised everyone. Third, during this month-long break, I plan to do something else, start an entertainment company. Why start an entertainment company? No reason why. It just popped into my head, and I decided to start an entertainment company for fun. If you're going to be so concerned about whys, then shouldn't there also be a reason for him to start a food company or some other kind of company? Qin Yunkai didn't bother to think about it that much. However, if I had to give a reason, Qin Yun felt that there were far too few entertainment options available now. Even if he has no shortage of beautiful women to talk to, he can't spend all day on it, can he? We should try something else. Once an entertainment company is established, it can produce films and television dramas. Then there will be movies and TV series to watch. Qin Yun had even thought of a name for himself. MD Entertainment Media. Hey. An entertainment company? Zhang Yang and the others were all stunned for a moment. Opening an entertainment company now? Qin Yun didn't explain much, saying, Zhang Yang, go and find out what the mechanism is for starting a company in this urban world, and whether registration or anything is required. Also, scout out among our people to see if we have any talent in this area. Although he was puzzled, Zhang Yang immediately replied, Yes, boss. I'll take care of it right away. Qin Yun then looked at Zhou Daming. Daming, you're in charge of another matter. Select the most outstanding and courageous individuals to form a dungeon raiding team and send them to search for, explore, and conquer various dungeons that appear in the city. Don't bother notifying me about the simpler dungeons, you can handle them yourselves, but all the spoils must be handed over. Anyone who tries to keep anything will be executed. Only report to me if you encounter any particularly tough challenges. Zhou Daming was no longer the ordinary, honest man he once was. He now possessed a more valiant and courageous air. Upon hearing this, he loudly replied, "Yes, boss. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." After the meeting, everyone went about their own business. Qin Yun arrived at an open space in the center of the community, and on a whim, took out the 20-centimeter-tall ice and snow tower model. He tried to place it here. However, a pop-up window immediately appeared. Warning: the installation of the special structure, Ice and Snow Tower, requires a large plot of land. The ownership of the current land parcel has not been confirmed. Do you intend to purchase or lease all plots of land in the Chuiluju residential complex to complete the resettlement? Purchase price: 1 million silver coins. Rental price: 1,000 silver coins/day. Qin Yun rolled his eyes as he looked at the numbers on the pop-up window. Damn! 1 million? 1,000 a day? Do you think my money grows on trees? Although he has tens of thousands of silver coins in savings, he can't afford to spend them like this. I wouldn't even want to rent it. He immediately abandoned the idea of installing a tall tower in the community. It seems we won't need this for the time being. Never mind, I'll keep it for now and deal with it later. Qin Yun could only retract the tower model into the space. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yun went to Villa A02 to visit Su Lan. The good news is that Su Lan has woken up. Although her face is still a little pale, she looks much better. Zhong Guixing took care of her from the side. As for Su Jiaojiao, she has already gone to do her work. She is now the head of the security team, responsible for maintaining order in the community. Qin Yun walked to the bedside and asked, "How are you feeling?" Su Lan smiled slightly when she saw Qin Yun. "Boss, I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. I should feel better after resting for a while." Qin Yun nodded and said, "You must have used the power of the mysterious queen yesterday, right?" Su Lan said, "Yes, the situation is critical, and we had no choice but to do it." Qin Yun said, "Having such a trump card is a good thing, but you should act according to your ability in the future and not risk getting yourself into trouble." Then he said, "You should rest well and recover as soon as possible. Once you're fully recovered, I have something important for you to do." He now has 1,000 brand new AK-47s, enough to form an armed force. This force is best suited to be built, led, and trained by Su Lan, who is both capable and trustworthy. He doesn't trust anyone else. Su Lan said, "Boss, if it's urgent, I can do it now." Qin Yun waved his hand and said, No need. It's nothing urgent. You should recover first." "Okay, I'm leaving." At the same time, it is located in another mid-range residential community called Xiangmihe Garden. A conflict has just ended. A middle-aged man was pinned to the ground by two burly men, his face covered in bruises. If Lin Yaolan and her son Zhang Tianchen were here, they would definitely recognize that this man is her husband, Zhang Wuchao. A middle-aged man with a sturdy build and a dignified face stood in front of Zhang Wuchao, looking at him with icy eyes. This person is Bai Wenxiong, the current controller of the Xiangmihe Garden residential community. "Zhang Wuchao!" Bai Wenxiong's voice was filled with anger and murderous intent. "I took you in out of consideration for our past friendship, but you secretly recruited my people to try and seize my power? Do you really think I, Bai Wenxiong, am made of clay? Now that you're about to die, what do you have to say?" Although Zhang Wuchao was subdued, he showed no fear. Instead, he burst into wild laughter, his laughter filled with mockery and madness. Bai Wenxiong frowned deeply. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Wuchao stopped laughing, raised his head, stared at Bai Wenxiong with his bloodshot eyes, and said, word by word, "Bai Wenxiong, the victor is king, the loser is villain, I have nothing to say. But before I die, I want to tell you a secret. A secret about your good wife Shou Yaji, and your beautiful twin daughters." Bai Wenxiong frowned and looked coldly at Zhang Wuchao. A twisted glee appeared on Zhang Wuchao's face as he shouted. Ha ha! Didn't expect that, did you? They're all other men's women now. Your head, Bai Wanxiong, is bursting with life. Ha ha! Do you want to know who your comrades are? Bai Wanxiong's face instantly turned ashen, and his murderous aura surged. Chapter 101 Loyalty. Sincerity. The murderous aura emanating from Bai Wanxiong sent a chill down the spines of even the two burly men holding Zhang Wuchao down beside him. His feelings for Zhou Yaji had indeed faded. No matter how distant things may seem, Zhou Yaji is still the woman he married through proper channels, and the twins are his own flesh and blood. How could I tolerate being cuckolded? Bai Wanxiong gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Wuchao, you'd better explain yourself clearly. Where are they now? Who is that man? Zhang Wuchao was pinned to the ground, but his face was filled with twisted pleasure. He looked at Bai Wanxiong's ashen face and laughed even more maniacally. Ha ha! You want to know? I won't tell you! I just want you to know that your woman, your daughter, is currently being court death! Bai Wanxiong suddenly kicked Zhang Wuchao in the chest. With a sharp crack, Zhang Wuchao coughed up a mouthful of blood, his laughter abruptly ceasing, leaving only painful groans. Bai Wanxiong squatted down, grabbed Zhang Wuchao's hair, and said, I'll ask you one last time, where are they? Who is that man? If you don't tell me, I have plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. Zhang Wuchao trembled with pain, gritting his teeth, and said, Let me go, and I'll talk. Otherwise, you'll be searching for a needle in a haystack. Bai Wanxiong said, Fine, I promise you. As long as you tell me, I'll release you once I find the person. After saying that, he added with a dark expression, Don't test my patience. Zhang Wuchao said, Warm garden community. Bai Wanxiong released his grip, stood up, his eyes filled with malice, and said, Lock him up! Anyone who dares to touch my woman, no matter who you are, will pay the price. At this moment, a handsome young man spoke up. Dad, leave the matter of finding that woman and my two older sisters to me. I promise to bring them back, and while I'm at it, I'll let that guy named Qin Yun know what happens when he messes with the Bai family. He is Bai Xiaotian, the son of Bai Wanxiong and his lover. Bai Wanxiong glanced at his son and nodded. All right, I'll leave this to you. Bring enough men. If you really can't handle it, come back and report first, don't get yourself involved. He really wanted to go in person. But after thinking about it, I gave up the idea. The snowball fight activity had just ended, and he needed to both lick his wounds and accelerate expansion, so he really couldn't find the time. If your son takes the initiative to fight for you, then let him go. It's a good opportunity for him to gain experience. Bai Xiaotian patted his chest and assured him, Dad, don't worry. I'll definitely handle things perfectly. Villa A01, Chui Luju. In the living room, Zhang Yang was standing in front of Qin Yun, giving a detailed report on the process of starting a company. Boss, I've figured it out. The mechanism for starting a company in this urban survival game is similar to our real world. First, you have to decide on a company name, then prepare a registered address, but the address can't be a residence, it must be a commercial shop. Next, you need to draft the company's articles of association, clearly defining the scope of business, etc. Qin Yun leaned back on the sofa, eating the ice power fruit, and listened attentively. Then you go to the City Government Service Center to submit the materials, bringing your personal identification, company articles of association, proof of registered address, etc. After submitting the materials, the City Government Service Center system will review them. Once approved, you will receive a business license and a system-linked company account. All future company income and expenses will go through this account, and the system will monitor it. Oh right, there's also tax registration. After you get your business license, you have to go to the tax office to register, and then you have to file taxes every month. After listening, Qin Yun tossed the frost power fruit into his mouth, chewed it, and the icy taste invigorated him. Okay, the process isn't too complicated. Tomorrow I'll personally go to the Government Service Center and the tax office to register the company. He doesn't want to stay in the neighborhood every day either. Given the chance, I'd rather go out and explore. The urban world is so big, he wants to see more of it. Zhang Yang quickly replied, Boss, I can handle this. There's no need for you to go personally. Qin Yun waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, I'm just going out for a walk. Just prepare the necessary materials in advance and give them to me tomorrow morning." Zhang Yang quickly agreed, saying, "Okay. I promise I'll get it done tonight." The next day, Zhou Daming then led 50 carefully selected men to stand at the entrance of the villa. These 50 men were the most outstanding performers in the previous defensive battle. Each had sharp eyes and carried the fierce and courageous aura of someone who had just experienced a battle. Qin Yun walked to the door, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and said in a loud voice, "From today onwards, you are the Dungeon Conquest Team, specifically responsible for searching and exploring dungeons in the city. Let me make this clear up front. If you do a good job, the rewards will be absolutely generous: money, resources, and even treasures that can enhance your strength. As long as you have the ability to take them, I dare to give them to you." Then, his tone turned cold as he said, "But if you don't do a good job, or dare to hoard your spoils, you know the consequences, so I won't waste my breath. You all know my style." Everyone chimed in, expressing their loyalty and devotion to Qin Yun. Qin Yun then divided the 50 people into 5 groups of 10. Ouyang Ming, Shi Meng, Li Yun, Zhao Jian, and Sun Ho, who had previously performed well in the Ice and Snow Paradise, were appointed as team leaders. Zhou Daming serves as the captain of the Dungeon Strategy Team. Then, Qin Yun distributed the weapons and equipment to them. He certainly wouldn't be stingy in this regard. Now he even dares to equip his men with guns. He's strong enough that he's not afraid of being shot in the back. "All right, let's go," Qin Yun ordered. "Work hard and show me the results." Everyone agreed in unison, and then they began to leave Green Willow residence, heading off to explore and search for dungeons in various directions. After Zhou Daming led his team away, Su Lan also arrived at the villa. After a day of rest, her complexion had improved considerably. Qin Yun asked, "How are you feeling?" Su Lan said, "Boss, I'm fine now, I can get back to work." Qin Yun nodded and said, "As I said before, I want you to form a team of 100 gunmen. The requirements are simple: strict discipline, daring to fight, and absolute loyalty to me." Su Lan paused for a moment, then said, "Boss, building a team is no problem, and combat strength can be trained. But simple material rewards are unlikely to make them truly loyal. Since ancient times, only teams with faith can be truly loyal and reliable." "Belief?" Qin Yun was taken aback. He hadn't really considered that question. "What do I believe in? I've never really thought about that." Su Lan opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, he said, "You'll have to figure that out yourself, boss. Faith is the soul of the team, and you must set the direction. I can only help you execute it." She also has faith. But it's obviously not appropriate to say that I'm working for Qin Yun now. Qin Yun stroked his chin, pondering to himself. He did heed Su Lan's words. "I do possess immense power, and I can physically destroy those who are disloyal to me. The problem is that fighting and killing is not a long-term solution. Rather than letting others betray you and then killing them yourself, it's better to prevent others from betraying you in the first place." Qin Yun said, "All right, I'll think about it some more. You go and select the personnel first, set up the team structure, and get the training started." Su Lan replied, "Yes, boss." Qin Yun still had no clue about team beliefs, or anything like that, so he simply called Zhang Yang over and threw the question at him. After listening, Zhang Yang scratched the back of his head, thought for a moment, and then cautiously said, "Boss, I do have a little bit of a thought." Qin Yun said, "Tell me about it." Zhang Yang said, "Boss, I think that instead of having the team believe in something else, we should just have them believe in you. You need to let others know that it is because of your kindness that everyone is able to survive, to have food, clothes, and shelter in this urban survival game. Let everyone be grateful for your kindness and repay it. As long as this concept is imprinted in everyone's hearts, they will naturally be loyal to you, boss." Qin Yun, who was eating the ice power fruit, stopped moving his mouth and looked at Zhang Yang with a strange expression. This sounds so familiar. How can I make everyone feel that I can never repay their kindness? Loyalty. Chapter 102 by Xiaotian, Zhou Yaji, you belong only to me. Once that strange feeling in my heart fades, A playful smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. Okay, Zhang Yang, that's a good idea. We'll do it your way. You're in charge of this whole thing. Honestly, if you asked him to do it himself, he really couldn't do it. It's a little embarrassing. But he felt no qualms about letting Zhang Yang, his lackey, do it. Well, perhaps that's the value of Zhang Yang, or rather, the value of people like him. Some things that are unsuitable or inconvenient for big shots to do are done by people like Zhang Yang. Don't worry, boss. Zhang Yang immediately patted his chest and guaranteed it. I will definitely handle this matter perfectly. I will make sure everyone in the neighborhood remembers the boss's kindness and is absolutely loyal to you. Anyone who dares to have disloyal thoughts will be the first to be dealt with. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction and waved for him to leave. He ate the ice power fruit, leaned back on the sofa, and couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he only hired people so that someone could keep watch at night and he could get a good night's sleep. Unexpectedly, in a short period of time, he had already grown to 500 or 600 people under his command. But it feels pretty good. What man doesn't want wealth, power, and women? Immediately, Qin Yun rode his white horse, treading on snow, and left Green Willow residence with Bai Jiexin. With a pull of the reins, the white horse neighed and set off. Riding a horse with your girlfriend, that's quite a unique experience. I just don't know how it differs from driving a car. If you have the chance and time, find a spacious place that is not crowded and give it a try. Drive. Da. Qin Yun rode his horse toward Sunny Monkey Bakery. Speaking of which, Sunny Monkey Bakery is his first business, so naturally he had to go and check it out. Before long, the white horse stopped in front of the bakery. From afar, Qin Yun could see a small line of people standing in front of the shop, all there to buy bread. Qin Yun guessed that after the snowball fight event ended, the survivors received rewards to varying degrees, and with more money in their pockets, they were willing to spend money to buy some decent food. Not to mention the bread, pastries, cookies, and other treats made by the adorable baker Ho Qin can even have a buff. Anyone who discovers this, as long as they have the money and the will to act, will definitely come to Sunny Monkey Bakery to make a purchase. You know, having a buff in a critical moment can be a lifesaver. Boss, you're here! Ho Qin was busy packing bread for the guests when she saw Qin Yun and Bai Jiexin, and a warm smile immediately appeared on her face. She still had that soft and cute look, but wearing a clean apron, she appeared exceptionally capable. Qin Yun led Bai Jiexin into the store, glanced around, and saw that the shelves were full of various freshly baked breads, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of wheat. Business is good. As Ho Qin handed out bread to customers, she said with a smile. After the event, there were significantly more people coming to buy bread, and we sold out every day. Qin Yun smiled and said, Not bad, not bad. Then, he picked out some bread and pastries. It feels so good to buy things without paying. Qin Yun suddenly realized that he could start a food company. Eating is the most important thing in life. If you can make a good living, why worry about making money? Qin Yun and Ho Qin chatted for a few more minutes before Qin Yun left the bakery with Bai Jiexin. Leaving the bakery, Qin Yun rode his white horse toward the city's administrative center. The address of the Government Affairs Center was discovered by Zhang Yang using a large-scale drone reconnaissance system. It is some distance from Chui-Lu-Ju. More than half an hour later, Qin Yun finally arrived at the city's Government Affairs Center. This is a very impressive building. The words, City Government Affairs Center, are prominently displayed on the rooftop. Qin Yun and Bai Jiexin entered the building, which was empty. Wait, there's someone inside. Upon closer inspection, oh, it's someone I know. Today, Murong Qingqing still exudes a cool and aloof, ancient charm. She wore a white shirt, which accentuated her long, slender neck and her soft yet sharp jawline. The white shirt further accentuated her broad chest. She wore a pair of dark gray high-waisted straight-leg pants that hugged her long, slender legs, exuding an elegant and refined air. Wow, even though they're wearing modern clothes, they exude a classical charm. Yo! Miss Murong! I didn't expect to meet you again. Is this fate? he thought to himself. She probably got the information from that fat guy and knows that you can get high scores by building a business this month, so she registered a company, right? Murong Qingqing turned her head at the sound, and when she saw Qin Yun, her willow leaf eyebrows immediately furrowed. TSK. How come I keep running into him here? Then, her gaze fell on Bai Jiexing's face. Today, Bai Jiexing was wearing a simple white dress, but this simple outfit made her exude a pure and fairy-like aura. Even as a woman herself, Murong Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "So beautiful!" Then, she hated Qin Yun even more. He asked such a beautiful woman, "Would you like to be his woman?" What a complete scumbag! Cursing inwardly, Murong Qingqing said coldly, "It's not fate." After saying that, she left. He really didn't want to say a single word to Qin Yun. A handsome man who was with Murong Qingqing quickly followed her, and before leaving, he glanced at Bai Jiexing a few more times. What? There's another man with Murong Qingqing? What kind of man? I can't see it. Qin Yun only has eyes for beautiful women. The handsome man caught up with Murong Qingqing and asked, "Qingqing, who is that guy?" Women's intuition is very accurate. A man's intuition is just as accurate. Li Dongyan's intuition told him that the man was dangerous, and posed a serious threat to his ability to take down Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing said with disgust, "Ignore these irrelevant people." Upon hearing this, Li Dongyan not only did not feel relieved, but instead secretly frowned. The fact that Qingqing dislikes him means that he still holds a place in her heart, otherwise she would simply pretend that man doesn't exist. Li Dongyan's mind raced, and he thought to himself, "It seems I need to ask Bai Leguang." Half an hour later, Qin Yun smiled and said to Bai Jiexing, "It's all set. We'll have our own entertainment company now. Once we've made movies and TV series, we'll never be bored again." Bai Jiexing's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Brother Yun, can I act? I've always wanted to be an actress. But my dad used to disagree, saying that actors are low-class entertainers." Qin Yun said, "If you want to do it, then do it." Bai Jiexing immediately gave a happy "Yay!" and kissed Qin Yun. Qin Yun laughed again. "We'll make some short films together. You'll be the female lead, and I'll be the male lead. Of course, we'll just close the door, draw the curtains, and secretly enjoy them ourselves." Bai Jiexing understood immediately. Her cheeks flushed instantly, but she was also eager to try. At the same time. On the other side. Warm Garden Community. Bai Xiaotian led 50 of his men and stormed into the residential area. However, the neighborhood was eerily quiet. After searching, they were unable to find Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexing, and Bai Jingxin, the mother and her 2 daughters. They didn't see anyone named Qin Yun either. However, obvious signs of human habitation were found in both Building 1 and Building 2. Bai Xiaotian frowned, his eyes darkening. "It seems they've moved away." The subordinate asked cautiously, "Young Master Bai, what do we do now?" A ruthless glint flashed in Bai Xiaotian's eyes as he said, "What do we do? Split up and search. Search every neighborhood in the area. Even if it's like finding a needle in a haystack, we have to find them." "Yes, young Master Bai." The men dared not disobey and immediately dispersed in groups of 3 or 4, beginning a thorough search of the surrounding neighborhoods. In fact, what Bai Xiaotian really wanted was not to help his father get his woman and daughter back. He has other plans. Zhou Yaji. A mature, elegant, and voluptuous figure in a cheongsam appeared in Bai Xiaotian's mind, and he felt his breathing quicken and his blood heat up. He licked his lips, a greedy glint in his eyes, and murmured to himself, "When I find you, I'll hide you away and make you belong to me alone." Good heavens, it turns out he had been harboring improper thoughts about Zhou Yaji all along. At the same time, he felt that he was avenging his mother. It was because of Zhou Yaji that his mother could not openly be Mrs. Bai. This is a golden opportunity. As long as we find her. Just find her. He wanted to do this, he wanted to do that. As he thought about it, Bai Xiaotian's eyes became increasingly intense, and he swallowed hard. Chapter 103. The phone 18 Pro Max is finally working. Qin Yun, holding Bai Jiexing's hand, walked out of the city's government affairs center, mounted his horse, and, he said with a smile, "Now that we're out, let's not rush back. Let's wander around the city and see what new and interesting things we can find." Bai Jiexin nodded obediently, wrapped her arms tightly around Qin Yun's waist, pressed her cheek against his back, and felt the bumps and freedom of riding a horse. The white horse trotted steadily through the snow, moving slowly along the empty street. Not long after, a tall and imposing building came into view. The entire building is covered in glass. The words, "Urban Electric Vehicle Building," are prominently displayed on the front wall. Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Let's go in and take a look." He led Bai Jiexin into the building. The scene inside looked somewhat familiar to him. This is just like the service centers of China Telecom, China Mobile, and China Unicom. The hall is spacious and bright. Each counter displays a mobile phone. There were also rows of self-service machines. Various function options flashed on the screen: register a phone number, activate internet access, download an app, etc. Upon seeing this, Qin Yun immediately understood. "So that's how you use a cell phone after all this time. Just like in the real world, I should have expected this." He took out his phone 18 Pro Max from his personal storage space. "Previously, I just considered it a useless brick. I never imagined that I'd need a card and internet connection to make it truly functional. No, I should have expected it. That's just how reality is. But the problem is..." "Alright. You can't blame anyone else for being stupid." Following the on-screen instructions, Qin Yun first selected a number on the self-service machine, paid a card application fee of 1 silver coin, and quickly received a SIM card. He then inserted the SIM card into his phone and activated a data plan. Then, I scanned the QR code to download various commonly used basic apps. Looking at the various apps appearing on the phone 18 Pro Max screen, Qin Yun thought to himself, "This thing is finally useful." Bai Jiexin asked curiously, "Brother Yun, can this phone take pictures?" "Sure." Qin Yun opened the camera app and pressed the shutter button on Bai Jiexin. A pure and sweet photo is captured in an instant. Bai Jiexin looked at herself in the photo and smiled so hard her eyes crinkled. Next, Qin Yun completed the SIM card application and network connection procedures for 20 mobile phones. With mobile phones, we can communicate over long distances. Soon after, the two left, satisfied. After leaving the city electric vehicle building, Qin Yun continued to stroll around the city on horseback. Having experience starting a company and using a mobile phone, he increasingly felt that he couldn't always stay at home in Shui-Lu-Ju. He needed to go out more to discover more secrets and opportunities in this city. Afterwards, the two continued shopping. Looking left and right, it's like being on a tour. This time, Qin Yun learned her lesson and drew a simple map as she walked around, to avoid getting lost again. As I wandered around, Bai Jiexin suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Yun, look! It's a movie theater! There's actually a movie theater!" Qin Yun looked in the direction she pointed and saw a luxuriously decorated building with a sign that read, "Yida Cinema." Qin Yun became interested and said, "Oh, I didn't expect there to be a movie theater. Let's go in and take a look." The reason I hesitated for a moment was because I felt it was silly to say something like, "I didn't expect there to be movie theaters. Isn't it normal to have movie theaters in the city?" However, seeing a movie theater in this urban survival game world still gave Bai Jiexin a sense of surprise and wonder. Qin Yun led Bai Jiexin into the movie theater. The hall was empty. The lights are bright. The screens of the self-service ticket machines were lit up. Upon closer inspection, the screen displayed 3 movies that were currently showing: Interplanetary Escape, science fiction; The Last Warrior, action film; Number 13 on the Road to the Underworld, a horror film. Bai Jiexin's eyes sparkled as she tugged at Qin Yun's arm and said sweetly, "Brother Yun, let's watch a movie! I haven't seen a movie in so long." Qin Yun smiled and nodded, then operated the self-service ticket machine to buy a ticket. Upon seeing the ticket price, his eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed, "Holy crap! 10,000 silver coins a ticket? Are you robbing me?" Bai Jiexin also came over to take a look, and after seeing the ticket price, The excitement on her face instantly disappeared. She said, "Yeah, this is way too expensive." Qin Yun curled his lip and said, "I'm not watching anymore, it's so expensive, only a fool would watch it. We make our own movies, we can watch as many as we want, and we don't have to waste so much money." Although Bai Jiexing felt a little regretful, she wholeheartedly agreed. "Yes, you're right. Let's go." The two left the movie theater. They didn't notice the small print at the bottom of the ticket machine screen that read, "Immersive movie experience. Step into the world of the film and feel it for yourself." It turns out that the movies here aren't meant to be watched at all, but rather are movie copies that require personal participation. Time passed, and gradually the sun set in the west. The golden afterglow spilled onto the city streets. Qin Yun and Bai Jiexing rode their white horses, galloping towards the direction of Cui-Lu-Ju. More than half an hour later, as the last rays of sunlight shone through the white horse, it arrived at the entrance of the Cui-Lu-Ju residential area. The 4 guards at the gate saw Qin Yun and immediately bowed respectfully before opening the gate. As soon as Qin Yun and Bai Jiexing entered Cui-Lu-Ju, 4 strange men appeared at the entrance of the community. They wore worn-out coats and scanned the guards at the entrance of the residential compound with scrutinizing eyes. The tall, thin man who was in the lead stepped forward and asked one of the guards at the gate, "Brother, I have a question for you. Do you have a woman here named Zhou Yaji? She has twin daughters surnamed Bai. They are mother and daughters, and all 3 of them are very beautiful." The person he was asking was Mijie, the one who often said, "If you're going to make a living, you have to use your brain. If you don't, you'll stay at the bottom forever." I've now secured the position of gatekeeper team leader. Upon hearing this, Mijie's eyes flashed, and he immediately became wary. Zhou Yaji and the twins are now the boss's women. The fact that these strangers suddenly came to my door to inquire about something is definitely not a good thing. He remained expressionless, waved his hand impatiently, and said, "No, no! We don't have such a person here. You've come to the wrong place. Go away!" As he spoke, Meiji subconsciously touched a knife at his waist. The 3 guards beside him immediately became alert. The 4 strangers were displeased to see that Mijie and his companions had knives at their waists and bows and arrows on their backs, looking menacing. However, they lacked the confidence to confront Mijie and his group head-on. They were only there to gather information and didn't want to cause trouble. The reason they asked such a rough question was because Bai Xiaotian was pressing them so hard that they had no time to waste and could only use the most direct method to ask right away. Cui-Lu-Ju is the 5th residential community they have asked about. The tall, thin man in the lead gritted his teeth, glanced reluctantly at the residential area, and finally left with his men in a huff. Mijie frowned as he watched the 4 figures disappear into the distance. He knew that things were definitely not that simple. "We must report this to the boss as soon as possible. Xiao Fei, secretly follow them and leave tracks along the way. I'll go report to the boss. You'll get a reward if you do this well." Mijie gave a brief instruction to the guard beside him, then turned and ran quickly toward Villa A01. He secretly laughed to himself, thinking, "As expected of me, I'm quick-witted and resourceful. I'm sure I'll get a high score from the boss this time." Chapter 104 by Wanxiong's current woman, Gu Lanting. Villa A01. Mijie bent down and said to Qin Yun, "Boss, I have something to report." Enjoying the services of maids Yan Yuqing and Bai Shui, Qin Yun lay comfortably on the sofa and asked, "What's going on?" Mijie kept his head down, his eyes fixed straight ahead, and briefly recounted what had happened at the entrance of the residential area. Then he said, "I was afraid of alerting them, so I didn't dare to ask too many questions. I just said that we didn't have Ms. Zhou Jiaji and the others here, and tricked them into leaving. Then I had Shifei secretly follow them, leaving traces along the way so they couldn't escape." He felt that his move was both clever and prudent, and that it would definitely earn him favor with his boss. After listening, Qin Yun raised an eyebrow and said, "Not bad, your reaction was quite quick. But it wasn't good enough." Mijie's smile froze, and he said awkwardly, "Boss, what did I do wrong?" Qin Yun ate the frost power fruit that was fed to him, saying as he ate, "They've already come to our door asking about someone. Why don't you just take them down and interrogate them? Why bother having someone follow them afterwards? What if you lose them or alert them? Meiji was immediately filled with embarrassment and frustration. He slapped his forehead and said, "That's right. How come I didn't think of that? Taking him down directly and forcing a confession is much easier than tracking him." Then he immediately flattered Qin Yun, saying, "Boss, you are truly wise." Qin Yun said, "However, the fact that you were able to react and think of having someone follow you shows you're not entirely stupid. Go down and report back to me immediately if you have any news." "Yes, yes, yes." Meiji quickly bowed and scraped as he retreated. Watching Mijie's departing figure, Qin Yun wondered to himself, "Who are those people? Why are they looking for Mrs. Zhou and the Jie sisters?" After thinking for a moment, he simply asked Yan Yuqing to bring Zhou Yaji and her 2 daughters over, explained the situation to them, and finally asked, "What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yaji's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence she slowly spoke. I guess it might be Bai Wanxiong." "Bai Wanxiong?" Qin Yun raised an eyebrow. The name sounded familiar. "Oh, I remember now," he thought to himself. "Oh, so he's a fellow traveler's father-in-law." Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin's expressions changed when they heard their father's name, and they hesitated to speak. After all, blood ties matter, and no matter how many wrong things he did in the past, they don't want anything to really happen to him. It's easy to imagine the consequences if Dad and Brother Yun were to clash. In particular, the father's personality is strong and domineering. If he knew that his mother had a relationship with Yungu, and that he himself was also, he would definitely be so angry that he would lose his mind like Wu Zetian when her husband died. Zhou Yaji felt complicated and uneasy. For a moment, the mother and her 2 daughters looked at each other. Seeing the expressions on the mother and her 2 daughters' faces, Qin Yun put his left arm around Zhou Yaji's soft waist and his right arm around Jiejing, saying, "As long as he doesn't provoke me, I can leave him alone for now. But if he doesn't know what's good for him, then don't blame me for being impolite." Zhou Yaji and her 2 daughters remained silent, sighing near her garden. Inside a luxurious villa, Bai Wanxiong sat on the sofa, his face so gloomy it could drip water. His 2 subordinates stood before him with their heads bowed, trembling with fear, not daring to utter a sound. "What? Zhang Wuchao escaped?" Bai Wanxiong slammed his fist on the table and roared. "Useless! A bunch of useless trash! You can't even keep an eye on one person! What use are you to me?" The subordinate trembled with fear and hurriedly said, "Boss, I'm sorry! It was our oversight. We've already sent people to chase after them." Bai Wanxiong sneered, his eyes filled with malice, but he still waved his hand impatiently, saying, "So what if they ran away? Just a small fry. Even if they escaped, they can't cause any trouble. I won't punish you this time. But if there's a next time..." He still allows his subordinates to make mistakes. Of course, he would never tolerate subordinates who kept making mistakes. The 2 subordinates were extremely grateful. Just then, a gentle voice came from the doorway. "Wanxiong, don't be angry. It's not worth ruining your health." Bai Wanxiong looked up and saw a woman wearing a light green cheongsam walk in, carrying a bowl of steaming chicken soup. The woman's figure was graceful, and the cheongsam accentuated her exquisite curves. The delicate orchid patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs further enhanced her gentle and quiet temperament. She is Gu Lanting, Bai Wanxiong's current woman. She has a classically beautiful face, with willow leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, lips as red as rosy clouds, and skin as white and delicate as the finest manhwaedit jade. Her long hair was loosely tied back, and her temperament was like a rare orchid in a secluded valley, elegant and refined. Every move she made carried the charm of a classical woman, making her a delight to behold. Upon seeing Gu Lanting, Bai Wanxiong's anger vanished instantly, replaced by a gentle smile. "Lanting, you've come." Gu Lanting walked to his side, placed the chicken soup on the table, and said gently, "This chicken soup is freshly made. Try it and nourish yourself. Don't get upset over something so trivial." Bai Wanxiong held her hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, and his agitation instantly vanished. He picked up the chicken soup and took a sip. The warm broth slid down his throat, warming his heart. Looking at Gu Lanting, Bai Wanxiong thought, "This is the perfect wife in my heart. unlike Zhou Jiaji. But even if he no longer has feelings for Zhou Jiaji, she is still his wife. As a man, he absolutely could not allow Zhou Jiaji to do anything that would betray him. Don't blame me for being heartless. Once you enter the Bai family and do something to betray me, you deserve to die. Even if you die, you will still be a ghost of the Bai family. Bai Wenxiong has made his decision. If Zhou Jiaji really is with another man, then even the King of Heaven couldn't protect her. A corner of a vast urban world. In a secluded alley, Zhang Wuchao was covered in injuries and limped forward as he ran. His face and body were covered in bruises and wounds, and his clothes were tattered, making him look extremely disheveled. He ran while panting heavily, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Qin Yun! Bai Wenxiong! You just wait, he said through gritted teeth. Those who survive a great calamity are sure to be blessed with good fortune. Once I recover, I will make you pay. Zhang Wuchao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes becoming even more determined. He knew that he was no match for Qin Yun and Bai Wenxiong at the moment. He had to find a place to hide and recover from his injuries before he could grow stronger and slowly plan his revenge. When heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it first tests their will and strengthens their body. Zhang Wuchao silently cheered himself on. If I, Zhang Wuchao, could succeed before and become a billionaire, I can succeed again now, definitely. Night fell. Villa A01, Chui Luju. After the meal, two maids cleared away the dishes, while Zhou Jiaji, her two daughters, and Lin Yalan sat in the living room with Qin Yun, drinking tea and chatting. Shan Yang came to report on his work. He took a document out of his briefcase and handed it to Qin Yun, keeping his eyes straight ahead, especially avoiding looking at his boss's woman. Boss, this is a list of talents with experience in the film and television industry that I found in the team, as you instructed. There's a young director named Li Wei who has directed a few short dramas before. There are also 3 relatively unknown short drama actors whose acting skills are passable. There are also 2 junior screenwriters who have written some urban-themed scripts. Qin Yun currently has 700 or 800 people under his command. Another 100 or 200 have been added yesterday and today, and this number will continue to increase in the future. It's reasonable to find a few people among so many who have worked in the film and television industry. Qin Yun took the documents, flipped through them, and got a general understanding of the individual's situations. He nodded in satisfaction. Okay, bring them to see me tomorrow, and I'll take a look at them myself. Zhang Yang replied. Okay, boss. He paused, as if remembering something, and then said, Oh, right, boss, there's something else. There's a girl named Zhang Bingyu being held captive in the basement of Building 3. Would you like to see her? Qin Yun was taken aback for a moment, then asked in confusion. He had long forgotten about it, and didn't even remember that such a person existed. But upon closer reflection, he remembered. Isn't that the obsessed female boxer who was tricked by Su Lan, Zhou Jiaji, and a few others? Hey, if Zhang Yang hadn't mentioned it, I would have really forgotten about him. Qin Yun said. Oh, I remember now. How is that woman now? Zhang Yang's face was full of flattery and admiration. As expected of the boss, he's brilliant. She was still defiant before, cursing everything and everyone, but now she's completely given in and even said she wants to see you. Boss, do you want to see her? If we want to see her, we have to let her wash up first. No matter how pretty she is, after being locked up for so many days, she looks very sloppy and unattractive. Qin Yun said. Bring her over tomorrow so I can meet her. From the description, she seems quite suitable to be a villainous supporting character in a film or television work. What was that saying again? Don't miss out on good girls, and don't waste bad girls. If you're capable, then do your job well. Of course, we decide whether it's good or bad. Chapter 105. I'll personally go and meet that cheat father-in-law of my acquaintance. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Qin Yun, who had just turned 18 a few years ago, was already getting up early to do morning exercises and calisthenics. Push-ups 1, 2, 3. N times. Straighten your back and do crunches once, twice, 3 times. N times. Weighted squats. Sprint the 100 meters. After going through the whole process, the sun was high in the sky, and I was sweating all over, but I also felt a sense of exhilaration and pleasure. It was so refreshing. After his morning exercises, Qin Yun checked the supplies he had unlocked in the previous few days. There are a total of 7 plus 3 is equal to 10 kinds. Of the 10 supplies, apart from the 1008K cameras, the others are not worth mentioning. They even have plastic bags. What else is there to say? Those 1000 cameras were just the right amount for him. Damn, this system can be really perfunctory sometimes, even using plastic bags to make up the numbers. Well, at least they gave me something I needed. After muttering a complaint to himself, Qin Yun looked at Bai Jiexin, Bai Jingxin, and Lin Yaolin, noticing their flat and undulating bellies. That's strange. You've all worked so hard, why haven't you made any moves yet? He wasn't in a hurry, he was just puzzled. Why is there no result despite working so hard? Zhou Yaji got it so easily. Upon hearing this, Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin's cheeks instantly turned bright red. The two of them said in unison in a low voice, We don't know either. Lin Yaolin remained silent. She really didn't want any signs of pregnancy. She was really afraid that if she were pregnant, her maternal feelings for Zhang Tianchen would fade, which was not what she wanted. Qin Yun stroked his chin and said, It seems I still haven't tried hard enough. After breakfast, Zhang Yang then led his group to the villa. The leader was a man in his 30s, wearing a faded shirt and black-rimmed glasses. He was none other than the young director, Li Wei. Following him were 2 screenwriters, a man and a woman, who both seemed somewhat reserved, and 3 actors, 2 women and 1 man. The women were pretty, and the man was tall and upright, but they all carried a nervous air about them, as if they had never seen such a big scene before. Zhang Yang introduced them one by one. Boss, this is director Li Wei, screenwriter Wang, screenwriter Liu, and actors Xiao Li, Chen Meng, and Wu Kai. The group quickly stepped forward and respectfully greeted Qin Yun. Li Wei said nervously, Hello, Mr. Qin. My name is Li Wei. I've acted in a few short dramas before. Although I'm not very famous, I will definitely do my best to serve you. The others also introduced themselves, their voices filled with trepidation. They knew that Qin Yun was the controller of Cui Lu Ju, wielding power and influence. Only by winning his favor could they secure a foothold in this group. Qin Yun leaned back on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, and said bluntly, You all know why I called you here. I'm giving you 10 days to produce a feature film and a short drama. The requirement is just one word, exciting. It has to be something the audience enjoys, and something that I enjoy watching. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. Manpower, equipment, venue, everyone will cooperate with you. If you do well, you'll get whatever you need, silver coins, supplies. If you don't, I don't keep idle people under my command, and you should know the consequences. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's face fell, and he pleaded. Boss, 10 days is too tight. A normal movie takes several months to shoot, or even longer. Even a short drama takes at least half a month to be finished. Can you give me a little more time? Screenwriters Wang Fang and Lu Huiwen were also terrified. When making movies and short dramas, the pressure falls on them first. Without a script, what's the point of the director and actors filming or acting? But with such a tight schedule, how could there be enough time to write a script? Tight? Ha! Qin Yun gave a forced smile and said, Where do you think you are? In an urban survival game. Overcome difficulties, conquer challenges. If the Ghost Festival event didn't kill you, if the snowball fight didn't kill you, I'm sure you can't even complete this little task of mine. Are you kidding me? Get ready to fight to the death. Get ready to do it with the mindset that if you don't complete the task, you'll die. These few words left Li Wei and the others sweating profusely, and they dared not refute them any further. They knew Qin Yun wasn't joking. One by one, they could only grit their teeth and accept the order. Yes, boss. We will do our best. Qin Yun corrected. It's not about trying your best, it's about completing it. If you need anything, just ask Zhang Yang directly, don't waste time. After seeing the film crew off, Qin Yun asked Zhang Yang to accompany him to check on Su Lan's training of the gunner team. The training ground was in the open space of Cui Lu Ju. 100 soldiers, dressed in uniform training clothes and holding AK-47s, stood in neat rows, following Su Lan's instructions to perform actions. Although the guns were empty, everyone looked serious and moved with precision, exuding the efficiency of soldiers. After all, they were all outstanding in the life-threatening activity of snowball fight, and had fought tough battles. After being trained by Su Lan, a former professional soldier, he immediately took on the appearance of a regular soldier, at least on the surface. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Su Lan quickly ran over and saluted. "Boss!" Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the training team. "Not bad, not bad. Very spirited. At this rate, they'll be combat ready in no time," Su Lan said. "Thank you for the compliment, boss. I will continue to train them rigorously." Qin Yun took out a phone 18 Pro Max from his personal storage space and handed it to Su Lan. "Here you go. The SIM card is already set up and the internet is activated. You can call me directly if you need anything, it'll be easy to contact you." Su Lan took the phone and thanked her. Qin Yun said, "Let's continue training." Then, Zhang Yang led Qin Yun to a room that had been temporarily arranged for him. Zhang Bingyu sat on the chair, dressed in clean clothes, her hair neatly combed, but her face was still pale and she looked haggard. Upon seeing Qin Yun enter, Zhang Bingyu quickly stood up, bowed her head, and said in a gentle voice, "Boss Qin." Qin Yun looked her over and had to admit that the woman was indeed very beautiful, with delicate features and a well-proportioned figure. However, she looked somewhat down on her luck after being imprisoned for so long. "I heard you gave in?" If he were to hear any more of those ear-polluting, feminist remarks coming out of her at this point, he would really punch her in the head. Zhang Bingyu lowered her head and said, "Yes. I know I was wrong. I will listen to Boss Qin from now on." In reality, she was secretly sneering. "I'll endure this humiliation and depend on you for now, but when I find the opportunity, I will definitely kill you, seize your power, and build a utopia that belongs to women." Qin Yun didn't have mind-reading abilities, so he couldn't guess what she was thinking, nor did he bother to. All he wanted was an obedient person. As for what they thought in their hearts, he didn't care as long as it didn't bother him. As for whether or not to go, I really don't have the appetite for it right now. Once we've given her the celebrity aura, we'll see if she's interested or has the appetite for it," Qin Yun said. "I started an entertainment company and we're short of actors. With your looks, you'd be perfect for playing a villainous supporting character. Do a good job and don't let me down." Zhang Bingyu was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Yes, I will act well." After leaving Zhang Bingyu's room, Qin Yun strolled around for a while before returning to Villa A01. Then they saw Meiji waiting at the villa entrance with a skinny man. Qin Yun asked, "What is it?" Meiji said, "Boss, Zhang Xiaofei followed them all night and pinpointed their hideout. Those people looking for your wife are currently staying at the Wenxin Garden Residential Complex, in Building 1. Warm Garden Community?" Qin Yun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "This is where I used to live. How interesting." Qin Yun looked at Zhang Xiaofei and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, keep it up." As he spoke, he took out 10 silver coins from his personal space and handed them to Zhang Xiaofei, saying, "This is your reward." Zhang Xiaofei received the silver coins with both hands, extremely excited, and quickly thanked him, saying, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I will definitely work harder in the future." Qin Yun pondered to himself. "Now that I know where they are, why don't I go there myself and meet that accomplice's father-in-law, by Wenxiong?" Chapter 106. You come to my house, I go to your house. Stealing each other's homes? Do what you want to do, that's Qin Yun's principle of forbearance. Therefore, Qin Yun made up his mind to meet Bai Wenxiong, his father-in-law who was a fellow traveler. However, he did not intend to greet Zhou Yaji and her 2 daughters. After all, the mother and her 2 daughters have been behaving very well in their daily lives during this period. He was very satisfied. There's no need to upset them by bringing up things like seeing their ex-husband/father. Qin Yun summoned Zhang Yang and Su Lan, gave them some brief instructions, and then drove his Mingma off-road military vehicle, quickly refueled, and drove out of Chui Luju towards the Wenxin Garden residential area. More than half an hour later, The military vehicle stopped at the entrance of the Wenxing Garden residential community. Qin Yun turned off the engine, got out of the car, and walked into the residential area. Returning here again, revisiting familiar places, Qin Yun felt quite nostalgic. At this time, it was clear that other residents lived here. Well, after the snowball fight activity, many people can afford to live in this kind of low-end community now. Life has been getting better and better. As I approached the entrance of Unit 1, 2 men in black jackets suddenly stopped me. One of the taller men crossed his arms and eyed Qin Yun warily. "Stop! We've booked this building. No unauthorized personnel allowed." Although Bai Xiaotian was short-handed, he still left 2 people to watch over this temporary home. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "It seems they are Bai Wanxiong's men." He smiled and said, "He brothers, don't misunderstand. My surname is Bai, and my name is Bai Leguang. I'm an information broker. I heard that you're looking for Zhou Yaji, Bai Jiexin, and Bai Jingxin, so I came here specifically to deliver information." Upon hearing this, the 2 men's expressions immediately changed. The tall one was named Zhao Hu, and the short one was named Sun Bao. Bai Xiaotian changed their names because he was too lazy to remember them, so he changed the names of his trusted subordinates to make it easier for him to remember them. Zhao Hu stepped forward and asked urgently, "Do you know where they are? Tell me quickly. Where are they?" Sun Bao also said, "Tell me quickly." This is a great achievement. Qin Yun laughed and said, "Of course I know. But intelligence isn't something that comes for free. If you want to know their whereabouts, you have to exchange it for silver coins, a fixed price of 500 silver coins, not a penny less." Zhao Hu and Sun Bao exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a fierce light. Sun Bao sneered, drew a military knife from his waist, and pointed the tip at Qin Yun. "No silver coins, but we have a knife. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and tell us the information, or don't blame us for being impolite." Qin Yun feigned fear, took 2 steps back, and said, "No. Don't hit me. Let's talk this out, we can discuss the silver coins." Seeing that he was afraid, Sun Bao became even more smug. He drew his knife and approached Qin Yun, saying, "Discuss what? You're not leaving today unless you give me the information." Qin Yun's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly shifted his body to the side, his right hand flashing out like lightning to grab Sun Bao's wrist and twist it gently. With a sharp crack, Sun Bao screamed as his military knife clattered to the ground. Qin Yun then kicked Sun Bao in the stomach, and Sun Bao fell to the ground like a broken sack, writhing in pain. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected this information broker to be such a formidable fighter. He suddenly pulled a pistol from his lower back and was about to point it at Qin Yun. "They actually have guns?" Qin Yun raised an eyebrow. However, he wasn't surprised. Qin Yun reacted swiftly, snatching the gun in a flash. He then pressed the gun against the man's forehead and laughed. "Not bad, huh? You even have a gun." Qin Yun wasn't surprised at all that someone had a gun. In this urban survival game, obtaining a gun is much easier than under the previous gun control regulations in China. Zhao Hu didn't expect the other party to be so fast. Before he could even react, the gun was snatched away and pressed against his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said defiantly, "Brother, let's talk this out. Don't be impulsive. If you really kill us, you won't get away with it either." Qin Yun's smile vanished, his tone turning icy. "Tell me the truth, who are you working for? Why are you looking for Zhou Yaji and her daughter? Where is your hideout? If you don't tell the truth, this bullet won't be kind." Although he already knew some of it, he still asked again, which was also a good opportunity to verify its authenticity. Zhao Hu shut up and said nothing. Qin Yun fired a shot that struck Sun Bao in the leg. Sun Bao screamed in agony. Zhao Hu was also frightened and said, I'll talk. We are Bai Xiaotian's men. Bai Xiaotian is the son of Bai Wenxiong, the boss of the Xianhu residential area. We are looking for Zhou Yaji because Zhou Yaji is boss Bai's woman, and Bai Xiaotian wants to bring her and her daughter back." Qin Yun understood. It turned out that it wasn't his father-in-law, Bai Wenxiong, who came in person, it was his son, Bai Xiaotian. Qin Yun suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot at Sun Bao, who was lying on the ground. Sun Bao's head exploded, and he died on the spot. Zhao Hu was so terrified he almost wet himself. No! Don't kill me! I'll confess everything! Qin Yun pressed the gun against his forehead and said, Get up and take me to Xiaomi Lake. If you dare to play any tricks, he'll be what you'll suffer. Zhao Hu dared not resist any longer and quickly got up from the ground, becoming a guide. At the entrance of Qiuyuju residential community, Bai Xiaotian, dressed in ordinary casual clothes, was with two subordinates, queuing up to register. It turned out that he had his subordinates quickly and roughly search through various neighborhoods, while he himself focused on selecting some neighborhoods where people were more likely to be involved, pretending to join in, and personally entering the neighborhoods to look for people. It has to be said that Bai Xiaotian is quite clever. He focused on neighborhoods dominated by a particular power. He skipped over neighborhoods with only a few scattered residents. According to the report from the people he sent out yesterday, the Qiuyuju residential area is clearly managed by a powerful force, so he thinks it's more likely that Zhou Yaji and the other two are here. At this time, Qiuyuju was still recruiting people, and basically accepted all comers. The guards at the gate, following regulations, conducted a simple registration of them, and then checked them again to see if they had any weapons. But Bai Xiaotian was prepared, having hidden the knife and gun in a secluded spot outside the residential area. After registering, they were taken into the residential area and led to the Human Resources Allocation Office. Bai Xiaotian was secretly delighted, but on the surface he pretended to be quiet and obedient, and followed the crowd inside. As he walked, he looked left and right, scanning his surroundings, searching for something. Qiuyuju is indeed well managed. The streets are clean, there are people patrolling, and the residents don't seem as fearful. It looks much safer than other communities. Just then, the rapid sound of horses' hoofs came from behind. Bai Xiaotian subconsciously turned his head to look. A young girl in a white dress was seen riding a pure white horse, galloping through the residential area. The girl had fair skin and bright, lively eyes. She was exactly the Bai Jiexin he was looking for. Bai Xiaotian's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart pounded with excitement. Bai Jiexin! It really is her! They really are here! Haha, heaven is on my side! To be honest, Zhou Yaji and her two daughters had never met Bai Xiaotian, but Bai Xiaotian knew everything about them. He suppressed his excitement and watched Bai Jiexin ride away on horseback, his mind racing with calculations. What should we do now? Should we go back and gather people to do the work? Should we first find out the situation in the neighborhood, locate Zhou Yaji and Bai Jingxin's residence, and then take them away directly? Even, should we directly take over the force that occupies Qiuyuju? Around that time, Qin Yun, who also infiltrated the Xiangnihu residential area by joining the Bai group, was pondering several questions. When I meet Bai Wanxiong, how should I have a good talk with him? Should I directly reveal my identity and warn him not to mess with Zhou Yaji and her daughter? Or just shoot him and be done with it? What? Where's Zhao Hu? He's just a background character. Who cares if he's alive or dead? Of course he'd die. Then he saw a beautiful, slender figure in a cheongsam appear on the second-floor balcony of a villa, and his eyes lit up immediately. He clicked his tongue inwardly and exclaimed, Holy crap! A gorgeous woman! That pink cheongsam perfectly outlined the curves of her figure, creating a sense of ups and downs. At first glance, she looks youthful and beautiful, but upon closer inspection, she appears mature and alluring. The key point is that the rich classical charm is truly captivating and whets the appetite. At this moment, Qin Yun felt that the so-called warlord's concubine style had come to life. Right now, Qin Yun was unaware that Bai Xiaotian had arrived at his home, Qiuyuju, and set his sights on Zhou Yaji. Bai Xiaotian was unaware that Qin Yun had arrived at his home, Xiaomi Lake, and set his sights on Gu Lanting. Stealing each other's bases? Chapter 107 Qin Yun, TSK, this is going to be good. Gu Lanting stood by the railing, enjoying the gentle breeze and sunshine. But he keenly sensed a gaze upon him. She followed her instincts and looked up, only to find herself staring directly into Qin Yun's eyes. Gu Lanting felt that the look in his eyes was lewd, and a feeling of displeasure and disgust welled up in her heart, as if she had been defiled by something dirty. She frowned slightly, gave Qin Yun a cold look, turned around and walked into the villa, leaving Qin Yun with a graceful and charming back view. As everyone knows, the back view of someone wearing a cheongsam is the most alluring. Qin Yun's act of admiring the beautiful woman was seen by a dark-skinned, burly man who was guarding the villa. This burly man was named Black Dog. He had dark skin and was as loyal as a dog. He was one of Bai Wanxiong's confidants, his right-hand man. Seeing that Qin Yun, the newcomer, dared to look at Gu Lanting with a lewd and blasphemous gaze, she was instantly furious. He immediately pointed at Qin Yun and shouted sternly, "Hey! You newbie! What are you looking at? Want to die?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's gaze fell on the black dog, his face expressionless. Just then, a burly, dignified middle-aged man walked over. It was Bai Wanxiong, who had just returned from inspecting his territory. He frowned when he saw the black dog yelling at someone and asked, "Ah go, what's going on?" Upon seeing the boss, the black dog immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and embellished the story, saying, "Boss, you're back. It's nothing serious, just that some guy was being oblivious, giving the boss's wife a lewd look." A lewd look? Bai Wanxiong had been in a very bad mood these past few days because of Zhou Yaji's matter. He is particularly sensitive and furious about the idea of his wife being looked at or taken advantage of by other men. His cold gaze swept over Qin Yun, and a murderous intent rose within him. Bai Wanxiong, too lazy to waste words, directly ordered the black dog, saying indifferently, "Do it. Take it outside, don't make a mess here." A single thought can determine life or death. Life and death are decided by a single decision, that is power. A bloodthirsty excitement flashed in the black dog's eyes as he said, "Yes, boss." Having received the order, he immediately led two of his men and swaggered toward Qin Yun. He waved to Qin Yun. "Hey you, whoever you are, the new guy. Come here, come with me, I have a good job for you to do." Qin Yun pointed to himself and said, "Me?" The black dog said, "Yes, it's you. Hurry up and come with me. If we get this done, you'll get your share of the profits." Qin Yun blinked and immediately put on an act, looking flattered. Okay. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for your guidance, big brother." He thought to himself, "I'll hone my acting skills first. Then I can act in movies and experience being a star." Seeing this, some of the newcomers around looked on with envy, thinking that Qin Yun had hit the jackpot and had been noticed by a big shot. Some of the elderly residents who had been living in the community for a long time looked at each other with a mixture of pity and schadenfreude. The person leading the group shook his head inwardly. "I told you not to look around, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened, you deserve to die." Bai Wanxiong ignored this trivial matter and strode into the villa. He said to Gu Lanting, "Lanting, I'm going to take some people out later." Gu Lanting asked, "What are you going to do?" Bai Wanxiong said domineeringly, "It's nothing. There's just some blind fool who refuses to submit. I'll beat him into submission today." Gu Lanting asked, "What if they still can't accept defeat?" Bai Wanxiong laughed heartily, exuding domineering arrogance, and said, "You're not convinced? Then kill him. Kill him, and his men will submit. In this world, might makes right." His tone carried an undeniable air of ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Gu Lanting's eyes shone with admiration, and she said, "Brother Xiong, I love your domineering and assertive side." Bai Wanxiong laughed even more heartily. It can be said that Gu Lanting provided ample emotional value. And that is precisely her brilliance. Deep down, she subscribed to the idea that men conquer the world, and women conquer men. Gu Lanting was very quick and efficient. In less than an hour, a table full of delicious food was served. The braised pork belly has a bright color and is fatty but not greasy. Sweet and sour fish is delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Gu Lanting had long since won over Bai Wanxiong's stomach. He started eating heartily, praising as he ate, "Delicious! Lanting, your cooking is getting better and better." Gu Lanting sat to the side, gently serving her food, her eyes full of tenderness. He ate heartily, and after he was full, Gu Lanting saw him to the door and said softly, "Have a safe journey. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return at home." Bai Wanxiong said, "Good. Haha, Lanting, I will help you build an even bigger empire and make you the most honored woman in the world." These words made Gu Lanting's eyes light up with admiration. Immediately, Bai Wanxiong set off with over 100 carefully selected, elite soldiers. They were so proud and imposing. Outside the residential area, the black dog put his arm around Qin Yun's shoulder, looking like two good buddies. He half pushed and half forced Qin Yun into a secluded alley, leaving two of his men to stand guard at the entrance while he led Qin Yun deeper into the alley. As they walked deeper into the alley, the fake smile on the black dog's face vanished instantly, replaced by a ferocious and murderous expression. He lowered his voice and sneered in Qin Yun's ear. "Kid, you've got some nerve! You dare look at my woman like that? Are you tired of living?" Qin Yun feigned surprise and asked, "Isn't that woman your boss's woman?" The black dog chuckled and said, "He's dead, I'm the boss, and she's my woman now." He had long coveted Gu Lanting's beauty and Bai Wanxiong's power, but he had never found an opportunity to make a move. If there are no opportunities, then create them. Now, he has created an opportunity. Qin Yun blinked, then suddenly looked up, pointed to the sky, and exclaimed, "Look! What a huge airplane!" The black dog instinctively looked up at the sky. It was truly a subconscious, unconscious, and natural reaction. But in that instant when he looked up and was distracted, Qin Yun suddenly stomped on the black dog's toes. Stepping on toes is a childish game, but it can be really useful when necessary. The black dog gasped in pain, clutching its foot and hopping up on one leg, but managed to suppress a cry of pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Yun nimbly accelerated and sprinted deeper into the alley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He originally planned to just take down this big black guy. But now he has changed his mind. The black dog roared furiously. "Bastard! I'll kill you! Not even the Heavenly King himself can save you! I said it!" He hurried after him, limping, but surprisingly fast. He just looked comical, like a gorilla. In the blink of an eye, the black dog returned, its already dark face now even darker. One of the henchmen left at the alley entrance asked, "Brother dog, what about that kid?" The black dog glared at him and said, "Of course I snapped his neck and threw him in the trash. Did you think I'd let him get away?" Of course, they let him escape. But of course he couldn't tell the truth, otherwise he would lose face. However, he has already gritted his teeth and decided that he must kill him in the future. Another subordinate immediately flattered him. "Brother dog is awesome! So cool!" The black dog snorted coldly, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go back." He sneered inwardly. "You call me dog bro now, and I won't criticize you. But after tonight, humph." Nobody knew that he had already sold Bai Wanxiong. Even if Bai Wanxiong doesn't die this time, he'll be badly injured. If he comes back alive, I'll kill him myself. What do you rely on to make a living? Of course, it's betrayal, selling out brothers, being a double agent, framing someone, and taking care of the sister-in-law/boss's wife. If I don't do this, when will I ever rise to the top and become a big shot? I used to be someone's dog, but I never had the chance. Now that urban survival games have arrived, what would you become if you were still someone else's dog? My nickname is Black Dog. Do you really think I'm a dog? After they completely disappear, Qin Yun whistled as he walked out of the alley, leaned against the wall, a freshly lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. He took a leisurely drag and exhaled a smoke ring. He looked in the direction the black dog had gone, then glanced at Siamihu residential area, a playful smile on his face. "TSK, TSK, TSK, this is going to be good. Don't let me down." Qin Yun's eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. No, what Qin Yun wants to be is the hunter who waits to reap everything. Chapter 108. Who's in favor? Who's against? I'm against it. Night. Quilyuju. Because of the curfew, the neighborhood was quiet. Only the patrol team patrols on time. The streetlights were on, and the neighborhood was fairly well lit overall. But the most dazzling one is definitely Villa A01. But it is nighttime after all. Where there is light, there is also darkness. In the shadows, Bai Xiutian's eyes were deeper than the night. After sneaking into Chui Lu Ju during the day, he took the opportunity to get a pretty good idea of the neighborhood's layout and learned that Villa A01 was the core of the community. At the same time, it also gave a rough estimate of the strength of the entire force, quite strong. They even have AK rifle squads. I really don't know where these guys got so many AKs. A direct, head-on attack would be idiotic. In that case, we have no choice but to adopt other strategies. Bai Xiaotian was bold and confident enough. His strategy was to capture the leader first. The first battle would be the decisive one, and the outcome would be decided in one fell swoop. Once he takes over the leader of Green Willow residence, this group of leaderless people will naturally submit obediently. At that time, not only Zhou Jiaji, but the entire Green Willow residence will be his. Their AKs will become their own AKs. With this batch of AKs, if we get another batch of rifles, wouldn't we be able to take off immediately? Previously, Bai Xiaotian had already sent a subordinate named Ali to retrieve the weapons. Now is the time to act. Bai Xiaotian's gaze pierced through the space and darkness, landing on the lit window on the third floor of Villa A01. He licked his dry lips. Tonight I'll enjoy you there. The you he was referring to was naturally Zhou Yaji, whom he had been thinking about day and night. Just thinking about that mature and voluptuous figure made his breathing hot. Then, the three of them, crouching low, stealthily made their way towards Villa A01 under the cover of shadows. Stepmother, I've come to find you. Around that time. Xiangmihu residential area. A flurry of footsteps broke the silence of the night. Bai Wenxiong, with more than 20 remnants of his army, fled back to the residential area in a sorry state. Their clothes were stained with blood and dust, and many of them had injuries on their arms and legs. They were no longer the proud and spirited people they had been when they set off. The daytime operation was a complete disaster. He had set off with high hopes and confidence, but he never expected to be ambushed halfway there. The enemy was clearly prepared, and their firepower was fierce, trapping his troops in the street. They fought until nightfall before finding a chance to break through, and in the end, they only managed to escape back in a sorry state with a dozen or so men. They were completely out of ammunition and supplies. There's a mole! There must be a mole. Bai Wenxiong gritted his teeth. If someone hadn't leaked his itinerary, how could the other party have accurately set up an ambush on his only route? I will find you! I will tear you to pieces! He gritted his teeth, his hatred overflowing. Reaching the entrance of the residential compound, Bai Wenxiong shouted at the night watch captain. Strengthen vigilance! Prepare for battle! Anyone who slacks off even slightly, I'll skin them alive! The tiger's wound still has its power. The night watch captain quickly and respectfully assured him. Don't worry, boss. I will keep a close watch on the door and will not allow anyone to enter or leave without permission. But his heart was heavy. The boss had suffered such a huge defeat, his strength was greatly diminished, and his future was worrying. Bai Wenxiong said no more and led the remaining soldiers straight to his villa. As soon as he arrived at the door, Black Dog greeted him with a concerned look, but a hint of disappointment flashed quickly in his eyes. He hadn't expected Bai Wenxiong to actually come back alive. But soon, disappointment turned into sneer. Bai Wenxiong's disheveled appearance presented him with the perfect opportunity to strike. Only by personally destroying him can one rise to power by stepping on his corpse and begin their path to becoming a big shot. Boss, you're back. What happened? Why are you like this? Black Dog feigned concern and reached out to help Bai Wenxiong, his tone full of genuine worry. Bai Wenxiong replied, It's nothing. There was just a minor issue. The Black Dog thought to himself. A minor situation? You're just being stubborn. You've clearly suffered a major defeat. At this moment, Gu Lanting also came out of the villa. She was only wearing a silk nightgown, and the moonlight shone on her, outlining her exquisite curves. Her bare arms and calves were as white as jade, making her absolutely stunning. Wenxiong, what's wrong? Did something happen? When the Black Dog saw Gu Lanting's appearance, his eyes widened, his throat bobbed involuntarily, and the desire that had been suppressed in his heart for so long could no longer be contained. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Taking advantage of the moment when Bai Wenxiong and Gu Lanting were talking and their attention was diverted, the black dog suddenly sprang up, its fist, as big as a casserole dish, whistling through the air, and smashed towards the back of Bai Wenxiong's head. Although Bai Wenxiong had just experienced a fierce battle and his reaction speed had slowed down considerably, his survival instinct made him subconsciously dodge to the side, barely avoiding the fatal blow. The black dog's second punch came right away, landing squarely on his chest. Puff! Bai Wenxiong coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggered back several steps, stared at the black dog in disbelief, and roared. You betrayed me! Gu Lanting's beautiful eyes widened, as if she were stunned, and she didn't react. Betray? The black dog laughed triumphantly, its tone full of sarcasm, and said, You're wrong. I've never been loyal to you, so how could I have betrayed you? The henchmen around him were stunned by this sudden turn of events, looking at each other in bewilderment, unsure of who to help. Seeing this, Black Dog immediately shouted to the crowd. Brothers! You've all seen it, Bai Wenxiong has lost. He went out with over 100 people, but only 20-odd came back. What future is there in following a boss like that? From today onwards I'm in charge here. Who agrees? Who disagrees? You're asking for it. Bai Wenxiong roared and, enduring the excruciating pain, charged forward, wrestling with the black dog. Both men were burly and incredibly strong, their punches landing with a thud, each impact producing a dull thud. The black dog's punches were heavy and vicious, always aimed at vital points. Bai Wenxiong, relying on sheer grit, fought back fiercely, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks fueled by his rage. It's clear that Bai Wenxiong's fighting style has a military feel, because he used to be a soldier and almost became a top soldier. The black dog uses Sanda, Chinese kickboxing techniques. Bai Wenxiong doesn't need to fight. If you fight during the day and run out of bullets, what's the point of using guns? To throw them at people? More and more people were drawn over, but no one dared to step forward and help. As Bai Wenxiong fought, he roared at the crowd. What are you all standing there for? Capture this traitor! I'll reward you handsomely! But all he received in response was silence. Everyone knew that this was a battle between two wolves for the position of Wolf King. Whoever made the first move and chose the wrong side would have unimaginable consequences. Ha ha! The black dog threw a punch while laughing. It's a fight between two wolves for the title of Wolf King. How dare those puppies get involved? The winner takes all. Whoever wins, they'll listen to him. In reality, it's whoever they listen to wins. The problem is, while that makes sense, who would risk their own life? Bai Wenxiong is indeed in extremely poor condition. The previous fierce battle had already exhausted him, and the repeated heavy blows from the black dog gradually caused him to lose his strength. He was hit several more times and vomited blood repeatedly. It looked like he was about to lose. I can't die here! I can't die here! Bai Wenxiong screamed wildly in his heart. My grand ambitions are yet to be realized. I cannot die like this! He suddenly pulled a flashbang from his waist pouch. He had escaped earlier thanks to a flashbang. This was his last one. With a loud bang, a blinding white light burst forth, and everyone instinctively closed their eyes, feeling an intense stinging pain. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wenxiong used his last bit of strength to push through the crowd and sprint out of the villa. He didn't even care about Gu Lanting calling his name from behind. He just wanted to escape this dangerous place as soon as possible. Throughout history, many of those who achieved great things were those who abandoned their wives and ran away. Ultimately, in Bai Wenxiong's heart, his grand ambitions and empire were the most important thing. No matter how good a woman is, she's just an extra. Career, strength, power. These are the essential qualities of a man. The black dog cursed and swore. Although he had closed his eyes immediately, he was still stung by the bright light, and it took him a while to regain his vision. Seeing that Bai Wenxiong had actually run away, he immediately put his hands on his hips and burst into laughter. Bai Wenxiong ran away. From now on, I'm the boss here. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Upon seeing this, the surrounding henchmen immediately pledged their loyalty to their new king. He kept calling him Big Brother. They keep calling him Boss. Ha! Wahaha! The black dog laughed loudly, feeling triumphant and smug. He looked at Gu Lanting with burning eyes and walked towards her step by step. The new boss is already eager to take care of the former boss's wife. Gu Lanting's vision was still blurry from the flashbang, and she was completely unaware of her impending fate. But just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang out, complete with a bubbly tone. I oppose it! Chapter 109. Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your son, do you? I object! The bubbly sound, laced with mockery, startled him, causing him to turn his head sharply. He saw Qin Yun with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, the flame flickering in the darkness, and a cynical smile on his face. After a moment of stunned silence, the black dog was consumed by rage. It's you again, you piece of trash! It was already a huge humiliation to let this kid get away before, and now he dares to ruin his plans. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, Brothers, charge! Chop him up, and there will be a hefty reward. The henchmen who had just finished calling out, Boss, and were about to pledge their loyalty were suddenly confronted by Qin Yun. They grabbed steel pipes and machetes and charged at him with a roar. But in front of Qin Yun, they were nothing but weaklings. Qin Yun's figure flashed, like a gust of wind weaving through the crowd. The dull thuds of fists hitting flesh, the cracking of bones dislocating, and screams of agony rose and fell. In less than half a minute, all the henchmen who rushed up fell to the ground, clutching their arms and legs and howling in pain, unable to get up again. Seeing this, the remaining underlings dared not continue delivering. The black dog's eyelids twitched as he watched. I didn't expect this kid to be such a good fighter. He glanced at the other henchmen who hadn't moved and cursed under his breath. Damn it! None of these gangsters have any sense of loyalty. Gritting his teeth, he personally charged forward with his fist raised, roaring, Die! The black dog's fists whistled through the air, like the roar of a tiger or leopard, and were incredibly powerful, but in Qin Yun's eyes they were as slow as a snail. Qin Yun dodged to the side, grabbed the man's wrist with his other hand, and twisted it gently. With a crisp crack, the black dog's arm was twisted into a bizarre angle. Ah! The black dog let out a blood-curdling scream, cold sweat poured down its forehead, and it trembled all over in pain. Qin Yun didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, kneeing him in the stomach and punching him in the face. The black dog lay on the ground like a tattered sack, blood streaming from its nose, 2 teeth missing, its face covered in blood, and it could no longer get up. Qin Yun sighed, his face full of disappointment, and said, With this little ability you dare to be the boss? The black dog's eyes were filled with resentment and malice as it gritted its teeth and asked, Who exactly are you? Qin Yun grinned and said, I don't even know how to answer that question. It's like you'd recognize me just because I say my name. So I'm too lazy to answer. Just then, his phone 18 Pro Max suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was Su Lan calling. The time was pushed forward slightly. Outside Villa A01 in Shuiluju, Bai Xiaotian, along with Ali and another subordinate, had already reached the entrance of the villa under the cover of shadows. Result: Don't move! Hands up! A group of people suddenly appeared and surrounded Bai Xiaotian. Rat! The distinctive sound of an AK rang out. Bai Xiaotian's 2 men were shot dead on the spot, their bodies riddled with bloody holes. Bai Xiaotian felt a chill run through his body, and his mind went blank as he faced the muzzles of guns. What happened? Were they ambushed? We've been discovered? Damn it! I'm a superhuman who can set fires. Give me a chance. But where is the opportunity now? Guns were pointed at him one by one. 2 corpses, riddled with bloody holes, lay at his feet. Would he dare to make a move? He dared not move. Xiangmihe Villa. Qin Yun answered the phone and said, Hello, what's up? After listening to Su Lan's report, he raised an eyebrow, understanding dawning on him. He stepped on the black dog's head and laughed into the phone. Well done, keep an eye on him. I'll be back once I've finished here. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yun looked down at the black dog on the ground, and with a slight push of his foot, the black dog let out a muffled groan, its face turning purple. He turned to look at Gu Lanting, beckoned her with his hand, and smiled meaningfully, saying, "Madam, come here, come here." Gu Lanting had just recovered when she saw her groaning underlings on the ground and the black dog being trampled underfoot. Her red lips turned white. She forced herself to remain calm and walked step by step to Qin Yun, saying, What do you want to do?" Qin Yun smiled knowingly and said, "Your son, Bai Xiaotian, is in my hands now. You don't want anything to happen to him, do you?" "Xiaotian?" Gu Lanting's expression changed drastically, her eyes filled with shock. How could he be with you? You. Sudden. She realized what was happening and said, You are. Could this man in front of me be Zhou Jiaji's lover? Qin Yun shrugged and said, "He came to my house and caused trouble, but my men took him down. My men were originally going to kill him outright. But then he said he was Bai Wanxiong's son and Bai Jiexin and Bai Jingxin's younger brother." Gu Lanting's heart leaped into her throat. Qin Yun chuckled and said, "Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your son, do you?" Gu Lanting gritted her teeth and said, "What do you want?" Qin Yun looked her up and down and smiled. "What do you think? What do you think I want to do?" Gu Lanting is not a naive and innocent woman. On the contrary, she is a very ambitious woman. How could she not understand what Qin Yun meant? Gu Lanting gritted her teeth and said dejectedly, "As long as you can let Xiaotian go, I'll do anything you ask." She thought to herself, "Brother Xiong, don't blame me. What can a woman like me do? Besides, I'm doing this for our son." In reality, this woman believed in the principle of men conquer the world, women conquer men. She didn't care who the man who conquered the world was. The man in front of me is younger, stronger, and more capable than Bai Wanxiong. Following him might not be a bad choice. Seeing her compliant demeanor, Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction, gave her a thumbs up, and said, "You're on the right track. What path should we take?" Hey! The black dog roared. "Bastard! You're my woman! You!" With a crack, Qin Yun crushed the black dog's neck. Black dog's strength is definitely that of a strong person compared to ordinary people. Unfortunately, he was up against Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked at his other underlings and said with a smile, "From now on, I'm in charge here. Nobody objects, right?" His tone wasn't as domineering as Black Dog's, but his intimidating presence was far greater. "No objection, no objection. From now on, you're our boss. We'll all listen to you, boss." The underlings responded in unison, afraid that if they were a step too slow, they would suffer the same fate as the Black Dog. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Gu Lanting and said, "Come on, take me to see my new place." Gu Lanting led Qin Yun into the villa. She knew that from the moment Qin Yun walked in, she and this villa had a new owner. Inside the room, Gu Lanting hissed and gasped. Why is it so cold?" Qin Yun laughed. "I just acquired an ice ability, so of course it's ice. Can you heat it up for me? You know the principle of starting a fire by rubbing sticks together, right?" Silence fell over the room. Meanwhile, at Chui Lu residence, Su Lan had already had Bai Xiaotian locked up in the basement, the same place where Zhang Bingyu had been imprisoned before. Bai Xiaotian was handcuffed, his face ashen, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. "I won't let you get away with this. My dad will definitely come to save me. I'll take my revenge 100-fold, 1,000-fold.